Good morning, good afternoon, good night, good evening, etc., to everybody, no matter where you're located. Oh no, I know I something is wrong. Second, StreamYard is having some real issues. This is why I never. Sorry about that. StreamYard is having some real loading issues. Give me one quick. All right, let me know if y'all can hear me because I'm about to do. Apparently, apparently it ain't my time. This ain't my time slot. This ain't my time. So apparently, StreamYard don't like me. So make sure you put a one in the chat if you can hear me because I got this issue with StreamYard today. I don't know. I don't know why. Good old StreamYard. Looks like most of y'all can. Oh man, this is crazy. StreamYard does not want me to be great this morning. This is my punishment. Nino says I'm lagging. I am lagging, but I don't know why. Well, for now, we're just gonna push through. There's a StreamYard definitely issue. It's been lagging like that for like at least the last couple streams that we've done. So I definitely know that part. Let me just check the stream out and see if I got lag on my end. I don't know. So I'm just gonna we just gonna push through. Yeah, so I can definitely see the lag. It is what it is, y'all. Nothing I can do. I'm not supposed to be streaming right now. But what happened? Let me plug my charger up. What happened? Well, one, I've had the day off. Well, I shouldn't say it. Well, I'm not working this morning as I'm normally scheduled to work because, to be honest with y'all, I have an extreme amount of what you guys may call vacation days. Some people call them, I don't know, we call them PTO days out in California. They may vary from state to state, but I have a lot of them. I will say that because I rarely ever use them. And it's a mindset mainly. But because of a lot of staffing issues that's going on and things like that, I do a lot of support and covering for the team. So, but realistically, anybody that's like in HR knows that there's an accumulative amount of days you can get off, and before they put you at like they give you all kind of language before you can stop accruing, you must start to utilize. And so I've hit my accrual cap for a minute now, but so I technically technically I've been losing money, not really, but technically. So I decided to take a few days so that I can try to pull from the amount of days that I have stored up so that I can start to accrue again. But I don't know how many days that's going to actually have to be because I don't really like doing it. So CC says I take too much time off to ever hit a cap. I know. The studies show that women take the most days off, and you should. Women are very much more focused on work-life balance because of their experience. Mind you, their experience. I'm not saying the experience, but women's experience raising children and being worker moms, what they want to call it. So they push a lot for this Granville. So they push a lot for the work-life balance. So men don't push for that. Men know it ain't gonna happen. Men know one of two things gonna exist. Either I'm going to make a smaller amount of money, but I'll be home by 4 or 5 o'clock, whatever the case is, be there for the children around dinner time and have time to spend with the family, put them to bed, and do the cycle all over again. Or some men know that they're not going to see their children very often. So sparingly, hey, it might be later at night. It may be some vacation days a year, and there's just differences. So some men know there's a sacrifice that has to be had. Either it's the money side or it's the time side, but you can't have both. And women don't want you if you don't have enough money, and women can't stay you if you don't give enough time. So if you're making a lot of money, women will say, you made enough money. Can we then have time? Right? And so that's the battle that men tend to face. And most men have done one of two things. They either have decided to stop participating in a lot of these relationship style things in totality, meaning I ain't gonna even work myself to this, do this stress. I ain't gonna have no kids with these women, all these type of things. Or they have conceded and they've started to acquiesce to the demands of women to a certain degree, and they become more emotional, more, I don't know if you call that understanding, but less what we would call manly in certain areas, and they kind of adapted to that. And of course, unfortunately, a lot of women have rejected those transformations. So it's a real big battle for men, and we have to figure that out. So that's part of the process. But StreamYards treat me bad because I'm not supposed to be here right now. But the only reason I am is because I told Granville that I would stream, and I didn't get to finish the show. But Granville didn't. Only Fatty actually, put it into the collection plot verbally, But that's okay because I'm a whole Granville hostage for the next couple of years, so it don't matter. But I don't think I'm going to be able to stream tomorrow, depending on some things I might have to do tomorrow. So I had to kind of push up the stream to today. Normally I stream on Saturdays and Sundays typically. So it kind of works out, right? So that's typically what's happening, and StreamYard is treating me very bad because of that. But Granville asked a question. Do they let you cash out? No, they do not let me cash out. They do not let anybody in the company cash out. And there's a good reason for it. And I'm going to tell you. One, I'm in California. And although they have technically the best worker rights laws, they're on par with, I would say they have the best personally, but any democratic state is going to have more laws that leans towards the workers, right? Patty, no, don't start. You better not take off on the weekend. Listen. No, don't watch no more movies. Don't take no more time off. No, you don't get no rest. Oh, no. You was getting a whole lot of rest while you were sitting there putting your channel together trying to figure this out. No, no. You set the standard 70 hours a week, whatever you did, and now you stuck on the hook for it. They gonna pay you for it, but you stuck on the hook for it. See, I ain't gonna do it. So don't even try it. Ain't gonna happen. But that's how California treats you, and so it's not beneficial for us out here. As far as trust me, I would never take a day off if I could cash out. But the issues was they've run studies and they said that if you allow people to cash out, they refuse to take PTO off. Right? That's what the studies have shown. It. I would assume, at least for men, I believe women are going to take the days off regardless. But at least for men, we not taking a day off if they know we know we can work and they pay us on top of that. We not passing on that money. Let's just be clear. So that's the case. And so that's the only reason. Gore said he Max currently on 90 days vacation. So I don't know how old you are, Gore, but structuring wise, the PTO days go by years of service, right? So because of the years of service that I have a little over a decade, right, of service. So I have a lot of PTO, right? But you have to accrue that over time, like the service that you put into the company, part of your compensation package and all that BS crap. But they won't pay us out. Moral of the story, they will not pay us out. And so I have to take some PTO days because I accrue a lot because I'm working anyway. So that's pretty much how it works. And I'm not fortunate enough like you people to work from home on your lovely computers because you guys are just more technically savvy than I am. And that's okay. We all have different skills. But unfortunately, if you take one day off from here, you got another job over here, you just stay busy. But that's what currently is occurring. So just to get you guys up to speed. And that's what's been going on. So just to keep you a lot. Aaron, I read an article about water warehouse got hit in Cali. The salad made off with 8 truckloads of bottled water. I know what you're doing there. I see what you did there. Plead the fifth. I'm not going to even touch that article. I'm not going to read into what you just try to indirectly state. I don't know nothing about that. And technically, I don't know which part of California that was. I don't really leave California that much. So you was probably in Southern California. I'm not in the area. But I advise everybody, go to work. Don't be lazy. Push through those hard days. But at the same time, mental health, it is a thing that's more examined currently. So I understand that people take it a lot more serious. And so because of that, if you have to take the days off, just do it. Some of us just have to be pushed and forced to do it. But either way, whether it's a monetary issue and for me it is because it's going to cost me money technically. And I don't like to give away money that I've earned. I don't like it. That's why it's easier for a woman to get a man to buy her a Birkin bag instead of spend her own money on a Birkin bag because she had to work for that money. You ever seen a woman work for money? She acts real different with her money than she does when you give her money. Men are no different. You let somebody borrow some money, they're not using to start a business. What happens is simply they go and spend that money. And they tell you, I promise them. Let me give you an example because I know my guy Anton in the building. Somebody say, "Hey, Anton, let me borrow some money, bro." And you know, Anton said, "I got you, bro. I'll take care of you." Hit him off with something, and then that person, he has the money, but he don't think Anton need the money, right? Because Anton doesn't physically look like he's in need of money, so he's not in a rush to pay him back, right? This is principles, right? He ain't in a rush to pay him back. So he's putting it off. He borrowed money from somebody else. He prioritizing paying other people off first, and then he'll get to Anton last because he don't think that Anton needed. So he ain't really in a rush to pay them back. Let me give you guys an example. Always be in a rush to return money to anybody that's willing to give it to you. Because one, it's a principle thing. And two, it sets the relationship for if I need to do it again, I've set the example that I'm likely, because we are creatures of habit and we judge the past, although women don't like their past been judged, but we're going to do it over here. It shows that you're willing to follow through with your word and you can be dependent upon. And I can feel good enough to know I did a good deed, but also the respect that you have for me wasn't violated, right? So that's what it comes into. And so I will say this, me and my brother talk about it a lot. And he's a little different from me because he's willing to give you money to leave him alone and possibly destroy the relationship so you can say you did it. But I'm not. I'm a lot more stringent, right? Because I'm more prepared to say no than most people are. And I ain't gonna feel bad about it because relationships are already set in most foundations. So I already know certain friends have certain higher limits, right? This friend, he may get $500. This friend may get $1,000. This friend may have a higher limit where you're like, I need $5,000, and that's his. Here go five for you. Every friend ain't the same. Every loan package ain't the same. There's criteria to relationships, and some of y'all not good to pay people back. Check y'all credit card balances. Have y'all checked y'all credit card balances? 5,000, 10,000. Yeah, that's y'all. Y'all not gonna pay the banks back. Y'all not gonna pay these companies that lent y'all money back. Y'all definitely not gonna pay Anton back. So if Anton go, hey, somebody reached out to me and asked and they brought some money, I'm gonna say, Anton, what happens if you say no? Yeah, I might feel a little bad, because I really like helping people but you could say no. I know I could, but they asked me, so I want to help. I mean, you should just say no anyway. Because let me tell you the difference between me and most people. I don't ask people to borrow money. Let me tell you what I do. I say, what can I do so I can earn the money? Is there something I can do for you that in which I could earn the money, right? Because then that relieves the buildup of somebody feeling like, dang, I just gave this person money. I know they're not going to pay it back, but maybe there's a service I can do. Maybe you've been lazy and you like, man, I don't really feel like doing that. You need to borrow a few dollars. Go ahead and take care of this for me, and we call it even. Because some of us don't necessarily need the money back, but it's the principle. You asked to borrow it. You didn't say, can I have it? And all those things matters, right? So remember these things when you guys are borrowing money from people, always return it. So for me, I'm a very lucky person. I don't owe nobody a single cent. Nope, not one bank, not one individual. I owe nobody nothing. Settle, right? Because I am willing to go without. I'm willing to go without. The only time I'm not willing to go without is if I have someone dependent upon me as like a child. I ain't gonna say no dog because I ain't doing that dog and cat stuff. If I have a child, if I have a dependent, my pride and my ego is not too big to where I'm willing to let them go without just because I don't want to do it. That's not going to be the first thing, right? But for me, I am willing to say no to pretty much everything so I don't have to owe anybody anything. I don't have to have nothing. Nothing. I'm willing to sleep outside on the streets. If moms kick me out, if moms kick me out, and then she's like, you are making too much racket in the basement when you running your little clubby club at night, and she kicked me out. Well, I just do what a man got to do, and I'm gonna sleep outside because that's just what comes with it. So I hope that you guys understand what that means. Please pay people back. Anton got a lot of people that ain't gonna pay him back, and he got to live with that. But at the same time, it's a benefit at the same time. So if you want to lose a friend, listen. Make sure you listen. This is a bad advice, but it's true advice, right? If you gonna not pay somebody back, you better get the most money you can get from them. Don't not pay somebody back $100 and let that discrepancy cause an issue. You better ask for 15,000, 10,000. Go, yeah, we ain't friends no more. I borrowed 10,000 and we ain't friends no more because I couldn't pay it back. At least you went big. Do not borrow $5, $10, $20 and talk about that funky little $20 and lose a friendship. It's not worth it. Now, I'm not going to do either of these things, but I've seen these things occur. I'm advising y'all. If y'all going to do something insane like that, let it be worth something to you. Let the destruction of a relationship, whatever you think is valued at, right? Because I don't make relationships based upon money as far as personally, right? Business is business. Personally, I'm not going to do it, right? But if you're going to do these crazy things the way y'all do it, Ask for more money. Ask for more money. Go out with some dignity, right? Do not rob a bank for $700, $1,000, and put your freedom at risk for, let's just say, 3 years, right? Because they might give you 3 years for stealing, I don't know, 1,500, 1,000, $5,000, whatever the case is. You better have stole 250, $900,000 and be like, yeah, why you in here? I tried to steal $500,000 from this bank. Oh, all right. Yeah, okay. How much they give you? 7 years. All right. 500,000 divided by 7. Somebody do the math for me there. How much is that? 500,000 divided by 7. Man, you tell me if that's a good return on investment. But it is a lot better. It is a lot better than you going to jail for stealing $5,000. I promise you. Wrong is wrong, but within sanity exists. Somebody, oh yeah, I try to steal $2 billion. Okay. All right. You try to steal $2 million. I get it. You do your time, G. Do your time, G. Don't be in here talking about I ran into Ali corner store. Da, 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 da. You know what I'm saying? I was hungry. I snatched everything. Man, right when I hit the curb, 5 will blurt me right there. I trip, I fall, all the stuff in my hand. Don't do it. Do not do it. The only place you're gonna get away with that, is in California. They letting people take everything. Man, I seen a video the other day. I think it was in LA. They walk into the Nike store. They put Nikes all in the bags. They had like 12, 13 bags, 2, 3 kids, man, and walk straight out. Nobody say nothing. Nobody touch it. Nobody don't touch it. They let you take anything. Now, I can't do it myself personally because I'm not a slave to the Nike sign. You know what I mean? I'm not a slave to the Nike sign. I'm not a slave to any of these corporations when it comes to selling products to me. I'm not a slave to it, right? I will wear a plain shirt that says absolutely nothing on it, and will be content. I have no desire to feel the need for name brands to have control over me. Now, some people will tell you that they like premium products and they like things. I don't like being a slave to something, right? That's the thing. If you are a slave, search for freedom. If you are a slave, search for freedom. And most of us are fighting for our 24 hours back. Let's just keep it candid. Most of us are fighting for our 24 hours back. That is the battle. If you want to battle anything in life, fight for your 24 hours in control of that. That's all. But that's my rant for the morning. Since I'm not supposed to be here and StreamYard did me wrong, got the little loading screen on my picture. So, but that's what's going on. So Team Fatty, shout out to Team Fatty. For some reason, he took the morning off. I saw him say I was gonna join this show. I'm like, man, I got some time finally. And he said, I'm gonna go to sleep. He said he's gonna go to sleep. So I said, all right, fine. I'm gonna do the second part of the debate. Now, I hope Anton not watching because I'm not supposed to be. I'm probably not supposed to be watching this stuff, but it's fun. It's fun. It is a lot of fun, and I like that debate too. And it's a little bit more time in the debate, and I want to just watch it play out because a lot of y'all prejudging them. A lot of y'all is prejudging. Y'all think the debate is over. Some of y'all ain't even watched the debate, so some of y'all very much behind. So I ain't talking to y'all. Some of y'all so far behind in the debate, I can't even talk to y'all. But for everybody else, I'm gonna bring y'all up to speed. Don't worry, I'm gonna bring y'all up to speed. So this is part 2, and what we're doing is we're covering the Themis and Thoth. I don't know how to say the damn name. It is what it is. But there was a debate, and that debate involved 4 people and a moderator, right? Now, those 4 people are Cynthia G, Annalicia, who y'all love to talk about in these spaces. She's, I don't know, she's the GOAT. She's the GOAT debater or something like that. I don't know. Themis and Prince Petty. Those are the 4 people involved in this debate, right? And the moderator is KA. I think it's from the KA show. You guys may know her. She used to be a part of the Peep Network. I don't know if she still works there or not, but that's where we know her from. And she's modding the debate. And these people are, the debate is very simple. Is being a parent the hardest job in the galaxy? That's the debate. Now, those of you who are up to speed on part 1, if you haven't caught part 1, go back and watch part 1. If not, I can't help y'all. We on part 2 over here. We're going to finish it up. I had Raw B on the panel. I had Lee on the panel for a minute. I had MRM. I had some of the people stop through. I had Eda Man. And so we have a couple different perspectives. We got parents, we got non-parents, we got women, we got men. We've getting a lot of different perspectives on this debate. And I have heard that these people are some of the best people in this space. It is what it is, right? So I'm going to cover that part 2 of the debate. I will drop the link if you guys want to join and break down some of this content back and forth. Unfortunately, we ended kind of soon because I wanted to go over to Raw B's channel and support her, because I often don't have this time in order to support other content creators that are always holding me down. So when I do have it, I try to do it as much as I can. Venus says technically they're not in this space. I don't know what this space is then, Venus, okay? Because those are names. Well, Sinji is a name I hear often spoken of. Annalicia came on Fight Club, according to y'all, and she yelled at me, she yelled at JB, and she won a debate which I wouldn't have no debate with. Apparently she won, which I don't care. So apparently they know of us. So we're going to start there. They know of us. And now when it comes to Themis and Thought, I don't know. I can't speak for them. I just recently heard of them because of Cheeky, and he put me on to them. And I had some time because Anton wasn't live at the time. And then, so I said, all right. And then they popped up and I said, what's this? And that's how it all started. It stems from an argument with Callie Bev. I didn't argue with her, but we had a conversation. And she said she really, really likes Destiny. And so I've never watched Destiny except for the Angry Man conversation. And then I heard that Sinji wanted to debate Destiny or vice versa, right? So I said, that's interesting. I might watch that, and I might like to cover that. So that's kind of how this started. That's how I covered part 1. You guys know me. I like to break things down, and that's where we at. So we're going to get into part 2 of the debate. So far, I'm going to bring you guys up to speed where we are. So far, in my estimation, you guys have made your own judgments. I have Themis and Prince Petty in a landslide at this current debate. And Sinji is carrying her team because Annalicia is struggling heavily in part 1 of the debate. This will be the second half that we're covering. Who knows? That you might see a change in tactics, information that may alter the way you view this interaction. It is what it is. Mind you, this is a sanctioned debate on the internet. It is sanctioned, meaning it is not like an open panel where we just have conversations and it kind of transforms into a debate. This is an actual setup debate. It was discussed prior. They did research. They came prepared. They had an opening. And there will be a close. So just know there's a night and day difference from being on a panel debating with somebody back and forth and then someone saying, hey, set it up, and they're prepared. So it's a big difference. Just want to say that's a big difference. So okay, let us get to the show. Thank you for everybody that hit the like button. I know you guys are lazy on the likes. And for everybody that said to me that I'm late to the show, I'm not late. Fatty is late. We not the same. I'm an American. We need our jobs out here, okay? I need my job, all right? Fatty don't need his job no more, okay? Fatty, he living good. He ain't worried about nothing. He ain't worried about nothing. So he wake up, look at his computer screen. Hey, friends, I'll be back in an hour. He go to sleep, all right? Me, I feel pretty bad. I feel pretty bad. So I don't, 10, 15 minutes go by. I'm like, man, I got to hurry up and get this show together. I feel really bad. It ain't the same. Okay. It ain't the same. Fatty be like, friends, I'll be back in an hour. Y'all know what that means. That means 2 hours maybe. He may hit you with the, oh yeah, friends, not feeling well right now. I'll see you in 6 hours, 7 hours. You know how he does. That's what he do. So I can't be mad, but don't come to my stream talking about I'm on late. Do not do that. I'm still a black man officially until my black card get revoked like it did like 9 months ago. So right now, anything within 15 minutes is appropriate black people time. All right. Now, when you're playing with the white man's money, I'm an hour early. So it ain't personal, but the white man don't play about his money. So I'll be an hour early. But when I'm coming to see y'all get black people time. 15 minutes, not 15, 15 minutes. Okay. I pull up. That's it. That's it. Now, Miss Doris, that's not no slander. That's observation. That's not a slander. That's observation. I want to be like Fatty when I grow up. Man, that man eyes is everywhere. Similar to how Anton, because Anton be watching everybody. I don't know how he do it. Well, I do know he got all his money, so he got like a bunch of computer screens around him and things like that. So he be like, watching you, think I don't see you. I don't know how they do all this stuff. Fatty hear what anybody say about him. Man, if somebody even mentioned his name, he pop up. All you see is his icon. Hi. I swear, it's like Chucky. Hi. You want to play? Like, he would just pop up out of nowhere. He hears everything. So I would not definitely slander nobody. I'm not in that business. I don't want no problems, especially with them people. They watch everything and they destroy me easily. So I don't want those problems. I'm just saying, what happened is, Fatty, his change of time is not my change of time. That's all I'm saying. Okay. Now, y'all got to hold him accountable. Hold him accountable the way y'all hold me accountable for 15 black people minutes. If I got to suffer possibly dealing with racial discrimination, according to y'all, right? Because they don't see a Nigerian, they don't see somebody from, Zimbabwe. They see a black person get out of a car, we're going to all get the same treatment. I want my same 15 minutes to be late or on time. I don't want to hear nothing. I want equal and fair treatment. That's all I ask. Equal and fair treatment. That's all I ask, okay? Be kind to everyone. Granville says, I sent you an email of the article. I'm not reading that. I feel like you're trying to implicate me in this. Stolen water, and all of a sudden my supply back to the normal. No, I plead the fifth. We're not doing that. Shout out to Prime. Prime said, Aaron is the king of this space. No, I'm not. I appreciate the kind gesture. I am not. I am a humble servant of this space. I serve the people in this space, but that's it. The people that run this space, in my humble opinion, is the Angry Man and Anton Daniels. That's it. Those my guys. Those the people that when I see something going on, I'm like, that's them. Now, luckily, I'm in a great position to where, if I need something, I can holler at them and they might help a brother out. But I am a servant to this space. That's it. I don't take that for granted. I'm not ignorant to that. I serve this space. There's a big difference. Now, if you so happen to find out about where that water came from, if you so happen to know that somebody's selling water for less than, let's say, market rate, if you so happen to know where that water is, I don't have a problem, because y'all know my P.O. box is in the description. I don't have a problem if I pull up my P.O. box and all of a sudden there's something there that I knew nothing about. I won't say nothing. I won't say nothing, not a word. Because I understand where we come from, we can't speak. So shout out to Granville, but no, I don't want any parts of that. Okay? So the link to join the panel is there if you guys want to get into this conversation. That's what we will do. But without further ado, we're going to get into the topic, whatever it is we call Sinji, whatever the case is. What's it called? Yeah, Sinji, Themis, Prince Petty, and Annalicia. Okay? That's what it is right now. So let's get into the show. I'm gonna pull that link up. I think we're yeah, I remember where we marked it at. Yes. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna make sure I hit the like on that because I don't want to mess up their algorithm. So I'm gonna make sure I hit the like button. You know what I'm saying? Because there are sometimes I'm not logged in and the like button is not jammed. So without further ado, the show shall continue. Right? We'll take a vote at the end of this stream to see who you guys think won. We'll take a vote to see who you guys think won, right? If you didn't watch part one, you guys are being some of those people that are lazy, but definitely watch part one. I had a lot of fun. Let us get into the stream. I think I went back to slightly back, but we were at the 120 mark roughly. And where we're at right now is leading into the second part of this conversation. Let's get into it. Let me pull it here. There we go.
And when can we concede that it is not the hardest job in the world? Because it seems we cannot just say parenting is the hardest job in the world when we know there are parents who literally don't engage with their children, even when they're quote unquote parenting. So to just say like sort of a blanket statement seems an odd thing to do. And then to add the cherry on top of that is to add like Kim Kardashian's experience. Like,
so the reason that I use that is because I'm trying to demonstrate that it can't be easily measured. That's all that's what I'm saying.
I don't think it can because
concession though. If you're saying it can't be easily measured, how are you measuring it enough to make it the hardest job in the world?
Now, right there, I want you to pay attention. Right? I know you see his face. That is a phenomenal question. If it's immeasurable, how do you know that it's the hardest job? How are you measuring that, right? This guy is really good. If you don't know, thanks to Venus, because she's from Venus, I'm from Mars, there's an indication that Themis is a corporate lawyer. I have no idea what type of corporate lawyer he is. Listen, if I have a daughter, if I'm lucky to have a daughter, she's gonna be a corporate, but she's going to be a corporate lawyer for the biggest companies in the world, right? She's going to be part of those teams that help with the underwriting and the IPOs, the company. She's gonna be part of them. Make sure she get a lot of money, okay? Tell y'all the stuff y'all parents should have told you that they never told us, okay? But that's what his background is. So he's pretty good at isolating language and picking up. Here's the thing, right? Because I'm not a lawyer, but there's the things, right? In order to prove someone guilty of things, there are certain elements, right? There are certain elements that must be met. For the sake of the conversation, we'll say thresholds, right? So, no, it's actually the factual term is elements, right? This element 1, 2, 3, all 3 must be met in order for this to be the case. If only 2 of the elements are met, then that means you cannot be found liable for such and such thing, right? All of these 3 elements must be met, et cetera, right? So he's really good at saying that doesn't reach the element of being able to prove your statement, which is being a parent is the hardest job in the universe. They didn't say universe. They said pretty much the hardest job, which I then indicate the world and universe because hardest means the like top, right? So that's what's happening right now. In my estimation, he's doing a really good job of saying, how can you say that this is the hardest job? How are you measuring that? And Annalicia is the one that put her team in this position because she is the one that didn't bring the research. She is the one that made these claims. She is the most abrasive one so far, and she's the loudest one. Her mic, I don't know if she borrowed patriarchy's mic or whatever, but when she starts screaming, whole nother level. So Senji is kind of trying to help her stay in the corner, and Senji's trying to back them out of a corner. So that's what's happening right now. If you didn't watch part 1, trust me, you want to watch part 1. That's all I can tell you.
Sorry, I don't think that it can be quantified. And I think it's extremely, and what Cynthia's saying is it's extremely difficult to qualify because then we'd have to create a foundation. We have to start somewhere. What is a good parent? What is a bad parent? Some of that could be subjective. Some of that could be like, it's going to be very difficult. That's the reason that I brought up Kim Kardashian.
For you. We're in a debate, let me just be clear. And we're saying it is the hardest. Our position would just define parenting at the bare minimum, show that it's not the hardest, and explain a job which would be harder. Your position would be to define parenting in a way that makes it the hardest job in the world.
No,
And
and didn't Kay ask? Didn't she pose a question?
yeah, but when you add Kim K, Finn answered the question and then it was going to come to us. When you answered, you included Kim K, which for you is also highlighting how difficult parenting is without any reason to include her. So now I'm
That's
asking
not
you.
what I was
wait,
saying.
that's fine. I am now asking you to qualify what kind of parenting we're talking about. What kind of parenting are we talking about?
Didn't Kim Kardashian say Kanye discouraged her from getting nannies, and that's why she didn't get nannies, because he felt like she should raise the children on her own?
What that got to do with anything? That question was not for you, Sinji. That question was directed at Annalicia. You've been carrying her this whole stream. You're going to have to get another partner. You're going to have to get another partner, okay? Because right now, when I'm watching, you are reasonably decent as far as knowing how to get yourself out of a tight spot and a little bit back and forth, but your partner is dragging you right now. And because I know you're an alpha female, I'm sure you're the alpha female. I'm sure that you think you can save your partner, but you're actually making it look worse when he poses a question directed at her because it's her example given, that he then challenged why the example was given, and then you do not allow her to answer. Now, you better text her. She not on screen, send a text like, girl, be quiet. Don't say nothing else. I will carry us to, I got us. Because right now, it ain't looking good. It ain't looking good. And if you notice, this is the difference between male relationships and female relationships, right? See, Themis partner ain't said a word. Man, he's so he looked like he on a still picture right now. He ain't moved, he ain't breathing, he ain't said a word to distract from what the execution of his partner is doing to stop them from winning this debate. Nothing. Now I'm sorry, it ain't looking too good on y'all side. Now stop it and let Annalicia support the team, because there's a reason why you picked her, because she got your back. Now. Please tell us why you use Kim K as an example, and it ain't be because Kanye told her she couldn't have no maids. That can't be the answer. Your answer is Kanye says she can't have no maids. She don't listen to Kanye, and Kanye don't listen to her. We all know that. Kanye don't listen to her, and she don't listen to Kanye. So if he said don't have no maids, I can't believe you even would say that. Does anybody in their right mind, do any of us believe that they don't have no maids? None of us. None of us believe that they ain't got no maids. So, Sinji, I'm going to allow you to take lead again, but lead your team out of this issue right now. So this is Sinji. This is her response to why Kim Kardashian was mentioned as an example. I don't know why, but this was the example given. If you did not watch part one, I cannot help you. Go back, watch part one, pull up that it is what it is.
We have reports out now that she has nannies. Like I don't listen to anything Kim K says at all.
Well, yeah, I don't think Kim K should be used, because everything she says is she says it so she can trend. So I don't think that she should be used.
Right. Secondly, how your partner gonna say Kim Kardashian is the example? He retorts, why are you using that as an example? How are you measuring that? She goes radio silent, like she in a submarine, 5,000 feet below the earth, like all the way gone, and you respond for her. Well, I think something about nannies and Kanye and this, that. I tell you that don't sound right. We play a little more of the video. It proves it didn't sound right because Themis says she got nannies. So we prove that, right? And then you go undermine your teammate again. Not again, again. You undermine your teammate again, and you say, I don't even think we should be using Kim K in these examples. So everything that your partner Annalisa has presented, you pretty much have gone against. You having a hard time. Listen, it's like you playing basketball, one arm tied behind your back. That's how it's looking right now. You need some support. And remember, this is girl code. So a lot of the ladies usually got each other back. Right now, it ain't looking too good. So if that example doesn't work, give us another example. Give us something else, because that ain't hitting.
Exactly. So that's why people are like, that's what I am trying to get, because I would not have brought this up, but now we are at this point where I do believe that we need to qualify the kind of parenting that because at bottom, myself and Petty win, but at somewhere between bottom and top, the rule up and Petty win. But because at bottom, myself and Petty win, but
so that's right there. He says at bottom, myself and Petty win. So he's declaring victory right there from what I can tell. Maybe you guys heard something different, but he said at bottom, myself and Petty win, which is an indication that they've proved whatever you stated wrong with your opening, and it's wrong, and they win. But now to give you like an out to not make you look bad. This is my humble opinion. I don't know if it's right. We gonna alter the conversation a little bit to try to give you an out and say, let's define the parent. No, we are clear. All right, guys. So all right, guys. having some issues. I don't know what's going on, but sorry about that. They don't want me to be great, but that's okay. That's okay. They're not going to be able to stop us. They're not going to be able to stop us. Make sure you just put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me, because I'm not sure if StreamYard is still giving these issues, but hi. All right, there we go. I believe it should be working now. I'm checking on my phone. But it is what it is, right? So from here, where we're at, sorry about that, guys. Got to push through, right? I believe Themis is declaring victory. In all indications, he won and Petty won. And now he's allowing for the conversation to shift some to, okay, maybe if you define the parenting, we can then measure it to make a comparable or a comparison to indicate why you believe it is the hardest job. So that's where we're at, and that's what brings us back up to speed.
At somewhere between bottom and top, the roof, you guys have some kind of definition that makes parenting the most difficult job, and we haven't heard it. To be clear, if
yeah,
you
we literally have heard it. I laid it out several times. Because parenting requires physical, mental, emotional, psychological, and financial effort. It is continuing. It is ongoing. You can't clock out. You have to do it whether you're sick or hurt. You're responsible for this person's life outcome. That is what I defined parenting as. Now we can look up like some arbitrary mental times. We literally have heard it.
All right, guys. So I'm going back so that you guys can get a clarification of what Sinji, because I don't know if Annalisa has anything to do with this at this point, is stating why parenting is the hardest job. The physical, the emotional, the mental aspect of the financial aspect, all of these components, how it's continuously and ever going and responsible for outcome. I'm not sure if that's the responsible for outcome. I don't know how to measure that, because I think there are a lot of people that are locked up, and y'all will say it ain't their parents' fault. And if it was their parents' fault, how are they being held responsible? That part is kind of throwing me off, because if you say 1 through 18 or but where's the responsible component? That particular element I don't think is being met. But for the sake, we're going to let Sinji explain why. Guys, this is for you just tuning in. Obviously, we have some issues with the stream. Sinji here is going to indicate why parenting is the hardest job in the universe. So make sure you guys write it down, so that if you guys are confused to why she's indicating this, or if you either agree or disagree, at a later time, you can then give your position to why or why not after we're done breaking down the stream, because I know there are a lot of people on here who either agree or disagree. So I'm not exactly sure what position you guys are taking.
I laid it out several times. Because parenting requires physical, mental, emotional, psychological, and financial effort. It is continuing. It is ongoing. You can't clock out. You have to do it whether you're sick or hurt. You're responsible for this person's life outcome. That is what I defined parenting as. Now we can look up like some arbitrary definitions where it says, the job is to support the physical, emotional, social, spiritual, and cognitive development of a child from infancy to adulthood. Parenting refers to the intricacies of raising a child and not exclusive for a biological relationship. Now we could do that.
See, this is where some of the pushback that I had for Annalisa in part 1 for what I was confused about, because a lot of y'all who are parents were saying that, oh yes, because the definition that was given, mind you, they are going by some defined terms. So some of the terms have been defined, right? And so Annalisa said it's pretty much in perpetuity, right? An indication of being a parent and responsible and always having this responsibility to a person's life. They're your child for life. You're responsible for them all the way through their entire life is the indication. That definition said to adulthood, right? We have a defined adulthood, and it said until, right? That's the language I heard, until adulthood, right? Which means there's a limit, there's a cap, there's a stopping point, and it's not continuously beyond that in which we can measure that. So a lot of things are proclaimed that have not been measured, or I'm not sure that they have been proven to be accurate or true. So that part is the issue I had with part one, with Annalicia's thoughts on that aspect. So that's where I hear now Sinji's giving her reasoning to why she thinks that it's the most difficult job in the world, right? Shout out to Will. He says, if he's a practicing lawyer, which I'm not saying that he is, he's a corporate lawyer. I don't know if that's necessarily the same. Isn't it expected that he would demolish these young ladies in a debate? What would be more impressive, if he did this to someone within his profession? No. I tell you this. Debating is not necessarily a lawyer's job. I know you guys might think that it is, but it's not. It's not necessarily their jobs. Like, different lawyers do different things. I know when you guys hear lawyer, right? Lawyers, attorneys, lawyers. There's a nuanced difference of what an attorney is and what a lawyer is. You guys should actually look it up. There is a difference. A lot of them actually rarely ever go into an actual courtroom, which you guys see on TV, and that's what you guys think being a lawyer is for the most part. And they argue, objection, Your Honor, badgering the witness. And that's when you guys see a lot of criminal defense and then prosecution, and that's what you guys think lawyering is, all this other stuff. It's not necessarily the totality. There are a lot of different type of lawyers. We do not know exactly what he does. So I just heard he's a corporate lawyer. That means a lot of stuff. So no, that does not mean he is the best debater. That does not even mean he has to be good at debating to be a lawyer. You don't. He has to know the law. He has to understand the elements, how to prove things like that, and other things, other areas. But no, it's not the same. And there are many people who we could argue that we think are better debaters than him, and they're not. They don't have a background like that. So I disagree with your assessment. However, I understand why you're presenting it that way. I just disagree. I don't think you have to go to school. I don't think you have to be a pundit or an expert in any field to be the best debater. You don't. So I disagree with that assertion. However, I understand your reasoning, and you want to kind of give some credence to why it looks this way. But no, he could very much be a pretty crummy lawyer when it comes to being in the. Okay, let me give you an example, right? First chair, second chair. You ever watch shows, right, where they're all lawyers and they're actually going in the courtroom and things like that? There's first chair, there's a second chair sometimes, and you don't get to be in that chair if you don't do good with cross-examination, things like that. You don't do good with other areas that involve being in the courtroom. So you could just be the person that's really good at figuring out, hey, where's the precedence for this particular statute? Like, go look this up. And then you like, oh, I remember this one. I read this in 7 years ago in law school, and I know that this is the precedent. I could argue that may be what you're good at. You may not be good at the other aspects. So we're giving a lot of credence to somebody because of a title, right? And anybody that knows anything, it's probably not a good idea to do because his profession is not a debater. So I would disagree, but shout out to you. Appreciate the super chat, Will. But no, you lose, you accept it. And I'm going to tell you, I'm pretty sure y'all know her. She won all the smoke. There's a lot of people in here that be putting Bandit all in my chat room, all this stuff. So she won all the smoke, and that's what comes with it. She won all the smoke. That's what comes with it. So Will says, however, in your example, you would be battling other counterparts. Yeah, that's the example. That's the point. There is, okay. for your example to exist, you would have to tell me where do you sign up for a job to be a debater, right? Like professional debater. This is what I do for a living. Where's your resume going to get those jobs, right? His profession is not necessarily that. Just because it may give you certain skills that it may allow you to do well. I don't know no professional debaters as far as those are people's like day jobs. I don't really know that. It may exist, but I don't know anybody that's like, yeah, I'm a debater and that's my job. That's how I make my money. I'm not saying you can't make money debating. I just don't know if we could go to school, become a debater, and then they places. No. So that's the argument. These people are just having a debate. There are no education requirements for a lot of these things. So I disagree. Now, if you want to give her a pass, albeit you can give her a pass. I have no issues with that. All I'm saying is that I was told these are the best debaters in the space or in a space, and they really good. So I'm just listening. And from what I'm giving an honest opinion, I don't know none of these people. None of them. So I'm just breaking down what I hear, and it is what it is. You take from it what you see, because it is what it is.
And that would be a definition, but I think most of us already have a general idea of what we think parenting is. And I think it goes beyond raising a child, because at the end of the day, you are responsible for that child's outcome when they become an adult.
So the emotional, if we're separating these things, right?
We're not separating them. We told you many times they cannot be separated.
We don't have to separate them completely, but we do have to separate them to discuss them. You can't just say
why. Why do they have to be separate to discuss when all of them go into parenting?
Just define the words. How about just define them?
No. When I say separating them, I am saying, can we agree that a job can require multiple different skills, but still not be hard as a job that only requires a few?
No, I don't
wait a
agree
minute.
to
So
that. I don't agree to that. I think if a job requires more, it's harder than a job that doesn't require more.
That's why it requires more skills.
Wait. Let me ask the question again. If a job, there can be, let me not say there can, is it possible for a job to be harder than a job that has a less skill requirement to be harder than a job that has more skill requirement?
And I mean, is it possible? I suppose, but I wouldn't look at it that way. I would look at the difficulty of the job based on what it requires. How much does it require? How much skill?
But
that's literally how difficulty is defined.
And for how long?
That I suppose is meaningful to me. So that's why I want to go through each of these to talk about them, right? So why is
it's meaningful to you because why?
Because we can have a discussion where we just say
you haven't listed one. Not one.
But here's the thing: you can't do it like that because difficulty. Hold on, though. But difficulty is defined by the amount of effort that you have to put into something. Yeah. So a job that requires less skill and effort, by definition, cannot be more difficult than a job that requires more.
What are you guys hearing? This is what I'm hearing. Themis is challenging the skill aspect of the debate of what's harder. He didn't necessarily say, let me make sure I heard Sinji correctly.
By the amount of effort that you have to put into something.
Yeah. So skill and effort, two different things, right? So we understand that somebody can be more skilled than somebody else, right? But the requiring of effort, the effort is the key word in that. How do you distinguish which one requires more effort? Not merely based upon because someone has more skill than someone means that it requires more or less effort based upon skill. So it's very small and distinguishing here, but I think that's what he's isolating on. How are you defining that? And I think that's what he's pushing back on. So we'll see if he's able to successfully push back on that counter.
So a job that requires less skill and effort, by definition, cannot be more difficult than a job that requires
It
more.
can require more technical skills that you don't use on a daily basis. Therefore,
so it doesn't define the definition of difficult doesn't include what skills. It just says the amount of skill and effort that is required to complete it. So it doesn't define what skills. It's just whether you have to exhaust a lot of your skills or don't you? It doesn't say which
but that doesn't make it more difficult in practice.
It does by definition. It does, because the definition of difficult is based on how much effort you have to put in there. The skill and the effort.
We can do strict definitions now then.
I guess. Sure.
Okay, so define parenting.
So this is actually interesting. I'm not sure if Themis really cares about the point that he's pushing back on. I think that might have been a setup. So I think that might have actually been a setup. So he might not actually care to debate the skills, effort, to distinguish little things, but he wanted to throw that out there, right? In order for her to either try to think that she has him pigeon-toed, and it's somewhat like laying a trap. Like, oh, you think you might have got me because I've countered you on multiple points, and you know you probably look bad, so you're waiting for an opportunity to counter me and try to move some of the momentum back to your side, right? So I think he presented it, found a way in which he could argue a little bit, and then she engaged. She said, no, by definition, because she said by definition, that's how it was defined. Now what he is doing is said, so now we're going to strict definitions? And she goes, yeah. And he goes, perfect. Now define parenting. So now he's able to get her to the area in which he wants her at, because I think he believes she is going to struggle the most in this area. And I think the other areas leave so much gray to where whoever just sounds better or speaks better can maybe make their point sound more believable, right? But when I put you in a position where it's strictly defined, right? Now I want to see how you're able to justify your point, because earlier you couldn't justify it because it wasn't measurable. Now you're using measurables to indicate what's hard or what's not hard. And now I'm pushing you back into a measurable side, even though earlier you said you cannot measure parenting. So this is interesting. I know that sounds like a lot, but that's what I heard. I hope you guys heard similar things, maybe the same things, or you heard whatever the way your brain works.
Which definition? I mean, I can put parenting in here. Parenting is raising a child. That's one definition said raising a child. Another definition is, I read two different definitions. One of them says the activity of bringing up a child as a parent. The other one says supporting the physical, emotional, social, spiritual, and cognitive development of a child from infancy to adult. So there's different.
What is the side for the one about spiritual?
I'm sorry?
What site did you get the one that says spiritual?
No, this one is just on the side of the definition of parenting. I just put in the definition of parenting, and then it had the sub definition.
That is what I thought. My question isn't that. My question ultimately is, first, how do we define parenting in a way that makes it the most difficult? And you listed a lot of things, and you are saying we have to use them all together. I am okay with using them all together, but we do need to discuss what makes each of these things coming together the most difficult job.
But we can say because all of those things are relating to the effort and the skill that you have to put into something, which by definition goes into the difficulty of it. That's why. Because it requires more effort. The reason why it's harder is because it requires more effort.
And I feel like that is done so I don't get to talk. Like I feel
let me be quiet. Sorry.
So the idea is,
I don't know if that's true. However, he said, I think y'all talking over me because y'all don't want me to get my point out. Now, I don't know if that's a technique that women use. I'm going to say it's a technique that women use, right? You know, when you're trying to talk, I don't want to hear that. They get the I don't know a lot of men that do that, right? I'll be honest with you. A girl get the, I'm done. I ain't about to go back and forth. But it is a technique. And I don't know if that's what's happening. However, two things smartly was done here. One, he said it out loud so that one, he put him on notice. Now you got to make a decision. Do you want it to look like you trying to do that in order to not allow me to speak? Or are you going to admit that that's what you're doing so that I'm not allowed to speak? One of the two things have to happen. Now he knows the second one ain't going to look good. So he's countered that point and he's got more control, because a second ago he was a little hysterical. He was ready to drop the hammer down on a point and nail them to the coffin basically on what they had, but they pushed the conversation so far away from where he was ready to nail them, because I think that was the goal, at least to him. He said that they're trying to talk over him to push the point farther away. I think he's going to try to bring it back and center back to his point. So we'll see if he's able to pull that off.
We can have a list of requirements for a job, right? And when we go into the job, we don't use all these skills. Based on, if for a parent, it would be predicated on the child, right? How you engage with the child, whether or not you have the resources to offload, if you needed to be a psychologist, to have people come in who are better equipped to do that. I am saying, and you don't have to agree directly, I'm saying agree in the abstract, that there can be jobs for which there is a list of requirements that in practice, you don't use all of these requirements in the other skills required in the job. And I am saying, because this is a reality, and I can agree with you that parenting has a whole list of criteria for which you need to meet. But when you become a parent, you don't always have to use all of this. And most of that is predicated on whether or not you have a village, whether or not the child requires all that stuff that you need to become a parent. And I am saying, for us to fully understand if this is the hardest job, we need to go through and figure out what all of these things mean. So mental health, right? Let's talk about stress, for example, because I think that probably is one of the strongest arguments that I have heard. So if we're thinking about stress, are you all saying that being a mother is more stressful than most other jobs?
Now, this part is where it goes away from being a parent to specifying a female parent, which I think is probably a smart thing that Themis is trying to do, is trying to hold them to a standard or held them to a point, because I think it's actually very vague to say parent, because fathers parent differently than mothers parent. However, the parent argument allows you to use all of the umbrella. Now, the complicated part comes here is, I don't know if you guys notice it, but this is just for me, right? They said this, I think Sinji's and Annalisa's whole point is mental, physical, emotional, spiritual, which I don't know how you measure the spiritual part, but the spiritual and financial component, and it's probably another thing that they blurted out earlier, that it all encompassing being a parent. All those skills are required to be a parent, etc. Right? And they need to list all of those things in order to say there's nothing else that requires all of those things to exist, basically. And that's part of the reason that they're highlighting it's the hardest job. And along with that, they're saying that it's continuous, right? Now, if you guys, they've used that phrase, or that they use that word exact, continuous, right? I don't know exactly what it means, but I think it's ongoing. I don't know if it's non-stop. I don't know if that means it does not stop.
Yes, that's what it means.
Okay, so I just didn't want to, I figured it did, but I didn't want to say so. So if you're continuously doing these things, right? Now, Themis is saying, which I found him to say, well, some of those skills you're not utilizing all the time, so they cannot be continuously used. So you cannot use the actual point that you're always using these skills, because you're not. And
well,
so
can the argument be that at some point you will have to use each and every one of them, as opposed to a job where you will never have to use some of those?
Well, that is a fair argument, but that's not the argument they made. The argument that they made is that
I was thinking a smart counter they could have led with, I don't know, I didn't watch this, so I'm seeing it through you. But I think a smart counter she probably could have led with at this moment was the spiritual, because that's really hard to combat.
It
So
is
when
extreme.
he's
Yeah.
right, so when he said, we need to go through each and every one so we can qualify these things you're saying, right? I would have started there. Because how can he really combat that? Well, just my opinion.
Well,
Mute.
I think he did a really good. I think he did a really good job because initially, this me personally, he's quiet. He's not very loud, right? And the women seem to be a little more abrasive and aggressive. So he noticed that when they were speaking to kind of cut off his good points, that it was bothering him. So he threw that out there. Are you doing that to not allow me to speak? Which was smart, which then put them on the heels. So now what I've noticed is he said all those elements, right? And he decided to pick one. Now, in my opinion, that's a noticeable skill. I noticed stuff like that. Okay, all those elements you could have put spiritual, you could have put emotional, physical. You pick the stress aspect to focus on. And my guess is that's intentional because he believes he can combat it, or in my estimation, it's measurable.
No, I think you're
Because
right on both. He
yeah,
strategically chose to leave,
yeah, I think
which
he's.
was smart. And I came up here because you
I'm sorry, your mic
me.
is your mic is going in and out. Yeah, Venus, I'm sorry, darling. Your mic is going in and out. I'm not able to hear you for the last 15 seconds. So whatever you said, me and the audience are not. We cannot hear you at this time. Sean, what up, bro?
What's good with you, bro? So,
I know you ain't come up here to be on your bandit stuff today.
nah, nah, I can't. Nah, I can't because it's an interesting conversation.
Yeah,
I saw it yesterday, but I ran out of time yesterday. So, yeah,
yeah, well, I'm just, I like doing the breakdowns. I'm not getting on that doctor. I can't do the Dr. Umar stuff right now. It's too hot. I like to stay away from the hot topics and go far away. So that's where we at. Venus, make sure you come back because I wanted to hear, because I think she came up here either to challenge me, because she said my name, because I came up here because you, and then she went blank. So I don't know if she has a pushback against what I'm saying. But from what I think so far, I'm doing a pretty good job at breaking it down. I don't know.
I think so. And and I wanted to push back on what she was saying about the spiritual aspect. As,
Mm.
as a parent, my daughter's 16. Like, it's, you're not in charge of their salvation. I'm not monitoring or maintaining her spirituality or anything like that on a daily basis. It takes absolutely no effort. The thing is, the argument would be a pastor, somebody who's responsible for, delivering those things to everybody in communities. Their job would be much harder as it relates to that. So I think that would knock that point down.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. I wasn't gonna challenge her on it because I like to allow people to explain what they mean by it. But I'm with you. I think you can definitely challenge. Aaron will be back in 20. Sean is wrong. She
Can't wait,
already challenged you.
Venus. I can't wait. You my girl. I can't wait though. The other thing too, bro, is all parents are not created equal. Y'all said it yesterday, but I don't know. Maybe I missed this part. But now, when you talk about parents who deal with kids who are autistic, who are nonverbal, and things like that, and deaf, even that is a level exponentially higher than us regular ass parents.
Yep.
So we can't even act like our job is the hardest parenting job. But I guarantee you, I'd rather be a parent 20 times than I would being a coal miner. I'm not ever going to be a coal miner in my life. Never. I'm not going in them conditions. Are you crazy?
Yeah, but your desires and the indication of whether that's harder or harder, you still have to define that, right? Because I agree. I would much rather have babies or go to the war out there. I take a child. Go. I figure it out. Go ahead and give me one of them. I ain't going over there where ain't no guarantee I can return, right? So that's the harder part to prove is what's harder. Because just because we don't want to do it doesn't mean that it's harder.
Also, in terms of parenting, right? First off, let's keep it a being. There are the years before your kid goes to daycare and school where it's hands on. For at the very least for one parent. After that, they're in daycare or school for mad hours a day. you may, depending on what time you get home from school and what activities they have, you may only have 3 to 4 waking hours with your kid a day. And let's say a person like me, my daughter is 16, bro, ain't no, it's an advisory role. I don't have to wipe her ass. I don't have to change her clothes, pick her clothes, or nothing like that. I got to give her money, make sure she's behaving responsibly, drop her off at the mall, stuff like that. Let's not act like that's some hard work. It's not. It's not hard work, bro.
Well, I noticed that Themis has said a mother, right? This is my guess. I don't think he does anything unintentionally, right? He might, but he may have slipped into this particular thing. But I think he's trying to draw her out, right? He's saying, "Are you saying a mother?" Right? Because initially they talk about parenting, but he specifically said a mother, and I don't know if that's to drag them into a position to argue for a mother being the most difficult position and pull that out of them because I think that's what something I would try to do. I'm not a debater, but I think that's what he's trying to do right now.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. I love how he's drilling it down so that each point can be addressed. Because people make these blanket statements and then move the goalposts as they go along. But let's talk about every single one because every single one can be refuted. I've never heard Themis or whoever this is before this, so I'm not taking a side. But it just sounds like they're making a crazy argument and they're determined to not say the words. You know what? You're right. You have a point.
Yeah. So I think that does go to Will's point, although I disagree with his overall point. But his background as being a corporate lawyer, there are certain elements that must be met for a threshold for charges to be done and things to be found guilty, not guilty, and things like that. And if it doesn't meet those certain elements, then it doesn't go by. And lawyers operate in that language, so that's why you see a challenge at each point because I think he may view it in the lens of meeting certain criteria or certain elements. And I think that does work to his favor. However, there's no indication just what the skill level of any lawyer is just because they know the law or passed a bar. So that's the reason I push back on Will, but shout out to Will.
Very true. One last point. Everybody who has a child right now, we are currently not actively parenting our children at this moment. Why? Because they're either in school or a summer break and they somewhere minding their goddamn business. They're on a video game, they're on something, whatever the case may be. Be a firefighter and walk away from a fire for a couple seconds. Turn your head for a couple seconds. Be a police officer and go in and do some SWAT and turn your fucking head. You're gonna lose your life.
Mm. I think though the part that this is the way to prove her point is that I know Annalisa said it on part 1, so you guys might have missed it, but there's an emotional tie, the spiritual tie, where you're always constantly thinking of your children, so they're always in the back of your mind. And I'm not able to shut my mind off of thinking about my children. Is the claim that I think Annalisa is trying to center the argument on as it being a continuous job, because that part of the skill set, or I don't even know if that's a skill, but that part of parenting always has to exist. At least that's the indication. And I think that's what they're going to claim when because I spoke to it previously.
Yeah.
When your physical presence is not there, your mental presence still requires it. And I think they're going to try to sell that. I don't know how I can debunk it. And I think that's a really good argument to have because you go ahead.
I was about to say you can't. The problem with them making the argument, which is it's the hardest job in the world, the burden of proof is on them, right? So if you say something is spiritual, mental, or some intangible attribute of your life being affected, I can make the same exact claim, and you can't disprove it either, which makes it equal, if not more, right? That's the problem, right? I can be an officer and I just witnessed somebody pass away. That's PTSD. I just seen somebody die in front of me. I'll live with that forever. I can't even sleep. You wanna know why? Because I have nightmares. Or you could be a firefighter or an emergency operator, or anything intangible makes the conversation not in their favor, right? Because they made a very objective statement, which means there's no room for subjectivity, because that means at any point it can apply to your circumstance as well, not being a problem, not being a parent. So they lose either way it goes. From yesterday's watching it, because I saw this too when it first came on, like when it came on Wednesday, and she's you on mute, Aaron. Kate is a part of that show, by the way, just to let
Okay.
everybody know.
Yeah. I wouldn't know. I only know of them because of you, and I have not had time to get around to them. And I'm gonna be honest. When I did see a little bit of, I was like, I know Cheeky watch. I swear, I'm like, I know Cheeky got to be watching this show because for me, I rarely type in chats, but watching this, I was like, man, I kind of want to say something, but I was thinking, and last time Cheeky
Yeah,
said, they damn
nah,
near
don't
ran
say
out the chat.
nothing. Nah,
So
don't say nothing. Just I watch from the clouds, dog, because they block you for no reason. I said, hey, and I got blocked. And I was like, never again. And then Prince Petty, he don't say much, but he's smart too, though. He's a smart guy.
yes, he is. People talk about stoic. He in this moment, uh, he definitely showing his level of intelligence because he's not. Oh, you know how you talk your way out of something like, yeah, she was gonna give it to you, but then you talked your way out of it. He ain't
Yeah.
talking his way out of this win. He ain't talking.
Well,
his way out of
he
this.
also said um he a janitor as well. So me and him janitor bros. I go to this channel every once in a while because he streams every once in a while, but I haven't been lately just because I've been busy. All right. So and then this weekend I'm not going to be here.
Yes, I know. I got your message. Thank you for reminding. Make me feel much better.
Yeah, because this is trash, bro. Like speaking of not being able to take your mount off something, this is ass. Working on the weekends is no. That's true.
I haven't had a weekend to myself in over a year. I've been running
No, and
like
I
for
complete and utter. Wait, people got blocked. Wait, they blocked me? I didn't know they blocked me. I just didn't type no more.
yeah. So
Dang, no way. I didn't even do I promise you I didn't do nothing. Like
yeah, listen, I watched some of their chat, right? Because I'm not I don't get really emotional into things, right? I'm trying to be level headed and clear thinking, right? So I'm listening and I'm watching some of the things they say in the chat, and I'm like, okay, I don't know. Even if you're a channel member, I don't know if they'll block you, but I bet they probably still will. Uh, but they say some things, but you have to be more well
bro,
known, and so
it's
yeah.
so crazy. Like the arguments that was made during and everybody hyped up and Alicia so much. I was expecting more. Because typically on the Wednesday shows, she's like pretty chill. Her internet is pretty bad. So, every once in a while it cuts out. But it's this show, there was no problems besides her just not knowing. And it was evident. Like she was a hindrance to the team. I was so dumbfounded because everybody keep talking.
I'm not trying to get in trouble because so one of the things that I intentionally do when I review things is I don't tag other content creators, right? Because I'm not trying to steal their audience. I'm not trying to get some clout from it, things like that. I'm intentionally trying to not interrupt them at all, right? That's a goal of mine. I don't tag people, especially people I don't know. And it is just because I know other people do that and that's not my goal. But I don't want them to come to the stream and be mad at me but telling the truth. And then they come on my channel and try to attack me.
No, Themis is never going to go to anyone else's channel. He's
Oh,
already
not Themis. Themis hasn't done anything.
Senji as well. Cynthia G is not going to anybody's channel unless they pay her. Is what
But
she
they,
said.
but they got all these bandits that's being my tell about bandits. All
Oh well, yeah. I mean, they do have flunkies like Flora, but outside of that, I think for the most part, like for a minute there, I had one girl or one woman who would come and watch the show, and then eventually she just stopped because she was like, "There was so much potential in you. You could have been a lead." I was like, "Shut up!" It's like This is YouTube, and most of these women you meet in real life, they fold under pressure. Like I'm not even talking about like debate. I'm talking about like just you being a man. A lot of these women is fake. They fold.
Yeah, I think it's similar to this is what I've noticed. It's similar to the debate of who's the greatest basketball player. Instead of us admiring all of them and saying, "Man, those are some amazing players," we want people to be like the player that we want, and it's no different in this space. Cheeky's channel's not like that. Why you gotta be like that's Cheeky channel? Let Cheeky be his channel, admire for what you like there. Go to this channel, admire for that. We try to push what we want on other people. I've noticed that a lot. And
Yeah.
so I'm pretty sure it stems from real life views and it's kind of simmers over into these spaces. So I'm not gonna be like nobody else. I'm not really capable of it. And so it's just my channel gonna be running the way my channel is. Slight adjustments to life as things evolve, but I'm not gonna go to nobody else's channel and be like, Cheeky, you should run your channel like me or this.
Yes, Aaron, I'm not going to be, yeah, I would not do that because I would understand and respect that about the content and the content creators. But, you know, everybody can't be that way. So you just got to live and die by it, unfortunately.
Yeah, but I think people watch people that they really, really like and they make comparisons and they think you're going to be like them. And that's often not the case. So it's unfortunate because YouTube does this kind of like, hey, you watch this, so maybe you'll like this. And so there's a thought that maybe those things are similar, and that's why they sent it to you. But we got different individuals, we got different personalities. Nobody is the same. And so I understand that. And also, my emotions are far removed from a lot of this stuff. I get excited about debates. I get excited for like intellectual prowess. That part consumes me. So that's why I love chess, because I'm not great at it. I like to watch greatness. So I don't have to actually be a part of it, like personally, for me to enjoy it. And I think that's what happens with a lot of issues with a lot of other people. They get so drawn into it that they think that it has to be this way. So that's what I've noticed. But let me get back to the videos. It's like a few more, I want to say maybe like 20 more minutes of the break.
It's like 20 left.
And this is where their actual they start to really drill down on stress, I think, because I know Themis is there. So let's see if we can get the stress levels up.
Yes, I am saying that. I'm saying it's much more stressful. But can I say this? I do not agree that you have to separate them, because I'm saying regardless to what your skill level is, regardless to what your education level is, whether you're a first-time parent or a fifth-time parent, you still have to apply all of those skills. It's still going to be mentally, physically, spiritually, psychologically, and emotionally exhausting. It's going to be, regardless.
Now, real quick, that was intentional by Sinji, is where her argument is reliant on all of those things. No,
I said no. I know it's so weak.
Well, it's even if it is, it's still smart of her to push back and say no. Don't steal all these having to be existing. Is why I'm saying it's harder than everything else. Because if he did if she did let him push her to that spot to where she break down certain things and separate them, he would then be able to strategically destroy each part. So that's smart of her to at least push back and say, no, I do not agree with separating them, because that to me, that's the core of the argument and why it's harder to gauge and go and all of these things must exist. You don't find a lot of areas where you can argue all of these things are required. I'm not saying that you can't, but it's pretty difficult. So that's smart of her intellectually to throw that out there. I think Themis got enough small victories to where he won't push back, but he might push back because he's been a little aggressive.
He's going to push back. Like it don't matter. It don't matter what it is. He's going to push back just for the sake of it.
Well, fair enough.
So let's talk about stress. Why do you think being a mother, I'm assuming specifically a mother, because our parent, let's just continue with parent. Why do you believe being a parent is the most stressful job?
Because you're dealing with from infancy until up in a certain point in age, the child doesn't even understand anything. It's completely dependent on you. Like it can't even move, can't feed itself, can't do anything, and will just scream its head off until you can cater to it. When it becomes a toddler, then you're in a power struggle with the child who still does not understand everything but think that they do. When they get to teenage years, now you have a person that's the size of an adult that wants to not only exert their verbal dominance, but they want to exert their physical dominance. So it's going to be stressful at every stage of development for the child.
I would say
adolescence.
Real quick, I noticed Venus is back, and I know she wanted to yell at Sean, because at first she was yelling at me first, and then she stopped from yelling at me to yell at you. So I'm not sure which point she wants to yell at first.
Venus is the same. We don't yell at each other.
Me and Sean have never had a fight.
We never fight.
Okay, Sean, what I was gonna say was this. Who introduced any of us to any sort of religious belief or spirituality? Where does that typically come from?
White man.
Typically family. Typically family.
Right. And then also, who is the person who will take you to church, teach you how to pray, remind you to pray, pray before dinner, pray before? Who would be the person that is enforcing that?
Typically family.
So, why am I wrong?
Well, so my family has no religion, and it's a lot of families like mine that were. It's all a bunch of heathen ghetto niggas. I learned how to cook up dope long before I ever saw a church. So I think it's a lot of families that's like mine. Like my family had no religion. I became Muslim in college.
Well, I would still make the argument that even if this is just my opinion, even if people don't acknowledge that they have a spirit, they still do, and their spirit is still affected by things. And I just personally believe you are responsible for uh, for helping your child kind of navigate that until they're able to do it on their own. Now, I do understand. I thought about this before I came up here that this could easily be debunked because there are a lot of people who are not religious, but because that spirituality is included in the definition she was using, it is a fair argument to make that most children get it from a parent.
Yeah, I get that for sure. I think the one thing I think so. Say for instance, like people who go to church on Sunday. I would argue. So then we can get into it, right? So you go to church on Sunday. Muslims, you have to go and pray 5 times a day. Like literally talking about going to the mosque 5 times a day. Like
Mm-hmm.
that is a lot. You know what I'm saying? That's compared to just going to church, once a week. But so I'll just say in a general Christian household, it's like it's no real maintenance every single day. You know what I'm saying? It's like you go on, you're doing life, and then Sunday you getting dressed, you're going to church. You know,
Well, I guess we could go somewhere else. I'm not gonna go too far into that, but I was gonna say number one, it depends on the Christian. And number two, I was looking at it more as like a guide for the morals of this child, right? Because it's your job to shape their character, their morals, their principles, etc. Usually, a lot of those things are based in religion.
Mhm.
So even though you may not be going to church every day, there is a reinforcement of those morals, principles, etc.
I agree with that.
Okay,
I agree with that.
that was kind of my point.
Yep, that's a fair point for sure.
Okay, so you didn't have no issues with me when you first came up.
I forgot because you triggered me, but you do that at least 4 times a show, so I forgot. You'll do it again.
I'm just here so I won't get fined.
Oh, I remember when Demons got mad and checked the girls when he was like, I feel like you guys are over talking me on purpose, but it's so that I don't make my point. You specifically decided to um, put that feature off on women. Like, yeah, this is something women do all the damn time. And I felt like you were guilty, sir, because you facilitate the environment where the men's do it all the damn time to the women. But I digress, okay?
But the difference is he put an intent on it. That's why Aaron said that men are when they're
No,
doing that.
Cheeky. Y'all ain't. I won't say y'all. Men up here, what I've noticed, especially when a woman actually has a good point, unlike Sean just did when he said, "Okay, fair point." They will see that coming, and something in their little ego and pride and self-esteem just can't take a fake ass online L for whatever reason. So then they start to interrupt, overtalk. They did exactly what they just did to Themis happens over here, and it is intentional.
But here's a huge difference, right? What's happening there is literally a debate that is
It's a
structured
debate, though.
and
That's
organized, right?
yeah.
So like they came to this event, right, for lack of better words, indicating that they wanted to have this conversation. It's not like we pop up on a panel and then all of a sudden, oh, come on, just every freaking time. He asked for this show.
Damn, bro.
He literally asked for this show just to do that. I'm not even kidding. He literally asked for this show just to do that. But I'm gonna finish answering her.
Jesus Christ.
Man, he literally did it on purpose.
God
Man.
dang.
Oh, shout out to Thanos, man. Like,
Nope. But she left.
she'll be back because she ain't dealing with these haters. But that's actually a good point. The men do that a lot. But the only difference is in this particular conversation, she's not known for doing that, I'm gonna assume. And they both
Who?
agreed to this structured debate. You know,
And
I don't know,
Alicia is not
Sinji.
known
I'm
for doing
guessing.
that.
Well, they say she's one of the better debaters. Maybe
No,
that's a
no, no,
debate.
no, 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 no. When they say that, that means she's good for doing exactly what she like. She is known for cutting people off and doing that. Actually, that's her mo.
Oh, see, okay.
So when whoever's telling you she's a good debater, they're not talking about legit
Okay,
debating.
okay, I got it.
They're
Okay.
talking about the things that happen on Fight Club. Like she's good for that.
Oh, that
And
stout.
I guess they consider that. I
Oh,
guess they
okay,
consider Fight Club a debate space, but it is not
okay. I
No,
at
got
over
all.
Nah,
here and
Aaron,
on your
Aaron,
channel.
and Alicia isn't a debater. I told you, she's the light-skinned demon. She makes no sense. She's just there to destroy people
Shout
and
out
Like
to
make them
for
cry.
Thanos.
Wait,
Thank you,
I've never
Thanos.
seen her. I've
like
never
for
seen her.
example, I think Themis asked me to come up because I said he was being hypocritical about black men and looking for acceptance from white men with the whole destiny thing. And then I was like, how can you say that when Annalisa literally went on Destiny's channel first? Like I knew about Annalisa before the whole Angerman thing. And while I was trying to make the case, she came up there trying to derail and just go in and go crazy. And I was like, can we be mature and stop? But she couldn't do it. So she just left. But yeah, no, that's her MO. Her MO is interrupting and acting like the men that people hate.
Interesting.
And can
When
I
they say,
defend the women? Me personally, I never heard anybody talk about her like some big great debater. Because I know her style. She's like kind of railroad type. Like she just doesn't
Yeah.
stop. That's what
well,
Yeah.
she does.
well, the thing is, I'll say this. They say she's really smart and intelligent, and I'd argue
I think she is.
it's just on the low spectrum of when you have a certain level of intelligence. By default, you're decent at debate. Just by default, you're decent at it. You might not be like great, but by default, you're at least decent at debate. Would you agree with that?
I understand, yes, because then you should know how to have some form of decent communication. And just be reasonable and logical. So yeah, I mean, yeah. But can I make the argument that not maybe, definitely they're mothers. So I just think
Whoa. They're both mothers? Because I haven't heard that.
well, allegedly, I don't know. I know that
We
Annalise.
don't know.
Now you dealing with legends?
No, listen. I know that. I know that for a fact.
Annalise has a
Annalisa-
son. She's married. She's from Ontario. We all know this, Venus. Venus, you know that me and King had conversations with her 2 or 3 years ago
That's how I know she has
when
the
I invited her to the show, and she is a master debater.
Oh, my bad. Okay.
Hey, pause. Man, I'm joking. So
I said something about Sydney Star. My bad.
no,
Keep
no,
going.
you said master but the way you say
Oh, master.
yeah,
Cause
you
like
see, I
masturbating, like
Wait,
Sydney Star be
Aaron.
doing. You right.
Aaron, did you say Granville asked you for a part 2 just so he could drop me?
No, so
Literally?
I'm off today and yesterday, right? Well, at least for my day job, right? And he was like, "Hey, why ain't nobody doing a show?" And Fatty was supposed to do a show, but I said I'll do a little show because I was actually planning on reviewing it, this particular thing, because I actually caught some of it, but I didn't have time to watch it all. And I said I'll just do it live because I like live reactions. And he was like, "Hey, can somebody do a show?" And I was like, "All right, I'll do a show." And he was like, "Yeah, he was talking about on Cheeky Channel. I love just in the middle of a good conversation, just dropping somebody right when they connected and da da da." He's like, so I'm like, okay.
And Aaron, I just want to say this too about Annalisa. What makes Annalisa a great debater is the moment she says something, she's gonna back it up with stats. And she's gonna tell you her source and everything. I've been in debates with her a million times. And the difference between her and niggas on Fight Club is they'll yell something at you and you ask them to substantiate their argument with some kind of proof. It never happens. Annalisa, the first time I saw her, Aaron, was actually thanks to you. Y'all had her on Anton Channel years ago when she was going at Jonathan Barronville. And she was saying, how y'all talking about Pookies and Ray Rays, but y'all are too afraid to police the men in y'all own communities. Right? And she stayed on that point, and then she broke down a million different ways why police shouldn't be defunded, because who the fuck gonna protect black women? Black men? Fuck out of here. And she broke down a million different ways, and niggas couldn't debate one of them. They couldn't say what they were doing in the hood. They couldn't say what kind of program they was initiating. The only thing that they could say is that they get tired of women opening their legs to thug niggas. But they had no reason, no real solutions. That's why she a master debater.
The problem is she can debate all she wants and she can be good at it, but she's not a leader. And if she was a leader,
that's true.
Because women are claiming that they can't be leaders, it has to be the men. All of her talking are going on moot ears because the man ain't gonna listen to no woman. In the sense of the claim is
divorced,
the men have to be responsible, and men are the leaders. If she's speaking to women that aren't going to do what she says, right, and then she's telling women not to deal with the men, I honestly, I have some videos queued up for this.
Well, she don't tell women not to deal with men.
And
she tell women not to deal with degenerates.
Darrell, to be fair, and you know I'm team woman, but if you're gonna come up here and call someone a master debater, then they would have had to perform better than what she did.
Facts, very consistently, like
on
master
on Themis and Talk Show.
She's a good debater when it comes to topic of black men or the dating dynamics or the relationship. But outside of that, like it's hard to
I haven't seen nobody debate her on topics outside of that.
So when she was on Destiny's channel and they were trying to have a conversation, she would, whenever they were making a decent point, she would go haywire. She'd go crazy.
Oh, yeah, that's what she does.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. If you're going to do something like that, that is literally the antithesis of being a master debater. Like you don't do things like that. You allow people to finish their points because you're confident that you can address that point, or even if you are confident, you just want to troll, you won't do it because you understand that that's not how that works. So
fair enough.
While you're saying she was able to stump people on Fight Club or
she never came to Fight Club, but
or wherever she was
a long time ago before y'all called it Fight Club.
You can or the late night show.
I remember that interaction briefly.
Yeah, it's just like
came out of nowhere.
She was called like white or A or something like that.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, they say that was her. I don't know because I don't.
No, that was her because that's how I found her. Her channel is called I forgot what it's called, but it got the same little white little avatar. Right?
No, you would have had to find her before that because you said you was having conversations with her 3 years ago.
Months before, or years before.
No, I found her right after that. I remember it very, very precisely. And I invited her to King Shook. I said, "Oh, she broke them niggas down last night."
Gotcha. Okay, no, that's fair enough. I don't know her to be great at debating or not. I know what I've watched in this, and I know no matter what anybody. I'm impartial. I'm focusing on the language and the verbiage used, right? And also trying to have a little fun in the process. And I'm just listening to her claims, and when they get challenged, her actions at when they get challenged. And then the same thing goes for the men on the other side. I just noticed that it's really Sin G versus Themis, in my opinion, what I've really seen in this debate. Yeah. And the other two are just kind of giving their some level of support, but at the same time, I just think that
she had a friendly fire situation, and she gave a bad example. Those are two negatives for Team Sin G, right? And then Petty, all Petty is doing is recalling accurately the accounts of certain things and saying what he needs to when he feels is appropriate. Those teammates are really, really different. So,
but also at the very least for Anna, at least when he charged her with exactly what she said and wanting the proof that she said, that was the time. Like if nothing else, right? But to go off was like, what? Like that made no sense to me.
Yeah, it's all good.
I'll give y'all an example.
They can try again this time.
Give y'all an example, and I'm not talking shit about him. I know he's not here. Patriarchy. It took me a while to get to the point where I could listen to what he said, but when he's not being demonstrative and over talking niggas and joking, that man can make some really good points.
Yeah.
So Patriarchy is one of the best limited debaters, and he can watch it. Listen, he can take what he wants from it, right? I understand the people around me, and I understand their skill set and what they're good at. His skill is history. Not a lot of people study and know history as well as he does, right? He's knowledgeable, right? But applied knowledge is where the issue lies, right? Because just speaking and talking about, I know this, that is true. How he does it in debate is his issue. And that's partly because a lot of this is not set up, structured debates and things like that. However, I still think he would talk over people in a structured debate. So
he would, but that's the moderator would have to stop it.
I'm about to say, the moderator wouldn't allow
Yeah.
Me and him were going like a week ago. In the moments where I was asking him questions, he didn't necessarily answer mine, but I was trying to answer his because that's how,
Yeah.
But
just watching
I
this
remember I
debate
had a debate
alone,
with Eric offline about Brittany Griner. He was very respectful. He was, I mean,
yeah.
outside of calling her like, words and shit about her sexuality. But the topic that we talked about, he was pretty much on point.
Yeah, I think if patriarchy wants to, if he was willing to have a discussion with people and really work on the skill of it, nobody probably be able to beat him in a debate.
I think like Annalisa, he get irritated by stupid bandits, and what he end up doing is he just fucking go off on niggas.
That's
bro.
not a good skill to have, because if people say something dumb, then that just put the win even bigger for you. So I mean,
That's true. That's true.
You just let them dig their own grave.
Yeah, kind of like what I did when
Fair
Venus
enough.
came up here and said, "You can't challenge the spiritual side of it." And Sean said what he said. And notice what I did. I said absolutely nothing.
Well, Sean said I had a fair point, so I'll take that.
Yeah, he
So
did.
I
I
wouldn't
heard
call
it.
that
That's
digging a
because Sean
grave.
is
He said it was
amicable
fair.
towards women. He'll call you
fair.
a bitch if you're a dude, but if you're a woman, I'll concede middle ground just for the sake of it.
I got some
Sean treats
support
bandit appropriately
from this person who says they colonized Fight Club. I am the best.
Who do y'all think that was?
Pookie.
It's Flora. There's no other person.
Colonized. Who would use such terminology? I have a few people in my mind. Or Eric, maybe.
I thought that was Pookie for sure.
I thought it was Eric. For sure.
Y'all stay off this Pookie conversation, man. Like all this Pookiness. I mean, listen.
That's my nigga, man.
Yeah, you rock with him.
Nah, he literally drove me crazy
like that
last
nigga.
night. Like hell no. But anyway, let's move on.
Hey, he's hilarious. I can't.
That nigga hilarious, man.
Oh, you talk about the real Pookie right now. Man. The real Pookie is cool. I like the real Pookie. He just strong, but you know what? He can be quiet. Actually, he actually has the ability to be quiet for about 4 or 5 minutes.
If you watched Jay Prince last night, he couldn't be quiet for 4 to 5 seconds, and that lasted for 4 hours straight.
He was upset that he as a heterosexual man was being compared to a trans person, and Theme is a gay person. That's what he was upset about. But I get what you're saying.
We don't know if Themis is gay.
That's why I told them niggas. I said,
I don't know that to be true.
I said that too, Aaron. I said, how do y'all know Themis is gay? What has he said? What has he done? And they couldn't say nothing. They based it on his acts. And I'm not gonna be messy, but like I said, it's certain stuff that people have done or said that is gay that they don't count as gay. But Themis because
no. Like in debate, you can't actually prove that. Like saying something does not make you GAY. Like it does not actually work that way. It's the actual actions that.
So if you say to people, "Man, I love fucking trannies more than women," that's not gay.
No, that's not the actual. That's not the actual action of it. Like no. Like how it's defined, I would say no. But as for heterosexual men, how we don't follow the rule book anyway, we got our own rule book.
So you saying I can go from like in your hood, Aaron, or on like?
No, we're not doing hoods. No, don't you? No.
That's what I thought.
Hey,
I can't take that around civilized society.
Hey, little Daryl, go on your hood and do the Vogue dance and see what they do to you.
I got so much respect in my hood. I can do what the fuck I want to.
Go there, do the Vogue dance in front of them, and see what they do to you.
I got so much respect in my hood that hey, Fatty, I'm gonna bring you. I'm a Vogue dance, and then I'm gonna have hold on. I'm a Vogue dance. I'm gonna have Fatty tell them how Sydney Star look better than most of the women in my hood, and see what they do then.
I will go with you.
They're gonna look at y'all as a couple.
I will go.
Exactly. They're gonna look at us like we might be a couple.
I will go with you, and I will go with you, and I'll make sure I'll take a ladder too, so you can see eye to eye with me.
I'll make sure that we bring a coffin too, so they don't gotta buy one for you, Fatty.
No, don't worry about it, bro. No,
Thank you,
don't
gentlemen.
do shit.
Oh, my bad. We just bury you. You're right.
Never did nothing. Still didn't do nothing. How many of these people did you fight?
Fatty, that's what you told Anton about me.
How many of these
Anton,
people
don't say that you're gonna beat up anybody from America. When Daryl Long is in America and you guys did nothing. Daryl Long, you said that, Fatty.
Fatty,
put it on your mama life that you didn't say that.
How many people
that's
did
what
you
you
put
said.
on
So
the
you can't switch it now.
How many
you said
people
it.
E-Black,
Daryl
how
Long,
many people did you put on the
Logic and
coffin?
Anton. Daryl Long has been talking about your wife and your mama, and you guys did nothing. Just like I'm talking about your man
Hey,
Ilkan Ali dead mama, and he's not gonna do nothing either. Yeah.
we are going to stop.
Yeah. Let me add
I just
Ilkan Ali
Aaron.
and his dead people to the list too.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Yes,
Aaron,
I know it's fine. So just
I'm
like you
actually
said,
not
I haven't
talking.
done nothing about Poppy. Your man
Yeah,
Ilkan Ali did nothing about me. So let's add
I'm
everybody to
not
these
talking
lists.
with you.
Your man's mom's dead, B.
That you
Now
see,
what you gonna do about it?
I'm going to be quiet and see. Let
Maybe
people
we
see
can
who
get
you
her
are.
coughing too.
I'm going to be quiet and let
Let's
people see
keep
who you
going,
are.
Aaron. You know I'm a demon.
Yeah, but
you know I'm in Detroit and these niggas ain't gonna do nothing about me. You know they all got money. They can't put their money together. Come stop me. Is your mama alive too, fatty?
Hey, come on, man. Like, let's
go ahead, Aaron. Right. You right,
Thank
Aaron.
you. Let's
right.
just stick to
No,
the show.
it's fine. No, it's fine. I'm not going to engage because this
All
is Aaron's
because
show.
one nigga said Sydney Star looked
I'm
good.
going to be
That's
quiet
crazy,
and let
man.
people see who you are,
But
bro.
Themis,
Go ahead.
but they call Themis gay. Themis never said a transgender woman looked better than Cynthia G.
Okay.
But this nigga did.
Hey, can I get
but Themis is gay.
Hey, I ain't got nothing to do with this, but I'm gonna tell y'all a true statement.
John, don't tell me you about to say in
No,
Chicago they
seriously.
like trans women.
No,
They like,
seriously. So Sydney Star is from Chicago.
I know.
I'm in the DMV with the chick I was dealing with 10 years ago. She went to high school with Sydney Star.
With Cuz.
When Sydney Star walked up and started talking to the girl I was with, if she didn't tell me after the fact, after Sydney Star walked away, I would have never known it was a dude.
But after you known, was you attracted to her?
No.
Oh, no. I rest my point.
I wasn't attracted to begin with, but I mean, I could absolutely see how people would get tricked.
Well, that's the
interesting.
Thing. It's actually getting like the surgery and all the stuff. They're getting better and better.
But Sean, when a man says, "I know Sydney Star, who is a man, look better than 95% of women in your hood,"
yeah, but
is that gay? Hold on, Sean, in your hood, would the niggas respect that?
So I'm gonna give you my honest answer. My honest answer is
the GDs, not like the niggas like you, the niggas going to college.
And so anybody that's listening to me that's from Chicago and that's familiar with my area would know this. I'm from 116 on 115, right by the train tracks. There's a transsexual.
Yeah,
there's a transsexual that lives there with the transsexual sister and mom. Everybody in the house, they're all prostitutes. The transsexual is in business because it's some niggas that's tipping over there spending money. So my answer to your question, I don't know, bro. Some of them, yeah. Some of them niggas be, they under the act, bro. I don't know.
Hey, yeah, they under the act. I'm glad you said it like that.
My real answer to you is I feel you, but I'm like, some of these dudes, I don't know, bro.
Hey, I hear you because Sydney broke it down perfect. Aaron, keep going with the show. If I talk about Sydney Star, keep going.
All right, thank you.
So,
go ahead.
I think just to bring it back on topic.
Cynthia wanted the argument too.
I knew that was coming from you. Though. We don't expect this. Go ahead. Just watch the slaughter.
You guys.
And people say it gets harder when they get into adolescence. Actually.
Just to add to that, because I think parenting, it again, I've said this before, it ebbs and flows. I think for a very large part of the child's life, you have to kind of protect them from themselves, because again, you are 100% responsible for their physical, emotional, psychological, and mental well-being. So you kind of have to protect them from themselves. And then as they get older, you kind of have to protect them from the world. And then you have to teach them how to engage and operate in the world. I would also say that what makes it extremely difficult is, again, or is stressful, is that anxiety that you are, you're riddled with anxiety because you're responsible for the outcome. You want to rear and raise and love a good child who is going to be a productive member of society. That responsibility falls on your shoulders, and that the stress that comes from knowing that, the stress that comes from having that responsibility, while I will say that of course it's difficult, depending on how people internalize things, I guess. But I would just say that that those are the things that make it unparalleled in terms of how stressful something is.
That doesn't mean that there's like any real anxiety for the parent.
How you
what?
have to
can we define anxiety? No,
absolutely not. There is an anxiety in having to keep something alive that to you is constantly trying to take their own life. So
Okay,
absolutely.
great. So
You
I
have
just
to
needed
keep
to
that
confirm
child
that
alive,
anxiety was in the
especially when it
definition.
becomes
Wait,
mobile
no.
and wants to go play
I am
with
not
windows or
disagreeing.
sockets.
I
like,
am not
absolutely.
disagreeing. I just asked it so that we could be clear. All right.
You have to keep someone alive.
This
So
we
that
have.
right there is a lot. Somebody's
No.
life is your responsibility.
This is fine. This is
Not
fine.
just
Both
alive,
of you agree
alive
that.
and happy.
Yeah, that's fine. This is anxiety inducing in your mind. We now have research, and we can go to Stanford University Medical Center where we can put stress on a bell curve. And this does not just apply to all jobs, it applies to every human being, including mothers. And what we do know is that it is not healthy. So if we put stress on a bell curve, stress can either be good stress or bad stress. It is bad stress is distress, good stress is eustress, right? When we have a bell curve for productivity is the x-axis, and the y-axis is performance, and the x-axis is stress. If we put the bell curve on it, on this end where we have a few people, we have boredom where there is no stress involved. Over at the other end, we have a breakdown, right? Which is what you all are describing. If anxiety is included in your definition of the kind of stress that is imposed on a mother, it is not a good, quote unquote, mother, in nothing that they're a bad mother, but mentally you are unable to make decisions and think critically and actually help because you are at the quote unquote breakdown stage. Most people, even parents who are engaging with their children, are in the eustress, which is great. The middle of the bell curve, where most jobs fall, which can be tested, is operating at their optimal when they are actually in great or eustress, not when they're at breakdown or.
He said a lot there. So just to bring you guys up to speed, right? When you talk about the bell curve, right? And he's quoting and he's saying, he's indicating actual research from a reputable source, which is Stanford University. I don't know where that's located, but if it's located in any great state, then it's probably reputable, right? And the indication is it's a measurable stress level. There's measures for this research. And if you're at the higher end of it on the other side of the bell curve, you are a bad parent. This is bad stress argumentatively, right? But most people are in the U curve of it, is where most people actually operate at. And that is necessary. Like, I guess for the lack of a better word, that is the better part or good part of it. And that's where most people operate. So when you start to test the levels of stress, unless you are a bad parent, right, which is the indication of this bad stress, because there's good stress, there's bad stress, you wouldn't be on that end of the bell curve, right? So that's actually really well stated, because now you're going to put them in a position to say things about good parents and bad parents. What do you take from that, Cheeky?
I think it was a good move as well, because in the very beginning of the argument, they didn't want to stress, or they didn't want to identify or classify what parent we're talking about, right? So it's almost like by proxy, them discussing stress, they're identifying good and bad, and they didn't know it because they just didn't see the research on it, right? Because they think that stress is universal or is applicable in all the same ways. But now that he's introduced, hey, stress actually has a bell curve, and most people don't fall on the opposite, on the extreme ends of it. And the people that do fall on it, you would have to classify them as incapable or not good or questionable. And since they don't want to do that, it pins them in a position where they got to retract the statement or stand on the statement, and then finally give what it was he was trying to identify earlier in the debate, which is what kind of parents are we talking about? Which also just happened with the Kim K situation, which is crazy.
You actually should. So, go ahead, Venus.
I have a question for the panel real quick. Do most jobs require advancement in skills?
Most? That's hard to substantiate.
Yeah, what is that? What do you mean by that?
Okay, because I'm just thinking of arguments they could have made, and here's an argument I just thought of. Well, go ahead, Aaron. I'm sorry.
I'll give you the short answer. I would say most jobs, yes, because it's repetitive. You can plug anybody into doing it. It doesn't actually require high skills. because most people get paid nothing. If you were skillful and you like acquired and got better skills, you more likely would get paid more. And we know that's not the case. Although this is more an objective view lens based upon my real life experience, but factually, I cannot say yes or no definitively. But based upon what I know, a lot of jobs to be, most people are plug in, plug out.
Right. So just again, I'm just thinking of counter arguments. Another thing she could have said, because children go through seven stages.
Do you think you part of their team? Just want to
yes,
check.
I do. I do.
Okay.
So
Okay.
children go through 7 stages of development, right? Infant, toddler, preschooler, middle school, adolescent, adult, right? So the parent is forced to learn how to adapt to each of these stages and be able to nurture and guide the child, right? So I think one of the arguments it's probably a weak argument, but could have possibly been that in this particular job, since we are comparing jobs, this is a job where you are forced to evolve and to advance in skills every few years.
Let me call
the
them out
counter,
then.
For that.
I think the counter argument would be you make the same statement for most employees. Most employees' length at their job is 4.5 years or 4.5 years, and then they have to find a new job, which may require new skills or new management or new adaptability. So if we're going to go based off of the changes of an environment or the person that you're trying to take care of, every job does that, right? Because most people leave their jobs after a certain amount of time. Now, what you can say is, well, hey, when you work, you use the same skills, so you should be accustomed to it. And the same thing can be said about parenting as well. Because while that child may be different in the stages of development, the core of who they are is not different. So you should know who you're dealing with.
Sean, you were gonna say something too?
Oh yeah, no, I think that's an interesting point you made. But then it would make my brain think, but what about the teacher whose job it is to learn all that stuff and educate so many kids every single day? You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't think that me as a parent, you are right. Like even trying to, work with my daughter every single day on her homework and things like that, the way that they teach them is so different. But if I'm an instructor and I have to learn that and teach, well, I did teach for a year, and teaching that to so many kids every single day and working with the kids with learning disabilities and things like that, I would say that person's job is harder than my job as a parent. You know what I'm saying? As it relates to my me educating my child.
Okay.
Yeah, I think men actually should start calling these women's bluff and say, "Oh, it's the hardest job in the world." Okay, so go ahead and go to a job you don't like. When you get home, I'll be chanting "Let it go" with your daughter, and you're going to be resentful about the shit because you're working a job that you don't like while I'm having fun with my kid. With all the respect, I actually think that this is just woman being woman, trying to make it the job that they usually do harder than it actually is. It's just another thing in life that nothing usually is easy. Like having kids is usually a task for 1-2 decades. But if you see that is the difficult, like it's the most difficult job in the world, okay, leave the father at home, go to fucking work, and let's see who is tired in 10 years. Let's see if he's the dad complaining about spending 10 years with the son, or you going to the office for 10 years, waking up at 6 a.m. to be on a job that you don't like, and then coming back at 7 p.m.
Wait,
Let's
Fatty,
do that.
have you ever heard some of these husbands? I hope I'm not saying the wrong person, but I think it was even MRM the other day, say that somebody was saying, like, but I've heard a lot of men say this when their wife or their woman leaves them for like a week or something on a vacation, they always come back and say, "Yo, I really underestimated what she was doing. I couldn't." Sean, am I lying?
That's gay. That the whole shot. Don't say no. Don't say
I
words.
couldn't wait for her to come back. Oh, I
Don't say
had no
nothing.
idea.
That's game, Venus.
They always
Hey,
crying.
Yeah.
They
hey,
always crying.
hey,
Sean, can you
look.
back me up, Sean? Because you know.
That's
Hey,
a
bro,
good move on the
that's
husband's part.
that's like That's like
That's
LeBron James
investment.
winning. That's like LeBron. That's like LeBron James winning the MVP for the seventh time in a row and says, "I couldn't do this without my wife."
Oh, Pookie said
This
it
is
yesterday. No, he said his wife went somewhere and he was like, "Yo, I had no idea. Like,
It's
I
yeah,
had to
Pookie.
but
go to
Pookie
That's
is
work."
spooky.
Pookie is not a functional.
Oh,
He's a hard worker, but he's not a functional
It's crazy.
okay,
adult per se.
Sean, please help me because they're gonna try to like. Just can
Sean is
you
not
admit
at
that you've heard
liberty
that
to
before? I've
discuss
heard
right now.
several men, even my brother. I've heard so many men say that. Like, you
Venus,
guys
Venus,
don't
Venus,
understand.
Venus. I will tell you in advance. All right. If you ever leave, we have kids, right? And you leave for a week or two. When you come back, the first thing I'm gonna say is, "I'm so
Oh
glad you back.
man.
These kids was driving me crazy. I don't
No,
know
but
how
why are they
you
telling
do
us
it."
that on a panel?
The reason why all men say this is because we programmed to say this. This is why we all know.
No, because y'all be
the
stressed out and crying, and them kids be running y'all rampant. That's why.
No, no, hold on,
Talk
hold
that
on. You
shit,
know what's so
Aaron.
crazy?
Talk
My
that
my
shit.
my dad, I remember, not my dad, but my mom, because my second mom was a flight attendant, right? So she would be gone. And so it would really just be me and my dad and my sister sometimes, right? When she was there. And she would come at me like, man, like, how was it, bro? We was chilling. Like, again, I think it's an investment. That when men say that, it's an investment to like, oh, I love you, I need, like, but in a lot of cases, especially if it's a boy,
My
if
brother
if your
told me
if
that on
your
the
if your
phone.
dad, if you're a son to your dad, it was easy. Those were the best times we had. Wasn't nobody there to stop us from having fun.
And cheeky. And what I don't understand is why do you think it's almost like some, not all, but some women, they think that if we don't see them parenting as a job, it's like we won't respect them as much or something. Is that what it is?
Well, it's one of the few things that they can try to hold over men's head that we literally can't do anything about, right? Because the first thing that women tell you is we can almost die from this, and then you look at the stats on that, right? And even with the high mortality rate for Black women specifically, the numbers aren't majority. It's not 61. It's not 60%. It's not.
It's 16,000, not 60 ways.
Hey, the
It's
real
like
reason why
It's
men
not that
say
high.
But wait, hold on, Sharon. But Cheeky, the thing is too is that there is a lot of negative stats of what happens to children when the father is not there. So, like for example, it's more
Well, this is
likely
the
for a
point. Well,
child
hold
to
on.
be it's more
We
likely
could,
for a child it's more likely for a child to be abducted when they're with the mom rather than them being with the father. So why aren't men like my protection is a job and I should get paid and write me off on taxes for protecting my child? You know, like I don't know.
why
Cheeky is
is
well,
30
why is
mortality rates are 32% since 2020.
no, they're
right.
not.
So
30 something.
30.
I thought it was lower, like 20
No,
something.
they're
No,
not.
it
They're
was 30.
0.32%. They are on the come on, man.
Oh, but wait, is that just the United States, or is that for every?
Well,
Because
I'm
I
looking
think
at the
they're trying to take all
CDC
around the world.
and it don't get
Thir-
much higher than that. And it
30
says the
hmm,
maternal mortality rate for 2021 was
yes.
32.9 deaths per
32%.
100,000. Oh no, you know what? You're right.
A
100
hundred
per
thousand.
100,000.
Thank you,
Sorry,
ma'am.
sorry.
So
This
it's
All
is
right.
zero
around the
point
world,
zero
though.
zero.
I had to
Come
read.
Yeah,
I
I
on,
had
think
to
it's
read the
way
sign. All
lower
right,
than
you're
that.
right. You're right.
Jesus
Oh
Christ.
la.
hey Venus, the real reason
Y'all
the
see
real
how easy
reason
that
why
was when you could say, "Hey, you're right." It's real easy.
First of
Oh,
all,
Venus, this is
You
the
were
first time you
wrong.
did this in a while.
wait, guys, y'all ruin everything, man. Go ahead, y'all ruin everything.
They do ruin everything. It's true, Aaron.
the real reason why
Mm.
men when they wives come back from a vacation they say, "Hey man, I don't know how you do this without da 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 da." When they say all that, it's only because we still want vagina,
No, why they
and we
saying
don't
it to
want
me?
and we
I
don't
have
want to do
nothing to do
both
with
jobs
it.
because to be honest, when a man is in the house, the kids listen more. They listen more to the father, so it's easier for us to be parents. It's already proven that uh, if a single father and two parent households is how you keep a child out of prison.
Agreed.
The only way you get a child in prison is a single mother. So
No, that's no, 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 no. Hold on.
it's
That's not
already
a fact.
proven.
That's
It,
not a
it's a,
fact.
it, It's an
That's not
absolute
a
fact.
fact, Sharon.
You can look it
No,
up,
it's not.
Phoenix. You don't have to argue me. It's a fact. You don't have to argue it. I don't care what you
Wait,
believe.
Sharon, you
It's
just
a
made the
fact that
argument that
it's
everyone
a
in jail
fact.
comes from a
It's a
single
fact that
parent.
single
Can you repeat that?
fathers.
No,
Can you repeat that,
It,
Sharon? What
he's
you said?
bugging.
it's a
No,
fact. It's a fact that single fathers and two-parent households keep their children out of jail. It's a fact. Single mother households are the kids that's going to jail. It's a fact.
so
Sharon.
none
So
of the people
so
in
therefore
jail have
so
two
therefore what
parents.
I'm saying is
Wait, y'all just
what I'm
gonna let
saying
him
is
lie? What the
I
hell's going
I
on
don't
right
know
now?
about that one,
You're gonna
Sharon.
let him
I
lie.
don't
Well,
care
it's
if
not
you
every
don't know
single
about
one
it.
of them, but it's like a majority. I would say.
I don't care if you don't know about it. That's
No,
just what
I
it is.
know for a fact that is a lie.
It's
All
the
right,
No,
language.
guys. All right, we're gonna have to sanction this debate. What is a lie? Because saying something is a lie. We
He's
don't know.
making the argument that
Okay,
every single
Venus.
person in jail does not
Venus, let me
have
help
No,
you.
two parents.
he's not
It's the
making the
it's
argument
now
about
That
it.
is his
that's
argument.
that wasn't his argument,
it's
and
Yes,
you
it
know that
it's
was.
wasn't
the
his argument.
language. It's the language. What he wants to say is the probability of you going to jail skyrocket when you are with a single mother, but when you have two parents or a father, usually they are pretty low. That's what
Now,
he's
Fatty,
saying.
Fatty, that
that's a
makes
different
perfect
statement from what
sense.
he said.
Yeah, he did
Fatty,
not say
That
that.
is a different
that's
statement.
different from what he said. Now, Fatty, what you just said is true. That is
Exactly.
more likely than not, right? But that's different from what Sharon said.
It's not just more likely than not. It's way more
It's
likely.
exponentially more likely. You're right. That's a true statement. But what Sharon said as a big blanket statement, that's not true.
It's okay using your feelings about it. It's all right. But that I said pretty much the same thing. I said one misword. I'm sorry. I apologize. Regardless, what I was saying was that that's why men do not say. That's why they say, how can I do this without you? It's just because we want vagina. That's it.
Why are they saying it
It ain't
on?
because you actually help the household with the kids.
Why are they
Because
saying it on panels to random women? And why is my brother saying it to me on the phone? Why would he just be saying
Didn't I just tell you we all programmed to say that from
yeah,
birth?
we
because it's
want you
true.
no, because we want you to feel needed. It's like
That's
me.
it.
It's like me when the Uber Eats guy comes to my door. Oh my God, thank you for coming. I hope you have a great day.
Yeah,
You did me a really good solid. Like
exactly.
it's not because I like the guy. It's because I know he's a difficult. It's like he's a hard job. So I'm giving him his props so he can go with his smile on his face and do his shit.
Hey,
But
So
hey,
wait a minute,
Aaron.
don't you
let's hold
think?
on to
Hey,
let's
hold
hold on
on,
to what he
hold on,
just
hold on,
said though. Hold
Aaron,
on.
Aaron, hold on. Let me say this, Aaron, real quick, because I know you guys got kids too, so I know we all speak from experience, right? So, Aaron, when I had
I
to
ain't got no kids.
like take my daughter when she was a newborn, right, do her hair, all these different things, right? You've done that before, right, Aaron? Like you know how it feels to have a woman doing those things for you while you're working, and then you have your set schedule. All of a sudden, you have to do all the shit that she did for the kid, right? And,
No.
and then the older kids, you got to take them to school. You got to do all those different things. You know how that feels, right?
I do.
I
I
say,
have a
Aaron,
daughter.
it must be 5 Aarons up here.
So what
Well,
you're
he don't
saying
have
is
kids though, so he
what you're
can't.
That's, that's my point. So a lot of people, if you're not really like with children, you don't really understand that a woman do so much in the household that when she actually goes away, now Sharon can speak to this, but for the
But
most
Sharon
part, a
lying
lot of
today. I don't know why.
and that's all good. A lot of men say what MRM said. When my wife goes away, the stuff that she does, I understand how important that shit is.
Oh, that was him,
Right?
right? That
Especially
was
if she's cooking and cleaning and taking care of the children, and you got to replace all of that shit. Come on, man.
the reason why it like I understand the point that you make. I was never that's irrelevant. So
I agree with Cheeky said about him and his father. Right? It's easy if I just got my sons.
but
My sons can take care of their fucking
a
selves.
lot goes into this, right? Because we could make this debate or argument. The age of the children matter, right?
Oh, of course.
The age of the children matter. And then also, let's be honest, we sit there and act like there's a guarantee that the mother is the better parent in the relationship. It's not always the case. It's not always so it's there's a little bit of nuance here where it becomes subjective. And I would tell you, most men that grew up with their dad in the house, when I speak to them, they have a higher appreciation for their father more than their mother. It's just a lot of these guys ain't able to do that. They ain't able to have their father in their life the whole time to lean on him. So they're going to default lean on the teaching of their mother. But let's be honest, a father can teach their children for life. A mother has a limited capacity in which they can teach their children. It comes to a halt with daughters and with sons. It comes to a halt.
Hold the F
Hold
up.
on,
Hold up.
hold
Excuse
on.
me.
Let
But
me.
criminals,
And it's also
criminals come from
proven that
two-parent
kids
Where
backgrounds
is
too.
the
Let me
Criminals come from a two-parent background because that was the original statement too. Our mayor, Kwame Kilpatrick, I
Y'all
think last time
out
I
of
interviewed
control
him,
today.
he was an Alpha Lake Shine, and he also went to jail. He come from a two-parent household.
Yeah. What about
Really,
letting Aaron finish
and
his point?
he fucking robbed, like, we going back to Sharon original point because we was arguing that point, and we
Oh,
grown
very
as
much.
okay.
fucking men. But then
Oh,
the
you're the
point,
host now.
like, so
Okay,
there are people in prison that
I
have
see
two
you.
fucking parents in the household. That's a
Congrats.
fact.
Yeah, I don't know
That
why you
is
said that. He was out of
Congratulations.
his
I
mind.
didn't, but I never,
I mean, we can name
I
plenty
never said it
more.
was a, I never said it was an absolute that your kids wouldn't go to jail just because
You
you came from a
did, but
two-parent
we're past
household.
it.
Okay.
Congratulations.
No,
And
that's how you
And
wanted to
so
Oh,
do
I
it
thought
because you
that.
this
just
Oh, I
wanted
thought that's what
because
you're.
you
I
wanted
thought
to
that's what you
argue.
were
You
saying.
just wanted to argue
That's
for the
not what he
women
was
as
saying.
they good parents.
this,
But it's all good because the language that I was using, I did not say anything about
No,
an
I get your
absolute. That
point,
if you come
Sharon.
from
There's a direct
a
correlation
two family
in
household,
America.
you're not
In
going to go to
America,
jail.
Sharon,
That's
we
not
call
what
it
I
the
said.
prison,
And
the school to prison
also,
pipeline. We know that there's a direct correlation between single mother households in jail and motherfucking teen parents. We've been talking about this for years. We know this.
right. So the thing
That's
that's
what you
never
should have
the
said.
thing the thing that's not being said is that when a single father is there, that child is less likely to go to jail as well.
But that is in that same report, though.
but Sharon, time out. Not you, but niggas sit up here every day and talk shit about Jay Prince as a parent, and he's
Because he's
a
Thank
not a,
you.
father.
Thank
because
you.
he's not a, because again, let's use the real Pookie and Jay Prince as the go-to guys for this shit.
Right. But I'm saying I'm not talking about no other issues anybody got with Jay Prince. I'm just talking about in terms of him being a parent. Niggas talk shit like, oh, they gonna be baby pookies. So I'm saying I'm just
Because you
using
have
him,
to be
him as an
competent.
example.
Okay, okay.
So
I
so
think
what
we
I'm
should.
saying.
I think we should further qualify
Hold
the
on, I mean I
argument.
still talking, my nigga. Damn, hold on, nigga.
Well,
Damn.
this is actually
Hold
gonna
on,
help
nigga. I
you,
was still
but
damn, nigga. You ain't hear me talking, my nigga. Damn.
it
Damn,
was to
dog.
help you.
Hell, let's
We
chill.
all
You
be
Go
guys
ahead.
respectful
Go
up here,
niggas.
ahead.
but
Go
nigga,
ahead.
damn.
Go ahead. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I want to hear the point. Good.
Make your
They talk
point.
about Jay Prince. Good.
So look, but aside from that, y'all made some good points about single parents and all that type of shit. You know, single dads. But at the end of it all, even if you're a single dad that's doing your thing, if you're a single mom, if you're a two-parent household, none of what you do is harder than what some people do as their job.
We agree.
Overall,
We
it's
agree.
still not as bad as being a coal miner or being a fucking roofer in 120-degree weather in Texas.
We
It's
agree.
not as bad.
We
We
agree.
just got to admit that it's important
That's
work
true.
as a parent, but it's not as difficult.
No,
We
I
agree.
agree. I just was, for the sake of the
Mm.
conversation, when he stopped at certain points, I'm just thinking of things that could have been said. But I'm in agreement with that. Like, that makes sense.
Yeah, I agree. I
Hey,
agree.
Aaron. Also, they said this is another study. It said kids act the worst around their mama. Just saying.
Wait, but Aaron, what did you say about mothers
I
being
agree,
having a cap
Sharon.
on being able to teach their kids? At what age was this
Okay,
supposedly magically happening?
I'll answer that in just a sec because I got cut off, of course. But this what happens on my show, so I accept it. Shout out to Gary Grant. 8 out of 10 people in jail is single parents home. Shout out to Gary Grant
But
because
that's not 10 out of 10. But okay,
listen. I'm just reading what it say.
you talking to him, whoever that was.
Hey, don't talk to Gary like that. He come up here and cause a ruckus. AL says, stop the cap. Give me 2 weeks clear with my son, and he's gonna know calculus. What's the astrophysics? He's gonna be a gourmet chef and how to do an oil change.
Well, shit, tutor
Shout out
me.
to Aaron.
Tutor me, AL.
Well, AL is a nerd, so he on another level.
He's my favorite nerd. He know that.
Yeah, that's my guy. So let me go back to my point, right? All I hear women say is this: I can't raise no man, I can't raise no son, right? There's a limited capacity to where a son is going to buck up at his mother, right? No matter what y'all want to say, no matter how you want to think, there comes a point where he does no longer listen to his mother. It's not the case for fathers, right? The father is present and he's in his son's life. And I mean a actual continuous relationship, not that he know who his dad is, all this type of stuff. That teaching never stops. His father gives guidance for the rest of his life. The teaching stops for daughters and sons with mothers.
Okay, so
go ahead.
That's not true. Because even though she can't teach him how to be a man, that's not what you said. You said there is a limit to when she's able to when she's unable to teach her son anything. That's not a fact.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, I'm speaking to guidance. I'm not saying if you're a teacher and you can teach 1 + 1 and 2 + 2. The son will no longer.
So the mom can't teach a male how to regulate his emotions.
No.
She can't teach him how to
Aaron,
parent when
Aaron,
he
let
has
me go.
his children. She can't teach
Venus.
him how to operate
Venus,
better at his job. Like, let's stop acting like y'all are
Venus,
crazy up here.
let me go even further, right? For someone that has two parents at home, I am the one teaching my mother. I am the one taking care of her. I am the one. When I say like every time I leave my house and I go to their house, my dad is still my dad. He talks, I shut up. He tells me, "Hey, did you do this? Did you do that? Hey, kid, are you taking care of this? Are you taking care of that?" But when it comes to my mom, I'm actually the one guiding her. I'm actually the one telling, hey, you need to be careful with. Like she looks at me, not like a second husband, but she looks at me with a sign of respect, like this is my older kid, and I'm not going to guide him. She of course says, oh, you need to drink more water, like, but actually I'm the one guiding her. So with most kids, especially if the son is older and he's actually a productive citizen, a productive, competent adult, usually the transition is the son actually is the one guiding and taking care of the mother, not the other way around. Do you
So
disagree
do
with this?
so do all of the men on the panel agree with this?
I, I'll say as my mother got older and we got older, the relationship became it felt more like a brother sister relationship in some ways. You know what I'm saying? Because you
Yeah,
have so
brothers
many
keep each other
responsibilities
sane.
as it
Yeah.
relates to them, like paying their bills and things like that. That's just my experience. I'm not saying that's nobody else's experience. I ain't saying it's widespread. I'm just saying that was my experience.
When you became a parent, did you go see your mother for any guidance as a grown man?
Absolutely.
No.
Oh, okay. So she's able to teach a grown man. Thank you. That was my
No,
point.
no,
Okay.
yeah, absolutely.
That's not the point, though.
My aunties, my
That was not
mom,
the point.
That
everybody.
That's
literally was the
practical.
point.
No, because on the
He
second
said
son,
they stopped
no,
teaching at a
because
certain
on
age,
the
fatty.
no, but that's the thing is the
What
first
what
son, of
kind of
course, you're going.
what kind of
No,
parent?
one
What kind,
second, Sharon. One second, Sharon. Of course, you're going to go to your mom and your dad when you have a son because that's your first son. Let me ask the person.
Yeah.
1 second.
Shout out
If
to
let
May
me
and
tell
Peter
you,
Parker.
are you telling me if Sean Antonio has 3 kids, that then on the third son he's going to his mom says, "Hey, mom, how do I do this? How do that?" No, we already know. Like you can pass knowledge. Of course,
He
that's
might.
practical. Okay, go ahead.
What if the new child presents, all children are different. The new child can present a different set of
People go
challenges.
to their parents for counsel for anything.
Right.
Anything.
And they have
He
trouble in
he
their
not gonna
marriage. They
ask.
might go to their parents.
And Sean, I know you're not stupid. You might not ask your mom, how do I wipe this new third baby ass? But a situation might happen where you might
Sorry.
where you're
The
gonna
way you
say,
said that
hey,
was funny.
wait, hey mom, what do you think I should do about this? Because I'm not completely sure what I should do. What
Did
would you
did
do? What would dad do? Right?
did anybody
People
on this
ask they fucking
conversation?
moms that kind of questions all the
Did
time, especially
anybody on this
African, especially like African people. Right? I have a friend, right? Aaron, he's from Ghana. His mom matters like a motherfucker. He wouldn't even marry a white woman because of how she feels. That's the fact.
did anybody on this conversation say that mothers are useless and that they can pass any information at all? Of course
Okay,
they're going. Of course
fatty.
they're going.
But
Oh, okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry
Sorry.
to cut you off, but this is what Sharon did, and now you're kind of doing it for Aaron. I'm holding people to their own words. He said, after a certain age, there is a cap where the mom cannot teach the boy. Period. That's
Venus,
what he said.
Venus.
So I'm just,
That's
that's
Venus.
not true.
Listen, Venus. There's a general statement. Is not a, oh my god, no woman is fucking planet is useful after the sun is 32 and has 2 kids.
That's how it
That's not.
sounded to
No,
me.
but that no, that's
Because
how it
unless
sounded
you
to you.
say not all but
Mm,
some, then I'm going to
because
assume you're
because
speaking
that's how you
like,
debate. You always say not all, not
no.
all, not all, not all. We know not all. We know, like even when Sharon said it and I explained to you, you say not all. Is 8 in 10. It's not 10 in 10.
Fatty, to
We
be fair, you had to throw in extra words and make the argument for him. He did not say that. You had to clarify it.
the fact
Can
that you
you
didn't
restate your
understand
statement, Aaron, so we can understand
the
what you
fact
said?
that you didn't understand that it's like anyone. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so we
Apologize.
won't be
Apologize.
debating semantics. What did you actually say, Aaron?
Okay.
Thank you.
So at a point, whether it's the daughter, the son, a point, a mother is limited. The capacity of what guidance that they go to their mother shifts. She is no longer that lead, that head for life. They surpass her, where they look at her as an equal at some point or shift above her. Especially women. I ain't looking at my mama no more. That's over with.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Right? For men, if the dad is the dad, that's for life until he goes into the ground for his daughter or his son. That role it's not removable for him in general. Obviously, that's not always the case, but it's going to always be the case for mothers, not for the men. That's the whole point that I'm saying. The father can go to his grave with that role. over his son and over his daughter. The mother cannot. The son will at some point shift above his mom. At some point, the daughter typically happens at some point, but it could be later on. But it's more likely to happen. I'm
Hey,
just saying.
Aaron.
Go ahead.
Aaron, this is a proof of what you're saying. My father passed away. And I speak with my mom every day. But still, bro, if I know I'm not supposed to be doing something, I don't do it not really because it's wrong to do, but because I know that my dad would like look down at me if I did that shit. Still.
What do y'all think about the Flash going back in time and getting advice from his mom? My bad. Fuck that shit. Never mind.
Dark Lake. I think that's a good point, but
why are you giving spoilers to people?
Dark Lake. If you being fair, you would have to admit that some people are like that with their mom too, the same way you are with your dad.
Yeah. That's fair. And there's things too. There's things that I know is wrong. I won't do because I know it'll disappoint my mom too. You know. And then what Fatty was saying, I agree with what he was saying. I know that's true. You know, but about what he was saying with his mom. But at the same time, I was thinking too, like, you know, my mom is. I do take care of my mom in some ways, but she's also smart. So I also talk to her for about different things. But it's just a difference, though. I think a lot of the times women think that when we are talking about the necessities of men, we're talking about that because we feel that the necessities of men, metaphorically speaking, are attempted to being like stripped away. And we don't look down upon like the other gender, though. You know, we don't see, it's not that we don't see any value in women or we don't see any value in mothers, you know, but it's like, that's what I don't understand about some of these debates is where it's like, why do we have to call parenting a job? Parenting has the word parenting because it's more important than like jobs that you get paid to do. That's what I always thought.
It's elective.
It's definitely more important.
We don't have.
You don't do parenting unless you want to be a parent.
Venus right now is complaining on the chat about bad faith arguments. If you jump off the 5th floor, you're dead. Not all.
I'm not fighting. No challenge.
I know a person, they only broke one leg.
Fatty, this the problem. You understand what they mean, but and that's fair. But the problem is they are not saying what they mean. So because you understand what they meant to say, you're taking it as if we're hearing it the way you hear it.
Not all.
Yeah, gotta say that.
Guys, just chill. All right. So Timeout says Sharon is speaking facts. That's why women say I'm going to call your daddy when the kid is being difficult, not I'm going to call your mama.
My father told me that because he didn't hit girls, but go off. He literally would say, "I'm gonna tell your mom to
you doing bad faith
discipline you
right
when
now?
you get
You doing
home."
bad
No,
faith arguments right now?
I've said this
If you
before.
fall from
My
the
father
fifth floor,
has
you're most
never.
likely
about bad faith, and now you doing bad faith.
My father has never laid a hand on me. He literally would threaten me with my mother because he knew she would.
Yeah, I don't like with my daughters either, Aaron.
I've never with my daughter.
I don't even like my mom. I don't even like their moms whipping them. Like,
Daryl, you should spank your daughter so they won't turn out like Venus, bro. No, I'm just playing. I'm just playing. I'm just playing.
I want to say this. I don't beat my kids, and still she would say, "Don't make me call your father."
Yeah,
and I don't beat my kids.
Yeah, so like you don't actually have to put your hands on them. The statement was, "Don't make me call your father." It wasn't actually don't make me have your father beat you. But like it, obviously we don't want to have a hiccup on that. But go ahead.
We can see that Venus wasn't beat up when she was a kid. We can see that.
I think kids need to be spanked.
We can see that about you too, Fatty.
Absolutely not.
I actually
you're
was.
wrong. You should spank your kids. I'll put my foot down about that.
Even though I might renege on my last child, I might renege on that one because man, she is pushing me to the limit.
So I want to say this. Let me read this real quick. AL says the difference between a mother and father is a mother doesn't want her child to suffer at all. The father will let his child figure things out under him, so they will have critical thinking skills. in general, that's probably the case. I think a mother doesn't want their child to suffer any like physical harm, but I think they're okay with like, that's probably for a deeper conversation. The thing is very simple though. What's the best way to put it? The guy, it's just different levels. The guidance of a father is just the difference between that and of a mother. It is a role that just they're not equally matched. It is what it is. We may not like it. It may not sound good, especially mothers. I birthed you. I gave birth to you. Your time is up. All right. Your limit comes up. Okay.
You love triggering the women. I don't know why.
Because that's the case. Ask a woman that has a father.
He does not trump my mother. That's just my opinion. I don't know.
Whatever. So let me ask you, right? You grew up with both your mother and father in the house?
Not together, no.
Not so. That's what I'm saying, right?
Mm-hmm.
That separation plays a role, and that's why I said it's a key component to it. If both the parents are there and the father maintains a relationship, he is that's the point. It's contingent upon relationship. I agree. If a father is out of the home, there's a level of influence, and if you even watch, of course, you want to talk about triggering. What's her name? What is that lady name that was having a conversation with the lady that said she wouldn't Ayana, right? Ayana I can't say her last name, right?
Van Zant.
Will tell you at some point to take the boys away and take her away from that mother, because their mothers will destroy their sons specifically, right? And here's the sad part: these mothers destroying their daughters too.
But Aaron, do you think that's based on like a healthy relationship with the child from the beginning? Because like I think about somebody like Shaquille O'Neal, how when his father came back into his life as an adult, by the time he made it to the Lakers, he said he didn't want nothing to do with him, right? Like he had his mom, and like he loved his mom.
He surpassed his mother though. He
well, yeah, of course.
So that's the
definitely.
thing. He ain't the boss of his dad.
And he had the stepdad that he talks all the time. He calls the
admiral. Yeah, he loved his stepdad. His stepdad was his manager. That's
or
correct.
uncle or whatever. Like he always talks about
his
this.
stepdad and his uncle.
Yeah, but that's the thing about women. And unfortunately, they are selfish by nature, right? So at some point, the switch about I'm the mother and I have to do what's best for my kid a lot of times gets thrown to the ground, and now I'm going to compete with my daughter. I'm going to show her who's the boss. I'm going to show her that I'm the one, and he usually gets overbearing. So it's unfortunately, I would say that after a certain age, like Aaron says, if there's not a parent there, if there's not a father or an uncle or somebody that usually can make the last lap, usually the situation with the mother usually gets sour. Either the dynamic gets weird and the kid starts to be the parents and the mother starts to be the kid and dependent on the kid, or he goes left the other way. Go ahead.
Well, I think Corey makes a good point here. The only problem I'm going to argue back with it is that it's rare, right? So Corey says men can and do surpass their fathers as well. I know several examples of men doing it, and their fathers now look to their sons. The alpha position can change, I believe. Yeah, they can, but it's rare. It's rare, and often I'll tell you this: you ain't gonna tell your daddy I run things.
Yep.
You ain't gonna tell your daddy I'm the man. Yep. Like that's rare.
Shit, I'm not telling. Hey, you better sit your ass down. I'm the new king around here.
Once again.
Hey, Aaron, I ain't gonna lie. I'm not anecdotal evidence of that because like people used to call me Little Sharon in my family. I'm like, it's only one motherfucker Sharon. You better take that little off it. Now nobody call me Little Sharon again.
Listen, and that's the point, because I already was thinking about that. But Corey's right. It's just rare. It's just rare when you talk about a 2-parent household and their parents together. Nah, like that's unlike. Now, if your dad, your mom broke up and you maintain relationships with them, but obviously that's a big difference. Let's be honest. It's not often you gonna tell your dad you big dog now. Because just a base level of reverence, he still pops, he still run things. I might be getting money now, I might be a minute boss, but that's pops. That money don't mean nothing to him. So there's a limit still. But there are cases where You didn't evolve so much now that you running everything. So it's just rare. Corey Love says, but also personally, all my grown sons are still fearful of me and do not want to disappoint me, and their mom does get the same respect. So that's the thing, Corey. They don't get the same. The mom don't get the same respect as you. It's different. It's not the same, but they do have a level of reverence for their mother. That's normal. But you the big dog. You it. The sons will buck up at their mom no matter what. She can't boss them. You the boss. And you have the ability to take that to your grave. I'm not saying it's always the case. I'm saying, but it can always be the case. It's not like that for moms. It's gonna stop. Boom, get cap. That's life. And there's nothing wrong with that because we sit here and say men are the leaders. If you're gonna sit there and scream men are the leaders, there's a reason why you want them in that role, their natural role, right? Because society plays out that way. You can actually take leadership to the grave with you, especially when it comes to a family. Women ain't doing that, but they can do it if you raise a child on your own. But even still, then for the sons, it's gonna come a limit. That's why you keep hearing these women say, "I can't raise no sons." Now it's so bad to the degree I wouldn't even say it's bad, but the daughters do that too. They do it too. At some point, they're gonna be like, "Mom, you mom," but nah. Don't know exactly when for the women, but they know what happens. I know y'all don't like it. I say this stuff, but it is what it is.
It's the truth.
It is what it is. So let me get back to the video. It's a little more left. Shout out to Team Fatty. He says, "I'm big dog." I'm sorry, I just had to say that. But shout out to Team Fatty.
Yeah, take Daryl out of the stream, by the way.
Oh, you Daryl got to go.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Yeah,
if he has the money, pay the 50 back, and we can make a little money to Aaron. If not, go get the fuck out of here.
I should have knew it was too good to be true. You just had to be big dog.
No, I actually wasn't going to do it, but hey, if you can get $100 out of it, why not? Pay back, Sim God. I know you don't have it.
That's crazy. You wild.
Like, you owe me money, Fatty. That's all I gotta say.
Who is talking?
No, that's Mark Lake talking. You owe me money.
I owe you money?
Yeah, that's right. For them shows you did up now.
I thought it was J Prince. I thought you were going to say I'm stealing content of YouTube.
Oh.
Leave J Prince alone.
Stop stealing
he
content.
Ain't bothering nobody. He just doing his thing. There's a little bit more of the stream that I want to finish off of. So that the men can get this W. I mean, so that we can break it down fairly and
so I can trigger the women. We know your favorite pastime.
I am not involved in triggering women. Stop lying, okay?
I feel like every time you do a show, that's literally a goal. Jeez. Like you're like at least one time during the show, I gotta just sneak a jab in there real quick. But I respect it. It's okay.
I love women. I love them. I love the women that are critical thinkers, and if they get triggered, it's the emotional response. It's not so much that that what I'm saying is wrong. It's just the emotional response. Like, I gave birth to you, so it's like wanting credit for that.
Or anxiety or panic attacks. Those are not good. And if you have anxiety about what your children is doing, we now get into over parenting, where we have tons of research that I will list now that you can go to that explains to you why this is bad. Now, you didn't say helicopter parent, but that's listed. The other is
yeah, but how do they measure over stressing over a child? Like, for real? Like, how do you go into what's rational versus what's not rational?
I needed you to say the word anxiety because as someone who studies psychology, you can know this. I didn't study it, so you're better at it than.
Ooh, cook. Listen to that, man. I told y'all he's very strategic with the placement of words, right? I told y'all when he said stress, it was intentional. He could have said, let's talk about spiritual. We could have talked about the emotional. He honed in on stress. You have to pay attention to the small, subtle things. And then he goes and tells you, you triggered my trap card. I needed you to say anxiety so that you can open it up for this level of scrutiny, questioning, things like that. And now he's opening up. And you can look at her body language.
Wait, hold on, Aaron.
Oh, go ahead.
He just pointed out that she studied psychology. So when you press play, she better at least make a good point right now. Because I didn't know that.
Oh
He's
yeah,
talking about stress, and you study psychology. You better know something.
and he gave her a compliment too, to kind of because like that was intentional too. Like, yeah, you're studying this. Like he wants to go. He's trying to draw her in. He's given some levels. Let me show you how the whole play set up. He is citing research, right? One thing that he said that they didn't do, because part one they didn't get no research,
Yeah,
right?
they didn't get any.
So he's citing the research. He's saying it. They haven't even asked for him to send it because they don't want to smoke. He waiting for them to ask, but they scared because they know he not playing. So he's citing it. He's saying, "I have research." Notice how the pitch in his voice changed, and it's not just because he's the way y'all say he is. He threw that out there.
No, he annoyed right now. You can hear it.
Yeah,
He a little annoyed.
Because she keep trying to cut him off, and he know that technique. He not playing right now because he got the victory sold up, and he's trying to step on her neck right now because you came for the wrong one. So all those things happen. She said anxiety. That was the trigger word for his trap card. He bring that back, and now what he's going to do is he's going to allow the setup. And now what you just said, psychology, that's your field. Let me hear the truth. You should be able to counter something, speak to something with some expertise, something. But look at body language. Body language goes, I'm tired of being here. Look at Cindy G. I'm tired of being here. I'm ready to go. This L was bad, but I know my bandit teams and all them, the ones that come in the chat and say Green Bandit, I know they know I'm looking bad right now, so I got to stay fighting. And that's what's going to happen. But this man, he strategically set all these plays up, and I called him out in real time for y'all just to watch it play out. I'm not debating this man no time soon, unless I get a whole bunch of money to lose.
Wait, can I say something? And it's a little bit of a shameless plug, but my boy Thanos is going live tonight, right? And I'm gonna be on that panel, and the topic is going to be, are gay men the new standard? Because y'all know I like to trigger people just like Aaron. So basically, last night I started a whole World War III because I said that Themis was more masculine than a lot of men in these
And
spaces,
you were so
right?
wrong, and you were so wrong for that.
And so I was like partially debunked, and that was the wrong term. But I wanted to bring that up just now because when I look at him right now, like this to me looks very like, I just like how confident and focused he is, and it's like no mercy, girl. Like I appreciate the intellect, the fact that he knows what he's talking about, he's prepared, he's confident, and he's not playing. It's just giving grown man right now. I'm sorry.
Well, if he is gay, Venus, that's because he is a female just like her. That's how come he could argue like that with her.
And
That
Aaron,
wasn't
also
arguing.
And that's why Venus is attracted to him, because he's female.
Friends, hey guys, 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 can you stop 1 second? This is a fucking trap. She never calls nobody masculine, and she chooses a man that is a feminine on purpose because she wants to trigger you guys. So you guys have to defend yourself. Don't fall for the trap.
No,
Come on,
but
man.
that literally was not my point just
No,
now.
totally fine. You have the right to your
Up,
opinion. You have the right to your opinion. Keep it. It's
I
fine.
was bringing up
It's
I was
fine.
bringing
It's
it all up
fine.
to
It's
you.
totally
You
fine.
don't have to keep over talking me. I heard what you
No,
said.
no,
Now
I'm
I'm
just saying
talking.
it's fine. We
No, it's
accept
fine
your
when
opinion.
I finish my
It's
point.
fine.
Like you
It's
don't
fine.
get to tell me when it's fine.
It's fine.
You
You
don't
woman always
you don't
try
have to acknowledge what I say
prop
at all. Actually,
no. So you woman always try to prop the gay guy so you guys so you can trigger the other guys around. Like that's what you do. It's totally
Fatty,
fine.
if my intention was to trigger you all, I wouldn't have said. I said it
No,
yesterday
you are
to
not that smart
trigger.
for you to pull that off. You can pull it off with them people.
Are you
With smart
no,
people.
you're not that smart. Because if I wanted to trigger you, I wouldn't have gave that precursor. I wouldn't have said it. Stupid. So back to what I was saying, guys.
You got the reaction on the morning. You're trying to get the reaction on the evening. On the morning, nobody saw you.
I
On the
literally
evening, they did.
made a point. The fact that you're not smart enough to
Okay,
understand that's not my problem.
we accept your point. Okay, thank you.
So
Thank you.
anyway, back to what I was saying. Yeah, Thanos is gonna go deeper into that conversation tonight. So guys, come over there and check us out. That was my point. But anyway.
I was
Yes,
trying to pull some bullshit.
we need to put his channel in the chat, Venus. You could have done that, but now I'm going to have to pull up the stream so that people can set it up for later. Shout out to my guy Thanos.
Is Thanos
And
going to
Aaron,
have
while you pulling that up, I just want
won't be
to
no triggering
say,
for me, unfortunately, but still be good.
Oh shit! Something. Is Thanos going to have an attractive woman on the panel?
Hey, Aaron, you know what?
Yeah, he
You know
said
what
you were
Venus?
coming, so yeah,
Hey,
he is.
Aaron, you know what Venus' comment of the this whole man thing reminds me of that girl that you had video of with the no titties, and she said my thing never goes down.
Yeah,
That's
that's cheeky fault right there. That's all cheeky fault.
that's what her comment remind me of. Like, you know, the reason why women, you know, because you the bitch. That's why you gonna listen to the woman, and that's why he argued the way how he argued with her, because they both in the same energy. That's
Exactly.
just what that is.
Yes.
That's
Wait,
all.
Now
but
it
this is
doesn't
a
take away
debate.
from
How was he
it doesn't take
arguing
away from
though?
his intelligence though. That's not what
Wait, but how
Sharon
was he
said.
arguing if this is a debate? He wasn't arguing. They were more emotional than him. He wasn't being like. I'm confused with what you're saying, Sharon.
It's okay. That usually happens. Men When men talk, women get confused. That's usually what
Saran,
happens.
what I was
I
saying
guess.
on Jay Prince show is that he, even though he's eloquent in his vernacular, right, he is still very agreeable, right, and at the same time, because of his feminine demeanor, a lot of black women, when they talk to him, they're not really going at him like they would go at a heterosexual black man, like
Annalicia
like
screamed
True.
like
on him.
having the conversation in bad faith, trying to find every which way to attack the man's sexuality just because they don't like what he's saying. The little tactics like that, like he's also not enduring those types of tactics that a heterosexual black man would endure. So that's why I was making the point to you, Venus, that it's unfair to say that
We
he's
don't have to rehash the. I was just trying to plug Thanos' show and let them know what it's about. I don't care. Like we could talk about that tonight. It really wasn't
Yeah,
about that.
yeah, that's she's right. We want to plug Thanos show, so I put the link in the chat. I don't make sure you guys hit that link. Go over there, hit the like button, and because Venus want to lead that conversation. So we, if I have time, I'm gonna get
Well, no, it was partially debunked, but it's gonna be an interesting conversation tonight.
okay. Well, no doubt, fair enough. Real quick, let me get to my homeboy Blaze. He said at 14, I grabbed a belt from my mama and told her she wasn't whooping me no more. He didn't say no more, but I'm gonna say it for him. No more. I hate to tell you, ain't gonna be this no more. It ain't gonna be that though. It ain't gonna be that though.
And I used to be practicing. When that belt wrap around,
Hey, listen. I tell you this, it ain't a lot of men that said I took the belt from my daddy. I'm gonna just tell you that now. It ain't a lot.
I did. Hey, Aaron, I did what my uncle asked though.
Because they're not alive.
I did.
It can happen. It's just not.
They not alive.
Listen. They smart enough to know that even if they could, they just gonna fake it. Like there's some guys that could probably beat their dad. It's rare, but they still gonna fake it. Like, nah, I'm just fake this because I don't know if I got the ability to do what I have to do if I try to challenge him here. So sometimes you just get punked like poker. Even though you could win with the winning hand, sometimes you just bow out. So that's the case.
Word.
Shout out to the real Pookie says, watch your mouth, fatty. I heard that. I don't know what you heard, real Pookie, but fatty, does he still owe you $100?
I see him sending 50 here, 30 there, 70 there. My cash app has nothing. But again, he's from this crack house, so those guys on that side
Hey,
have
we
no
we
worries.
don't want to hear that. We don't want to hear that. Get the streaming,
Those
buddy.
those guys have no
Get the
worries.
streaming, buddy.
I'm
I
not
don't want to hear
explaining.
any of that. I heard what Aaron said. You supposed to be taking a weekend off or something. I don't like that.
I'm actually
But
going
your
to be
ass, you
working.
up here frolicking and shit. Don't you got thumbnails to make? Don't you got topics to discuss?
They
The
already made.
fuck are you doing up here?
They actually already made. I have 7 videos on
Yeah.
Well, what are you doing? You know what, Fatty? I'm disappointed.
Is you done derailing? All right, so we get back to
Hey,
to
Aaron,
this
how
video.
much did you
All right,
said
all right.
you was how much did you said you was going to charge to go 300?
Mi hablo de inglés, español, le sé, yo te, señor.
Just
What the fuck
don't
is
do
going
it.
on right
I'm
now?
working on my day off just for him, right?
Don't do it.
Fatty memory is insane. I'll make sure not to make him mad.
Do
He
it.
won't let it go. Yeah, let's finish out this video because I think that Themis got her in his trap card.
And I took one or two classes in psychology. Anxiety can be measured. It can be prescribed. It is one of those things that actually does have a physical effect on the body, but that's neither here nor there. The research on this front, and you guys can go to helping or hovering, the effect of helicopter parenting in college student and beyond. This also includes before. This is by Sheffer H. Liss, Miles McLean. These are all psychologists. They work for the Journal of Children and Family Studies. I can send this to you all, and it explains that if you are parenting where anxiety is a part of your like sort of mental state, this is not only bad for you, but it is bad for the child. So if we're defining parenting from a mental perspective as anxiety inducing, it is a problem and it is not good.
Right, but what's the point? What is the point? Because it still doesn't negate that parenting causes anxiety. They can say it's not good for the mother or the child. Obviously, it's not, but it doesn't negate the fact that the parenting is
that's not
leading to
intrinsic to
anxiety.
parenting. That is a maladaptation to parenting. It is not intrinsic in parenting. It's actually something that parents should not be doing.
Okay, well, I don't believe that. So, I don't.
So that's actually what he's basically saying is you're doing something in which you shouldn't be doing. Is you shouldn't be parenting that way. Like that shouldn't be parenting, right? It's ultimately what he's saying, and she's saying, I don't believe your research. I don't believe that to be true. Now, mind you, she apparently, if that's her area of expertise, her expert opinion is that's not true. Venus, would you agree with that?
I honestly didn't hear it, but if
I'll rewind it.
Yeah, let me see.
Yeah, I'll rewind it.
By the way, is this how I sound to people? I literally can't understand what he's saying.
No, you can't comprehend what he said. Oh yeah, because I forgot you have. I forgot you have that problem. Yeah, because he pronounces funny. You do not.
I'm not used to these accents, so it's very difficult for me to understand what he's saying.
Yeah, yours is not that bad. Yours is not that bad. There are certain moments when you're translating words in your head and trying to switch it to the English word that you have some moments where your accent is stronger than not. But no, yours is actually. Maybe we're just used to hearing you, but there are words that he says. I was making fun of him first stream just because it's fun. That there's some words where he just totally like messed them up. But no, it's hard to understand him because even the verbiage in which he's using, because he speaks eloquently, right? People don't understand what he's saying based upon what he's actually saying. There are people that speak perfect English and can't comprehend what he's talking about right now. So don't feel bad
because he's just smart.
At least he sounds smart. I don't know what he's saying, but he's sounding smart. So
yeah, he is really smart. Way smarter than me. So
one more time, Aaron, because I honestly I was zoned out.
I got you. I'm gonna pull up right now.
I just love the fact that after he said all the stuff that he said, Cynthia G was like, "Yeah, well, I don't believe that." It's the same. It's the same. Like, okay, you ever know an old black woman? I guarantee you heard this from an old black woman somewhere across the line. She gets a diagnosis from the doctor. The doctor is trained, certified. He done had patient after patient. He done practiced for years on end. She get a diagnosis from the doctor, and she say, "Yeah, he said he diagnosed me with diabetes, but I'm not claiming it." Like, they live in a different Sharon, you know you've heard that. They live in a different reality.
And he sounds like an old Caribbean auntie
Not
too.
Claiming and not believing are two different things, but that's another argument.
Not claiming and not believing is different. That's true.
Yeah, that's not the same thing.
But you're right though.
They're ignoring reality is my point. But go ahead.
Well, yeah, I don't necessarily get that between the genders. I get that between the generations. Older people tend not to want to, fuck with that shit.
Yeah, he definitely sound like a old Caribbean auntie from Barbados.
Yep. My grandma was like that when they diagnosed her with cancer. She said, they said I got cancer, but I don't believe them. But then, no cap, I was out in the homeless guy. He's 60-some years old. He said that he has cancer, but he said, I don't believe it. But then he proceeded to tell me that he was taking the chemo pills and how they make him shit on himself every day.
What the?
Yeah, they be
so maybe it is a generational thing. I'm not sure.
That's why I specified old, because, man, That's what Cynthia G is exhibiting right now. This discussion.
Don't
Go
you
ahead.
crucify her. Because Venus,
Hold on, Aaron,
Venus
I gotta go. I just wanted to say this real quick. I gotta go. Thank you for having me on the show, Aaron. It was lovely talking to everybody. But Aaron, one thing that bothered me before I go is just that I don't understand how, like, a woman who advocates for the self deletion of black baby boys, why people think she's qualified to have a debate on YouTube about parenting.
Because she has clout.
Because she agrees with the talking points that the manosphere presents.
No, she doesn't.
Precisely. Yes, she does.
Guys,
Y'all advocate for people to delete children all the
can we
time.
get through the
And
video?
children that
Wait,
y'all
what?
create with them. What you
Hold
talking
on.
about?
Can we get through the video? No, can we get through the video and we'll discuss this talking point of hers later? I don't want to battle this right now.
Okay, I gotta bounce. You guys have a good night. Peace.
Thank you. See you later. Otherwise, we'll never get through the video.
People be
I wanna
driving the women to delete their own kids. What are you crying
and then
about?
I will
But
allow
anyway.
you to go. No, and then we can get into whether she agrees or don't. I don't want to do that right now. Let me just get to the video. It's like maybe 10
So if we're defining parenting from a mental perspective as anxiety inducing, it is a problem and it is not good.
Right, but what's the point? What is the point? Because it still doesn't negate that parenting causes anxiety. They can say it's not good for the mother or the child. Obviously, it's not, but it doesn't negate the fact that the parenting is
that's not
leading to
intrinsic to
anxiety.
parenting. That is a maladaptation to parenting. It is not intrinsic in parenting. It's actually something that parents should not be doing.
Okay, well, I don't believe that. So,
No. People are saying
I believe that just.
I actually need to go back a little further for Venus. I'm sorry, because she wanted to hear how he introduced it. Let me see.
Word anxiety, because as someone who studies
seen over a child, like for real.
Right
like,
here.
how do you go into what's rational versus what's not rational?
I needed you to say the word anxiety because as someone who studies psychology, you can know this. I didn't study it, so you're better at it than I am. I took one or two classes in psychology. Anxiety can be measured. It can be prescribed. It is one of those things that actually does have a physical effect on the body, but that's neither here nor there. The research on this front, and you guys can go to Helping or Hovering, the effect of helicopter parenting in college student and beyond. This also includes before. This is by Sheffer H. Liss, Miles McLean. These are all psychologists. They work for the Journal of Children and Family Studies. I can send this to you all, and it explains that if you are parenting where anxiety is a part of your sort of mental state, this is not only bad for you, but it is bad for the child. So if we're defining parenting from a mental perspective as anxiety inducing, it is a problem and it is not good.
Right, but what's the point? What is the point? Because it still doesn't negate that parenting causes anxiety. They can say it's not good for the mother or the child. Obviously, it's not, but it doesn't negate the fact that the parenting is
that's not
leading to
intrinsic
anxiety.
to parenting. That is a maladaptation to parenting. It is not intrinsic in parenting. It's actually something that parents should not be doing.
Okay, well, I don't believe that. So,
No. People are saying no. People are saying
I believe that just as much as I believe the CDC study that black men are the most active fathers. That I believe both of those things.
So, all right. So we're not going to do studies,
but here's the thing. Even if it's a maladaptive form of parenting, it's still parenting nonetheless. So it still doesn't negate my point. You can just call it maladaptive parenting.
But you can't use that
okay, that's fine. There's maladaptions everywhere. So
yeah, that's fine. But you can say parenting is. By the way, I will admit this. I needed
stress and anxiety are separate anyway. So I mean,
yeah, no, it is. Stress, stress can
and
be
anxiety
good.
and breakdowns are also different. They're not the same.
Yes.
Oh, Annalisa, you gonna peek your little head out and talk now? I'm sorry. I ain't heard from her in a long time. So, she threw a little 2 cents in there.
Oh, wait, Aaron. Wait, Sean. Sean, you can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Because I don't remember, it was a while ago, but I think I learned this in psychology class. Is there some type of thing with psychology where the reason she could say I don't believe that is because a lot of it is theory based? or something
No,
like
it's
that.
because he is having a conversation in bed fight and everything. Every
Is
time he
your
puts
name
her.
Sean?
I don't care. I'm on the panel too. Can I talk?
Okay, you could wait your turn. Now ask Sean a question.
You're not the moderator. Shut up.
But you were trying to moderate me a few minutes ago.
You guys.
So we taking turns, Fatty. Okay,
Y'all
we
just be
taking turns.
No,
friends.
go ahead, Sean.
Can you ask it again?
Uh-oh.
Is there something in psychology where basically like people in psychology tend to disagree on theories because a lot of it is theory based or something like that? I don't know if I'm saying it right. Is that a thing in psychology?
Now, I don't know about psychology, but say, for instance, for me, from a scientific standpoint, um, there's really no such thing as absolutes or truths. There's just accepted truths. Nothing is really a fact. So everything is pretty much an accepted truth, pretty much, other than like death, whatever the case may be. So I can't speak for psychology. I can speak from a scientific standpoint.
And you could speak on like research and studies. You can say I know there are studies that's proven this, but nothing definitive. I think ultimately that's what's being said.
And then the problem too is those things are just quote unquote accepted as true at this moment in time. Because we can look at some of the most popular theorem throughout history, and they were disproven.
Yeah.
So they're just quote unquote true at this moment in time.
She says she don't believe it because she's a black woman. We all know that.
Who studies psychology? He threw that out there.
Hey, and she said, mind you.
That's why I said, do psychologists do that?
The problem with what
she's
the problem with what
to win. That's why
she's not a psychologist. She studied psychology. So
the
there's
problem
a difference there too.
Sorry.
Doesn't strike me.
The problem with what she said is she said that parenting causes
I heard you, Aaron.
Causes anxiety. And the point he was trying to say was parenting itself does not cause anxiety. Because to say that, you would have to say that everybody who's a parent has anxiety. So the statement that she said is not true. Traumatic events and things like that, can trigger anxiety. They can contribute to anxiety. So
all right, you showing off your brilliance. You making me look bad on my own stream. Don't do that again. Don't do that again. Because you was able to actually listen to what she said and break it down. That stuff make women go crazy. So last time I had you on my stream, you was acting crazy. We not doing it right now. But just back to the video. Nope, you ain't still.
Let me say this word. This is why Sean is deemed as masculine, and we've never had an argument, and we disagree damn near every time.
Okay, we understand. Sean's my guy. Me and him ain't never had an argument.
No, I was just giving credit because they said I don't call
but
people
Sean
that.
has argued with people, so
not me.
Clear. And I was there.
So yeah. I pretty much make up with everybody after I argue with them. You know what I'm saying?
See, what she's doing is she's trying to divide. She's trying to trigger people by saying he a real man and you other ones ain't like him. We know what you up to. And here's the thing.
Somebody said I never called anyone masculine except
sounds like a manipulator to me.
I said,
but go ahead.
It's interesting that Sean disagrees with me every time.
No, let's
but
pretend like you're not trying to.
See what Fatty's doing? Sean doesn't even conduct. Never happens ever.
Hey, Sean.
But I digress.
Hey, Sean. Disagree with her for 3 straight days and see if her attitude doesn't change. Go ahead.
He has. He never
please play the video. I don't want to play.
Who said it? Somebody say you can disagree without being disagreeable. I try my best. I know I fall short on here sometimes, but I try.
Hey, bro, at least get some notes from it, bro.
It's a skill, but it's less fun. Like Sean's disagree with stuff I've said.
Hey, at least get some booty picture from it, bro. Dealing with Venus is very difficult, so get something from that.
Sean loves dealing with Venus. What you talking about?
Okay, back to the Queen Sinji and her queeness Annalicia, and then the others. Okay.
Different, but stress can be good, as I explained, but it also can be bad. I specifically asked about anxiety and whether it was anxiety inducing, whether anxiety is a part of it. And you all said yes.
Stress and anxiety are the point of it. Yes. And I'm still saying that. Yes. Anxiety is a part of it. Stress is a part of it. Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, I mean, anxiety is intrinsic in stress. But yes, you are correct. But that's why I kept asking about anxiety specifically, because I could not do what I just did if it was about stress. If it is about anxiety, I can do it.
But I don't see the point though.
Wait, what do you mean?
I don't get the point.
How you don't see the point? Oh, never mind. I'm sorry. Let her finish.
Reason why you said stress is make the types of stress.
But isn't being an abusive parent and a maladaptation to parenting too, though? There's a lot of maladaptation to
Yeah,
parenting.
that's fine.
I don't get it.
So let me explain it then. Stress on its own can be good or bad. The point where stress becomes anxiety inducing, as you have described, that is not good. And it actually is not useful for parenting. It is something that the psychologist has come together and are trying to remove from parenting.
But the fact that they can't remove it from parenting.
They can. That's what.
Then why?
Ooh, he cooking. The man is cooking. See, this lets you know he's well researched, because I'm gonna tell you, with somebody like him, don't pick a battle with him. He has read every single thing he can. He knows his opponent. He knows her skill set. Her background has some background in psychology. He knows how to angle that and present it, reel the fish in. Like, you have to look at everything he just did in a matter of 2 minutes. It's pretty good, because because her inability to be quiet, which she doesn't have to be. She blurts things out, right? Which then she can't take back, right? If she never would have said, then they can't take it out of, which she didn't know that to be true. She just thought he didn't. And he finished his sentence and said, yes, they can remove it. Now she puts herself at another disadvantage. See, this is what it's like when, I guess, because Venus says that Sean is more calm. He responds in a calmer demeanor, and the other guy, Themis, is more masculine because he's not overly aggressive. But when she speaks about Cynthia G, I'm guessing she's an alpha female because she's not having those behavior with those same traits. So I'm guessing when she does it, Venus thinks what of her?
Wait, what?
What do you think about Cynthia G? Since you realize you see how demonstrative she is, and you see how she's have outbursts and cutting off and aggression and all these things, and the things that you attribute to the masculine man of not doing those things, what do you attribute to Cindy for doing those things?
Well, she's a woman, so she's emotional, overly emotional, which is expected usually of women, not men. So to compare her to men who do it is kind of like, they both shouldn't be like, no.
So that's why now.
Okay.
I don't mean, did I answer your question or no?
Yes, you did. You know me. I don't look. I'm not picking a battle here. Okay.
But like, what do I think about her? She is like me. She has a very dominant personality. She just does.
So alpha female.
I don't believe in that stuff with women.
How can you have a dominant personality and cry and complain about everything at the same time?
So I'm just not gonna address you because I don't know.
Actually, it's a good question, right?
Upset.
How can an alpha female complain and cry about everything?
I just said I don't believe in alpha. This is why I don't want to talk to your bad faith ass. You don't even listen.
It's not a bad faith. Actually, it's a good question. You can be you can say that you're an alpha female and dominant, and then cry about other people. You're not dominant. You actually.
So, Aaron, did I answer your question?
Yes, you did. I'll get us back to the video. I just wanted to point out execution. Maintain control of your emotions as best you can, because when you come into a debate with somebody that has better control over their emotions, because I will acknowledge, I've seen Themis have a few slight outbursts, but he's self-corrected much faster and more efficiently than she does. Mm-hmm. And he's able to get back in a counter position, and then he waits to go on the offensive. So these are some really good skills you guys can learn from other people. It's best to learn from other people. If you want to, it's your choice, or you can go through the fire yourself. But I'm picking up on some of these skills that I see here. I may or may not have some of them already, but I'm definitely observing and watching these skills at play. And I'm watching.
Do have some of them already.
I'm watching these women here that these women go by and put Bandit all in my chat. It ain't looking so good right now. It ain't looking so good.
Your parents still having anxiety over being parents?
There is research for that. That's the right question. So the reason is because a lot of people who go into parenting, most people who go into parenting, go into it unprepared, both emotionally, physically, and financially.
How do you prepare for parenting? Most parents will tell you that there's nothing that can prepare you for parenting.
there's nothing that can fully protect you for prepare
There's
you for parenting.
there's nothing that can prepare you for the magnitude of parenting. It can give you tips,
Agreed.
it can help you, but it's not going to prepare you.
So to
So
your
if
first
the
question,
parents
I
are getting
disagree with
anxiety, it is because you cannot prepare for the magnitude of the
Yeah.
responsibility that parenting is, which would validate my point.
So,
Okay.
no. To
So
your first statement, disagree. To your second statement that was reframed, I completely agree. However, that is a different statement to say you cannot fully prepare for being a parent, then you cannot do anything in preparation for being a parent. There
no,
is a lot.
you can. I'm not
Yeah,
saying you can't do anything in preparation
exactly.
for parenting because you
Exactly.
can understand that it's a hard financial responsibility
Yeah.
and make money.
Yeah.
But again, if the anxiety is still coming, regardless to the
No.
finances
There is
and
a
other
question of
factors, then
who gets anxious outside of postpartum, which we can get into, but I don't feel qualified to even talk about it. But outside of that, usually a lot of the stressors come from the inability to provide adequately or the belief that you can provide adequately. It comes from the absence of a parent. It's not about marriage either. Even if the parent is there, it does not mean you have to be married for them to be lending a helping hand to you. So what we're talking about is parenting being difficult based on the situation that the parent find themselves in. The question now is, can these researchers, and I would agree with you, help the people who are the most vulnerable and therefore the least prepared in terms of parenting? That's what the research seek to
but
answer.
how
So
do you prepare somebody to be a single parent, though? Most people
no
who
one,
go into parenting are not anticipating being a single parent.
yeah,
I don't think
no.
that's anything you can
No one,
prepare somebody for.
you can. I would agree with you on that. Like the question isn't about how do you prepare someone to be a single parent or not a single parent, but the question is about how you take steps to be financially prepared so that is not an emotional, psychological burden when you
But
do have a child.
finances aside, even if you have a certain amount of finances, if you are a single parent, it's still going to be stressful.
Yeah, no, it's still
Even if
difficult,
you
but
have
it's
your finances together.
but can we agree then, though, that even if you have less finances, that is a
Yes,
work.
obviously, a parent who has more money is going to have an easier parenting in theory than a person who doesn't have the money. But that's assuming they don't have outside support.
Yeah,
if that person who doesn't have money have outside support, then
yeah. So I don't know why we're fighting here, because I think you would even agree that it's probably better to be in a single parent home if that parent has resources than to be in
absolutely.
All right, good. So I don't see why we're fighting here. I feel like we agree.
Listen, I'm always down for a good debate and a good verbal battle. So I'm verbal.
She's always down for a good debate. Okay, go ahead, smile then, Sinji. All right, I ain't
battle just to do it. So.
No,
can I say something about anxiety? Because I also think it's important. Anxiety is, evolutionarily speaking, it's a good emotion for parents to have anxiety. Again,
no.
Hold on, let me finish, because
this is going to be interesting. He just implemented research, right? Quoted, offered it, said, hey, they got studies on this, measurable stress, anxiety. They're not technically the same, but they derive, and it's not good. Anxiety for the children, it's not good. It's bad. It's what he said, and he knows he said it. And he kind of got Sinji to kind of agree with it. She didn't agree that anxiety can be taken away, but they kind of came to somewhat of an agreement when they were clashing. Now, Annalicia is saying anxiety is good. This is going to be good, right? And he immediately rebutted and said, no, it's not, because that was just his argument prior. So he has to defend it. And now we're going to see if she's able to argue out of it.
I have faith in you, Annalicia. Don't let me down.
I do too, because
say
she's been
something
quiet
smart
the whole time. You know,
please
how,
say something smart.
You know, how, like, when you sit back,
I never even heard of her.
And you ain't said nothing, and you like, all right, let me say something right now. And everybody should be nervous. Like, if he been waiting for 35 minutes to say something, by the time he say something, it's probably gonna be something good. So she ain't said nothing for a minute. So everybody loves Annalicia. So please save us and save the women, especially business, because she needs you to come through right now. She needs you.
I'm just saying, as a parent, like psychologically, anxiety, it, it forces you to be hyper aware of your environment, and as a result, you're going to take fewer risks. And as a parent, you don't want to take risks. You don't want your child to take risks. Again, having anxiety as a human is advantageous. It can be advantageous, but again, because everything is on a continuum, it's how much anxiety you have, how pervasive is the anxiety, and how often do you experience the anxiety. I'm saying anxiety in and of itself is not necessarily a bad thing. I think that it can protect you. It could strengthen your creativity, your production. It can keep you motivated. It can bring about positive change. Anxiety, evolutionarily speaking, it's meant to protect us from danger and allow us to react faster in emergencies. As a parent, you're going to need that.
Can you stop that for a second?
I would ask, are we?
She's right.
Isn't she stealing his point? Because he says anxiety sometimes is good and sometimes is bad, depends on the, and like he's like a
So
wind, right? Go ahead.
so she's inserting a perspective that nobody agreed or disagreed with, but the nuanced part of it, he says anxiety is bad for parenting. What she stated was anxiety is good on an individual base, which she's arguing that it transitions to parenting, because yes, anxiety may be good for this or make you prepare for that, but when it comes to parenting, the anxiety aspect is not good based upon the research and what was stated
Maybe
earlier.
That's
maybe I
not
got it
true. If
wrong.
it's too much anxiety, yes,
You
but to a degree, you need it.
okay? What's your background? What you talking about?
She literally mentioned the scientific point that anxiety, essentially, when it's not over exaggerated, meaning you don't have too much of it, it's used as a way to keep you safe. It alerts your body. It's your senses alerting your body that you're in danger. Was it a bad thing inherently? That's why she said on an individual basis, you have to look at it.
Yes, but his claim is when you parent with anxiety, that is not good parenting. It is bad for both. Now, her claim,
That is too much. That's too general of a statement, though.
if anything, her statement is, you know what?
What?
No, I mean, you don't have to agree with it, but I understood it. The part about heightened senses being
Nobody disagreed with that.
hyper
Yep.
aware of the
Thank you,
environment,
Venus.
Nobody didn't
which
agree with
would
that. But
That's a form of anxiety,
she
though,
didn't
and it's
cite a
not all
study. She
bad.
said
Fight, flight, or
she
freeze.
said
It keeps you
evolution.
safe.
She said evolutionary anxiety or something like that. Something on the basis of that. She didn't quote it.
She's talking about evolutionarily it served a
evolution.
purpose.
She did not quote a study. She did not give research. She did not give a website to go to say
She's
where
talking about a very general thing. You don't need a source for something that's general knowledge.
Okay.
Fight, flight, or freeze is a very general
but you cannot,
idea at this point.
You cannot definitively. Okay. So what she said is not definitively true. It's arbitrary at best, because I could make that same arguments that those things that supposedly keep you from danger causes other issues when you believe you're in danger and you're not in danger. So there are a lot of things I could argue a different point. So she can say her point, but I'm speaking to which Themis, when he was speaking, he spoke to the stressor of anxiety leading to the parenting aspect of it. When you're parenting with the anxiety aspect, that part is not good. What she spoke to had nothing to do with parenting. Anxiety can be separate from parenting.
Let me read the definition of it. Okay, a feeling of worry, nervousness, or unease, typically about imminent event or something with an uncertain outcome. That's not saying general, because anxiety could be related to danger in your environment. And to a degree, as a parent, you need to be able to anticipate that to keep your children safe.
This don't make any sense to what to the point that they were proving, which is the byproduct of raising a child is anxiety. Now anxiety is a beneficiary factor that's evolutionary based, and you just said something's too general and then just said she's speaking on a general level. None of this is making sense.
I said that she said anxiety and parenting can be applied individually. So I don't know what you're responding to.
You said Themis used anxiety and it was too broad and too general. And then in the same moment,
And
maybe
she
2 minutes,
mentioned it.
and then two
Wait,
minutes later,
because when
two
Cynthia
minutes
mentioned
later,
it, she said on an individual
two
basis, and I
minutes
agree.
later,
Wherever you're
she's using
running, run
evolutionary.
alone.
2 minutes later, she's using evolutionary biology or evolutionary standing to represent parenting, which is not one of those things that you can prepare for all of a sudden. Because if it's evolutionary, we should all be evolved and ready to know what we're doing. So it's like either way it goes, this conversation doesn't make any sense to argue that. It's considering Themis is the only person that provided the
Nothing
source.
makes
Wait,
sense to
can we
you.
hear
Go
it one more
read.
time?
But
I just want to
go read.
understand the
But for what people
evolutionary
are
part.
saying in
I
the
didn't understand
chat,
what she was saying.
yes, you should replay that actually,
But now
Doesn't
that
make any
Cheeky came
sense.
up,
because I
wait,
think
Cheeky.
Chiqui's
No,
confused.
Cheeky, now that he came up, I forgot about that. The fact that they made the argument earlier that anxiety was a byproduct of parenthood and how it's so bad, then you can't come back and kind of cancel your own previous argument. So, like, now they're arguing the opposite. So, yeah.
So it doesn't make sense. Like
Yeah.
in what Annalicia said, again, it was a neutral statement that may be true for evolutionary biology or just for the fact that human beings have used this for flight and fight responses. But what does that have to do with parenting? When that was just a negative
Nothing.
in the beginning of the argument. It doesn't make
because
any sense.
Cynthia mentioned because Cynthia mentioned that anxiety in parenting isn't inherently bad. There are individual circumstances. That's what I was agreeing with. So again, I don't know where you're
No,
running,
She didn't make it
but
that's
an
because they
individual.
want
She
him
didn't
to be
make it.
wrong.
Oh, hold on. Her statements from the beginning of the argument have never been individualized. They've been general and objectively true for parenting as a whole. Now all of a sudden it's individualized. That wouldn't make any sense.
anxiety is individualized, not her individual situation. You don't even know the definition of the word you're
That's not
using.
her argument. Her argument that parenting or having or being involved or an active parent, you are automatically stressed and anxious. Those
Yeah,
are the
Flora, you
byproducts.
Okay,
can't. Flora, you can't
what
make
I
an
was okay.
individualized argument if you're talking about parents as in general. You can't
Exactly.
do
Like
that.
how does that even work?
Well, first of all, nothing that you discuss about parenting is going to be completely general all the time because there are going to be circumstances. Again, that's the exception, not the rule. So we
So
can
that
say
means
that.
that
But
Cynthia G lost
regardless,
the
I'm
argument off of
responding.
that. Go ahead,
No,
my
she
bad. You're
didn't
right.
lose the argument. She may have lost points, but she didn't lose the argument because she's still speaking correctly. And parenthood isn't entirely bad,
Jesus Christ.
even if
She
you don't. Even if
rewrote
you
her
take it, even
argument.
if you take individuality out of it.
She
Okay.
rewrote her entire argument and the thing that she stood on because it wasn't about like being solutions based. It was just about the man has to be wrong. So I'm gonna just say whatever it takes.
Well, think about it. This is an official debate. She's not here to. She has to. Like, she's not really here to say you're right. She's trying to stand on her side of the argument. She's messing up now, but yeah, you can't expect her to be like, no, yeah.
She's standing on her argument by having a different argument.
Listen, I said she messing up.
Bro, you can't make this shit up.
Yeah. She.
Meaning, if her position is the affirmative, she's going to try to stay on that side. Like you're like, why can't you say a man is right? It's not time for that. She's in a fight. Like, what's wrong with y'all?
It is a debate,
Y'all
right?
hearing this shit?
No, no,
Are
no, no,
y'all
no,
hearing this shit?
no. She got a point. She
It
got a
be
point.
killing
It's
me
a
that y'all
debate.
really be thinking y'all be making me sound dumb, but people who are actually smart know that y'all are the dumb ones. Like, what do? Does he hear what, Omni?
Jesus,
At some point,
Venus finna
at
go
some
crazy.
point, at some point, you gotta concede your bullshit. If you
But
okay,
she can't concede it right now because she's in a debate. She has to stand on her side of the argument.
she
That's all that
lost the
is.
debate.
No
All
problem.
right,
No problem. Sinji's accepted her L earlier, part one on the other stream, but that's nor here nor there. We'll get back to the stream. Uh,
All right, Aaron, I'm gonna be back in the chat, dog. I just heard the foolishness, so I'm gonna dip out. All right.
all
If
right,
any more
bet.
Wait, and to
foolishness
be
come up, I'll
fair,
come back.
Cynthia made the argument, and then now Annalicia is the one contradicting it, right? It's not that Cynthia contradicted herself; it's that the partner they're not on one accord, basically.
Essentially, yeah.
Okay.
Basically, yeah. Sinji's better at saying a point, standing on it, and hiding. And Annalisa throws out a point,
She
backtrack the
popped
point.
up out of the quiet for 45 minutes to just contradict her partner.
Yeah,
I'll
this
give you
was
that. She did pop out of no. I forgot she was there to be honest.
Yes, that was did she did. Shout out to AL. He says parenting is being used as a normal, constant state. Anxiety is only good situationally. If it's your constant state, that's bad and reduces your health. And this goes on to continuous and all this stuff. And AL was the one that said about. She said something about not wanting your children to be risks. Annalisa said something about taking risks, right? And I think AL has said something about women don't want their children to take no risks at all, while the man is preparing them to deal with risks and take risks and things like that typically. So she kind of just spoke to AL's point earlier. Annalise is doing what she does, I guess.
Only including in the definition of parent people who have that stress and people who have that anxiety and are people who don't have it.
All parents have some form of stress and anxiety. Nobody is going to convince me of anything different. If you are a parent, because being a parent is a self-sacrifice. When you wake up in the morning as a parent, you don't get to think of yourself. You have to think of child first. That's the first thing you got to think about is this other human here. You don't matter. So
Oh, sorry, you're the moderator.
Do you think all parents have that point of view, that same thought process, Cynthia?
I couldn't say all parents. I would hope they have that thought process. Don't matter. So being a parent is a self-sacrifice. Have some form of stress
and people who have that anxiety and are people who don't have it.
All parents
parent people who have that stress and people who have that anxiety and are people who don't have it.
All parents have some form of
that stress and people who have that anxiety and are people who don't have it.
All parents have some form of stress and anxiety. Nobody is going to convince me of anything different. If you are a parent, because being a parent is a self-sacrifice. When you wake up in the morning as a parent, you don't get to think of yourself. You have to think of child first. That's the first thing you got to think about is this other human here. You don't matter. So
Oh, sorry, you're the moderator.
Do you think all parents have that point of view, that same thought process, Cynthia?
I couldn't say all parents. I would hope they have that thought process, but because to me, that's one of the things that will make you a good parent. Obviously, if this is your child's dependent on you, they come first before yourself. But I can't speak to I would hope, but I can't speak to the mindset of all parents. I would like to think
for you, Finn. You studied psychology. Is anxiety a good or bad emotion?
Interestingly, when I was taking psychology, they did tell me that both stress and anxiety can be a good thing if it motivates you to do certain things to your benefit. Then it could be motivating. So
anxiety, well, maybe I don't know when, but anxiety.
But listen, as a person who has an generalized anxiety disorder, it's not a good thing. It's not.
Right? No. But hold on. But that's a disorder.
When it comes to mind, no. It's not. A person who has an generalized anxiety disorder is not a good thing. It's not.
Right? No. But hold on. But that's a disorder.
See, the issue I have here is when it comes to mind, she personalized a debate that is supposed to be not personalized, right? She's using personal situations, personalizing things to prove a point or move someone off a point. To me, that's not good, but it's a technique that people can use. But she still said, to me, it's not. To me, it's not. Can't make this stuff up. But maybe her anxiety allows her to do that. I don't know. I don't know how anxiety works. So
when it comes to mind.
No. Let me make a differentiation. Let me make a differentiation here now. That is a disorder, which means it is chronic and it is pervasive. It is not predicated on the environment that she is in. I'm saying anxiety.
She got big. Hey, it's chronic, it's pervasive. She threw those big words in there from the jump. She been quiet too long. Go ahead and talk to him, Annalisa. Go ahead, talk to him.
Evolutionarily speaking, in and of itself, is a good motivator and it is a good way. I'm just saying it's not always a bad thing. Having a disorder is not the same thing as experiencing the emotion of anxiety.
It's not. Like with mine,
it's a difference because anxiety and anxiety disorder, yes, are different, but anxiety itself is different from stress and the body's natural responses to stress. So when we are talking about anxiety being good, we have to be very careful that if we're leaning on sort of the colloquial understanding of anxiety, then sure, fine, right? But if we are actually thinking about psychology and how it is defined right before we get into disorder, we have to be very careful because it is not quote unquote just anxiety when we get into the fight or flight mode for protection.
Fight or flight is not fight or flight. I'm not talking about fight or flight.
Yeah,
well,
but
I'm
you
not
have
talking-
to meet a criteria. But hold on, you have to meet a certain criteria to have an anxiety disorder, and you don't get diagnosed with an anxiety disorder just because you have circumstantial anxiety. This has to be present no matter what the situation is for a certain point in time. I think he's talking about like, if I have a child and I have anxiety over that child getting hurt, and then that makes me be more protective over the child and motivates me to keep my eye on the child, then that would be a motivation.
I'm saying that the physiological response of anxiety in the brain is for that parent to act quicker and to be vigilant.
That's fine. But if the anxiety is intrinsic in being a parent, when we're talking about the physiological responses to anxiety, it seems odd that you being a parent requires anxiety. Is this anxiety continuous or is it
requiring it is not the same as the disorder. Again,
you're not going to just have a physiological response to anxiety unless you have a disorder.
I'm not going to.
Then you'll have a response.
No, that's not true. Anxiety does not just happen in the brain and nowhere else.
It starts in the brain. It starts in your brain, and
yeah, but it does have a physiological response. Are we in?
Just for you guys listening, when he says physiological, he means physical. It's a physical response, right? Okay, I know his accent or whatever. I don't know where he's from. He's kind of butchering how you guys normally hear the word. He's talking about a physical response. How your body responds to it physically.
Agreement.
Yeah, right. And the physiological response doesn't happen just because you're anxious. You're not going to get a physiological response just because in your brain you have anxiety. You're not going to.
No, yes, you do.
No, you can no. Wait a minute, hold on. So, what is the argument? What has the argument about anxiety become?
No.
What is the Themis? What is the physiological response that you're talking about?
Wait. Before I answer this question,
because I know quite a bit of anxiety because I'm feeling it 24/7 if I don't take medication to treat it. What physiological response are you referring to?
That is true. But when I said the flight or fight response, I'm talking about the speeding up of the heart, the sweaty palm,
but that's an extreme.
That's not going to just accompany anxiety. That's not going to just, I've never gotten sweaty palms because I was anxious. I've never gotten sweaty palms.
I'm sorry. Are people conflating anxiety and fight or flight? No, anxiety and fight or flight are not synonymous.
That is completely fine. I thought you were saying that because that would give
that's
you
not
a
what I
better
said.
argument.
That's not what I said.
So is there a reason that this particular thing, like, is it adding to anyone's side? I'm trying to see. Okay.
Because we're talking about.
Let's get back to how it
adds to his side.
Let's get to how it contributes.
Wait, no. I want someone to define anxiety. What happens when someone is anxious? Then, please, Anna.
Different things. Like for me, I can tell you what happens for me. I have thoughts of catastrophe. I get hypervigilant. My mood changes. I can't deal with too many noises in the room. I get very, very moody. I don't get sweaty palms. I don't get that. But I do get very, very irritated, hypervigilant. My mind races. I can't sleep. I have thoughts of like just random bad things happening. I feel like I'm racing against the clock. Like it's a number of different things and it happens mostly mentally. Like it's going to hit you mentally before you have a physical response to it.
But the reason that it's a problem for Cynthia is because it doesn't matter what environment she's in. It doesn't matter what situation she's in. And I'm trying to make the differentiation because when a parent's in a situation with their child and their child is in a risky situation, whether they're playing or they're off on their own, I'm just trying to make the like one is chronic, it's a disorder, and of course it's going to be bad, and one isn't. One is an evolutionary imperative. We need to have anxiety. I don't know if you guys
Like
realize this or
some
not.
people, like for example, when I was a child, I would pull at my ear or pull at my neck, or I would rock back and forth, things like that, to try to, because your brain is going to automatically go and to try to, what can I do to calm you? So you'll do certain things. Like for me, it was pulling at my ear. That would give me comfort sometimes. Or sometimes I would just rock back and forth. And
Trying
that
to
would
regulate
nervousness. Before
Yeah.
we continue, someone said name one job. I think I've been saying minors. I literally named a bunch of jobs in my opening, but that's not neither here nor there. You guys went uninterrupted, so I'm not saying let me go uninterrupted. But the reason this is important is because anxiety is defined as the feeling of fear or dread or uneasiness, which is usually accompanied and always causes issues within, but sometimes accompanied with like sweaty palm, tense muscles, and everything else. This is intrinsic to the actual definition. Now, you can be anxious and not have a disorder. Everyone has it. But if we are saying part of being a parent is having this, it seems more chronic than just one off. Because if it's intrinsic in being a parent, how are we just completely ignoring what this would mean?
It's not one off. It's predicated on what your child is doing. It's predicated on what environment your child is in. Whereas the disorder, it does not matter.
So how are you understanding what I was saying? No. I literally was talking about how it is situational. Like literally opened with the fact that it was situational, and then we went into a thing about this was not you, Sin, so I mean whatever. But
so that's his way of saying I already said that, and she not listening to you, Thema. She's not listening to you. Okay. They don't listen. They don't hear you when you speak. They just want to be heard what they say. They're not actually listening to you. It's why when you said it's situational, they bypass it like it's not situational, and then they say it's situational. I don't know, Venus, how your team looking right now? You looking like a victory?
Absolutely not. I'm just so devastated, depressed, defeated. I'm in despair. I'm experiencing anxiety my damn self at this point. And yeah.
Well, you shouldn't be having anxiety unless you're a parent.
I mean, even without the child, that's how bad it is. I have an imaginary child right now.
Oh man. Oh man.
It's hard. You know, people have a lot of pride. It's hard to like accept defeat sometimes, and especially when you're in the middle of it. So it looks like she's just like grasping for straws at this point.
Yeah, I mean they're winding down. AL says I'm not only a sports guru, I'm also a psych guru. You ain't a guru. Stop it. King Sonny says that's why she can't keep a man. I don't know if that's true. I'm sure it's a lot of men in her DMs. This femcel is nuts. Which one's the femcel? I'm not sure. And King Sonny says this is y'all leader.
You talking about Cindy?
Cynthia G. You can see it on her face.
They consider her a femcel?
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
I didn't know that.
Or a leader of the.
She's not considered either one.
She's the leader of the hyenas. Yeah.
Are you sure it's not Venus?
No, it's Cynthia G.
I don't think.
No, Venus is cool. It's definitely Cynthia G.
Okay. Sorry.
No, Trigger Mike Fatty is delusional enough to think that he's so important that when he dislikes you, everybody dislikes you. He doesn't understand.
Well, if you understood power, you would understand that he's probably right.
He's right about what?
No, we got a few more minutes in the video.
I wanted to hear it.
No. We're gonna finish out the video.
You included Kim K, and I was talking about the difference in level and the situational issues that could cause parenting to be easier at bottom and harder at top for you, and we completely disregarded this. This is why anxiety was important.
You and Sin already went through that. I thought that we already moved or I'm confused. What
All
am I
right, so I
missing?
mean, we're good then. I think
Yeah,
we're good.
Let's just give Themis the point. Look, we can just give Themis the point on anxiety.
You and him talked about Kim K, and you guys talked about why it shouldn't have been an example used, and we kind of moved forward, right? And then we got into
but then
anxiety.
Then I believe you two described anxiety. Well, Themis described anxiety as, I don't think he described it, but you both described it as intrinsic to parenting. Now you're saying that it's situational.
Wait. When did we say anxiety was intrinsic?
At the beginning of this discussion, when we were asking whether or not it's situational or whether it increases whether it increases or decreases.
I know for a fact I didn't mention anxiety at all in the beginning.
So mind you, she says she knows for a fact she ain't missing anxiety at all.
Aaron, you know what the problem is? Annalicia is the one who said it. So she contradicted her. Now he's accusing both of them. So now she's defending herself. It's a mess.
Well, the thing is, Themis introduced it because he needed her to talk about anxiety. Once he introduced it, she bid on it. He broke it down, the definition of it, et cetera, and then that's when he puts them in a hole, and they have to agree at some point to move on to the next point. And they probably got them to concede it's intrinsically, it's this, it's that, and that's why the word was brought there. And now Prince Petty might be slightly off, I'm not sure, but I guess they agreed that at the start of this point they said it's intrinsic. So I just noticed that Sinji said that she knows for a fact she didn't say something, but earlier on she was like, I don't remember saying these. So it's like her memory is off and on. Like, I know for a fact I didn't say some stuff, but then I wasn't paying attention. I don't remember stuff now. It's like, it's quite situational for when you want to remember something.
No, to be fair, that's what I'm telling you. Annalicia was the one who made that contradiction when he says you're saying anxiety was intrinsic. Mm-hmm. She was the one saying, no, it can be healthy, evolutionary, blah, blah, blah.
Of course. But mind you, at the beginning of the stream, maybe part one, what Annalicia said and Sinji agreed, we are one. Whatever Sinji say, whatever, we are one. See, my memory allows me to recall that, right? Because I'm in contradictory mode, right? That's what I do best. If I hear a contradictory, my ears shoot up. So that's what was said. So I have to take that at face value as them being stand up citizens, women, powerful people, powerful voices, intellects. That is what was said in this debate, and I have to take them at their word for that.
No, that's fair. I remember it now. She said that.
Yeah. So that's where we at.
Well, if you're saying now that it increases or decreases, you would be more aligned with
I think having it is a part of parenting, but does that mean you're going to have an anxiety disorder? No. No. Just because you have anxiety at certain points during parenting does not mean you will have an anxiety disorder.
But then the point is moot because that we have anxiety, everyone has anxiety.
Yeah. I mean, you can have test anxiety. So I had it frequently, especially with math. But,
period. That's the point. Period. Someone said I don't want women to win. And this is where we end the debate because I actually do want women to win and lead. I don't know what people are talking about. But
I think people take the debates too seriously because I see people in the chat room like, oh, Themis trying.
Yeah, that's because you lost. So you dang sure about to turn this into a celebration. Yeah, we was just having fun. We were just talking. Go ahead and turn it into a celebration because you got cooked.
Trying to trap people up. That's what attorneys do. Like literally, their job is to trap you up in your own words. Mm-hmm. That is what their job is to do.
Thank you.
I appreciate what he does. He's acting like he should act in a debate. It's to try to hang us with our own words. Give us just enough rope to hang ourselves with.
Because
it's sneaky. It's
a lawyer is gonna lawyer, but did he win? And I would say no.
Yes, he did. She's bugging.
I mean, we don't have to discuss winning though.
Why do we have to have a win?
No, they have to discuss winning. This is what they do. It's competitive.
Yeah, how dare you? We won. Just take your W.
No, we both learned. Wait, hold on. What did Annalisa just say?
I mean, we don't have to discuss winning, though.
Why do we have to have a win?
Cynthia, how dare you? We won. Just take your W.
No, we both learned. We both learned, and no one won.
I told you.
Low key, I think me and Annalisa won, but anyway.
What?
low-key.
I did learn a lot. I
Y'all
learned a
won.
lot tonight. I will say that.
No, I learned. I did learn a lot too.
No,
I did.
let me tell you why. I don't think you won the debate, but you won my
Okay.
heart. You want my
It's about winning the
You won
debate
my
for
heart.
them. It's not
Because,
about facts. It's not a. It's a different reality.
That's the end of the debate. That's it. That's
They
it.
live in a different reality.
That's it.
They don't have to make it make sense. They just want the male to lose. That's it. And it hurts even worse because it's a gay guy, right? Because they couldn't measure up and have the same debate with a masculine dude because he would have shut him
With
right
Trigger
down.
Mike, they couldn't. They absolutely
They couldn't.
Wait, but why is it? All right, no.
So they went to an effeminate male because
He's a
we gonna
man.
get
He's
him.
intellectual.
He's
He stood on
effeminate.
his point.
No,
What do we
Venus,
And
care
now
if
it
he's
hurts
gay or
worse.
not?
He's like, I have to get the female
So
version.
we got to be sincere about this, Venus.
Okay.
This is the go-to move for women like Sinji. She will not. She will not return my request to debate her on her talking points because all she did was go type in the name of my show, watch me for a second, and say this man might have the ability to dominate me. She's never going to put herself against any man of any kind of intellect, or she thinks she can dominate. Look, this is what women do in the intellectual sphere. When women are out here,
she's had a debate with Angry Man, from what
I
I've heard.
I've never seen.
I don't know if that was a debate or she kind of called in and it kind of.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
I shouldn't say debate.
But yeah,
Angry
what
Man
I said is
he's-
that I've seen this in the workforce where when women talk about how dumb men are, I will literally say, "What man are you talking about?" And they always compare themselves to low-ranking males. They will never come to the top dog. They'll never go to the CEO. They'll never go to the VP and compare themselves to him. They're gonna go to the low-hanging fruit and be like, "I'm better than a man." They do that. It's natural because I think women have a natural inferiority complex toward men. It's true.
They do.
So,
They do.
okay, Trigger Mike, but let me just ask, sorry, one last question. Do you think there could be any other reason about you that she might not want to engage?
She can't win a moral debate against me, right? She's a baby mama. I'm married with 2 kids. I'm the opposite of what all of her talking points are. I would obliterate her on morality alone.
You would be the perfect person, though. That's why it would be a fair debate. I don't know. I just
So
think
you also understand that that's really what it's about. So if you can't gain, like, let's look at Anton for anybody want to go against him on something he married. He's been married to the same woman 20 years. You see what I'm saying? You can't go against him on certain things that he says, even when he has a strong opinion, because he got all the results. You see what I'm saying? So she won't go against anybody like that.
Anybody can be debated.
I don't agree, right? Because if you and her, like, Themis is not even a parent, right? Like, if you guys have a topic, you're gonna have to be affirmative or negative, like, regardless.
Yeah, what I'm saying is the fact that he was rainbow is why she will go against a rainbow guy.
Exactly.
I don't
she will
believe
go
that,
against the
but
rainbow guy.
didn't she go against Dr. Umar?
That was more of a panel on Fox Soul, you know what I mean? And the talking points, they weren't debating each other. They were basically panelists on a panel for Fox Soul.
Dr. Umar is a low-ranking male.
No,
intellectually, intellectually, I don't
Yeah.
even like Dr. Umar, but intellectually, he knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, you bugging.
He knows what he's talking. Okay.
But I mean,
Did you hear him
one-on-one
on Daily
Trigger.
Wrap Up Crew? Did you hear him? You must not have heard that.
It's really
Trigger
insulting
Mike,
when
don't
men
you
who are
always
not
go
as
to the
smart as
lowest
other
woman?
men for other men.
I'm sorry, who is
like,
this?
what are you doing?
Who is this?
Trigger, don't you? This is Callie.
What's
but
up?
I'm Beverly 07 today.
Yeah.
Whatchamacallit? Don't you always go to the lowest woman?
I don't go to anybody.
Who are the?
Yeah, you do. The same way you say that women like Cynthia G always when they talk about
No, you know what it is.
men,
You know
they
what it
always
is.
talk about the
You know
lowest
what it is,
man.
Callie
But you
Bev.
always go to the lowest
You're
woman.
doing to me what women do to Fresh and Fit. Those women come on the show. Like nobody asks. I don't ask anybody to come up. So when women get emotional and they want to come up on the show and debate, they get defeated, and you say he's always going against the lower. No, I just defeat them. If you come up on my show, I can't help that.
Just for curiosity.
What are you
who
talking
are the-
about?
No, I just
Beverly.
mean like I don't go
Hey,
out trying to find people to beat and beat down. They come
Beverly,
on my show.
Just for
No, I'm
curiosity.
talking about
One second. Just for curiosity. Who are these top woman debaters that you're talking about? Who are they?
And who told you that, Aaron? Because I never heard. I swear I never heard that.
Wait. I ask a question.
No, I'm not talking about
No, I'm
debaters like that.
no. Yes, but let's go. Like, who are these top? Like, what?
I don't know because
What's
I don't listen to this stuff like that outside of y'all.
no? But what's their names, right? Because if you want us to actually go ahead and debate women that have, like, they're not like low hanging fruit. Who are these women? Tell us names so we can actually identify them and look at women like them.
Can y'all hear me? Is there a delay in the volume of my mic?
We hear you.
Okay.
Everybody.
No, I said I'm not talking about debaters. And then I followed up again and I said, I don't listen to this kind of stuff outside of y'all. So I wouldn't know any woman content creators like that.
Oh wait, somebody said PH Diva. I think Trigger Mike versus PH Diva could be dope. Aaron, can you try to
I
set
think
that
that
up?
would be dope. Set
That
that
would
up.
be dope.
Yeah, you know what? You pick my opponent. How about that? Because
I
I'm
like
never
PH
running from a
Diva for
fight.
you. I'm gonna ask her when I
I'm
catch
never
her.
running from a debate. I'm
So
never running from a fight.
PhD
You
is
pick the female, and
PhD
Aaron will
is the
set it up.
easy target. She's the easy
Sorry
target.
to make you the proctor, Aaron. My bad, but shit.
She's
The
the
Aaron,
easy
can we
moderator.
work
target.
on
So
that?
Prepare for it.
I gotta
I'm
be
prepared for
there. I need to see it. I think
so
that would be good.
No, you
so
know what? They're gonna call inequality. So Aaron and Venus got to be the moderators for that.
Oh, that'd be fun.
she's an easy target. Again, who
The
are these
second you
women?
tell her to be quiet, you're gonna be like, "Look at the man! Look at the man helping the man."
I'm gonna ask her if she's up for it, but I think yeah, both are like really smart. That would be fire. I really think so.
That's cool.
What
She came
what
on my show yesterday
who are
or
these
the day
women?
before. I don't remember.
I need to know who are these women.
That won't be very because if I don't really prepare for these things, so yeah, she should be prepared to be slaughtered if I have time to
No,
prepare.
y'all
Or
gonna have it's gonna be fair like they did. Y'all gonna pick something and have a week to prepare, and it'll be official.
oh yeah, I don't see her beating me, but I'd love to try. I'd love to watch her try.
Wait, one more person. Who would debate Taz? You
Who's
know who that
Taz?
is, Mike? His name
If
is
he's not
Taz Exclusive.
if he's not screaming and over talking everybody, anyone on
No,
this panel,
send me a link.
He can do it.
Look. I know I'm very
I
new to
don't
this
I
space. I'm not gonna lie.
debating wife beaters is very easy.
So Taz,
So we
so
gonna go ahead and we gonna keep on spreading debunked stuff, years old debunked stuff.
I don't
But
know
at
if they're
any
debunked.
rate,
No,
look,
nobody
he
nobody
can have
debunked it.
he can have a debate. He can have a debate without table banging.
yeah,
Nobody debunked
he's
it.
had a lot
Who
of
debunked
debates.
it? Who debunked that? Who debunked that, Kelly? Where is the proof? He said,
Well,
I
Fatty,
didn't
you
do
have
it.
access to Taz. You could ask him like, "Why are you doing this right? Like, what's
No,
the point?"
I don't want to debate him. You guys ask who is as the boss to debate him, and I said it's easy to debate a wife beater as long as he doesn't overtalk us.
I'm
Right,
willing
and
to
then I said that he can do it.
Yes, and you're saying that he was debunked. Who debunked it? Where is the proof that he didn't do it?
He showed all his records
Yeah, of course,
like a long time ago.
of course it is.
Well, yeah, I was kind of there.
Aaron, you about to be hosting some debates? I want to see. I like this.
Yeah,
I think
always
Aaron would be very good at that. Honestly, now that I think about it.
I've already got it planned out exactly how I will do it too. Because just by watching what other people have done, I've seen exact ways to really make
yeah, we need to talk about that shit behind it. That shit would actually kind of be dope.
Kay did amazing, by the way. Like she was very fair.
Yeah, where the hell she been at, man? I was like,
She be
oh,
over on
that's her
Themis
new
channel
spot.
the whole time. She's always on Themis. They have a show like once a week.
yeah. Because y'all are putting out names I have never. Themis.
Oh, that's the dude they were arguing with.
You know why Trigger Mike? Because Aaron don't do hot topics. I just do the stuff I like to do. Stay away from them hot topics. I'm trying to tell you.
Now he don't really either. He that's not the first
You know what?
debate his channel has had either.
I'm learning, bro. I'm a YouTube infant, so I'm gonna learn the way of it.
That was not a shot at you. I'm literally just talking about I just don't do the hot topics.
No, I'm just saying. I'm literally a YouTube infant. I'm trying to learn what works and what doesn't, bro. This like people are fickle. Like whatever sways.
No, hot topic works. Like so.
That's what I'm saying. Whatever sways the numbers this week, it'll do it. It'll be 20-something K to the next week.
So I intentionally
Wait,
verified
Aaron,
it.
what happened to the debate? It was supposed to be between me, Anton, you, Fatty versus the
Oh, versus
Money happened. Money
yeah.
happened. Logic saw the amount of money that we were putting on the back. He said, "Nope." He said, "Nope. I bet I will cover any bet." I said, "Hey, 500, Aaron, 500." Hey, Evan. On the middle of the conversation, he was like, "Nah, I'm good." That man,
I'm not gonna let you do Uncle Logic like
Wait,
that.
who were y'all
It
supposed
ain't
to
no money
debate
issues
though?
like that.
Who were y'all
she
gonna
We
crit,
debate?
supposed to have
she,
a
yeah,
team
she
debate.
critique. It was she
Oh, I
critique.
remember
Oh,
that.
I don't
Come
know
on, man.
them. Oh.
Women on this space are terrible debaters. They're just like
Well,
they're not.
they're not in this space though, Fatty. Like the people who debate, this is not where they are. Like we gotta
So,
go out of this
so,
space for them.
so
Right. They
outside
debate
of
politics and stuff like
okay,
that for the
There
most
are some
part.
so
good women
so
debaters.
outside of this space, who are these woman debaters that you guys talking about? I already asked for names thrice. Who are they?
It,
Who
it,
are these women?
no,
Who are
it's
these
women that
women?
can't defeat men. So she had to say we were beating up on them.
Who are these women?
Who?
PH Diva is a fucking easy target. She's too emotional.
Easy.
She
I'm like,
she
yo,
she left their guy when the guy lost his job. She has
No, that ain't got
Fatty,
nothing
what
to
does
do
that
with her
have to
ability
do with
to
this?
debate.
because I can use that shit against her. He's easy
No,
but
that's
pickings.
why. But that's why we said trigger Mike because we know he's an intellectual. And he's not
Wait,
gonna
wait,
do
wait. But if
that.
it's
But
He's
a,
it's
gonna
not
hold
pick
on.
a
about
I
topic.
think Patty will eat
Wait,
her for
wait,
breakfast.
wait. If
it's
it's a
Damn right.
debate with the actual moderator, there should be no ad hominem.
Right.
yeah,
What are we talking
but
about? Her
Right.
no, but
family and
it
stuff.
is
Like that doesn't make
But we're
you
sense.
talking
you
about women, bro.
you are
They're gonna do it anyway.
you are
No,
seeing
that's
this
not
on the
true. Cynthia
you are
G,
No,
seeing
that's
this
not
on
true.
the
Cynthia G, and Annalicia didn't do that. They had one
Right.
moment where they thought
You
fire
know
was going
what?
to happen.
You're right. You're right. So I was watching, but the one thing they do, instead of keeping it factual in general, they make things personal.
they
Yeah.
deflect the
Yeah.
conversation.
That
What you have
that
to
that
And what
anxiety
evidence
shit
is
went
that?
left. That
what
That's
you
where the
have to
anxiety
do
shit.
moderator has to step in and be like,
Yeah,
Right.
wait,
That's
hold
that
on.
right.
it's like
what
So
don't
you
use
have to
personal accounts.
what you
okay.
have
So
to do
even with that being the case, that all that does is only make you as the debater look better. Like if
That's
the
what I said.
moment the
To
moment you do
people who
that,
know how to rate a debate, absolutely,
the
absolutely.
problem is not that
yeah, like but we don't. We come on, like we
the
doing this
problem is
for
not the
intellectual fun.
the problem is not the ad hominems. The problem is that they deflect a lot. And with the
Yeah.
moderator, you can deflect. I will literally say, "Hey, Aaron, she didn't answer the question. Can you ask it again?" "Hey, Aaron, she didn't answer the question. Can you ask it again?" With like, with certain people on this place, they don't acknowledge nothing. They literally go from point to point to point to point without acknowledge what you said. With a moderator, is impossible. You have no place to go, and you're going to look bad because if you are a wise debater, you're going to look at the moderator and ask 7 times, "Who is this woman debater that you guys talking about? Who is this woman debater that you're talking about?" And you're going to look bad because of that.
Well, to
And by the
me,
way,
to
and by the way, the you left the guy when he lost his job is not an ad hominem. It's something that can use to point contradictions on our train of thought.
well, no,
Just
well, Fatty. Here's the thing. I don't know if you understand this about debate. I don't have to necessarily relate to my points. I just have to make them. Right.
mm,
So yes, if I'm
Damn.
arguing about, let's just say, I actually was on a debate team in high school a long time ago, but if I had to argue pro, what is it called? If I had to argue like pro,
Stop laughing, Aaron.
The
like if I
fuck?
had to argue pro prison,
I should have never
if I
called
was in support of the death sentence, right? Even
yes,
though personally I am not, it does not matter what I'm personally into. If I
you
have to prove that the death sentence is a good thing, then that's what I'm gonna have to stand on the
you
entire debate. Nothing to do with
you
me
know
personally.
you know what seed planting is.
I'm the
You
one you
pl-
got that
you
term from. Of
let,
course I
let
know what it is. I said it to you. What's up?
you plant a seed of doubt by pointing somebody contradicting themselves up at the beginning of the debate, and even if they win the debate, everybody's thinking, "Oh my God!" But Venus was defending the death penalty, but then she was saying that she's against deleting babies. Like, what
I
the
would
hell is
never.
going?
This is the
What the
thing
hell
in
is
the
going on?
debate, Fatty. You're
Uh,
still thinking on some like I don't know how to explain this. In the debate, that
mhm.
does not matter. If
Of
you
course, it
have to
matters.
prove death sentence, then that's what you need to
No,
prove. Like that's it.
a debate is optics. You literally have to actually look better than the other person on the other side. That's literally the we when we're going to debate each other. Of course, we can go from a adversarial position and we can get to the end of the conversation and say, "Oh, I learned about this conversation." But for most parties, who looks better? Who look better? Who embarrass themselves? Who actually contradict themselves? And
This is why Trigger Mike said to people who know how to view a debate, that like people who are thinking like you, sure, but people who know how to just stick to the topic, who proved their point, who didn't.
what does that mean?
But hold on, Venus. There is a component to the anecdotal experience, and the personalized experience can have an advantage in debate. It depends on how it's utilized. So you can find ways to work around it if you're skillful enough. But there is a point where, depending on the debate, depending on the subject, the topic, the anecdotal experience and your personal experience can be a benefit to swaying a judge or something like that. It can actually do it.
It can. But again, if we are having a debate between Trigger Mike and PhD Diva, there should be no reason why he's bringing up her leaving her man. That just should not happen.
No, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't.
Right. Like that's not how that should
because
go.
Mike is a coward. Yeah, I'm joking.
This coward will dog walk Fatty.
No, because he's
I will dog-
intellectual
Mike,
enough
Mike,
not to
with-
have
hey,
to do
Mike.
that. Because he can actually just prove his point. So if his intelligence, he has to do, doesn't do that stupid shit.
He's already my little bro, but Fatty would become my son on the day he did
With all the respect, man, Mike. You don't
I'm
put
happy
smoke.
to sing any debate you like for anybody. I'm happy to do it.
Now I'm going for PhD. I'm gonna find
I
out.
already know all your moves, Fatty. All women are
Podcast. What
hoes.
you talking about? I'm lying about.
I want
All
to debate
women are hoes.
podcast, yo.
Tell Fatty to get out of bed in his thong.
Yeah,
is,
that's
Dog, you
Florida.
literally
That's Florida.
sound like you laying
You
the
don't need
fuck
to.
down.
You don't need to cover this, Florida. You don't need to cover this shit. It's Florida. I know it's Florida.
I'm just showing what it says.
Hey, Mike. You know what's funny? Everybody knew what Czech was going to do. He's going to
What?
dunk the ball. Now try to stop him.
You said who?
Czech.
Shaq. So basically, say everybody knows what Shaq is going to do, but you can't
Oh,
stop.
yeah. Book that.
Right.
Book.
To be honest, though, he was stopped a few times. I'm just saying.
He was. Hack a Shack.
That be the part.
You heard of Hack a Shack?
When he
I'ma
was
foul
30,
the shit out of you.
when
You
he
can't
when he
shoot
was
free throws.
37 playing for the Boston Celtics.
Hack a Shack.
I don't
I'll
know
make
about
you win
that.
the game from the free throw line.
I don't know about these expert debaters on this place, to be honest.
Wait, so you think you're an expert debater?
Ooh.
No, but I'm one of the top debaters on this place.
You are not. You are not. Oh my god.
That's fine.
You know what? You know what it is though, Venus, is that he stays in a certain, but Fatty literally can like. So this is what I'm gonna say because we're just
Fatty
gonna
does
say
not
we're
stay
gonna
in
say the
any
word
circle of
debate.
youth. He
So
goes
people are
every-
gonna use that word literally. So think about who can substantiate their argument. That's what I mean by debate. So it doesn't matter if we think they're smart or not. Who can substantiate pretty much everything they say out of their mouth? I think Fatty is top 5.
I do not think he's top 5. Absolutely
Yeah.
not.
Is it your feelings? Don't
No,
let
it's
me
a
say.
fact. You're not top 5.
Okay, so hey,
know what?
so let's do
Substantiate
this.
everything.
Let's do this then. Who is your
I
top
can
5,
name
Venus?
3 right above you on the panel. Trigger Mike, Cheeky, and podcast. I've seen debate way better than you.
That's fair. No,
Way
that's
better.
fair. Okay, you need
And not have to
not
throw insults in to prove their point. Like that's a fact. You're not nowhere near the top 5. You're not. Honestly.
so Umar. Do you have any more?
Tags will eat you alive in a debate. That's a fact. You know it is.
Damn,
Who
who is
else?
this Taz guy? Is it?
Yeah,
Taz
he is a wife beater. Leave
There's
him
so
alone.
many people that like no.
Will you stop repeating that stupid shit?
No.
Dang, fatty.
No.
Cheeky stuff.
You
And
asked me
Aaron, I
something,
haven't
baby.
seen
I
enough,
said
so
no.
I don't really know what your debate style. You don't really. I don't.
Oh no, I'm not a debater. I'm a conversationalist. I'm not.
And by the way, Kelly, when the said dude is calling me gay and like trans and shit, have the same energy and tell you, can you stop saying that dumb shit?
But you be there
Taz?
for it though. He be, you
No,
know,
no,
he
I
don't
be
talk
not.
about you
No,
when
I
you're
be
not
not.
there.
No, I be not. No, for you for 4 days, little Daryl been doing this shit. I went there once and I didn't do that again. And you guys are all jokingly and happy and having fun on the chat and shit. So don't ask me to stop. I will do whatever I fucking want. But I still love you, Kelly.
I have the same energy when his insults reach the same level, like he accuses you of something that you ain't doing. then I'll go ahead and I'll say something. But until then, I shall stay silent and I shall stay neutral. They don't ask me to choose sides and none of that stuff. I move around. I move where I want.
But
Fatty the only one who was threatening his supporters for being on the road. He the only one who do that to his supporters.
Who
Actually,
was threatening who?
you
You are all there. Like, it's the same people. Who were threatening who?
you was over there talking about if y'all don't respect me, you're gonna fear me. I'm gonna be like Anton. I saw y'all on
But
Darrell's
who said?
channel.
But wait,
You
who
were
said?
threatening people because they were
But
on Darrell's channel as if
who
you
said?
own
Who said?
people.
You
You're
are
bugging.
lying. You are
No, I
lying
saw
now.
you.
You are lying now.
You were
Just because
holding
I
Granville
just
and Pookie to task because they were on Darrell's show as if they
and
didn't
I
have a
was
right to be on everybody's show.
and ask Pookie and Granville if they had any consequence about that conversation.
I watched it. I saw what you said.
So me talking with the bet on the back with Granville today for multiple hours is what was that then?
I'm just going off what I saw. You threatened
So
them.
so I'm
You
telling you
said if
that
you
you're
guys
wrong.
don't respect me, you are going to fear me. And they
Yes,
never disrespected you. So you
but
were
who?
mad because they were on Darrell's panel. You
Oh
were. You
my
even
God.
said, I just want y'all to know that I saw y'all. That's what you said.
But Venus, you're putting two conversations in the same place and putting names. Granville is highly liked on this place. Real Pookie is annoying
And
as fuck,
and Granville
but
had to tell
people
you,
like
I'm
him
gonna
too.
go where I wanna go. He had to let you know. You don't get to
Who
tell
told
us where to
people to
go.
not go on that show? That was Ali. That was not
You.
me. They just stop doing that. This is why
Man, you
nobody likes
fucking
me.
capping, Venus.
Like
You
That's
fucking
not
she's a
the
liar.
capping.
conversation.
You
She's a
capping.
liar. She's a
That's not
You
the
liar.
conversation,
capping.
y'all
Granville.
You
talking without
capping.
cussing?
What
What was the
Fatty did,
conversation? No,
listen,
nobody cursing.
Eric, can
She's
I
a
please
liar.
speak right quick?
What was the conversation? You don't have to
Can I
scream. What was the
please speak?
conversation?
Fatty at the beginning of his show was joking with me.
Oh, okay. He
He
was joking.
asked, now, not gonna lie, Fatty was taking shots at Daryl. But Fatty was joking me, was like, why do I go to smaller channels and decide to have a decent conversation when I come to like Aaron channel, his channel, Cheeky channel, and I decide to cause mayhem? Why
Yeah, I
can't
heard
I
that
have a
part too.
serious
That's true.
conversation with them?
That's all
Now, was
true.
he throwing digs at Daryl while he was doing that? Yes.
What did he say to you?
Fatty ain't never fucking pressed me about going by nobody. That's
He
bullshit.
didn't.
Ain't none
So
of these
okay,
content,
wait, Granville.
ain't
So
none of
why
these
did you
content
say
creators ever did that.
Granville? Granville. So
All
why
of
did
them
you
rock with
feel
me. That's
Granville? Why did you
bullshit.
feel the
Look,
need to
don't
respond that way? You
I
literally said, "I'm gonna
because
go where I
because
want to
I was
go."
joking with Fatty the
No,
same
you were
fucking way
not
he was joking
joking.
with me,
You were
just
not
like I
joking.
do with everybody else.
You were not
That's
joking.
bullshit what you doing right now. Don't throw
You
my
were
name in
not
this shit.
joking.
Fight your
You
own
were not
motherfucking
joking.
battles by
and
yourself.
You were
Don't
not
put me in that
joking.
hey
shit.
I'll put
Granville,
you
I
wherever I
Granville,
rock
want
one
to
with
put
all
second.
you.
these niggas on
I'll
all
put
these
you wherever I want to
channels.
put
And you
you.
know,
Don't put me in
one
that
second,
shit.
I'll put you wherever I want to put you.
guys,
The
one
That's
second,
what
one
he
manipulating
second,
said.
ass shit you doing,
That's what
that's
he
guys,
bunk.
said. We
That's
all
guys,
saw
bunk.
it. I don't know why you're trying to
That's
pretend,
bullshit.
but we
Because
all
you
saw
put
it.
my
All
name in some
right,
goofy ass
guys,
shit.
come on, stop. I just want to say, uh, as Fatty says, Granville and Fatty are the sponsors of the show. But no, in all
thank you.
seriousness, this is not. Is this really a big deal right now? We really gonna argue
No, no,
about
no,
this?
no. I just want to clarify. Actually, it was a compliment. Real Pookie and Granville were on the panel for hours, having a dope conversation, give him some tips and all this shit. And I said, why the fuck do you guys go on Daryl's show? That is the most toxic shit around, and actually have dope conversations. And then with me, Cheeky and Aaron actually have a panel that we're actually talking about serious shit. They come around and they like just they distract things, right?
Oh,
So it was a compliment. It was like, you guys are capable of having dope, deep conversations. So do it more. Like, don't be known as goofballs around this place or guys that are trying to troll and deflect, because you guys can do more. So
Yeah,
So what was the
leave that
point
up
of
to
there
me.
you
was
Y'all take
saying?
care of that
So what
part.
was the
big,
point of you saying? I just want you to know I see y'all, and if you don't like me, you're
big,
gonna respect me. I'm gonna be like
because
Anton Daniels, and check me in a couple of months. I'm going for the power or some dumb shit. You were
big,
threatening people, low key.
because for a lot of people on this place, the only thing they respect is power, is subscriber
So you
supremacy.
were threatening. We agree? Am I lying?
But
Or you were
no, but
threatening?
then why are you bringing Granville and
Because that's who
and
you were
Pookie?
talking to, fatty.
No,
What
you
the
no,
fuck?
it what no, you like Granville
That shit
literally
don't
came
make
on
no
this
sense.
panel. Granville literally came on this panel to literally deny this shit, and you still going with that?
You just asked me why did I bring them up? Those were the
I
two people
actually,
you spoke to.
I actually said the same thing to Dusto. For example, I asked Dusto,
You
why do
didn't
you go
say
on?
about
Why
if you
do
don't like
well
me,
stop,
you're
stop,
gonna
stop, stop, stop,
respect
stop,
me
stop.
and blah blah blah.
I
You made that
but
threat that day.
that was not the threat. There was actually me informing the public that a lot of times when you are too nice, people take advantage of you. And people actually don't respect the nice guy a lot. But you know they respect
But how is
Anton
that
Daniels from
taking advantage of you
AntonDaniels.com.
if they're on another panel? That's not
It's
taking
not. It's
advantage
not.
of you.
It's not. It's
What
not. It's not about that.
the
You have to take lessons of people. You have to take
This is
lessons
so
of
weird to
people.
me. I
You have
just
to
gotta
take
say.
lessons of people that are winning. When Anton comes on the panel, everybody shut the fuck up. When Anton says something ridiculous for some reason, there's 7 motherfuckers on the panel that literally be quiet and actually follow him, even though they don't agree with him. What I was informing was that at some point there will be a transition where the nice guy, the nice fatty that talks with everybody, and he's seeing some bullshit going around because there's a lot of bullshit going around. I'm going to tighten up. I'm not going to be so much. I'm not going to be available every day for everybody, and I'm actually going to befriend people that deserve me being friends of them, and I'm going to treat other people with fear. That's exactly
That's a
what I'm
good
going to do.
move,
But there
Fatty.
was
And
a
what's the point?
reason you felt the need to say that to them in the
Tiki,
same
don't start.
conversation of them being on Darrell's panel when he was talking shit. You're not
Because
slick.
Anton said some
You're
bullshit
not
last
slick,
week.
fatty. I know what you were doing. If they want to
I
play dumb or they
I
want to be
still
up
don't.
your ass
I
because they like you, I
I
get it.
still
But I see you, and I've
I still
always
don't.
seen
I
you, and
still
that's why
don't
I don't like
understand your
you.
point. I was complimenting
You
them.
will never understand.
I said the same thing to Dustin when he went to Melanie King. I said, "Hey, bro,
You
how
didn't
can
make
you,
that threat.
how can you come on this panel
You
and
didn't
actually,
threaten him.
how can you come here and actually talk with her, have a nice conversation, and be a nice guy, and then we come on your panels and you're like, oh, wigglum, asa
You
legal
didn't
alone,
threaten
oh,
him.
la 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 la." Like
You didn't threaten him though. You
what
did.
was
I
the
heard you say that, but you didn't make that threat. There's a reason you said it.
Venus? What is the threat then? Tell me.
If you don't like me, if you don't respect me, you guys are going to fear me.
See, yes. So what is the threat per se? What is like
I'm
as a
going to do something to make you fear me.
no? What
Then
is the
you
threat?
said,
No, no,
then
no,
you
no. Tell
said, then
Venus.
you
What
said,
Venus?
I just
At
want you guys to know that I see you and I seen you
Venus,
over there.
Venus. At nobody over there was blocked. Nobody over there was like the only person that actually took the interest from you, and it was not because of their, it was because of what you said to me on J Prince. There's nothing about who was punished for that, who lost ranches, who was banned, who was blocked, who was threatened in private and in public. Who? Tell me a name.
And it's funny that Granville would come up here and say that, but
She won't answer.
I literally heard him say, I defend all of you.
Nah,
I'ma go where I wanna go. He was explaining himself because you was pressing him
nah,
about being on another content creators panel. So the fact that
nah.
y'all both up here lying, I don't know why, because there's a whole video. But go
I'm
off.
I'm still one like is this a Vitimus climb or something like that? Like I can't pronounce this is a G Prince
Fatty,
moment.
I'm not stupid like most of the people you used to talking to
No,
around here.
you actually are a
No, I
fucking
actually am
dumbass,
not.
an
I see
annoying
you
one.
for exactly
That
what you are, and that's
what
why I don't like
what
you.
what am I
You're
then?
a horrible person.
Oh
You're a
yeah,
manipulator, and you're not really good at it.
that's the
You're
problem with me.
sneaky. You're
I'm a
full of
person that you
shit,
can control.
and
That's
you're
your
a
problem.
coward. And that's that.
How am I a coward when I say to everybody in the face what I feel about them? How am I a coward?
You won't even admit right now what your intentions were that day. You are a
What are my
liar, Fatty.
intentions then, please? What are my
I
intentions?
just said them to you.
What are the consequences of my intentions? If I
What were
first was
you pressing viewers for going on another content creator show for? Why were you
I
doing that? And then why did you follow it up with, if y'all don't respect me, y'all are gonna fear me? What was the
because
point
I
of that conversation?
because I actually see people saying one thing in private and showing love and all that shit, and then on a conversation that actually can damage my reputation, they are kiki and kaka. I
Fatty,
wouldn't do
you
that shit
have
to anybody.
conversations that could damage people's reputations daily, and you get
Give me
paid
an
for it. So what are you crying for?
give me an example.
Click any of your videos. Those are the
Give
examples.
me give me an example. I said
Guys,
Taz is a
guys,
wife beater
guys,
because he's a wife beater. Sorry.
guys, come on, listen.
He is not a
Do we have to
wife
do this?
beater. God damn, fatty.
Do we have to do this? And thank you, Jaron, for the Cash App, fam. I
The same way
appreciate it.
I'm not gay. Go ahead and
All
ask
right.
Daryl to stop this shit.
Okay, guys. All right. We got. Listen, we
I
got to move on
have.
from this back and
And I
forth.
had your back on JP stream too when they was
Fatty, did
talking
you
that
see
shit,
my
but they wasn't trying
conversation
to
with
hear what
Daryl
I was
about
trying
that?
to say, so I
Thank you.
just stopped talking.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
So yeah, I did defend you.
Thank you very
Fatty,
much.
I
did you
I
defend who I
appreciate
Fatty,
that.
did
want.
you see my conversation with Daryl
What
about
do
that?
you mean you demand satisfaction? What does that mean?
I got some print screen saying that Dark Lake was not going to be Team Fatty from now on because of what he said, but I didn't saw nothing wrong there.
Well, that's a lie. I was defending you the whole time on Daryl's show. So
Yeah, I didn't see nothing wrong. And even if I do, I'm not that. I have impulse control. I'm not going to lash out at. I can be going at people left and right, and then if people come at me, I'm going to cry in the car and
well,
cry
just go,
because I have
just
to
go
do that.
when you have time. Just go back and watch it so you see for yourself.
No, it's fine. It's okay.
I think I
It's okay.
demand satisfaction means I demand retribution for an injustice. I think.
Yeah, that is what it means.
Well, can we say this, Trigger Mike? Because I actually disagree with you. I don't, and I say this. Look, we good. I don't think Cynthia G would debate you because she probably don't see the benefit of it. Like I don't.
No, she does. She doesn't. She does. Well, I actually use that same logic. So, she's very good at what she does, and I think I heard somebody say it might have been cheeky. She just doesn't stray far out of her circle because taking too many L's would be detrimental to her brand. Right? How can you call black men stupid if you get defeated by one or too many of them?
But there's no cloud around it.
Are you a part of the manosphere? Because I know she has a strong disdain for y'all, and she don't want nothing to do with y'all. That's why I said, is there anything else?
What? She don't have a distinct.
Yes, she does.
Listen,
Yes, she does.
Hold on. Listen, hold on. I need y'all to understand something, okay? Some of us have been gifted to understand what disdain looks like and what admiration looks like. This lady, hold on. Go back 5 years, maybe 6. Wasn't she a Pan-Africanist all up under man's arms and shit?
Yeah, that changed though.
This
now.
is simply hold on, Venus. Hold on, Venus. This is simply a woman's story.
Aaron, can I please?
This is
Can I please say one thing?
Hold on, real
Trigger
quick.
Mike.
It's not a.
No, look.
This is
look.
simply a
I'm gonna
woman
be
scorned,
off,
okay?
and y'all
She's
can
a
finish.
woman
Look,
scorned.
trigger. Y'all can finish y'all stuff. Look, just let me say this right quick. I ain't gonna be doing all that cursing or nothing. Look, ain't nobody never pressed me on here about going to another channel. None of that. Nobody has ever threatened me about going to a channel. Any of that. The way I treat the panelists and the chat is different than I treat the content creators. Content creators in this space, they make the content that I love. I go to all day channels. I do the same thing on all day channels. I'm never different. I'm always the same. I have always said that. Everybody knows. Plenty of people have heard me say it multiple times. I rock with all content creators in this space. All of them.
So what was
Nobody
the point
has
of you
ever
telling
checked me.
him? Wait,
No
what
one.
was the point of
No,
you
I'm
having to
not
explain to
responding to you,
him?
son. I'm not responding to you.
Because
Stop
you full of
talking to me,
shit.
son.
Point proven.
Stop
All right, bye,
talking to me,
y'all.
son. Look. Ignore it. I'm just ignore you. Everybody knows they see me on everybody panels in this space. Don't be you up here saying that a nigga tried to sun me on motherfucking YouTube. That's insane. Ain't nobody ever questioned me, bro. No one's ever questioned me about being on somebody's channel or something. I come up on these men channels all the time, interrupt their shows, do crazy ass shit. And they rock with me, and I appreciate them for that. I appreciate them for giving me the content I like. But for you to say some wild ass shit like that and question this man about something that he didn't do and involve me in it, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. That's crazy to me.
Fat boy, you up here crying?
Hey, look! Hey, look at
Pookie,
another one.
you got that Section 8 money yet, you dirtbag bitch? Kanye Berry bastard.
Hey, Pookie, did I threaten you
Nah,
the other day? Did I threaten
nah.
you
I
the
came
other
on this.
day?
I was on this. I came on this panel right out. A couple hours later. So it was all good. We laughed about the shit. I was up there fucking around. You are gay, but I don't judge you for that, fatty. So
That's a fact too. That is because he never proposed in anything. He just lets the shit ride. Pause.
But that's the thing, right? Because Venus, for some reason, she was very mad about you guys. And again, I don't like Grantville, but he has a super ranch on my channel and he has an emoji. I don't like Real Pookie, but he's actually the only one from the crack house that actually treat respect on my panel. But again, hey, what?
Hey, stop playing, fatty. You don't like Dark Lake either, but I got a wrench too.
Like me?
No,
fatty. From now
Venus.
on, I need 120 hours of streaming a week, and if I don't get it, watch what happens.
Hey,
fuck this, fatty.
I think this is just
all
another
right, Aaron.
classic
All right,
case.
cheeky.
I think this is a
All
case
right,
of
Trigger Mike. I even rock with Trigger Mike in an old folk home. over there on
Man, fuck you.
on
You
that
gonna
show
stop
over there. You hear
calling
me?
us
The old
old,
Fuck
man.
your light
Granville.
skin ass.
Oh, Kelly
But
Bam up here. Hey, Kelly Bam. I ain't seen you in so
Hey,
long.
Granville.
How you
but
doing?
yo,
How you
Fatty.
I'm good,
doing?
thank you.
Yup.
Fatty, when I've been on your panels and not wilding out, and we've had good discussions. So like, it ain't like nigga, I'm just not spazzing on everybody all the time.
Yeah, it's not
You know,
personal. Again, it's not personal. People fight and then they get together again. But the fact that, again, this person that actually is one of the biggest manipulators on this space, trying to say, "Oh, I see what you're doing." The problem is a lot of people on this space, when they can control someone, they usually have an agenda against them. So hey, again,
Hey, Trigger Mike. It's unfortunate that we agree on so many different things because I've been wanting to debate you one day, but I can't
Yeah.
find anything that you say that I disagree disagree with.
yeah, Trigger Mike was wilding the other day on my panel with some bullshit that he was pushing. Like
Yeah.
I was like, "This is not Trigger Mike, bro. This is this
No,
this
no,
this is
no.
a clone because Lou literally watched it like that you watched the Mike. I don't know
No,
what you.
I watched all of you.
I
So
don't know why you
here's the
peddling the
interesting
shit, but
thing. Here's the interesting thing about my old man logic. I think because I'm not scared of nobody, right? So what it is that I'm not going to bend my my real opinion to fit in within the group. And I've noticed that a lot of the things I say are never going to be right on the spot. Life is necessarily going to prove me right. I feel like I argue against a bunch of people who have maybe limited life experience in certain areas. They don't have kids yet. They're not married yet. They've gotten their heart broken and shit. So all of y'all on some fuck bitches, all bitches is hoes type shit. So I feel like eventually you'll come back to me in about 3-4 years and be like, yeah, you tried to tell me, nigga. You tried to tell me, but
Oh,
Aaron,
that's
I ain't want to hear
that's
that
something
Aaron,
shit.
can
right
you hear
there. Hey,
me?
thank you so much, Trigger Mike. That's something right there. Finally, a topic I disagree with. Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, let's plan that one day.
Hey, Aaron about to moderate the hell out of this debate war shit. I mean, I
Yes,
think because
Aaron.
people keep talking about in the chat, you want clout. Fuck yeah. You goddamn right. I'm trying to be YouTube famous. That means you got to get in the
No
ring.
way.
Right?
That
Like,
means
what's the
you got to
point?
get in the
Wait,
ring.
Thing,
Aaron.
I
the
want
thing I
both.
don't understand
Leave
about
me
what is the
alone.
point though?
Aaron, I got
You
an announcement.
goddamn right. I want clout. What the fuck I'm doing here?
Hold on, Trigger. I'm trying to hear Venus. Go ahead, Venus.
I'm sorry, Trigger. I also,
No, go ahead.
I started my channel officially. Are y'all gonna support me?
Of course.
Nope.
Of course. Yeah.
So
Go
my
ahead
first
over there.
live stream ever is going to be not this Sunday, but the following Sunday, like early in the day sometime. Um, I don't
Nah.
know. I know
Midday?
you do. I know you have a show on Sunday. So if you can, but can I drop my channel in the chat? I'm trying to like.
You can drop your channel in the chat anytime, bro.
Don't
Thank
send
you.
Venus,
my
are you gonna cam up on your show?
Why?
Hey Venus, are you going to carry your show by yourself, or are you going to ask man, just like every other woman on this place? Because you guys are
Fatty,
boring as
Jesus
fuck.
Jesus. This nigga
I'm gonna be
here.
her first guest.
No,
What's wrong
actually,
with
it's a good
him?
question. Are you going to carry your show by yourself, or are you going to actually beg for male people to
Well, I'm gonna do
carry your
like you
Venus
show,
and
got it.
submit
She
to
can
like
men.
carry it
everybody
on
else?
her own.
I'm gonna
You
submit to
got it,
men like you
Venus.
do. I'm gonna submit
Yeah.
to men like you. I
Yeah,
ain't see you carry anything.
yeah, because I'm
Okay.
fat.
This
Yo,
nigga
I'm
You
out.
can carry shit.
Jesus Christ.
I
So
can't
Oh,
hey,
even
damn
get.
it!
Venus.
Wait,
No,
this is
right.
interesting. Do y'all see this? I can't even get a show and I already got a hater. I
This
didn't even
is
have a
good,
first
bro.
show. Look at this.
It's not.
You
Hey,
got
actually,
2
it was a
minutes.
good question. Are you going to
No, it's
carry
not
your
a
own
good
show,
question. I
or
never
are
came
you
to your
going to
question.
beg for male content creators to go there and carry it for
I
you?
never came to your channel and question anything you do. But you a hater. That's the difference. That's why I said you're a trash person. Look at what you're doing, and I didn't even have one episode yet. You're garbage. Low vibrational, negative ass person. I can't fucking stand you. Honestly.
Oh,
Low vibration.
so
So I'm gonna
Leave me
submit
adorable.
to men
alone.
just like you do because you're feminine. So I'm gonna submit too.
Who is feminine?
Yes, I'm gonna submit and ask men to come to my panel too, but actual men, not people like you.
Who is feminine? Hmm?
Knock knock.
Why do you keep
Who's
talking to me,
there?
fatty? I don't like you and you don't like me. Why do you keep talking to me?
Can I ask a question? Yes. What's your
Before you
question,
ask that question,
podcast?
before
Starting
you
to sound
ask that
like me.
question, I missed it. I missed this. I need to definitely acknowledge Kazi. Thank you so much. She says I think it's insight. She said good insight, but I think it might be insight. I don't know. A practical guide to becoming the parent you want to be. Oh, that's the name. Good insight by Dr. Becky Kennedy is a good start. Okay, so she's recommended a book for parenting that can help out with parenting. So that's what's up. Thank you, Kazi. I probably never ever have any children, so I won't need it. But never know.
Of course, Becky would teach them how to be good parents. No, I'm just playing.
All right, podcast.
I'm sorry. No.
Podcast, you had a question, dog?
Yeah, go ahead, podcast.
Yes. My $20 cash app.
What?
I was supposed to send you $20 to kick Venus for not saying "Hey, little podcast" out loud.
Hey, little podcast. I said I wanted to debate you.
What's up, little podcast?
I probably sent it to the wrong one. My bad. So listen, this is my question.
Wait,
though.
I wanted to debate you. I wanted round 2 for that religious debate we never finished. But okay, cool. I'm going to mute.
Okay, we got to put that together.
You guys might want to be careful with religious debates. I'm just going to tell you that now.
Yeah, we need research for real. But I want to, because he was trying to challenge me, so I need a round 2.
A podcast. You're going to support Uranus too?
No, only if she says
don't
podcast, out you gotta say the next time she go on somebody's platform, she gotta say, "Hey, little podcast," without me asking, and then I'll say, "All right." So
wait, there's a Venus and a Uranus.
Wait a fucking minute, Blake. Hold on, man. Look, this is my question. What the hell is the debate for? I really need to know this because I thought that when you had a debate, like you should be able to have concessions, but it seemed like that's not the case. So, like even with what Trigger Mike said, like he said, it's not going to bend. I don't know the word he used, but it was something to the effect of his belief or his understanding to fit into what everybody else is saying, which is understandable. But what the fuck is the point of the debates? Like I get what Venus was saying as far as being able to argue both sides. But in this particular space, you should be debating to stand on something that you actually believe and not necessarily just be a contrarian and argue points. But if we're debating, right, is it possible for you to concede that another person has a point?
If you're having a conversation in good faith, absolutely. I think most of you're muted, Mike.
Oh shit! I was gonna say I don't think so. One of the funniest things about this space, and you're right, nobody ever concedes unless we do
all the time. Come on, Mike.
Well, I'm saying basically only the mature of the mature actually concede and be like, you got a point. You know what? I'm gonna start looking at it like that. But what you don't get away from, if you look at enough of these broadcasts, the opinion, the public opinion is gonna know who won. And I don't mean this person got washed. What I mean is I can incrementally see people's ideology change based on you being able to substantiate your argument with facts, right? So then they start moving different around you. They know you don't play around. They know you can substantiate your argument against theirs. So they start to interact with you a different type of way. I've seen it now, and I've only been in the game for 9 months. There are women that won't even get on podcasts with certain dudes now. If y'all notice,
podcast could be the best debater on this place if he wasn't a piece of shit. If he didn't defend the wrong
I agree.
If he actually defended the right ideas, he would be the best.
If he stopped saying that he's on Section 8, I think he'd be the best. That always lets the air out of the balloon for me.
Yeah, he just debates from black.
Yeah, but here's the thing though. In debate, why does him being on Section 8 even matter?
It was a fucking joke, Cali Bev. God damn it!
It does
matter.
That's
why we about to kick him out our state.
And I'll tell you
why we about to kick women out our state. He knew it was a joke.
It does matter, and I'm gonna tell you why, right? And this might help, it might not. Take for what you want, right? If you're not stating factual things, because if you're in a debate and you're only talking facts, then it does not matter. However, if you are stating something that is not factual, right? It's just an opinion, it's a lived expression, things like that. Your circumstance matters because it impacts on how you currently view and see the world. So your personal environment actually matters how you're responding. But if you're just talking facts, it does not matter. So in that context, it does.
Yeah, nobody. Hey, dead ass. Your Achilles heel. your Achilles heel podcast is the hood. It's your Achilles heel.
No, is the military.
You start
If
going
you
in on the hood, it'd be like
if you
people will never make it up out of it. Ooh, podcast about
if you say the trigger words military is going to show on your door.
And Venus, can you put your link in the private chat for me?
Let's see,
Or
look.
if you rich.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Chief.
I was saying, or if you rich, he don't like rich people because they don't know how to concede on points.
Nobody wants the slow prince on their debate team.
Facts. That's not
that would be abuse. That would be abuse.
That would be abuse.
That's my point. So that's what I
podcast. I'll be listening to you, dog. You have points.
You know what?
People don't be listening.
You know who I want as my first opponent? They're not even worthy. Bring Flora ass up here because I like to teach lessons. So you might be right. I like to teach lessons. Somebody debate Flora.
Flora doesn't believe
you gotta
the
be
thing she
kidding.
says.
No way.
Yeah, you saw that too, right, Cheeky? Crazy, right?
No, I thought it was a joke. Well, it is.
What?
So
Hi,
it is a
Flora.
joke.
I think to me though, Aaron, I think it's kind of. I don't want to use the word disingenuous because I don't believe.
You saying what I'm saying is disingenuous?
I just said I don't want to use that word because I don't think it actually applies to you. I'm gonna use naive respectfully, because I don't know what word actually means what I'm trying to say right now, which is that the same way how you can say a person who may have poor or meager circumstances will affect their perspective. That same thing applies to a person with money, right? That same thing off a person who's seen 90% success rate and only 10% failure rate. They're going to be less empathetic, less sympathetic, less understanding. They're going to concede less. It's got to be what I'm saying is right because I have some money. I have to know what I'm talking about marriage because I'm not divorced yet, right? So that same thing.
Keyword yet.
You can't assume that. To me, it shows something about the person assuming that my circumstance has anything to do with my perspective, especially at this age, right? Especially after I've buried so many family members, raised 2 kids, and been a part of other children's lives, loved and lost, right? All the things I've been through. And
So
all the things I've seen.
What does that have to do with you being broke?
Hold on, podcast. You're doing that disingenuous thing though, where you believe that because somebody got money that they didn't go through those same exact things.
No, I'm not saying that they didn't.
Right.
I'm showing you what it sounds like to say that this person, right, because they have money, well, I could just perceive they ain't been through nothing. So that's where their perspective is coming from. That's the same way how you saying that's disingenuous. It's the same way how I'm saying it's disingenuous and or naive, right? To think that just because a person might not have a whole bunch of money, that has anything to do with their perspective on religion or relationships.
It's not just not having money though. Being on Section 8.
Wait. What I said is what actually happens in the world. Now, are you saying what I said is wrong, or you don't think it should be that way?
I'm saying
I think it was
that it shouldn't be that way. Yes, I'm saying that it shouldn't be that way.
And I would agree.
I don't think people are wrong to say something about someone who's on state benefits. I don't know. I feel like that's part of what you bring to a conversation.
What about wait a minute? No. What about people who inherit money so they never work for anything? So the probability of them self-deleting
that's not
is
any
increased.
of you nakers, so I don't run into
So you can judge that person too, right?
Everybody has a bias.
None of you nakers have that.
Everybody has a bias. Everybody.
None of you bitches have it either.
Oh
no,
shit!
Okay. You nakers say that every day.
Hey, Dark Leg, did you call rule by Uranus a bitch?
You are so desperate.
Well, I can tell you worked on that one for a few minutes.
Yeah,
your pronunciation of
you're
Uranus.
so desperate.
You gave it away.
I would almost think you were heterosexual the way you craving my attention.
Oh no, I'm gay. You can
Almost.
clip it. Go ahead and clip. Go ahead and clip it and show it to everybody.
This
I'm
is about
gay.
to go
Go ahead.
left.
The fact that I say I'm a lefty and people still try to get me with the gay shit is hilarious.
No, I
Like,
wasn't joking. No, I'm dead serious. The way
Wait,
you
so
crave my
gay people aren't
attention,
lefties?
Fatty, I don't acknowledge you. You always acknowledge me first. You
oh,
are
you
obsessed.
can you kind of do.
You are obsessed. You saw me up here. You came up here. You go places I am, and I
Wait,
ignore you, and you still ignore me.
wait. You thought I came on Aaron panel
No, you
because
came
you
here
were
for
here?
Darrell. You came here for Darrell. You saw
I
him up
think
No,
you
here.
I
did
know,
You
I
too.
knew
know.
y'all was gonna
Actually,
fight. You knew
no,
y'all was gonna
actually,
fight, and
no,
you
no,
came.
no,
You
no,
knew
no,
it. You knew
no.
it.
Actually, no. Actually, I came here
I
because that's
believe
all.
that, Venus.
He did.
I actually came on this panel because I always do
I
that.
think Flora likes fatty.
And I do my best to be respectful on other people's panel and try to just have the
I
conversation.
I do
But
too. Suck my
you
dick.
Podcast,
intentionally,
shut up.
Fatty, just because you suck dick, stop putting that on me.
Uh
Thank
oh.
you. Uh-oh.
Damn,
Uh-oh.
Venus.
That's very
You didn't hear
disrespectful.
what he said? He said
Did,
suck his little
eh,
fucking dick
but
as
did,
if anyone could find it.
but did
No,
Like,
I
you
what are we
wasn't saying
talking
anything's
about?
wrong with
but did
that. You
you
can
heard
keep
What
what
is
you
whatever
what
you
is
said?
wrong
want.
with that?
Did you heard what you said? You said I'm trying to be very respectful. Do you see? You don't. But that's the thing.
Fatty, you're
I
pathetic. You
actually
are
own it. I don't play the
pathetic.
nice guy. I
You
own
are
it. You don't.
pathetic. You
You
don't
don't. You don't.
own it. You're a coward in another country. You would never behave this way over here. You
Let
got
me
a
ask
bunch
you.
of
Hey,
Americans in
Venus.
your ear gassing you up, telling you this
Venus.
shit is cute, but you look stupid.
Venus. Let me ask you
You
this,
don't look
right?
like a man. Everybody laughs at you, not with you.
Venus.
We're
Let me ask
laughing
you this.
at you, dummy.
Venus. Let me ask you this.
Like, no, don't ask me shit.
Okay, I'm going to ask you this.
Don't ask
All
me
right,
shit.
guys. How'd you make up?
You're
I'm
an
going to
idiot. You letting Americans
I'm
pump
going
you
to
up.
ask
You're
I'm
not
going
that
to
guy. You're
I
not.
know I'm not. It's fine.
They tell you what to say and when to say. We know. You're not smart. Stupid.
A 5'2" midget that docked himself several times goes at people, kids, at people, parents, at dead people. Nothing happened to him. Nothing. Why do you think like something would happen to me? Why? If that guy doesn't get got and nobody touched him after talking about kids, dead people, parents, doxing himself,
So
telling,
you
"Oh, this is
should
my house." Why
you
do you think
should
that? Why do
well,
you
I don't
think that
know.
actually would happen to me?
You should
Yes,
test
guys.
that theory and come
No,
over
it's a
here.
fair. No, it's a
Nah, you
fair
should come over
question.
here and see.
Fight someone
Where?
your own size,
Y'all are two
Fatty.
Hey,
different people, right? You should come over
yeah.
here and see. See what happens to you.
So Venus,
Don't talk
who is
about
going to
him. Talk
who
about
is going
you.
to who is going to do something to me?
I don't
You?
know. Come over here. I'm not
Do
gonna do
you?
anything to you. But you should come and test the
Are you
theory
going to Are you
That's
going to
that
sit on
proxy
me?
violence that a lot
and
of
say
women
where
like
you're
to
gonna be.
participate
All
in.
right, guys. All right, all
I'm
right.
gonna
We're
say
Are
getting
you
something's
going?
very
gonna
dusty
happen to you,
now.
but I'm not
Are
gonna
you
say
going
who's
to
gonna
use
do it.
another black man to
Exactly.
punish me? Is that what you're going to
Exactly.
do?
You
I
need
Yeah.
it.
saw that dust coming
Is
from
that what
miles
you're going to
away.
do,
Come on,
Venus?
Venus. You walked
Are you
right
going
into
to put
that.
another black man in jail just because
No,
your
you're
feelings got
right.
hurt?
You know you're right. Nothing will happen. So come over here and let it be known where you're gonna be.
You saw what Venus was going to do? She
Let
was
it be
going to
known
put
where you're gonna
And
another
this
black
is
be.
man
why
in
black
jail.
men need to
She
lead.
was going
You
to
would
put
never
another black
behave
man in
this way
jail
over
just because
here.
her feelings got hurt.
Darkly, you can't lead nothing.
Oh, your anus.
Just come
You
over
are so
here.
cute.
You're on mute,
I'm
Aaron.
telling
I
you.
want to hear from podcasts. I want to hear what podcasts think about the
Facts.
show.
I
Hit
want to
me
What
with
hear
up,
some
why this man is
expletives.
Beans?
obsessed with me and say my name every fucking chance he get and
Y'all,
give
Yeah,
me
but
y'all,
Aaron
attention
is the
every
host
chance
of
he
the
get.
show,
All
not you,
right,
I'm
Venus. And
guys,
we
listening.
just heard
chill.
what
All
Aaron
right,
wanted to hear.
Darkly.
So
So
close
shut
your
up.
mouth.
Darkly,
Shut
shut
up,
the fuck
Darkly.
up. You
Close your
really
mouth,
need to shut
Venus.
up.
You're
You really need
twerking
to
too
shut
much
up.
now.
Hey,
Aaron said he want to hear from
Okay, we can
podcasts.
hear
It's his
Aaron.
show, so we'll
We
We
hear
can
can
from
hear
hear
from
what Aaron
Aaron
podcasts.
for the
said.
We're not
instructions. You can
hearing
shut
about
up
how
now.
Fatty is
You can
supposedly
shut up
obsessed with
now.
you.
He is
uh
obsessed.
oh.
Y'all didn't just witness this last
Hey,
hour. He is
podcast,
obsessed.
Darkly,
He
just
does
send
this
him the
every
podcast, go
time he
ahead.
goes
man.
anywhere I am. He does this
Hey,
every
hey,
day.
hey, do you saw how
He is
docile
obsessed.
Do you saw how docile Venus was when she asked him to post the link, but now she didn't.
Yeah,
Now
because
she
I'm talking
doesn't.
Can
to a
you even
bitch, so I'm
define
treating it
docile? You
lesser
never
now.
use that word,
You
I
were
talk to
so
Fatty.
men
docile. You
different, but
say,
I
"Hey,
talk to
Aaron,
bitches
can I
different.
post the link, please?" And now
you
you have
know,
the.
you know, after every show, right? There's like, if you could monetize the show, Like there's like a green link, and the more and more y'all cuss, the more or less likely I'm gonna get a green link at the end of this show.
I'm sorry. So even when
I don't really care that much because Fatty knows you're not gonna make a lot of money off that advertising. But Jesus, it feels good to get through a show and see it stays green.
I never saw a green in my life, to be honest. It's always the orange one.
I
never saw a green one.
show. I got a green last show. You know why? Because it was mainly me and Raw beef for the majority of the show. And so it got green.
No, Aaron, be honest. If he would have never said SMD to me, we wouldn't be here. So you got to
I'm
see your
not
homeboy.
mad at how you respond. I'm not mad at how you respond.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is
It's
You
fine.
Because I
have
didn't
to
curse
like
nobody out.
spurs. It has to be a spurt, like boom, 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 and then we go, okay, let's listen to podcasts. Because podcasts want to be heard too. I want to hear from podcasts because he brings an objective view. And just because I know how the world may treat him because he says he's on Section 8, doesn't mean I'm going to treat him that way. That's the point.
Go ahead, podcast. Let's talk about whales like Venus and her friends.
Can you find your penis under that stomach?
Yeah, that's why.
I don't think so.
Hey,
And that
7
fucking mold and that crease under there.
7 inches go a long way, Venus.
Go-
They go a long way.
In your belly button, you fat hoe.
They go
Where?
a
Where's it
long
going?
way, Venus.
Where?
I'm telling you.
Nobody can find it. Shut your lonely ass up.
You can just have to
If
open your mouth.
if you feel the need to come out here and tell the actual size, you lost.
You can find it, Venus. You just have to open your mouth. I'm telling you.
Good job, Venus.
Also,
you're
you're not
learning
capturing
well,
nothing,
man.
Maker capture. You're not capturing anything. You're too weak.
I got you. I got
It shouldn't even
you.
be
I
your
got you
name.
in that.
It shouldn't even be your name.
It's a beautiful day.
You can't even capture a white man that you want to be with. How are you gonna capture us?
I got you in the net already.
So I would like to hear a podcast. Otherwise,
You don't know how to build a net.
When I caught all the tuna yesterday, you were in.
Otherwise, I'm happy to shift the convo to something else because I come prepared every single show for multiple discussions. Okay, so I would like to hear from podcasts, but if y'all just want to yell at each other, I can sanction that as well. I'm really good at that too. Okay,
I think it's very hypocritical that a fat woman like Venus does fat jokes.
What's
It's
hypocritical?
It makes me very sad. Cry on the car all the time. I don't like that. Hurts my feelings. I'm going to
Aaron,
call
how long have
somebody.
you been friends with this man? You still haven't taught me to speak
I think you
English.
like fat women. You are obsessed with me officially. You can't get enough. You just can't.
Are you fat?
Jesus Christ.
I
Is your
think he might
mother?
be a chubby chick.
You have a fat face, but
Is
I
your
don't know if you're
mother?
fat. Are you fat?
You said they sent you pictures of me, so you
Natasha
should know.
says, "Thank you. May you stay in the green." I appreciate that. I love my Canadian. I don't think it's going to happen. It's a small probability because the majority of the content of the show does not have this small amount of back and forth. But I will tell you this: eventually, it will get there. But my last show was green. I'm very happy about that. Even with a little bit of bickering, you can kind of escape out of it because I don't know the exact number of words that you may say that will trigger for them to go, advertisers, stay away from this channel. So, or I should say that.
I was doing great. I was adding to your conversation. I was doing well.
Yeah, the woman can never do anything wrong. Yeah, it's always the man's fault.
The devil
Woman
corrupts
does
the
nothing
energy.
wrong ever.
It's the devil, and I rebuke you, demon.
I was just over here to mind my own business.
If we
I
ever
literally
get,
was. I don't know if you heard the conversation before y'all came, but there was none of this happening at all.
I'm gonna make a rule. If Natasha kick anybody off the panel, then that is clear as day. You're the wrong one. I'm just gonna make it clear as day because she ain't gonna pick nobody to boot off the panel. But if she does, you're the one in the wrong. Let that state the record. State the record. You get booted by Natasha, you in the wrong. No matter what.
Be careful.
No matter what. Okay.
Natasha is not easily manipulated by your lies. Be careful.
You just can't stop. Fatty, just say you want to be my friend. You want to hear my voice. You love it. You can't get enough.
I think you do.
Y'all might as well be friends. So this is not good. This is not good for the space for y'all not to be friends.
He will not leave me alone. I don't know what his obsession is. It's
Look,
weird.
all you gotta do is say, you know what, Fatty, I really like you, and just be my friend. And Fatty's gonna be like, I like being the villain, but you know what? I like you too. And that's what he does.
You sounded
Now, let's continue the video.
Can you
I think Venus might want a free trip to Portugal. I think that's what it is.
Nah, she
You need to let up on her, Fatty.
She will have to come by boat because the airplanes are not.
Why does he bully women so much? You guys never question
Because he
him?
is a woman.
It will have to be. It will have to be like a military plane for her to come to Portugal. This is a very expensive flight. So let's leave it at that. Where do you live, Venus? By the way.
This is
Anything so I can know where is my
Fatty, do you want to be friends or not?
What do I gain from it other than a headache? And
Well, you don't.
He just put his
You
number in
don't
the
gain
back chat.
anything. I'm
Venus,
just
you
doing
should
a peace
check
offering in
that.
front of everyone. You
and
could
I'm
take or you
asking,
could
what do
know.
I'm
I'm
asking,
not
what
here
do
to
I
sell
gain?
myself to
What
you.
do I gain from it? Tell
I
me.
don't
Tell me.
actually gain anything from you. So that was I put
Oh,
out there
you
once.
oh
You
you oh you
don't
oh you
take
think
it. That's
you think
okay.
you think you don't? Are you sure about that?
I don't gain any. What do I gain from you?
I would send you some nudes on Monday. I would send you like Grand Rising Queen.
Grand Rising Queen.
I need at least
Why would
3
you
of those
send her
a
some
week.
news?
I need
Don't do
3
that.
Grand Rising
That
text
joke fell
queen
flat.
a week. I need at least 3.
You tried it
What
though.
else you got?
You need at least 3 what?
Grand Rising Queen per week.
Hmm? You
I
need
need
3
at
of them?
least 3 Good Morning Grand Rising Queen. I need like 3 of those.
And I will lend you some money.
I don't like the word lend.
Oh, he
What
got
am I
money.
Oh no, okay, I'll give you some money.
Aaron, you
I
need
like
to
it. I
control
like
the
it. Yeah.
bullying on your panels.
I like
So here's the
Oh, you
thing,
know
right?
what? You see, I heard where you was going. You see that?
When it comes to content creators, they have a little bit more space here because this is what they do. So I don't really try to control.
Fight Club though.
You said what?
This isn't Fight Club though. Why is he allowed to bully her?
They're not actually acting like it is. You may not know the difference. There is a way difference to how they would act if we were all.
Girl, I don't even go on Fight Club. Mm-mm.
Too many dust mites nowadays.
Robbie always trying to come on panels talking that shit, and I know how to close her mouth. Oh wait, y'all don't want to correct Robbie. No, I'm just playing. No, I'm just playing.
How you gonna close my mouth, Dark Lake? Now that's
I'm just
kind of
playing. I'm just playing. How you doing, Robbie?
fine. Pause.
Oh.
Bruh, B, I want you to debate Angry Man. I'm up here instigating debates, and I selected you too. I'm trying to get Trigger Mike versus PH Diva, you versus Angry Man.
Nobody wants to hear Trigger Mike debate anybody.
I love Angry Man. I don't want to
Flora,
debate
Flora,
You're conflating. You're conflating
Flora,
your own interest.
it's low tide.
too
Isn't it almost
angry.
feeding time? You better get the fuck out of here.
I would debate with Trigger
Oh, that's
Mike
so
because
funny.
I got
One of
some
my
beef with Trigger Mike
recycled
too.
jokes.
I'm happy to sanction these said debates. I'm very
You want me to
grateful.
become a writer for Liquid Network? You guys are boring.
I got
Robbie
some
knows
beef
she my
with you,
sister.
Mike. You are my
Robbie
brother.
knows she my sister, so she know I'm not gonna say nothing mean, but you still not gonna win.
I am gonna win because I looked at your last video when you was reviewing Dr. Umar show. We was reviewing that over there down to the We On Live channel. Baby,
Oh, yeah.
you was
Oh,
cutting
yeah.
up. You was cutting up.
Oh yeah.
Oh hell no, he was
my
coming at
services.
Dr. Umar.
This is the last time I'm going
He
to offer my
was.
services, Tether. Would you like my services? I can help rebrand your dusty little show.
Don't call him a tether, baby. First of all,
He's
you know
a
he's
tether.
not.
He's a tether.
She's a tether too, Robbie. She's a tether too.
Buddy, I know you're not
answer. He's
talking
a
about
tether.
What's the point of not being a tether? What's the point of not being a tether when the people call their men makers?
What?
I don't get that.
What's the point?
It's a
What's
baby.
the point of the insults?
You hopped out of bed.
First of all,
put some briefs on.
Right, exactly, birthday. Me and Angry Man is
He
cool.
ran.
And I'm cool with Mike too, but Angry Man don't like to be wrong. He get real upset,
Fatty
and then we
always
gonna
rage
fall
quits when I'm
out.
up
We ain't
here.
gonna
bad.
talk for a couple of months, and then I don't
Oh
feel
no,
like
don't
going
worry. I
through
put
that
him in his
process
place.
again.
I put Angry Man in his place. Don't worry, Robbie.
Tether, now that your little defender is gone,
But this
would
is the
you? Are you
thing.
rejecting my? Are you
You're
rejecting
not
my
gonna put
services?
Angry Man in this place. Stop it.
I was about to say.
No, I said I already did. No, Aaron, I said I already did. I did on Fatty's show. You can go watch it. You can go watch it. You can go watch it, Aaron. I put Angry Man in his place on Fatty's show. I beat him in a debate as well. You can go watch it.
Can I talk to? No one's gonna watch anything with you in it. Can I talk to the Tether really quick?
No, wait a minute.
Mr. Tether Mike, can you come to the stage?
Ma'am, you need
Are
to
you
show me. Hold on.
Are you
hold on,
looking
hold on.
for services?
I don't know if you heard the
Are
new
you
rule.
looking for Are you looking
I don't
for
know
services?
if you heard the new rule. You have
Are
to
you
submit a
looking
bank
for
statement.
services?
You
I
have
can
to
do
submit
that.
a bank statement to call me a tether.
So
Okay.
this is the thing.
To call you a tether. Oh, look, your
Yeah,
little
you have
boy
to make
came
more
back.
money than me to call me a tether,
Hey,
or else the
are you
joke's
gonna
on you.
That's
not
help
fair, right? Because now you're using the money thing, and I will never be able to
how
say
are you gonna talk?
off of
Wait,
your
hold
wife
on.
is not
How are you
having
gonna
money.
talk down to somebody on a term that's meant to put them down because they're in this country.
Living
But
off of your mom is
you can't
not,
outpace me
or
in,
wife,
in your very own
whatever,
country.
mammy.
So you got to make more money than me to call me a tether.
She's
Does
a
that
tether
sound fair?
too. Don't fall for the bait. She's a
Oh, fatty,
tether
go to
too.
bed. Didn't
Nobody
you
is
leave
a
already? Didn't
tether
your rage quit?
unless your parents came here illegally and had you in order to stay in the country. Then you are not a tether.
So
If
I'm
your
not.
That's
parents,
not the context of tether I'm using, Raw.
So I'm
No, there's
not
too
a
many
tether
fucking
That's why I
contexts
told
there.
you,
Yeah,
You
because you
wasn't
black
listening.
women always changing definitions. That's not the
Oh,
context
shit.
of the
Exactly.
word I'm using.
Can
You
you
want
first of all,
smoke.
why is your avatar a merman that looks nothing like you? Okay, so I have
Well,
to
you
bring
just
you to
proved the
I have
fact
to
that you're
bring
paying.
you
Hold on.
I
You
have to
just
bring
proved
you
the
to the
fact that you're
table.
paying
I have
attention
to
to me.
bring you
That's
to
an
the
AI
table so that
version
we
of
can
me. So
Hey,
I have to bring you to
you're
the
paying
table so we
attention to
can
me.
address
So
your
wait,
whatever.
identity
Laura,
issues.
what
You
time
don't
is
want
it
to
You
where
address
you
always
at?
my
have a
comment.
perm.
You
You
don't want
always
to
have a
address my
perm.
comment. So
Hey,
You
Laura,
always
what
have a
time is it?
perm and slick back hair. And
hey,
all your
guys, come
pictures are
on,
so
man.
Venus,
weird.
that is your mic. Yes,
Hey,
that
Yeah.
is
Laura,
your mic.
what
By the
time
way,
is it?
since we're talking about avatars, who is that swollen face? Oh, it left. Go ahead.
He
Flora,
loves
what
to
time
come
is
at
it where
women.
you are?
Don't worry
What?
about it, you tether.
Oh, okay. It's 5 o'clock Central. I'm just wondering. It's low tide. You might want to go pick your kids up now.
Oh, that's so funny.
Okay.
trigger
Look at how Rod, don't make that face like he was funny.
Hello,
Y'all love egging on this old
is
man.
it possible that I could hear from podcasts? I mean,
she's calling black men naked. So whatever she gets, she gets.
Is it
Fuck
Did I
her.
say that
possible
once yet?
that y'all would
Did
be
I say that
quiet
once yet on
so
the
that
stream?
podcast could speak? Is it possible?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Venus, you an esthetician?
He said, "Be quiet." He said, "Be quiet." Your name not podcast. If your name not podcast, don't
Oh
talk.
shit.
Now I
My
had to
bad.
come up here to regulate because Aaron don't yell at y'all asses. Shut the hell up. Go ahead, podcast.
Is this a nigga talking to me? Shut the fuck up.
And then she got so go ahead, podcast. Go ahead,
Go ahead,
podcast.
podcast.
What are we talking about?
Something about
Oh,
Section 8 I
boy.
heard when I came. What y'all
We
talking
not
about?
talking
Yeah, I
about no
think it was
Section 8.
I think it was unemployment benefits or something.
They were
Maybe.
talking about how black men are better than black women. That's what we're talking about. Little podcast. Go ahead.
Oh
Whoa,
no, it
no,
was
it wasn't.
SSI.
Whoa,
It was
whoa,
SSI.
whoa,
We
whoa,
were
Yeah,
talking
yeah.
about
All right, what do you
SSI.
think about that little podcast?
whoa,
Y'all
whoa,
too.
whoa.
Y'all bugging right now. Ain't nobody better than nobody. Black people as a whole is at the bottom of goddamn society. Shit,
Can I
get this
imagine
shit
this
together. Fucking
Yeah,
work together, bitches,
I
so that
agree. I agree.
we can ascend.
I
Tether,
agree.
Girl,
FBA,
take
ADOS.
that stuff.
Who give a
Take
shit?
that to
They
Hold
don't.
on,
take
hold on.
that
They don't
straight
give a
where
Raw
fuck
you
B.
about
found
Hold on,
it.
hold on.
Listen up.
Raw B
Why would they
says,
take this
"Don't call
dick?
nobody
Take
a
it
Sounds
tether."
good.
Tether.
She said Tether.
Don't call nobody a
FBA.
tether. Tether. FBA. I'm like, okay.
All you
all
niggas.
of y'all niggas. Whatever you identify at, whatever pronoun you choose for
Hey,
this adventure.
Mike's pronoun is tether.
I want to be FBA this week, so
hey, as long
that's
as
what
my
I'm going
pronoun
with.
ain't broke, I'm cool with it. Shit.
You
All right.
living off of somebody else's
Podcast,
income
did
is
you
not
have
me
your
being
And
talking
you mad
point?
because you not. How about that? Go pick up your kids.
not living off of somebody.
Go
I don't
pick
have
up
kids.
your kids.
I don't have kids. Try again. I don't have kids.
This
Try
is
again.
wait, hold on. This is the thing with me and Fatty. Me and Fatty went through a thing. We're grown. We let the shit go. I know a lot of people can't let things go. I know a lot of people hold on to things. They be mad forever. Like, oh, I hate you. Guess what?
I don't want to hear it.
Wait, who you talking about?
Don't
Because
nobody care
Fatty know
about
I
Fatty
done
that
told
much.
y'all. I told
Don't
y'all.
nobody care
I
about
told
him
y'all
that
when Fatty started this. Fatty liked the juicy and the round. It's all right, and I love Fatty too with his chunky self. We good. Moving right along. We're gonna get together. We're gonna let go of these petty ass grudges. Trigger Mike gonna stop saying that women should bow down to him because he got a woman, so he gonna stop trying to control all the women in the world. He gonna stop trying to be
No
mega
money.
money.
He got a wealthy wife.
You know
Let's
what?
get
I'm
other
not.
women
I'm
to
not
bow
gonna
down
stop.
to him.
I'm not gonna stop. I'm not gonna.
Yeah,
You are gonna stop.
Just for that.
Using
Just
your
for that,
wife's money to trick.
it's
That's
only gonna
weird.
get worse now.
Trigger Mike, I don't like that. I don't like the shit you say and it's toxic, but at the same time, I like that you're toxic. So I'm having an identity crisis.
Trigger Mike is
I don't
toxic.
feel
Internal
that way.
battle.
Yes.
I don't feel
Yes,
that
it
way.
is. I'm having an internal battle
Man.
about you because
You know what? You know
I
what
like
it
it,
is.
but I don't like it, but I
So
like
let
it.
me
It's
let me
weird.
tell you what it is, Venus. Is that I purposely create titles to provoke your insecurities, but what I'm really trying to do
You
with my
purposely
dialogue,
say say dumb
What I'm
stuff.
can you shut the fuck up
That's the
while
only
I'm
thing.
talking?
Hey,
He said he
oh
gonna bend you
wow.
over.
While I'm
He gonna bend
God
you
damn.
over.
But what
Mike,
I'm
how
really
many
trying to
wives you
do,
trying to get? You trying to
hold up.
get 5 wives? You trying to get 5
Yeah,
wives?
what I'm really trying to do
You trying
with
to
my
get 5
dialogue is
wives?
provoke your
That was a
intellect.
lot of energy.
Because my ultimate message, if I can even update my page and say it, is that if you lose, we lose. You see what I'm saying? If black
Nah,
men lose, black women lose.
I don't know
So,
about that.
so since none
Y'all
of
judge
y'all
shit the
will
wrong way though,
actually,
right? Y'all judge things the wrong way though, right? Because so like let's suppose we having a debate about something, and let's say peanut butter gets introduced, and then I say, yeah, but you also got crunchy peanut butter, and then a nigga will be like, now we talking about peanuts.
You see, this is why I can't be on Section 8 for too long.
You're still talking
It
about
melts your
peanut
brain.
butter, but at the same time, we know there's a version of peanut butter that has fucking nuts in it, right?
And
So,
honey.
right.
Hey.
So to me, like when you say you trigger, this is my thing, and Aaron, this is to the point you was making earlier, is that, and I'll never erase this clip of Anton saying, just because you got money or you have some sort of success does not make you a good person, right?
It doesn't.
And if you aren't necessarily a good person, an argument can be made that you're losing. You're not actually winning, right?
Both of them are not correlated. You can be a loser and be a
I was
good person.
literally thinking
You
the
can
same
be a
thing.
winner and be a good person.
I was
Like
gonna let him
both.
finish
Why
his
don't you just
point
go to a
before
career
I cut
center
him
one
off.
morning podcast? You'll find a
Yeah,
job
both
eventually.
they are not correlated at all.
But he didn't finish his point. We don't know if he had
I can
more.
take him.
Yeah,
I do
so
all
I
of
mean,
that.
I agree with you, Fatty. But that's my point. So when we talking in these spaces, right? When we talking on these panels, it's the reason why it's called the manosphere and not the man who graduated college sphere, or not the man
Oh,
who
this
got
is the manosphere,
right.
huh?
It's not
Interesting.
about what you have earned. It's
I
about
told you, sis. I told you.
right in this country. So as a man in this country, you're going to have certain plights. Just like I was just watching some videos on Twitter, right? And it's not like I don't know that women are assaulted in the world, but it's like when you watching these videos where people are actually like jumping out of their cars trying to grab women and little girls and stuff like that. And all the videos I was watching were videos where they were unsuccessful. So thank God for that. But it's like when you see that, it's like, damn. You know what I'm saying? Like
So
you can understand why
Even Aaron wants you to land the plane
no,
you
it's
can
podcast.
not about landing
understand why
the plane.
women
Yes, it was.
I want
you
to
can
compound on his
understand.
point. So, podcast, when you say that, right? You remember Kevin Samuel said, and he's not the only one, but he's the one in this space that we can all recognize. He who controls image controls minds. Now, obviously, he's quoting a philosopher, but the point of it is what you're speaking to is the imagery, actually seeing it, right? Even though you know it already exists. So you point to the bias that people have with imagery, right? Either not actually seeing it happen, but knowing it happened. For example, women saying my body count don't matter, but then you find out it's 1,500, right? It's a difference when you don't know and then you see it. Oh, I ran in on my girl and she was 6 guys was in the room with her, and I just can't do this no more. I can't. So
Aaron, I love you, but that is such an extreme point of view.
I'm using
Body
the
Have you
extreme
been
for a point.
cheated on before? Is that why?
I know
I use the extreme for a point. Let me tell you why. Women hate that. Women hate when their body count get brought up. They get madder than they get mad.
I don't really care. I don't really
So
care
what's
about
your
body
body?
count
So what's your
conversation.
body count if you don't care?
That's none of your business.
Oh, so you care? That's exactly
No,
the
I
point. Thank you
don't.
very much.
I don't care.
So
It's
this
still
is the
none of
If
your
you
thing.
didn't
business.
care, if you
It's
wouldn't
still
care,
none
you
of
would
your
tell us.
business, even though I don't care. No.
Aaron, I feel
So I
like
have to give
this.
you personal information for me to not care.
I
No.
feel that men that worry about body counts are extremely sexually insecure.
Yep.
That
Yes.
they feel that
Usually within
they
the
are
4 to
not.
6 range, 4
And
inches
and
or
I and I
centimeters,
and I
actually.
and I
No.
and I feel.
Here's the thing.
Aaron.
That is
And I let me just say
crazy.
let me just say one thing, Aaron, because you froze. Because if that's the thing, Robbie, I believe that women that are not open about their body counts have loose walls. Go ahead, Aaron.
Well, I
Take it over.
mean,
It's fine.
at
That
the end
was
of the
a
day,
weak argument.
They might have loose walls, but I also believe that men that are overly obsessed with body count don't know how to satisfy, so they don't want to
Right.
have any competition. They want
No.
your number as small as
How?
possible so that they can be
No
king of the hill.
experience, no
All right,
knowledge.
let's
That's what they
Men
want.
have to compete to
hold on,
satisfy women.
hold on.
Someone
Can
who
I
doesn't
ask
know
a
the
serious
difference.
question? Can I ask a serious
Oh,
question?
wait. No, I'm prepared for this conversation right now. I will let you go, but I don't do anything by accident, right? Like, I know that women are going to make this claim, so I'm prepared for it. Like, so for example, right? They don't care that if it bothers men, whether they want to call us insecure or whatever case, it doesn't matter, right? But I'm going to present this. If you're a man on the down low, right? You used to mess with a man in the past. Don't tell a woman that you that you used to mess with a man in the past, because your past don't matter. If you was taking the ding in the back, it don't matter as long as you're currently not doing it anymore, because whatever happened in your past don't matter about your current future. But the problem with that disingenuous thought is, I already know that bothers heterosexual women. I already know it socially, right? So I have an understanding of it. So I can't be oblivious to knowing that point. But since they're saying, even though it bothers men, they don't care for the reasons that it matters. If whatever happened before I met you shouldn't matter, I'm telling you it does to men. But if it don't matter, men shouldn't have to tell you about any of those things. If you dealt with a guy that was on the DL, be quiet about it. As long as he's not messing with a guy while he's with you, let it go.
Well, ladies, if you have
wait, don't you think that's fair?
Yeah, and ladies, if you slept with women in the past, don't tell the man that you're dealing with that you've slept with a woman in the past. It's none of his business. Don't fuel his fantasies, because while men think that women are so bothered about men being on the down low, they don't realize that one of the biggest purveyor of homosexual corn is actually women. We're not bothered or impressed. We would like to know so that maybe the women that like that could do some things to you. I don't know, especially since a whole bunch of them like to get their groceries eaten. I mean, we've seen it all over the place, right? Gabrielle Union being the main proponent of it. Just because they like it, hey, whatever. Like, it's a stupid thing. If you can't be honest in your relationship, period, about your intentions and your sexual proclivities,
Wait. You prove your point. We prove your point.
no,
So
I wasn't finished. Y'all have a tendency to cut me off.
Go ahead.
You should be able to sit down and have open conversations. But if a man wants to sit there and know your body count, and then he's gonna cry and be, oh my God, I can't believe, blah, blah, blah. And he's on one of these panels like dying, like if it's a problem. If he's gonna have a problem because your body count matches his, the keyword matches, and he's then slept with the whole goddamn world, fuck him. Leave him thrown to the wolves.
The men who have these conversations always have
wait. Rob B, no. I'm not. No,
Okay.
Rob B literally changed her position on the middle of talking because she knows she was going to get got. First,
No, I did. I wasn't finished.
First, she said, "Don't tell him because they are insecure and there's nothing of your business." And then she said, "Oh, tell him, because come on, Robbie, come on, man, we're better than that."
Go
ahead. That's Robbie.
Listen, I keep it real, but I understand why some women don't.
No, sincerely, Robbie, I understand your.
Men are too insecure about it.
It is over it's over 9,000. It's $1 million.
Hey,
right
trigger Mike. Robbie pull a Hillary Clinton. She has a private position and she has a public position.
Yeah,
that's what she did right now.
But I've even amended my position on this just a little bit, only because I do understand that a chaste woman traditionally is supposed to get with a chaste man, but socially, women prefer sexually experienced men.
And
so
men
are
sexually
not true at all.
and sexually experienced.
That's why so many men fake to be religious to get married.
We don't prefer I don't know why I keep saying
no, trigger. That's not the issue. Let me tell you what the issue is, right? Because like these women will say, these men don't care whether I've done this, and that. Like, they still be messing with me, right? It's not a question of how many men you mess with, right? It's the honor aspect, right? If a question is posed, you should be honest about it. Now, if you say, like, I had somebody go say something to me because I was just debating. We were kind of running ideas to each other. She said, well, if you need to know my body count, then you don't need to mess with me. I said, you know what? You're absolutely right. So now I thought about it. I said, what are ways men can implement this conversation in a respectful way without a woman have to tell her number? And it's a very simple thing, right? A man goes to dinner and all he has to say is this: I'm a serious person. I know you're a serious person. I have a certain standard. is what I expect from women. Look, I'm not about to ask you what your exact number is, how many men you slept with. But for me personally, any woman that slept with any men over 15 men, I don't want to deal with. And if she says, you know what, have a nice life and walk away, respect to her. The problem is that's not likely to happen.
Half the time, the women you guys are worried about don't even have 15. But you guys would still run. You guys would still run about 6. If the girl said 7, you would be like, you would be like, oh, she's lying because whatever number she got, you got to add 12. That's the conversation men always say. Oh, if she say 7, you got to add 15.
You didn't listen
How about this? How about
Either
this?
way, you guys
Why
are going to be
not?
insecure about
Why
it.
not? You know what? I don't know whatever you had going on in your past. I know I had a pretty wild past. Let's go hand in hand.
No, you didn't, Robbie. You have 2 bodies. You're 2
my
husbands.
charts. That's right. I have 2 bodies. I didn't have a
giving,
wild chart.
how
I'm
about
just
just
giving advice
having
to
a
everybody
clean,
else.
how about just getting a
Picture my chart.
clean panel, right? Making sure you don't have any trichomoniasis. Can y'all do that?
No, that's
men who ask
they do
body
it by
counts,
word of
can you
mouth.
do
Trigger
that?
Mike, Trigger Mike, you see?
Have you
what
had
I
blood
mean?
work taken?
When
Do you know your status?
Aaron said what he said, right? Raw B, who I like,
Ain't been to the doctor in 10 years, but
and so do men, right? Anything you say, this is the debate format in this space. Women, woo, 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 and so do men. Men, woo, 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 and so do women. There's no real
consensus. Yeah.
Well, this is not really a debate space. Now, I'm trying to turn it into one on this channel.
It's like if you say something specifically about the women, why not explain to us why the women are that way? And if the women say something about the men, why not explain why the men are that way instead of just saying what about isms? Why don't we do that?
So why don't you
hold on.
explain why you've been in
women
for
are
so long?
how they
hold on.
are is because of
Robbie,
what men do.
They
and the
are
way,
beings. They are so notorious at it that you see I prefaced it. I said a chaste woman deserves a chaste man. I literally prefaced it. I laid it out and then said, but, and then I stated the fact, women by survey prefer sexually experienced men. Men do not by survey prefer sexually
Don't do
experienced
it, Raw B, because
That
what you're about to
is-
say ain't true.
That is a lie because when we go to the social medias, when we go to the strip clubs, when we go to the OnlyFans, when we go to the porn hubs, y'all be over there.
Trigger Mike, that's a W. Trigger Mike strategically stated the
No,
position.
y'all
and
love
he
them hoes. I don't care what
is
Trigger
not-
Mike
can't
said.
do anything
So
strategically.
hold on,
Make a
hold
sandwich.
on, Robbie. Hold on, Robbie. What
His head's
quantifies
looking like a
loving? Hold
banana
on.
stem.
What quantifies loving? Isn't it exclusivity? Isn't it marriage?
Y'all exclusively sleep with hoes.
Oh,
Because y'all not getting married, right? Y'all are not. Y'all no, it's not. It's not a deflection.
It's a little bit.
No, it's not a deflection. Y'all are exclusively sleeping with hoes because you're not marrying women, and because you call all black women whores because all of them are baby mamas and they're not getting married.
Don't get it confused. They also do that while they're married too.
Wait, hold on.
Aaron, do you plan on like holding
go ahead.
people to this
whole good
standard?
woman at home.
Wait, Aaron, I think you could make a difference. Do you plan on holding people to this standard? So like if we get into one of those heated conversations, is there a way to redirect and like force a person to stay to task? Like, no, you said this about men, you gotta explain this. And if a man, no, you said this about women, you have to explain this. And also when there is a rebuttal that makes sense, it has to be acknowledged and we can't keep saying the same damn thing and over.
Who said that?
Yeah, there's a way.
Not fair. What she's saying, I'll be honest, Venus. It's been proven that's not healthy for the show itself.
Yes.
Right? I'll be honest. It's because it's tantamount to micromanaging, unfortunately. So I would say it will work well with maybe 6 or less. Right?
Can you just do a debate night just once a week? I just want to see a good clean
No.
battle.
Too many people who think they know how to debate.
You're gonna have to minimize the panel. You're not gonna be
No,
able to
if you establish clear rules,
just one, even every twice a month.
You guys don't know how to follow rules.
Yeah, nah.
or
Not with 10
laws.
people though, Trigger Mike.
I want to
Like
see some debates around here twice a month. Aaron, can you
You
do
could
it?
drop them down. You could drop them down 5 minutes
you
each.
could, but that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. That's going to impact the flow of the show as well. Because
So
one of the
guys,
people who might be dropping down, somebody might
Tether,
want to see.
I don't like that sweatshirt.
if it's a like literally a setup debate, it's different, right? When we have
Right.
open panels and we're going back and forth on opinions and views and different that, it's not effective and it's not a good idea. But if we're talking about Trigger Mike says, man, Bean said something crazy, set it up. And I come to you guys and I say, yo, this is how I want to run the debate. And I'm saying this is that, because I'm not going to give it out, right? And
You should let me be the moderator.
you guys
I'm fair.
agree to it, I can provide that.
Yeah.
You sure you're gonna be fair,
You should
Flora?
let you should
I
let
don't
me
know if you're
moderate.
fair.
I'm fair. Yeah, I
Okay.
am.
So C3U says, how many men on the panel asked a woman that before? So
All my girlfriends and several friends.
So I
How
talk
many
about
bodies
this
do
all,
you have, Fatty?
Between 40 and 50. What's the point?
so
I'd say
I
between
talk,
150 and 200.
I talk about this
probably.
all the time, right? Nobody is outrightly
trannies
asks a
think
woman what's her body count because women
Mhm.
feel it's okay to lie.
Yep.
And that's just the truth. And they've been instructed to lie because the claim is if you have honor, well, most women don't have it, especially these women this day and age.
Do
But
men do? Men have it?
yeah.
Uh-oh, Robbie, you did
Yeah.
it. Did it,
Now
Robbie?
see,
Good
now
question,
see,
Robbie.
Most men ain't out here
get
having
the thought
sex.
out
They got
first.
honor by
I'm going
default.
to surely answer your question. They have more honor, and they're the ones that teach women honor. These are
Men?
these are
Men?
the
Yes.
Aaron, even
let
worse.
Aaron get his thought out. Aaron
You
said
you
let him get the thought out.
you were the one that actually interrupted. You know what's
But
funny?
I was quiet because he said let me get
Podcast
the thought out and I'm answering. So go ahead, Aaron.
podcast literally said that shit 10 minutes ago. We can get nowhere because as soon as we're talking about something, somebody comes on. What about women? What about
Well,
men?
Trigger Mike just said that men, right?
Oh my God.
Men don't prefer sexually available women, but women prefer sexually available men.
No, that's not what he
whatever.
said.
No, that was not what he said.
See what I mean?
We just gonna
That was
paraphrase.
not what he
We gonna
said.
paraphrase as we please. Huh?
I don't like Trigger's stupid sweater. He needs to
No
leave.
paraphrasing. Trigger Mike is an educated man, college degree and all that. I'm
This
not
is Fight Club
the only one that
paraphrase
need
edition.
help.
No.
I'm the only one
Women
that ain't go to college around here. So
women need men that have more sexual, experience.
Hey,
Therefore, men
let me.
lie. Like Fatty probably didn't sleep with 40 to 50 women. Fatty
It's
probably
probably
slept
way
with 4
more
to
than
5
that.
women. No,
Okay.
it's probably 4 to 5.
Here's the
That's
difference.
fair.
You know
That's
what? You're
fine.
right, Robbie. You're right. I
Here's the
agree
difference.
now.
If Raw B says, Fatty, how many women you sleep with, and he lied, he give you a number 50, right? You're not gonna walk away. The difference is if he asks you,
Yes, I am.
Okay.
No, you're not.
No, you're not. That's a lie. Jesus Christ, bro. Come on,
I
man.
feel like you're right, Robbie. I
You
think he would
guys
lie.
are.
He would lie up.
Somebody
You're right.
let me get my,
No, you're
please,
not.
let me
Because
just,
women
agree,
do
it's
ask
45.
men that.
Y'all-
Women do
y'all-
ask men that.
I just do I do like 10, 15 second hits and I step back, right? So the point of it is if a man asks a woman what's her body count and she tells the truth, she knows he's not going to deal with her. This is why you're not doing it. That's just the truth. That's why. Okay. I don't know why.
Yeah, because men have higher standards for
We're
women
not
than they
dealing
do
with y'all
themselves.
either.
Some men.
If y'all got the bumpy Mr. Goodbar penis, and then you
so
talk
you
about
add
some
Raw.
you got
Yeah.
50, why
It's
the
always
can't
bumpy. It's always
Let me actually give you an example, right? Let me actually give you an example of what Trigger Mike is right about women don't understand words and honor. For example, there's a woman on the panel called on the chat called Motivated Virgin, right? After what happened on Aaron's show with the security boss, she says, "Oh my God, I can't believe this! I'm going to leave the space. This was disgusting. I will never be back. I'm tired." And then 1 week later, you know what she is on the chat, working for everybody. This is woman. Woman usually won't say something because they're on their feelings, and then they'll turn
Oh,
around.
shut up.
And,
You say you
and
do the same
they,
thing.
So tell me when I didn't keep my promises. Go ahead, please.
I don't know you like that to say that.
Thank you very much. I
I
appreciate it.
don't know you from a can of paint, but you sound
I
like a
appreciate
liar.
it. I appreciate it. I just wanted to notice that you
But
guys,
just because that was her behavior, don't put that on all women.
that's on
Right.
all
They
woman.
love to make general
Your
statements
word.
using one person.
That's
I done told you, Fatty, I don't believe in the sisterhood. I don't believe in the sisterhood.
okay.
If you ain't come out my mama vagina, you ain't my
Uh,
damn sister. We cool, you
okay.
associates or some shit, but ain't no damn
Okay.
sisterhood. What she do is that's on her.
Okay. I will never come back. This is
disgusting. I can't believe this. Oh my god.
Oh,
No.
shut up.
More
Stay out
of
the
the
chat, Fatty.
He's really
the
good at
moral of the
twerking.
story is the things that women claim that they want, their preferences are acceptable and respectable. They get to say it, right? Men, theirs are not, and that's just the truth. Y'all don't respect
Because
what
you
men
guys don't
say.
stand on anything. Your stuff
Men,
is vanity.
no.
It's usually vanity.
I hate to tell you, the fact that you have to lie is a point proving that men stand on things.
No, it's not
Men
proving
stand on
anything.
way.
Men
Tell you
don't stand
something.
on anything.
I'm gonna be quite frank with y'all.
Maybe
ahead.
I
From a
am
woman's
congested.
perspective. Yes, Miss Best. Yes, I'm gonna die alone. You're absolutely right. It's all about what you say, but you see what it is for in my pose that way. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna let you want me to be alone. Why? So you can have a chance. The Instagram is thepopation.com. I know you don't qualify, but the Cash App is $butterfly progressive. I mean, whatever, hit it up. But anyway, like how I was saying, these niggas in these spaces, honey, I just got to laugh at it.
Toxicity for me. I live for it.
Right, like, oh my God, Becky.
I got a question for y'all.
Wait, we was getting to this body counts from a woman's perspective. Women can tell men that she has 100 bodies. He ain't gonna give a shit because if he want to smash, he gonna smash.
Well, so
he'll become 101.
What kind of? So this is what we're saying. What kind of man are you talking about? A man that's looking
All
for
of
a
y'all,
real companion?
all of y'all, like you guys say, all of y'all.
A man that's looking for a real companion, or
do married men stay faithful?
Let her say her point.
Most of the majority of the time, absolutely.
No, they don't.
No, they do not. Stop.
How would y'all know? Y'all cheat with them or something?
Because I know.
How would y'all know?
Because we see you guys. You guys put your women through it, and they hop on TikTok to cry.
I saw you trigger my
Anyway, so the point is this.
All right, let's see if
Men
y'all
are
lie or not.
disgusting.
What
Men are
woman on the panel has
disgusting.
taken some married dick before? What woman on the panel has taken some married dick?
I have, but it was my husband.
Get the fuck out.
There's nobody that's answering. So
Silence.
okay, your point fell flat. Now you can go
Silence.
change that
Women, y'all
sweatshirt
gotta
because you
stop
look
being
gross.
emotional.
And
How many men on the panel? How many men on the panel have slept with some married women?
I sure did. I sure did.
I think Fatty can answer for that one.
I sure did.
I can believe slept with
They be
some
bragging all the time about smashing
No, I
married
told
women in
you.
these panels.
I told you I did.
I
I
have
slept with
never.
I took some married dick. It was my husband. You know what I'm saying?
Cap.
That way.
Sorry,
That way.
that green at the end of this show is not happening.
No.
I'm not femcel, so I've never
Talk about
slept with
y'all won't
anybody.
be in
But
poly
I love you.
relationships, but y'all smashing married men. I can't believe y'all.
Yep.
Want to be in a
Are
pilot?
you ever gonna change that
I swear to
sweatshirt?
God, you
It's
better
not
not ever
aesthetically
get caught
pleasing.
doing anything. I swear, I'm gonna drag you to the back.
Hey, did you guys did you guys saw that news about the Lionel Messi, the famous soccer player? There was like a lookalike in Spain that slept with 22 women because they thought he was him, and all of them knew he was married, but they still did it anyway. Body count for a woman, actually, if whether woman like you, they are going to even want you. Nobody's going to go to Chris Brown and Chris Brown go. Chris Brown, Chris Brown puts himself on his knee and says, "I want to marry you." No, Chris Brown, because your body count is 972. No, they're going to get the ring and they're going to go to Instagram and say,
He got money. He got money.
Ladies,
"Come on, man, get the
He got
fuck out of
money. I
here."
would suggest any woman.
If the
How many
guy,
times have y'all been in the club and seen a dude just on his knees eating up on a woman's booty or having sex on the damn dance floor? Y'all ain't
wait, what?
Rob, what
What?
kind of club do you go to?
What does this got to do with anything?
What?
Regular clubs, the regular
What kind
dance
of clubs are you going to? What kind of question is that?
popping on the
Fatty
damn
definitely
dance
be
floor.
one of the people in the club eating stripper.
What?
Oh, okay, never mind. I do live in Houston.
What
They
the
do that
hell
shit all
is
the time.
this?
Right, exactly.
They actually do that shit all the
Don't
time.
act like you don't know what he's here for.
These people be on lean.
Streets
They do all
wildin'.
type of weird shit. Don't go to Dreams on Sunday. You'll see some wild shit.
Exactly.
Hank, you have one more comment like that before I press charges on you. By the way, Hank.
The only person I respect on this place is Cece. Because one time I had like 370 people on the chat and I said, "Where's the body count over such and such?" And it was a small number.
No,
Cece was the one that says, "Me."
Other than that, you guys are all fucking
How do you
liars.
know he was even being honest? You have
Why
no
I
way
All
to
got to be a
verify that.
liar?
all fucking
You
liars.
have no way to verify that. You're a liar
Okay. Oh
too.
no, you
You know
guys are
what?
like
Let me ask y'all. Let me
Let
ask
me
y'all.
just say, I'm about to get up out of here because I got a show in a couple
Yeah,
minutes. But
me
I'm gonna
too.
say this: since y'all think I'm lying, I'm gonna do a story time for y'all
Nah.
about something that happened in the club. Cause I used to be when I was younger. I used to be in the club all the time. Me and my friend used to dance for a couple. Anyway, come
Oh,
over to the
dance.
membership, and you will find out. We're gonna do that story time tomorrow live. Cause y'all all the time be thinking everything is crazy. Cause y'all ain't live no life. Get your ass off the internet. Go outside. Go to the club. Go hang out with your friends. Have some
Maybe
fun.
we on the
Turn up.
internet because we have lived a life.
Yeah. Hey, Robbie literally told
Maybe
us
you
that
haven't lived enough of a life.
Robbie literally told us 30 minutes before I had the wild past, and now
You
why you
don't know
guys are
what
talking
wild
like that?
means to
No,
her. You don't
Yeah,
know. You
yeah,
I
can't
yeah.
never
quantify
said I
wild.
had a wild past.
Ah, no.
Oh
You
shit!
said Robbie said
You can't
Rewind this back.
I
quantify
used
wild,
to be wild. That's what he said. I used to be
No, I
wild.
said I
For
used
her,
to
that could be
be
dancing
in
in the
the
What?
rain. You don't know what
club.
that
I used to
means.
be in the club, brother.
All
Not
right,
wild like
y'all might have said
your
this already.
friend.
So what?
uh,
Give us a
Bye,
number.
y'all.
Give us a number where you feel like it's acceptable for a man to be like, okay, for us not to be insecure, to say accept a woman with this body count, and we won't call you insecure. For all the ladies currently on the panel, what number is that?
oh.
Do
Aaron,
I have
thank you
to
so
answer
much.
the
I
Tether's
gotta
question?
run.
Ooh,
Y'all have a
She
good night.
left. She left.
so
You
y'all
see?
don't even know.
Bye, guys.
Wait,
You see?
everyone's gone
So
now. It's
y'all
just
don't even
me.
know.
I don't want to talk to the Tether.
And then when you called women liars and deceivers, they say, "Not me, fatty. You need to stop with that bullshit." Nobody wants to answer because they don't. They know perfectly that's their game. They do some
I
bullshit.
must give Trigger Mike some flowers here. He's pretty good at coming up with these questions. I have to admit,
No,
I like
he's not. The bar is
see,
just low over
see
here.
the questions that I ask
You
as
are the
well.
bar. What the fuck are you talking about?
They don't be
You
wrong
talking
with
about
some.
are the
yourself.
bar. Shut up.
I think it's reasonably fair, right? For men to just say, "Look, I'm just a serious person," and based on what I understand, I don't want to deal with no woman that's messed with over 20 guys. And if she go and look, he didn't say, "Tell me what your number is, 19, 21." If his number is 20 and you have dealt with anybody over 20, your honor should tell you to leave that man alone. Not say he ain't gonna never find out, but y'all know what
That's
y'all gonna do.
majority of dust mites.
No,
If
the problem is women would rather lie because it's more advantageous for them. So, for example, they hate the fact that if a man told you the truth, hey, how many girls have you messed with? I ain't gonna lie, I was a hoe back in my days. I was running through them. That's not stopping y'all. You know how I know? Because most of y'all saying,
Actually, yes, it
oh,
is. You're getting
most of
blocked.
y'all saying that y'all husbands was running through the streets prior. You know what husbands are not saying? My wife used to be for the streets. Those are the difference what Trigger Mike is saying when he says when it comes to surveys, these two things are not equating. Women are not being said. Their husbands are saying,
Maybe
yeah,
he
my wife
don't
was for
care.
the street.
Maybe
But
he
the
don't care.
inverse, the opposite is being said. My husband was for the
Maybe the
street.
men don't care.
Is that a fair statement, Trigger Mike?
Yeah.
Maybe the men whose wives are hoes
No,
don't
no.
care.
The problem is when they said men are lying, men lie about the but. The difference is I'm not asking for the specific number. I'm asking about the behavior. And so when we sit here and talk about it, men are saying the wives are saying my husband was for the streets. He was crazy running had crazy chicks. What the husbands are not saying, oh, my wife was for the streets. So
I don't hear a
and
lot of women saying that anyway, so
you
whatever.
a lie. You a lie. You a lie.
I mean, I know people in successful marriages, so no, I don't. I'm not lying. I just
what
don't know
what
anybody
does
like
that
that.
what does that have to do with like they being upfront about what happened on the past?
Because they're not those type of people. Not everyone runs into that type of creature.
Yeah, nobody is promiscuous like on these successful marriages and all this shit. Like this is
Just because some people are doesn't mean everyone is. This is why you guys can't speak in
that
absolutes.
that literally means nothing. We know that not everybody is something something. Why do you keep saying that shit?
Because it's relevant to the
Men,
point. Because you guys
men,
keep
lo-
speaking definitively.
men love sports. Not everybody loves sports. My husband doesn't like it. Men love nice cars. Not everybody like. My husband has a
Why do you have
motorcycle.
to have that
Like
nasty
what the
accent when you
fuck? Like
say
Hey,
it?
everybody knows about it.
hey, Flora,
Jesus Christ.
Flora. Why is it when? What I gotta call. Why is it that you defend these hoes so much? I'm just curious.
What hoes? I don't know what hoes you're speaking of.
The hoes that you keep on trying to pretend don't exist.
I'm not defending hoes. You guys just like to call people hoes when you guys are the ones who morally behave like hoes.
I
So
like
so when you
hoes. I
see a chick,
understand
hold
though.
up. So when you see a chick, uh, literally getting smashed in the corner at the club, you think she should be qualified as a queen still?
I've never defended those women, but you guys want to take it to the extreme. You don't see regular women that happening to them in the club. So again, I don't know about your range neighborhood, but I don't go
What?
anywhere that happens.
Oh, see, this is where you lying like a motherfucker. Because I know you see everybody in here can sit here and say, yeah, you know what? There was
Where
an
are you
instance
from,
back in the day
sir?
where
Are
I
you
did see
from?
one chick get smacked.
Are you more from like a more like dusty area, a lot of like a big naked population? Like what are we? I'm trying to understand because I don't identify with that demographic.
Trucker,
I
now
see. I see.
I've
Hold
been
on.
to my
Hold on.
fair share of
I,
clubs, and
I
I
see
ain't never
what
seen
Flora.
no chick
You
getting
you
raped in
done.
the corner of a
Hold
club.
up. No, and no, I ain't say rape. I said get
Uh-oh,
smashed. I
she's
ain't say nothing
back.
about grape.
Oh
She's
boy.
back.
I ain't say. I ain't say nothing about no grape. I
Okay,
said
well,
get
neither that
smashed.
either. Neither that
Oh,
either.
she's back. Everybody
Trucker
quiet.
yell,
Mm.
trucker
All right.
yell.
So.
Did you just say?
Okay.
Did
Go
you
ahead.
just say that you seen bitches get smashed in the club? Because when I just said that, not even
Right.
5 minutes ago, everybody up here try to act like they ain't know nothing about that life.
Yeah, hell
Nope.
yeah. Hey.
Mm,
Rob B. I'm saying, listen. I'm saying, hold up. Not only in the clubs, but between cars too.
In the
In the
champagne
dressing room,
room.
in the
Again,
mall,
most of us can't
everywhere.
relate
In the
to that
mall,
dusty
at motherfucking
lifestyle,
Walmart. Like,
so
yo, ain't
I
no
just
dusty
well,
lifestyle.
I
I just
can't
want to
relate to
Hold
that.
on,
verify that you had said
but
in the
this
I don't
club.
come from the
No
gutter,
Flora, so hold
wonder y'all
up.
see
So
hoes
Flora, I
everywhere.
got to hold
Wherever
on.
you
I got a question.
where you go,
Flora,
there's
Hold
Flora,
on,
hoes
hold on, hold
everywhere.
on. Hold on, hold on,
hold
hold
on,
on.
hold on. So
Hold on, hold on, hold on.
Hold on.
Hold
Aaron,
on.
is
how
that
did we get
is that
here?
Aaron? I'm
How did we
confused,
get
or is that
talking
Sway?
about? How did we
Hold
talk
on,
about
hold
our?
on.
That's fatty. How do we talk about our body? How do we get from talking about parenting to body count?
I have no clue.
Because
because men can't stay on topic to save their
Yes,
not
lives.
it's always the men.
man.
It's always the
No, it
men.
was no. Hold up. The men was actually on topic. It was
Oh, I'm
you
sorry,
and
Joker.
Venus that came on here trying to
Yep.
derail the program,
No,
ladies.
I came up here because
Yeah,
Fatty was attacking Venus.
you do this on everybody's panel. You do it on Trigger
No, I
Max. You do it on
don't.
everybody's
No,
shit.
I don't.
This is what
I've
y'all
never
do.
gone on Trigger
Especially
Mike's
Cali
Dusty
Bear.
panel, so try
Especially
again.
Cali Bear with that smile on her face. Cali Bear love doing it. She love doing it. That's what she good at.
What
Trucker,
did I do? I've been here for
can you
5
speak
minutes.
English a little bit? Because you keep
I
saying
feel like
good, good.
if we don't actually debate a subject, Aaron's
Cali
just gonna end
Bear.
the show.
Okay.
So
So
I think you should mind your
What?
business.
Okay.
The adults are talking. The kids are downstairs. So
What?
is this the
Hold
only
on. How you
chick?
gonna come out that man? Lord have mercy. I'm gonna let you handle that, Sway. I'm gonna let you handle that.
There's nothing to be handled.
She laughing.
Flora.
Yeah.
What does that got to do
Flora.
with anything, Trucker? You let these women
oh
trigger
wow,
you to go
trucker, is
left
that
and
what you
right.
do when you don't like what someone says? You handle them.
No, I'm letting him handle it like a man. It ain't got shit to do with me.
Oy, oy, oy.
All right. No disrespect. I mean, I get that you the type of chick that's white is right type person, but that shit don't fly over here. Sorry.
No, I've admitted when I was wrong a lot actually. So
No, you have not, Bill. I've been listen. I ain't really said nothing too much. I don't watch you on Fight Club. I don't watch you on everybody's shit. And the one thing you always prove is that you out here for these streets, deep down inside your heart.
no, actually, I've never spoken about my own individual experience. But if
Let's
you'd
move
like
off of
to
that.
theuse, you can.
Let's move off of that.
I ain't there, Roger. You couldn't even. You was sitting there talking about
Aaron,
body
if
counts,
we
and you couldn't even announce yours.
we don't care about what y'all got going on. Aaron trying to move on.
Yeah, I know Callie Bev was mad she missed my show last
What?
time, so I want to know, like, did you come up here because you mad about the body count thing? Because I know that might trigger you. I don't know. I know y'all say that don't happen in real life.
No, I came late because I was asking for my son's laptop because my phone kept overheating.
That thing kept dying. Uh, so the moral of the point. Back to what Robbie's original question was: do men have honor? Women learn the honor from men. This is where that whole I want a man that's not a pushover. I want a man that stands for something. The reason why they want a man like that, because they rarely have, the only way they gonna stand on something is if a man does it. That's just typically how it works. I need me a man that can do that because I be going off the rails. I need a man that can put me in my place. Da, da, da. Because they want a man that's firm on his position because they know to be flip floppy. That's just what it is. So when it comes to honor, when it comes to standing on something, your word, that's why it's requested in men. This is why they request them to be the leaders and all this. Because if women was doing it on their own, without the men's effective leadership guidance, installing these principles in women, they legs would be closed. Every single last one of them to marriage. Every single last one of them. But they cannot do it because they get to blame the man as the leaders. That's just what it is. You may not like it, but truth is truth. Okay? Underground Zone says, y'all got to give Flora grace. She is sexually.
Y'all be on my neck.
So she needs guys to go. What she said.
Hey, stop doing that. I noticed.
Oh, somebody's trying to.
Now, does Raw B disagree
Triple
with that?
OG.
I think not.
Robbie, I like Robbie, but Robbie needs to talk with that lawyer before she comes to these panels. I love Robbie. I like Mark Kelly, but Kelly is on the
Nobody
rampage.
cares who you like.
There's one person that I can I know if
Because I'm on the what?
you are on who?
No, you said I like Callie, but Callie is on the what?
I know that if I go at certain people, usually I get a little bit of more pushback. So I understand what's going on. It's fine. It's
Oh yeah,
fine.
So,
Don't
that's
worry.
my bias, I guess.
would you guys like me to shift the conversation to something else?
Yeah, yo, I guess not.
Please just give me a
What?
subject I can debate. I'm not talk about body counts too.
Yeah, let's
Well,
talk up.
I have a
Ukrainians get Social Security.
Well, I
Oh
have
my
a
days.
monster conversation that we can debate.
That's what she said.
That's not. I don't have that problem. I get laughed at, but I'm saying as far as the conversation, there was something I wanted to discuss. It didn't have to be today, but seeing as y'all gone all over the board, there was a statement made by said lady. She's very popular, and I'm going to say this for the men because I like to win in these conversations. When she speaks, she's going to say things that are, I wouldn't say triggering or whatever the case is, but things that she wants to be triggering for men, right? I want you guys to be open-minded to the possibility of what she's saying may be accurate and have truth, but not in totality, but certain things of what she says. So that's what I want you guys to take into consideration as we go to this particular thing. Because it's going to be, and this girl is pretty known. She's a little bit viral, and she has conducted the interview. So I
Yeah,
was going to do a whole show on this, and I might have to. But when it comes down to leadership, so when you see her, you're going to know exactly who she is. I do not want you to respond like you know exactly.
yeah, I like her.
Yeah, I know.
She's
I
the
don't know who this
retarded
is.
one. Yeah, she's the slow one.
Uh-huh. Let's
Great.
just listen to what she has to say, because what she says might be interesting.
Women have been brainwashed to really believe that they need men, right? The male was the original hoe, and women wasn't loving these hoes. Yeah. Come on, man. Y'all know that Tupac line. Come on. Since we all came from a woman, got a gain from a woman. I gained from a woman. What did he mean when he said we got our gain from a woman? Y'all came from us. Everything that y'all implement, y'all took from the nature of a woman. Women were a community, and they chose the most fit male, and they passed your penis around, and a lot of them got pregnant. And then if you was up to par, they kept you. If you wasn't, they let you skedaddle. They just took the seed. And they didn't love them hoes, but at some point, I don't want to bruise y'all ego, but the male was created to be a slave because they put men in a position they were not naturally meant to occupy. Men need to be controlled. They need commands. When you give a male freedom, freedom that he did not earn, he does not know how to handle it because with more knowledge comes more power. With more power comes more responsibility. Men don't want responsibility. They want power with no responsibility. It don't work like that. The average male does not know the responsibility that comes with power and freedom. He's reckless. The male was created and bred to be a slave. And the more of y'all that exist, they have to make money off of y'all somehow. So your physical body is what they needed to control. Other than that, y'all are good for dying for somebody's wars. Y'all are good for sports. Listen to these football players and see how they talk about how they treat them there. They treat us like slaves, right? But that's the truth. And so the fact of the matter is, internally, the male knows this. He knows it. And so this is why his ego is so fragile. This is why he need external stuff like money, cars, everything else to give him a sense of value. Patriarchy is so hard to break the male from it because patriarchy did something so cold. Patriarchy stroked the ego of the male. He can't let it go because in his mind, I'm made in the likeness and image of God. Women have been.
God, I said.
Jesus Christ.
She's
I get what you mean by that there are points to pick out and pick and choose, but that's based on our understanding, not the intent behind what she's saying. If we're going based off her intent, is completely wrong. Now, we were to break down those words, given a man, it is not in a bad face argument, then I can understand certain points. But when she says men are slaves and they need to be led, she makes it seem that it's by women and not by other men.
she's right by she's right until she starts to exaggerate. Like shout out to Big G's composition is the theory of the queen bee. Just because
Big
men build
kids
their
composition.
just because men build everything, we know the queen bee is the one that actually is going to get all the rewards for other people building community, going to wars, all that. So she actually is right. Men are disposable. The value of a life of a man is way lower than the life of a woman. Like usually men go out of their way to actually either build, protect, and do shit for women. So to be honest,
Not
uh
makers.
to be okay, Flora, go ahead, please. Now, it's funny, even when I actually agree with Flora goes out of her way to literally destroy the conversation, because I thought actually you will say, hey, finally somebody agrees with me. But go ahead, it's
Flora
fine.
holds no purpose but to destroy the
I
Yeah.
conversation.
literally stopped talking as soon as you
Flora,
said
you
that,
hold
and you
no
still can't make
purpose.
your point.
Go ahead, go ahead, Flora, it's fine.
Just make your point. Why do you always have to rage quit?
She
Who
said,
Because
"Go
you stopped
ahead."
I
interrupting.
said go
Why are you
ahead. I said make
interrupting
your
her?
points. Go ahead. Do
You
your point.
started complaining, so I let you go. Oh, police.
So
Because you
she
literally
just
How you
is
gonna
here to
tell him? How you
interrupt.
gonna tell him to make his point when you ad libbing through it?
you
So
just
she just
unmuted
here
yourself. Like,
to
oh,
interrupt.
Jesus Christ.
I'm,
Finish your point,
I'm
Fatty.
trying
Finish
to
your
mute the
point.
police so you don't hear them.
Finish your
Damn.
point, Naker.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like,
No, Fatty.
Are you talking to Fatty?
No, I'm not gonna. I'm just gonna keep ad libbing so he can finish his point.
You said Naker. Were you addressing Fatty?
mm,
There's only one Naker on the panel.
mm, mm.
Never mind.
Yeah,
Necro.
Jesus.
but that's the thing. If you are going to be honest, she's just wrong because again she exaggerates the point, goes overboard with it, and tries to make it like the woman are on the position of power. They are on the position of power because they supposed to be there. They're in a position of power because most men put them there. Then on the day that they don't want to put them there, they're going to follow on 30 seconds. So
Shout
that's
out
the
to
reality.
Corey Love.
Yeah, so and shout out to, I think somebody sent
Salute
Mar
Corey
20.
Love.
But that's the reality. Like we put women on a pedestal, we protect them for no reason. We usually think their lives are more valuable than us. So she's right. She's right. He's the queen bee. Queen bee is more powerful
All
than the working bee.
because that's what's called being a good man.
Yeah. A
even
good man sacrifices himself for his
Okay.
family and da da da. What is a
The
good
whole
woman?
when great power comes great responsibility, and you're supposed to when they push Superman to help the weak, and if you're this great
Yeah.
macho leader that you should be actually sacrificing yourself for the benefit of everybody else. I mean,
Yeah.
that's just the narrative of what a man is from all of time. So
But when you turn around and you say, "What's a good woman?" A good woman is whatever she wants to be. Shut up.
yes, but see, my problem with that though, Sway, is who created the environment for it to be that way, right? It's
But
it's the same
Other
thing. My
men,
same issue with the religious thing, because it's like if you can create heaven, then you could have created it here,
but
right? It
podcast,
doesn't
do you
have to
think
be as
men will
long
have a
as run
problem
out
being
as game.
do you think men have a problem being the sacrificial lamb if they actually felt appreciated being it and was acknowledged that that's is not diminished?
that's a good question, actually.
To
Like
not
I
be
don't
a
think men have a
contrarian,
problem.
no.
I don't think men have a problem sacrificing themselves for the women in their lives if they feel appreciated and they actually get respect.
Yep, I agree.
So
I agree with you, but
I
I'm
agree with
saying,
that.
but I'm still saying that, like, that's my whole thing about America. It's like, if you want to brag that America is this great place, right? Then it has to be great for the people. And to me, then it should have to be great, not average, not better than a third world country, but great for the average person, right?
Hmm.
So make it great for the average person, and then you can say that it's great. To me, it makes no sense for men to have to live this life of sacrifice in 2023. Like, how many millennials
You don't have to.
millenniums have we been around now? At what
But
point
but
has
that's the
that
thing. You
not
don't
become
have
the
to.
norm?
But that's the thing. You don't have to. Now you have the information. Everybody that engage on it, they know what's up. Like if you want to buy the bullet, you do it. But especially now on the age of information, I would say that most men are not going are still loving ideally. You can do what like I this is the conversation that I will never forget. And podcast, I think you were on that on that panel. We
Mm-hmm.
were talking like a year ago about the woman that we wanted, and Deller said, "Nah, I want my woman to have money. Actually, it's possible more money than me." And every single one of us laughed about it, clowned him, kind of said, "Hey, you," but he's right. He like this sacrificial love shit needs to go. Like
Yeah.
this idealistic idea, oh, I will love you even if she works on McDonald's and she doesn't know how to cook because she can learn and get money. That shit needs to go. We actually need to start loving women the same way they're loving us. What do you bring to the table? Tangibles. I need to see it. I need to understand what is going on. And if something breaks down or if something doesn't go right, both of us have something to lose. Other than that,
Mhm.
we are going to keep following the same mistake. But the
Yeah.
reality is, we are not going to learn. We are not going to learn, unfortunately. Like I'm talking about it in 10 years or in 5 years or whatever time it takes to change my mind. See me committing the same mistake everybody's doing it, exactly the same. It's I don't know. It's bigger than us,
but
I
wasn't
guess.
Umar saying that men have to be in that role to
Yeah,
be the
when we
sacrificial lamb, to be a worker bee?
yeah, now that he has three baby mamas, now he is the watch him say that when he's broken, have no kids and no nothing to see with. Now he's in a position of power. He can say that because he's actually he escaped the rat race. Now we can say, oh yeah, you should pick up the garbage and go ahead. And why didn't you do that then? Why didn't you do that then? If that was the case, go ahead instead of making kids. Go ahead and take care of other people's kids and see what's going on. Come
Yeah.
on, man. Come on, man.
Most of this shit is a thankless job. Like what you
Uh,
see firemen and policemen say, no, 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 I was just doing my job. So what do you hear the floors come up here and say? Why don't you men just do your job?
yeah, but then they turn around and say, a stay-at-home mom is the the difficult job in the world, and it's worth $200,000 per year." This
Do you
is-
know what it's like to put DVDs and DVD players and put stuff in microwaves? How dare you insult these people?
How dare you tell me I can't just make 4 bologna sandwiches and some chips on a plate, and that's not a proper lunch.
Okay.
Damn,
You
that
don't,
sound good right now.
but
Fried
Because you
bologna.
fucking smack mother.
I just
but
had some actually.
when you
Damn.
when you listen to the video,
Beans,
right,
no.
did you understand that a lot of what she said is relevant to what's existing today?
Yep.
Like Fatty
No.
kind of nailed a lot. No, go ahead and tell me what you thought about the podcast.
See, I'm not like y'all because I'm older. So it's like once I start hearing something that sounds stupid, it's very difficult for me to untangle the stupid from the rest of the conversation.
Emotionally unstable.
It's not difficult for me. I can
J,
compartmentalize.
that's why I
Aaron,
call. That's why I call podcast J Prince Premium, because he's on his feelings a lot. Go ahead. Sorry.
It's not about feelings. It's about when it's somebody else said this, and I think it might have been Sway. It's once I see your intent, that has something to do to me that affects what's coming out of your mouth, right? So what she's saying, there's no evidence for this, right? That society was ever made that way. I've never heard anybody else talk about society in that way, right? So that's what I'm saying. It's gibberish, right? To me at that point, it's like
So
blah, 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 blah.
you don't
That's what I
recall
get.
society when they bred men, they picked the strongest ones, they use
Who
them
is
for
they?
huh?
who is they?
The conquerors.
Wait.
That was my whole thing about the conversation is who is the they?
No.
Because
Wait. Hold on, Aaron. Please don't say but. Who is they?
No, I'm saying they is people that were in power. So whether it was the king, whether it was the emperor, whoever had like power and control at
Right.
that time, right? I'm not speaking.
Okay.
I'm not a history major or anything like that. I
But
don't
Aaron.
intent. Go ahead.
But listen, that's not what she said.
What
She
did she
said
say?
the women were
So
in charge of that. And that's what I'm saying. Like, no, that there's no evidence. Where's the evidence? I've never seen. I've been around for a lot of moons.
she literally said that there are basically she broke it down to there are situational cases of groups of women. They'll pick the strongest men, breed them, and if they're good for after, they'll keep them. If not, they'll discard them.
Yeah, but that was my
But
point.
that doesn't happen in anywhere ever.
But that was my point.
That part is happening now, right?
No,
That's happening now, but it's not how she's trying to make it.
You're
Like
telling me
these
women are
people are
selective
in
breeding
charge
right now?
of the
No,
society.
that
You're
was
telling
my
me women are
Hey,
selective breeding?
no, that was my point of correction, right? Because no, they absolutely are 40 per only. Okay.
listen to what Aaron just said. He said they would get with men, breed with them, which is basically make babies, right? And then if they were valuable after the baby, they would keep them. If not, they would just discard of the men. They're doing that now, right? In so many cases, this is exactly what women do. They go out, they have sex with dudes, they get the baby, and then they literally run from the relationship. They don't want the relationship because that dude isn't six figures. Take me off my feet, put me on my ass, get me a chef, get me a maid, get me a housekeeper, get me a babysitter, and let me do what I
She
want to
said
do.
they were sleeping with the biggest, strongest, and then they were leaving them. They're not
Right.
sleep.
Okay.
They're
So
not
we
having
understand
sex
that
with
the
the
women
biggest,
today.
strongest, and then leaving
Okay.
them.
Okay. So Sway, let's not argue. I don't want to. I can't think of another word, so I'm gonna just use semantics. But what I'm saying is,
It's
they're
not
still
semantics. It's
doing
the
it.
context of what she said. I'm not going to
Okay, but
speak
it
out
still
the
matters, right?
context
It's
behind
still
what she
relevant.
said.
It's still relevant, right? Then what the world needed and the way the world looked, they would have had a different value system on how they chose the men. Now it's different. Just like how when we talk about back in the day, well, women got with men who they thought were providers. If you look at a lot of people's I'm not trying to throw any shade on anybody because this applies to my family history too. If you look at a lot of people's family history as far as they photographs and stuff, bro, them weren't the cutest men or women. Right? A lot of us don't come from the prettiest and the cutest men or women, bro. They were getting together out of necessity. They were building families, right? They were choosing off of that and off of quote unquote love. Whereas nowadays, women choose off their loins, bro. Like they literally choose off what they are attracted to. They will choose to do.
Yeah,
I
they
want to
choose
do a
like
show about
men.
this. My internet
There
been
are
acting
more
funny.
unplanned pregnancies than planned pregnancies.
I
So
disagree with
when,
that.
bro, come
I
on, man.
100% disagree with that.
We gotta be
And you know
honest.
why, Sway?
Come on,
Because
man.
because you wouldn't do this, but Cheeky and Aaron would argue, right, that if you have unprotected sex, it's not unplanned. Right? And these
That's
girls
yeah,
are having
yeah,
unprotected sex, so it's not unplanned.
yeah. I agree with that.
Straight
I
up and
agree with
down.
that. Yeah.
There's no way you can tell me, you know what I'm saying, at 22, which is the average age for a black woman to have her first child, that you didn't know that sex led to pregnancy and pregnancy led to the birth of a child. So it's not
They
unplanned.
still did not plan to have a child. Most
Okay.
people don't have sex and expect to want a child. That's not what people do when they have sex. They're not having sex to have children 9 out of 10 times. So most times when people are planning, when I say plan a pregnancy, most of the time they don't do that, because most of the time they don't plan to be pregnant when they have sex. That's not the intentions most people do when they have sex. It's for enjoyment, for fulfillment. So
Right.
in
Yeah.
my opinion, like my point still stands, is that most
You can
people
say
don't
that it
plan.
isn't intentional, but you
Most
can't
people
say
don't
it's
plan.
unplanned.
It's unplanned.
You can say that it's not intentional, but you can't say that it's unplanned.
I can say
That
it's
just takes
unplanned.
away too much accountability.
If you
Right?
want to know the context behind why I say it's unplanned, you can ask
You
that.
just gave it to me. I heard you.
Okay, and the context behind what I said stands.
Yeah, that it's not intentional,
No, it
right?
is
A
not
lot of times
planned.
people are having sex and they're not taking any precautions to avoid that sex or the pregnancy that may come of that sex, right? And they're just hoping that they don't get pregnant, right? That, to me, no, I can't.
No, I
I
don't.
have to give you
No,
credit.
because there are other forms outside of condoms that you can take to not get pregnant.
Yeah, what I'm arguing with is that too often for a lot of people that's prayer and hope. You know what I'm
Wait,
saying?
wait,
I
wait,
hope
wait,
I
wait,
won't
wait,
get
wait, wait,
pregnant.
wait, 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 wait. Do you
Real quick, Fatty. Homeboy Blaze says when y'all sleep with the 20% of men, that's kind of selective breeding.
Yup. That's eugenics. Women always are very proponents of eugenics. They ever since the beginning of time they ever did that. And the second time is the fact that you guys think that these women are getting pregnant by mistake is the most hilarious shit of all time. These women are fucking hundreds of times before they get a kid. Hundreds of times. It's not one, it's not on the seven. Hundreds of times before they have a kid. So the lie that they sell you about, oh my god, it was no, they
Thank
wanted the
you.
mistake to happen, they wanted the accident to happen, they want actually the accident with said guy, and if there's a possibility of so, they're going to do it. So please, let's make sure that when we're talking about it, at least we actually acknowledge the fact that woman, I think it's the male ego again on this place. Women are a lot more smarter than we think than we give them credit. They're way more smarter. They know us, like they spend 1 year with us. They know us like the back of their hand. They understand us. They understand what buttons to push, what ticks us, what type of battery we need on the like. They know us. So the fact that you guys actually said that to me is a little bit. I think it's interesting, to say the least.
I think both of
No,
them right.
I don't
I think
think
both
it's
of
on
them.
purpose. I honestly don't think it's on purpose because people don't have forethought. They're not thinking ahead. So yeah, it's
Right.
not on
Right.
purpose.
Getting pregnant is not necessarily on purpose. Having a child in 2023 is on purpose.
Just this year?
Man,
Nigga.
okay, so let me put it in another scenario. So
Right.
I go and I
This
smoke a
nigga,
blunt. I
nigga
smoke,
Ray, bro.
hold
Ray,
on,
you smoking too much, bro. Go
hold on, bro,
go in
hold
the
on.
chat, nigga.
I'm just
So
saying, why
Sway,
you just leave it at 2023 though?
so
I,
Sway, would you say if I told you that, man, I smoked the blunt and it wasn't my intention to get high, would that make
nigga,
sense?
that ain't the same.
Bro, can you answer the question? Would it make
I can
sense to
answer.
you?
I did answer. I just said it's not the same thing.
I said, would it make sense to you?
To your analogy, no.
Okay, so why wouldn't it make sense?
Because of what I just said.
Because
People
you
don't
get
have
high,
any forethought. They're
because
not
you get
thinking ahead.
100% of the times that you smoke, but you don't get pregnant 100% of the time that you fuck. Actually,
Thank you.
0.0000
Actually, the
But
pregnancy.
that's actually not true. You don't get high 100% of the time.
Oh, you don't? I don't know nothing
Bro,
about
yes, you
smoking.
do.
You
No,
don't?
you
You don't.
Yes, you do.
No, you
Bro, there
don't.
are a lot of products out
Unless
here.
you just got some trash weed, you ain't getting high.
Exactly.
Unless you got some
Exactly.
trash, yeah.
Nigga, so now
Can
we're
I
moving
can I ask a
variables
question?
around.
Can I
Now,
ask a
now
No,
we're
question?
no, no.
changing
I'm
Can I ask a
not
variables
question?
in
trying
the
You
to.
get
situation.
I'm
100%
not
I hate these
trying to.
niggas,
every
Hold
bro.
on, hold
day
on,
you're
hold
dealing
on.
with a debater.
Can I
And
ask a
I hate
question?
these motherfuckers, bro.
I'm not trying to, Sway.
You are
The
trying to.
only
You
reason
just flip
why
flopping variables
wait,
left and right. You see how
Sway.
he
The
You
only
ain't
reason
got
why I
the
gave you
answer,
the
Sway.
analogy.
nigga gonna use
Wait,
weed that's
hold
been
on,
sitting
fam.
out for
Sway.
3 years and stepped on and say you ain't gonna get high from that.
Wait, Sway. The reason why I gave you the analogy is not for you to focus on the damn weed. It's for you to focus on how you would look at a person who got high and then told you, but they weren't expecting to get high, right? And I'm saying
But it's
we're gonna look at
conflating.
a person who had sex and got pregnant. If they say they weren't expecting to get pregnant, we're gonna look at them the same way. Like you must have been high, right? What are you talking about?
If they took no
Everybody knows that
precautions,
that's how you get pregnant.
if they took no precautions, then I would be
Can I
yes.
ask a question?
I don't
That's the
necessarily
equivalent.
think that.
If
Can
there
I
was
ask
no
a
that.
question?
precautions
Can y'all hear
taken,
me? Can
place,
y'all hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
nigga,
Hello?
yeah, but I'm having a
No,
Hello?
no.
conversation.
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you, but I'm having a
Hello?
conversation with podcast back and forth. But if you try to interject,
Hello?
wait until a nigga finish.
Hello?
Just saying,
Hello.
nigga, take your sand dune head ass on somewhere, bro. Nobody hear your shit. Or you
Well,
red
you
pill
sad,
raging.
man. You a sad excuse for a person, boy.
be nice to
But
each
I'll
other,
let you.
Man,
man. Be nice
Let's
to
be
each
damn,
nice.
other.
Let's
man.
be
Man, I
nice.
never
Let's be
bullshit
nice.
this shit
Let's
right
be
I'm,
nice.
here.
I'm done
Light
standing
skinned
up for you.
alliance.
I'm way done standing up for you. But podcast is right.
Uh-oh.
What's the difference between a woman who
Standing up
don't
for
have no
me. You
kids,
never
a
stand up for
woman?
me. What are you talking about?
Nah, I'm done. Yes, I do in the back, but it's okay. You
In the
are
back,
officially the young
this
dude. You the
motherfucker
young
talking about,
kid.
bro.
It kind
You
of does.
yeah, I do.
Never.
You extremely disrespectful when it's convenient. But I'll let you live today. But
Of
what's the
Uh-oh.
course.
difference between
Let me live.
a woman who has no kids, a woman who
There's
has
nothing
one
you can
kid,
do.
and a woman who has 5 kids? What's the difference? And which makes podcast right.
I agree with podcast on this one. I ain't
She
gonna
Wait,
hold
wait.
wanted
you.
those kids. She wanted those kids. She controls the kids. She says it's her body, her choice. She wanted a kid. There's people that's married. There's people in relationships. There's people who's single that don't have no kids. And there's people that have one kid or no kids in those things. There's woman who's 40 years old that don't have kids. Those women wanted those kids and they were planned. And the main reason why people don't address it is when they have kids is for validation. Men have to work to become men and be established for someone to say they have men that have finances. A woman, when she has a kid, gets a stamp of approval, just a good mother, a good woman. As soon as she has a kid, she don't have to do anything for it. It's just she's a good woman. That's the main reason why women have kids, is for validation. But they know how to have one kid, they know how to have 2 kids, they know how to have 5 kids, they know how to have no kids. She wanted that kid, and podcast is
Like I said,
absolutely right.
Well,
like I
no,
said,
they had a.
my point wasn't having the child. My point was getting pregnant. Like I said, you can choose to have a child now, but you can't
Yeah.
necessarily. It's the choice
It's
of the
not your choice,
pregnancy.
Sway.
No, what he
You know how
said,
many women?
I get what he's saying. I get what he's saying because he's right.
Cause
At the
exactly.
point of pregnancy, the woman still has a choice. So I get what he's saying.
House,
Oh,
Sway.
okay.
You don't got no answers,
Yeah, he's
Sway.
right about it's the woman's
Okay,
choice.
with the laws
I,
now.
I
Okay, with the
said
laws now.
unplanned pregnancies. I'm not talking about the choice to have a child or not.
Right. Yeah. What we were
Exactly wrong.
going back and forth about is about whether or not it can technically be considered planned or unplanned. And it's just like that's why I said I get what Sway is saying, but to me, because I'm such a stickler with words, I would use unintentional, but I wouldn't say unplanned,
Right.
because this is something that you understand is a byproduct of having sex. Right. And a lot of times, because I've been in these situations myself, we've seen it happen. I've been, like I said, I've been around for a lot of moons, Sway. A lot of people, right? Did you use a condom? No. Well, what are you talking about? You
So
wasn't trying to
Beans,
get pregnant.
you're telling me that
Like
a
you weren't
planned
on, you didn't use a
pregnanthood,
condom, you weren't
a
on the
planned
pills, you
pregnanthood.
didn't do a plan B, like you didn't do anything to stop the pregnancy, but you just saying you weren't trying to get pregnant. That makes no sense. We can't continue to allow that type of delusion to fester in our
All
community.
right, guys, we are going in circles. So let's I'm gonna try to take hold of this and simplify it. If somebody tells you I plan for my children, would you okay? If someone tell you I was planning to get pregnant, would you accept that statement?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So then these
They were
two
saying
these two differences that y'all have can't exist. One of the two has to be wrong, right? Because if you can plan to be pregnant, then you can then not say I didn't plan to be pregnant.
Yeah.
Both can exist.
It means that you know the mechanism. So if you know the mechanism,
But there's an issue there, right? Because you don't know you're gonna get pregnant, and you can't technically plan for it. Or if we admit, oh, I was planning for it, I was doing the action in which would get me pregnant, I was intentional, then both can exist. Either they're always planned or they're never not planned. That's the only way that this can actually exist. There's no
I don't know if I agree with that. I don't know if I agree with that, but
That don't even make sense at all.
Wait, I don't know if I agree with that either. But Sway, let me give you something else.
On that
Let me
one,
ask you
Aaron.
this.
I don't reach. I don't.
You definitely reach.
Okay,
You reach
Aaron,
on a lot of
Sway,
things.
did y'all know?
You want me to prove my point? Because I can prove it.
Can I?
Wait,
can
hold
I?
on. Let me give you something real quick so I can see if I can take your mind.
Podcast. Before you go, let me just say something real quick. There's a difference between having sex, getting pregnant, and having kids. It's three different conversations. So when you guys are talking about it, be careful because one thing is having sex, another thing is getting pregnant, and another thing is actually getting the kid out, right? So let's talk about it. Go ahead, podcast. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
so Aaron, no, before you prove it, let me just interject this, just so I can see if I want to see the look on your face. Because you said something that might not necessarily be true. Do you know that women, right, the ones who are responsible enough, can literally tell you what time of the month they can get pregnant, like down to the day?
That's irrelevant.
How?
I can very much tell you it's irrelevant. I'll let Ali go because I won't forget my point.
I'm with
I wanna let him
so
go.
podcast said it earlier before and people missed it when he said, do you plan on smoking weed and not get high? So we always talk about the baby when we talk about unprotected sex. But if you're having unprotected sex, that means you can get an STD as well too, right? You're taking the risk of the disease. So if you're having unprotected sex, that means you know you could get HIV or AIDS or HIV, excuse me. You know you can get an STD. You know you can get pregnant. So they're putting themselves at risk. So the problem is when they put themselves at risk, they take control of what happens when it occurs. If the pregnancy occurs, they'll say you should have wore a condom when it's convenient. But when they don't want the baby, they'll say, hey, I should be able to have an abortion. So it's still once that happens, it's still their choice. But they knew they put their risk in a position where they could have had a baby or had a disease.
Don't use that word.
And look at how they speak about it as well. If you listen to a lot of women talk, what do they always say? They say, he got me pregnant.
Right.
What do you mean he got you pregnant?
Because it's
got you pregnant. What are you
because it takes accountability. But this is how women talk. Like when women talk, if you notice, men and women. When men talk is I did this, I built this, I done this, I did this mistake. When women usually talk is this happened to me, and they treat me like that. They usually are the receiver. They usually are not the giver when they usually put the information out there.
And one more thing, if you catch a STD or you possibly can catch something, you try to get rid of it because you didn't want it, right? If you decide to keep this baby, you wanted the baby. There's a lot of women that's aborting that don't want the baby. They don't have the baby.
Don't use that word. Don't do it.
I'm sorry.
It's fine. It's fine. Don't do it.
The thing that's disposable whenever women feel convenient.
Yes.
All right. So let's get down to what the question is, right? Because I want to read these two super chats and I'll remember my point. AL says, had an Uber ride yesterday. These white chicks were literally plotting to get babies by unsuspected men, poking holes in condoms, raw sex, etc.
It's normal.
Oh, my bad. Well,
I don't know about normal, but it happens.
No, that's very normal. Like a woman will, like if a woman wants to have a kid by you, bro, man, like she'll go. I'm sorry, Aaron.
So don't worry about it, bro. JB says no Sway is right to plan, and he put that is to be intentional. Being reckless and ending up with a baby you didn't intend to have is at best indifferent. Well, we're gonna go down this realm. I don't know why, but I'm in the mood to do it. Y'all just prove Sway point. If you know you can get an STD yet still have unprotected sex, you're not planning to get an STD.
But that's not the thing, because again, there's three phases: having sex, getting pregnant, and then carry on and have the kids. Like the last one is completely your decision, 100%. Like you literally at any point can literally say nope, not going to happen. And you know what happened when a woman doesn't have a kid? 100% she doesn't have the kid. Like if she doesn't want to, there's nothing you can do.
So So here's the thing, right? So let's go back to my point, Beans and Sway, right? Because y'all want to have this conversation, right? So when we talk about plan, and I don't necessarily feel the need. Is that down, Lou? What up? Anything you'll hear in a minute. I don't want to necessarily get down to overly defining it, but I'll just pull up a simple definition of it, right? So we can just get down to the nitty gritty, right? Let me enlarge that slightly.
This
All right.
motherfucker.
So these are some of the definitions for it, right? I'll read it. A detailed proposal for doing something or achieving something, right? We're probably not discussing that. An intention or decision about what one is going to do, right? Decide on and arrange in advance, right? Design or make a plan, something to be made or built, right? So all of those things have to come to mind, right? Now, if I tell you, hey, I plan on getting you pregnant, let's just say from now into 5 years or 10 years, and I cannot get you pregnant, means I cannot plan on it. Does not happen. So
Yes,
for
it
something
does. It means
to plan,
you
something to be planned, you have to be able to make it happen. You cannot
no,
make.
that's not true.
Give me an
what?
example of how it's not true. In the context of pregnancy, we're speaking to this specific example. You're planning to get pregnant. Prove that, not proving that you can plan to think it's going to rain or anything like that. We're talking specific to the pregnancy.
But you can lack the information, right? Some people go through that process where they trying to make a baby, and then once they realize after a while they haven't been able to do it, then they go see doctors and stuff, and it's confirmed one way or another. The woman is infertile, or the man's sperm isn't swimming, or whatever. But prior to having that knowledge, they had a genuine plan in place, right? And then after being informed of the information, then they can make a different decision. But I would ask you this question though, Aaron, and I'm sorry, real quick, and I want to ask JB, right? I hope JB gives me the answer that's truthful, because I think I know what he would say. But have you ever heard the saying, "He who fails to plan plans to fail"?
He's heard of it.
Bars. Tell him, podcast. Tell him.
So, do you agree with that? Yes or no?
You said he who plans to fail. Wait. Who
fails
to plan? Hold on. He who fails to plan plans to fail.
Yes.
Why is screaming at this way?
Hold on. So podcast. If I do plan and that plan fails, Aaron says you can't plan, or it isn't a plan because it failed.
I'm confused. I'm very confused. Wait. I'm very confused.
Aaron literally said without an outcome of that you're not. If Aaron literally said if you're not getting the outcome of that plan, then it can't be substantiated as a plan.
But Sway, but Sway, can you say without doing like a riddle? Can you do it like a normal term, like?
I will try, but I feel like I'm going to get cut off every 2 seconds because niggas just like to cut off.
I'll protect you, Sway. Go ahead, Sway.
Aaron, go ahead. You restate what your point was, because
you see how people always.
You said it. You said it determined an outcome.
What do you think?
Okay,
good point, AL.
So
I don't trust AL.
It's fine. It's fine. So the context is this, right? We're saying people are not planning to get pregnant, right? And I'm saying two things can exist, right? It's either it's planned based upon the action, or it's not planned, right? They're saying a plan can fail, right? Sure, if your claim is you can plan to rob a bank and then get caught, and you didn't plan on getting caught, if that's what you think, fine. In the context of getting pregnant, it's not really your choice. You could be having sex with somebody forever and they not get pregnant. I've been planning to do it. Me and her planned to get pregnant 2 years ago, and it didn't happen, right? So your statement is it's a plan, right? What happens if she don't get pregnant, and what happens if she does?
The problem with that, Aaron, is that we've been given options is from human technology and developments of to have a child or to not have a child. So that has become a choice now. If this was 200 years where medical advancements wasn't where you didn't have a choice if the woman gets pregnant or not, then I would understand where you're coming coming from, but there are multiple ways to not get
What?
pregnant and to intentionally get pregnant.
No, it's not. So
Yes, there
go ahead.
are.
Like Aaron, if I'm cheating,
They don't make these women take these prenatal vitamins and try to do this. Oh,
it's
I'm
like
on my
what
ovulating and all this extra shit. And then, like, bro, pull out game. If you're not using a condom, the birth control, condoms. I mean, there are multiple ways to plan and not
What's up?
plan to have
What's up,
a
Pato?
pregnancy. I
Who
wouldn't have
is that
slept.
dark?
I've
Who
slept
is
with
that
20.
dark?
I've slept with 20
Who is
women, and
that
I've been
dark?
very
I swear.
intentional if I want to get them pregnant or not. Get Plan B.
Who,
I mean, what's good,
who
Aaron?
is that? Who is that dark person next to Kelly?
Hey, fatty, it's me,
See
man.
why I just start talking louder because the ad libs.
Oh Lord.
I mean, you did cut Aaron off though.
Aaron,
Me and Aaron are having a conversation.
I
You
quite
on the
remember.
panel, Sway. You didn't
I
have
quite
to
remember
answer,
me
I
Sway.
and
hate you, bro.
I
We're
quite
all
remember.
gonna have a conversation right now.
I quite remember me and Aaron had this conversation some time back about this same topic. So what I think is confusing is like we all know it's sex that led to pregnancy, and nowadays sex is for two things which people are not trying to like understand. People take sex which we could use for reproduction and for pleasure, and most people want to do it for pleasure and not to reproduce, and that's where we contradicting ourselves with the planning stuff. So when you choosing to reproduce is when people can plan to want to reproduce or not plan to reproduce, but most people want to do it for pleasure.
Well, 1 second. So, uh, like, not trying to be indiscreet. How many times you had sex? More than 100 times or less than a
we,
hundred
we've
times?
all been having sex and don't want kids
No,
because
no, no.
we
Okay,
want to
okay.
play
Again, since the beginning of history, humans been having sex for pleasure. Humans and dolphins. You might fuck 1,000 times and get 2 kids.
exactly.
So it's not a contradiction. We are the same that we always been. The thing is, now we have more control about it. So again, I kind of get the sway point. Is kind of right, but it's just the fact that the agency of the woman, right? If 100 women don't want to have kids, they are not going to have kids.
He's not
If
right.
he's not right, how is
Uh,
not right?
I
you
can't
know
be
how
right and Aaron not and be right at the same time. He'll be wrong. So he has to. I have to
Wait,
be wrong
sway, you're
for
good, sway.
Aaron
I
to be
Stop,
mean,
right.
okay,
sway, stop
I put it like
confusing me.
this.
I have to be wrong for Aaron to be right. That's why I'm not right.
Stop confusing me. You are
I
just
could.
talking in
I was
riddles.
just getting ready to go to what
Cause
JB just put on the daggone thing. If I were
Hi,
to get
Kelly.
pregnant, hi, fatty. If I were to get pregnant right now, it would not be planned. It'd be straight up by accident. Something happened or whatever like that. My ovulation was off. Something. It would be unplanned all day.
it,
Oh
it,
Lord.
it's a
So
plan B. It's another form of plan B. For instance, if I want to run red lights, but I know there's a chance I can get in an accident and I continue the red lights, I plan that I possibly can get into an accident. It's just like the saying, shoot for the moon and you'll hit the stars. Women are fine with the plan B that
I
if they
think
do
I
get
think
No,
pregnant,
I
they
no,
it's
continue.
the
no, 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 no,
opposite.
no, Ali.
It's the
Because plan
opposite.
Can I,
B is after
can I,
conception.
Shoot for
Okay,
the
can
should I
stars.
I,
should
can
I
I
go?
finish?
Should I say
I shoot
that?
for the stars. I'm sorry.
If I were to have a
See,
fertilized egg in my body, it would be by accident.
you gonna let me
I'm
finish?
gonna
If,
timestamp
if there
this.
was a, if there was a chance, if you can drink a
Aaron's
glass of
point is
water,
about
the
it
chance you
being
can
planned.
die in drinking that glass of water, would you drink it?
Nope.
With most, Callie, I'm asking you, Callie.
Do I drink
Nope.
water for pleasure as
I'm
well as
asking
some
them.
other
Ask
kind
me
of
that. Okay,
benefit?
I'm not gonna ask questions because this is what happens. But if I'm
Just
drinking
ask
water
me.
for the
I'll
health
answer it
health,
for you, bro.
if I'm drinking water for the health benefits, but there's possibly
There,
sugar in there that I know that's bad for me, I possibly would drink it. It's okay, there's sugar in it. Women are fine with the possibility that a baby can come from having sex. That's why they continue to have sex because the plan B ends up you being a mother. You want to be a mother, and you'll take that from a man. That plan is what you really want to do in life is to have a baby eventually. But instead of having a man that you know you can't get, you validate yourself by plan B, having a baby. If you become pregnant, you're fine with plan B until a woman doesn't want a baby. That's how a baby don't come in this world if a woman doesn't want a baby.
I
Speaking of
believe
plan,
I
speaking of
believe in
plan B,
no.
can we hear Brittany B talk, please?
one moment. Let me at least
Aaron,
read. Let me read the super chats before we get to this point
Brittany.
because
Hey,
I'm willing to argue this point.
by the way, Aaron. By the way,
Yes, sir.
I just want to make sure that Pink knows that I will
make her pregnant in a heartbeat. Thank you very much.
Oh
Go ahead,
God
sir.
damn it!
Go ahead,
All right,
sir.
all
Go
right,
ahead.
bro.
Oh
JB
Lord.
says if you're not having sex specifically, or let me speak properly, specifically intending to have a baby, it's not a plan. It's not an accident if you have a baby, but it also wasn't planned. Okay.
Oh Lord.
Time Out says, is it only planned if both partners say so? Or can no one of them want a baby for it to be planned? Or can one of them
She
want a
said,
baby for it to be
Oh
planned?
Lord.
No Truth says intentions does not guarantee outcome. Outcome does not require intentions.
Oh
Thank you. Right.
Lord.
So here we're gonna start with this, right? Podcast point. You smoke a blunt, right? And the outcome is you get high, right? You say, that wasn't my intention, right? But you made the intentional decision to smoke the blunt. Does the process start there, or does it start at the next part? Because these two things matter.
nah, Aaron, you said stick to pregnancy. Don't use no other
No,
weird
I'm
ass
sticking to
analogy.
pregnancy. So the
Nah,
point
don't use no blunt
I
shit.
specifically said, and I know what I said, that your point, podcast point, and your point, they both can't exist. One has to be correct. This is
Mine's
why
correct.
this is what. Well, I'm not saying you're not correct, but I'm
No, I
saying
am correct.
Aaron, Aaron, if you
Podcast is
switch,
wrong.
Aaron, if you switch
Podcast
the
is
roles,
wrong.
hold
If
on, hold
a
on. If you
podcast gotta be wrong for me to be right, I'm right. Podcast wrong. Just,
if
that's just
you
what it
if
is.
you switch the roles, how many men are gonna have babies? Majority of times, if you switched it.
N-
Gay.
Very few.
It
I
ain't gonna
think
be.
it can. I
It's gonna.
think it
They're
can
gonna have to
only be
beg for that.
planned. I think it can only be planned if the two agree. But most times, it's only one person who be planning.
It's
Can
still
I
a plan.
It's usually be the woman.
I'm
See,
ready.
there's two
I'm
people
ready to
Right.
talk.
involved in that scenario, so you can't say that.
Hi, Aaron. I'm ready now. Yeah.
Because
Go
it's
ahead,
two
Brett.
people
I think
having it.
the problem is people have sex too many times without getting pregnant. Therefore, you think it's impossible to happen and you don't intend for it to happen. Therefore, the process and what you doing and how you go about it is all jacked up. If you got pregnant or a person pregnant every time you had sex, because that's what it's there for, you would move differently.
Okay, Brittany. If me and you were intimate, well, I ain't gonna use
Ew.
your example. If I'm
Oh,
intimate
oh,
with a woman,
hey, Brittany,
and she
don't
tells
do
me,
that.
let me watch
Don't
this.
do it.
If she tells me to get out, and I said, nah, I'm not getting out. Did I plan that in advance? Was that
Ew.
always there,
Did you
or
just
did I
rape me?
just decide at the moment
What
and
was
say, you
that?
know
I don't
what?
like this example.
Let
What's
me.
happening?
We got to
Can you
give that
do it
example.
again?
It's real
Can you
life.
start over
No,
the example?
Brittany,
why do you? Hold on,
why did
man,
you
man.
did
Why
left
do
to
you like
Ali when you actually don't qualify for him? Why did
Yeah.
you do that?
Exactly.
because I can.
So, I'm gonna say it again.
Ali actually doesn't
If a
qualify for
brother
me. Go ahead.
is being intimate with a woman and she decides no at that time, and he decides this, I'm staying in this. Did he plan that right at that moment, or that's something he already had in his mind that there was a
That is
plan that if, when
taking
I
it
was in
to
this,
a whole
if she
nother
says
level.
no, I'm going to stay in there
So,
Why are
so
we
this,
talking about grace?
this
because
is
you
the
plan
thing,
for her
right?
to say yes or no,
Based
right?
on,
Oh, go ahead.
hold on, Ali. Based on the definition that Aaron read, and based on the last super chat that JB put up, right? I would lean towards them being correct, even though Aaron didn't necessarily pick a side, right? But the problem is, which he's ignoring, right, is I know for a fact, I can't prove it, but I know for a fact that both of them have used he who fails to plan plans to fail. And so it goes against the logic that you're trying to say right now. That means that although the definition may say something that we have, I don't want to say universal, but it may be a cultural understanding of the word itself, plan, right? Because
I
of the
screaming
fact
out
that
that
we
bottle on
literally,
camera like that.
I
I've
disagree,
literally
Park. I'm
heard
gonna be
so
real.
many people say
All
that.
right.
So
Podcast.
if you're not responding to it, it's not helping.
I'm gonna
All
be.
this conversation shows is a
be
lack
the.
of
Aaron, just
accountability.
take that L,
I'm
bro.
gonna be the real. I'm gonna be the real
Oh, I
podcast.
don't
We are
take
all
no
grown.
L's.
We are all grown. I'm gonna
Take
stand on
that
what you
L,
just
man. You're a
said
sore
without nobody
loser.
trying to change what you
I'm not a
said.
loser because I ain't taking no
We
L.
think about, a lot of us think about sex, right? Women go, I think about sex just as much as you. We all plan. We go, hey, I know that if I keep doing this, or when I do this, I can have a child. We do plan. We ain't 5 years old. It's the first experience you have. And I understand your first experience and you just doing it for pleasure. When we talking about mature people, 18 and up, you are thinking about it. You know the possibilities that can happen. You know that's what's it, when a girl goes, the difference between a girl going get a condom versus a girl.
Yes.
Uh
There it is.
oh.
Depending on your pullout game.
But that's the thing. He's
Yo.
right. You should know when you go into an act like that. You should know the outcomes. But a lot of times people are reckless and they don't care about the outcomes. Obviously,
That's not
or
a
they
fact.
would have prepared for the outcomes and moved differently. So that's all I'm saying.
I got a question.
So
Are
there's
we
a difference.
talking
So there's a
about
difference. So
getting
there's a
pregnant
difference. With,
or having a
hold on a
baby?
second. There's a difference though.
Boo!
When you have a plan,
Boo!
a plan exists. A plan exists before you even take the action. You have to have an intention in order to, and then and once you plan it out, so you have to plan out the best possibility in order to get the result you want.
But if you were planning correctly, then you wouldn't do the act at all because of the risk.
No one said a plan. No one said a plan has to be good.
That's not
But
true.
still plan.
But we talking
I-
about children. We talking about pregnancy.
not
That's
true.
what we're talking about.
I
So
don't
if
like.
you actually plan correctly, you wouldn't do it at all.
That's
I
not
don't
true,
like.
Brittany.
I
No
don't.
one said a plan is good.
The point.
It's kind of plan.
I'm not
Yeah.
done with my point.
I don't like this fake Karen.
Niggas just love pussy.
The
That's
women, this is where women manipulate and be disingenuous because you know how not to have a baby and you fight for the right to not have a baby.
That means
and
you just took a risk.
If two people
You
come
took a
together
risk.
and we say we're not going to have a kid,
There's a difference between a risk and a plan.
period. Unless one person
Ali,
changes their
if
mind.
you
Oh,
come
let me finish. Let me finish.
My
The
bad,
only
my
person
bad.
that can, the only person that can change their mind
My bad.
is the woman. And that's why I'm saying you're being disingenuous because once that happens and we said we're not going to have a baby, then we don't have a baby. But if you change your mind, you planned it. That's your plan. You want to have a kid now.
Then Ali, that's
No,
why
but
I said
there's
you plan,
a
you
risk.
wouldn't do it at all. The thing is to say you cannot plan your body. You
Have
cannot
you ever
do
had
that.
sex
So,
without having a Never mind. Brittany, you have sex
we're
without
not
having a
talking
baby.
about that.
Everybody
We're
on this panel has
so
sex without
articulating your point without trying to have a story. Either
No,
you're
you're
going
taking accountability away from the woman.
I'm talking about a woman. I know.
We're all talking
Aaron,
about
Let me show you an example of a
can I
plan.
ask you,
This is how you
Aaron,
plan a baby.
Aaron, can I ask you a question?
This is what
I'm
hold
trying to
on.
move
Here's an
around
example.
the uterus
Aaron,
and all
can
this
I
other
ask you a
stuff when you
question,
can just
Aaron?
not
Here's
do
an
it.
example of how you plan a baby. This is an example of how you
Hold
plan a
on,
baby.
y'all. Can I?
You
I
said,
just,
"Oh,
I
I
just
know the
want to get back.
ovulation time.
Oh
I know
my
the ovulation
days.
time. We're gonna get pregnant next year. We know our ovulation time. We know, okay, we're not during this month.
Ovulation.
We're not
That
gonna
word
go. We're
doesn't
gonna have
exist.
sex without condom.
Ovulation. I
You
like
said ovulation. That word doesn't
You
exist.
did say
I'm sorry.
ovulation.
You
Okay,
talking
whatever.
about the White House.
Whatever.
You talking about
Oh my God.
But anyway, look, you know all of this stuff, right? And you do your actions according to whatever that plan is. That is a plan. A risk is like, hey, I know I can get pregnant by having sex raw, but hey, I'll roll the dice. That's not a plan.
Yo, Aaron.
Rolling the dice is not a plan.
Yo, Aaron.
I'm
Right. Yeah, that's what we're
If
saying.
if if I decide that I want to play basketball, am I
Mhm.
planning on getting injured?
No.
If you decide you want to play basketball, are you planning on getting injured? No.
Okay.
You're risking getting
So
But you should plan to get injured.
No. We're not doing this. No. Let's
Okay,
stick.
my bad.
Let's stick to his point. Let's stick to your point, right? So, do you understand my position, right?
your position is that me and podcast's position can't live in the same universe.
Thank you. So now that you understand that, so for
So
example,
which position do you agree with?
no, I'm gonna no. Let me.
This motherfucker here.
I didn't sit here and listen to everybody else's point.
This
I
motherfucker here.
gladly be quiet to listen to anybody else. I have no problem. The reason why I said what it was said was because, like AL said, it starts in your brain, right? When you make a decision, when you make a plan, etc. Right? You probably don't even do it. I planned on waking up at 3 a.m., but you woke up at 4, right? But this is the point. If we start with a decision, right? Because we understand what a decision is, right? A decision to have sex, right? If you understand what sex is a requirement for you to get pregnant. Is a requirement in general. We're not talking about being in literally tubes and all this, but in general, right? It's a requirement for you to then get pregnant. So if the decision to take what's prerequisites that exist for you to get pregnant, if the decision exists to have sex, right, then you have knowledge of the outcome that you could get pregnant. Now, if you're living with the understanding of you could get pregnant, right, and you say, well, I want to get pregnant and it never ever happens, right, and then you do want to get pregnant and it does happen, right, ultimately none of it is your control unless you're saying that you understand from the point of the decision making from the jump, which means when you ask, oh, if I want to play in the NBA, do I plan on getting injured? The answer is yes, you're fully aware that you can get injured in the NBA, and you plan on getting injured.
Hey, Patty.
Hold on, let me back that up. Let me back that up.
I just
Let
got
me
a
back that up.
question. I got a yes or no question real quick. Patty, you there?
Yes.
Are you planning your pregnancy for your born child, your child? Are you planning your child?
100%. I have 100% control. Don't forget I have
100% control, right? You have
don't
a control.
forget don't forget I have a vasectomy and like I have my kids on tubes. So yes, I have 100% control
Yeah,
of
yeah, yeah.
pregnancy. Yeah.
So Sway, wait. Hold on. Hold on. To push back on what you said, right? Because he is right. The answer is yes, and I'll tell you why, Sway. If you can not be disingenuous for 5 seconds, why do certain players hold out when like to get a contract? Right? They hold out to get a contract because they want what? Security from injury. That's exactly what they're
Yeah,
planning.
and Jonathan comment Jonathan comment Jonathan comment actually is stupid because a woman plans 100%.
Okay, all right.
The man is the one that doesn't have the control. The woman has 100% control.
And
She
so
can
these are
plan for it.
variables that you manage. First, we got to read the super chat.
No, they can
Hold
plan
up.
a
I thought
child. They
Red
can't.
Pill Rage, Ali becoming a baby daddy was unplanned, according to him. Wasn't that his argument?
Well, then we just say
But
women
that
control it.
that's the point. The woman control it. The woman can plan it and not tell the man.
Pregnancy and the child is two different things.
Hey, Yale, you need to get a better microphone, bro.
It's just
Like,
funny
come
how
on,
he
man.
flip flops though. He apologized later when he wrong, but then he find a way to throw shots. There's
Come
something
on,
wrong with
man.
that boy. Something wrong with Jonathan. Mind.
Oh, you know what? Hey, you know what? That's also the reason why they don't
Did he
want to
get
give him money. Sway.
Jonathan get his investment back from Jay Prince yet?
Yeah, no,
Did Jonathan
no,
get
but
his
you know,
investment back from Jay
no, but hey, but no, let's do this.
Hey,
But with,
boy.
but
So many
but but
cowards
but
in this space, boy.
but no joke, right? So he says, so the plan is gendered now. Actually, it is. Kali Bev has 100% control if she's going to get the kid or not because she has the right to change her mind and not to have the kid. The man is the one that has zero control. Go ahead, terrible sports takes, fake Aaron.
Can I ask you a
Please.
question
Callie, unless you're a trustworthy wife, trustworthy girlfriend, you will never do that to a man. Like if y'all plan, if you
Aaron,
plan to
your
have
mic
sex,
still
and
fucking
you say if
sucks.
something happens, you say, hey, we agree
No,
on a
Aaron,
child
hell.
and don't agree on child. A man never has to word that with you. I would think most men have conversations with women when they have sex with them. There are
I
people
got
out there just having regular sex, but
I-
if you're having sex with your man and he doesn't want to have a child, most women who are two people that's protecting each other, you're not going to do that to your man. You're going to say he didn't want a child. You're not going to try to do that against his will. Am I correct?
You are.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay,
unless they have
it's
a
that
really
simple.
strong aversion to
You will lose that if you switch
deletions.
on. If you most women when they switch on their man when they make an agreement, you will lose that man instantly, and you know that. Once you try to take control out of his life, that man's gone. Most
And
times.
now, Ali, you said a good point. You said when you make an agreement. So that's a good conversation to have in the beginning. I will say that.
But not only agreement, but even on the fly. If I can't, hey Brittany, if we can't take something from you, if you're naked in my bedroom and I can't just take something, or if we're intimate and you could say no, and I can't take something from you, then you should not be able to force anything on a man. Y'all all about 50 and
You
equality.
said,
No, even then,
Ali,
then.
you just said I was only agreeing with the part that you
I
said
think you did, Brittany. Brittany, I know you did, but I'm talking about the whole.
I'm saying if you,
Brittany, I know what you're talking
I said
about.
it's an important conversation to have. That's all I'm going at.
No,
It's
but
an
it shouldn't
important
have.
conversation
No,
to have.
two people should trust each other. Why would you?
You should trust each other that if you're having sex raw, that a baby will come. Yeah, I
If
can trust
it's the other way around, and you don't have
I can just go with the man who has zero
I can trust that if you
responsibility.
have
That's
sex
hard.
raw, that
You ain't got that.
That's what I'm gonna trust.
If
I'll
I'm
trust that.
most men are not going to have don't want to have a kid with you if you don't want to have a baby with them.
Then you
Women
shouldn't be
will.
fucking. That's
No,
dumb.
that's not
wait.
true.
Why would you have sex with somebody you don't want children with? That's
Hold
dumb.
on, Ali.
Why
Hold on,
would
Ali.
you?
Because
Why would you
If you have
suck
sex
the
for
blood of
pleasure.
somebody that you don't
Hold
even
on,
like
Ali.
that?
Hold on, Ali.
Y'all just say
Because
women
Brittany,
have
you
sex for
just
pleasure.
hold on real quick. Because Brittany, you
And
brought
y'all
up a
will
good
say,
point.
hey, go ahead.
Hold on, Brittany, you brought up a good point, and that makes me want to ask: Do you think that it's a unwritten rule in a
Yes, I
marriage?
do. Yes, I do. If you are having sex raw and you did not have a conversation about not having children, then that means you wanted to have children. Duh. Because that's
Well,
what
no,
comes
I'm
from having
saying I
sex.
was going to ask specifically, right? Because I seen
Like that doesn't make any sense.
I seen,
Hey,
I was going to ask specifically not that question, but this one because I seen it. You know how when you're on your Fire Stick, it show you advertising for shows, and there was a show called The Miss Pat Show, and on this episode, she's married with her
shout out
husband.
to Indiana. Go ahead.
Yeah, she's married, got a husband or whatever, and she found out she was pregnant, and she was trying to determine whether or not she wanted to keep it. And then in that conversation that she was having with her husband a few days later, he was telling her that, like, I really want to keep the baby. And she said, it's too late now. I already took care of the procedure.
Yeah, that's dirty. That's dirty.
And of course, he was super upset. So that's why I was going to ask you.
I don't believe in all that. So you definitely.
That's why I was going to ask you. Do you think that it's kind of an unwritten rule in marriages that a father should have kind of?
Wait.
I don't know if it's an equal amount of say in whether or not she goes full term with the baby.
It's your seed.
In marriage podcast.
Yeah, in a
Oh
marriage.
man, what are we doing? I'm different. No, hell yeah, you don't kill no babies in marriage. What we doing?
Yeah, but it happens all the fucking time.
Why?
It happens all.
You're making,
That's-
we're talking about fairness. We're not talking about personalized. We're talking about in fairness. If you have the right to not want to be a mother, should a man have the right not want to be a father? Having sex, because y'all say women are about sexual liberation and having sex when they want to have
y'all don't
sex.
say that. I'll remove myself because if you're saying I don't believe in all that stuff, so I can't. My mental won't let me. It doesn't make any sense. That's what you get married for. That's what you have a partner for. You having sex raw. All of this stuff is not logical. So why would you kill a baby and you married? That's dumb.
See you later.
Right, but you know,
there's plenty of people who do it.
Yeah, but you
A lot of
know,
married couples do get abortions because
you
they
know
both
the basis of this
Don't
TV
say that
show
word.
is to empower women, right?
Sorry, my bad. A deletion.
The
Why,
basis
if
of
I'm
that.
with y'all, why y'all shaking your head that I'm saying I can't understand how somebody could do that?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. with
That's
that.
the stupidest thing ever in the world.
Brittany, do you have kids?
But people do it though.
Hold on,
Nope.
y'all. You have kids, Brittany?
Oh, she doesn't. You know she don't.
No. I want her to answer because she's shooting herself in the mouth in her own foot. Do you have kids?
Pause.
Okay, but
I mean,
she
you
has
know
sex.
she's not finna tell her business
No,
anyway, so
she
why
has
even
sex.
ask?
Because I don't think that happened in her
disingenuous. She says
relationship.
that
So
you
I don't
shouldn't
know
have
if
sex.
that's
Because they're trying to win an argument.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
Y'all don't know what's
They're
going
trying to
on.
win an
I'm not gonna
argument.
answer the
That's why.
question. Articulate your point like I'm doing. You
No,
don't have
Brittany,
to
you're
go with the
personalizing
story.
every
You don't
conversation
know.
like you always do.
Because
Keep it general.
I said I cannot
You bring
think like
yourself
that,
into
so I
it.
remove myself, fam.
But you're
I
not telling the
remove
truth,
myself from
though.
the conversation. I said, "Oh, I'm good. I can't think like that. That's dumb. How did I shoot myself in the foot if I don't
Because
believe?"
you say this when you enter. You do this
I'm
all the
saying
time.
it's
You weren't up
unspoken
on
for you
the.
to have sex
You weren't
and,
on the
and,
panel.
and know that you
You
want
do this
kids.
every
What are
time.
we
You weren't on
doing?
the panel. You weren't on the panel, and you put yourself in the panel again just to say you didn't care. You do this all the time.
I haven't actually removed myself from
No,
the
I said
panel.
you
I
put
removed myself
yourself
from
on the
conversation.
Never mind. Everybody, why
When
nobody
you
ever call out when
started
you do
doing
that?
that,
Well, look.
call it out.
But look, let's just be honest, though,
I
right?
know what you're talking about.
Wait,
If I'm
hold on.
saying,
Let's
yo,
be
I'm with
honest,
you,
right?
nobody should be doing that. What's
Can
the
we
point?
let?
This is what
You
women
want
do
me to
this all
sound
their lives,
goofy?
or they care but don't care. When it's convenient, now they don't care.
How is it
But she
that you
cares.
care when you don't
Because
care?
you
I
just
literally
because
said
you
it's
cared
an
about the
unspoken
conversation.
rule when you having sex that means you wanted a baby. Has not, and I said, Ali, it's a conversation that needed to happen. Ali, I agreed with you when you said, yeah, you need to have a conversation. If you breach that contract, then yeah. But that's
So why
why
you don't
it's
have
an
a kid if you
important
have sex?
conversation
Yeah,
to
go ahead, then you
have.
off.
If you're not having a conversation, then yes, you're having sex raw. It's an unspoken rule that you wanted a baby. If that were to happen, take accountability, both people. What we doing?
That doesn't mean it's planned.
Yeah,
Can we?
Exactly. That's why you should be
plan not to have a baby. Plan not to have a baby.
Can we?
You don't
Can
know
we?
what we're planning. Ali.
Can
Can
we?
we break this down to the core? Like, if
I wish
right
it was a
now,
way to quantify it.
if right
Yo,
now,
who mic is that?
So
it's my mic.
is there
Why
is
you
the fake?
coming for me?
Is the no? It's not. No, it's not you. It's not you, Louis. The fake Aaron with the shitty mic.
Yo, I
Go
know
ahead.
you gotta. I know your best friend is new, so you trying to come at me because I'm new too, man.
No,
What's
no.
up?
Hey, brother, I love you. Actually, don't worry about it. Pause.
So we gotta break this down and tackle this planning thing. So right now, if I'm dating Kylie right now, and me and Kylie want to have kids, Kylie is the one who's gonna conceive. I'm the one with the sperm. If Kylie don't want to have kid and I still knock her, she has every right to go get abortion or something, and there will be no kids.
Don't say that.
Will there be a plan now? No, because she won't have it. So when you guys are saying planning, it's up to
No
the two.
woman, no cry.
You got to use their
No
argument. They're
woman,
saying
no
that every
cry.
time you have sex, you should have a baby. So what happens if all men? That's what we should just get men to do: just bust nuts. All the men should bust nuts for a whole year and see what
That's
Hey,
what,
happens.
they already doing that.
Nah,
and
nah, I'm
that's what
saying
I'm
like everybody.
Colleen.
Who
When I
said that?
first
Yo, who
got
said that?
on
Yo,
the
that's hilarious.
panel,
Yo,
Don't say, don't
that's
say.
hilarious.
when I first got on the panel,
Don't say don't be
I
stupid, yo.
literally said, when I first got on the panel, I literally said the problem with this conversation is that people aren't getting pregnant every time they have sex. Because if
Brandon,
they
you
did,
said you was
they
falling
would
back.
plan a different. They would plan differently. No, I'm falling back on people killing babies. I ain't talking about that. That's out of my scope. I ain't worried about that. If that's what people do, I ain't with that goofy shit. That's what I'm falling back on.
Oh god.
The idea that you not taking accountability, nobody's going to kill a baby because you didn't plan it. Yo, it happened because you didn't move properly before you had sex.
Facts.
So if it comes, it comes. That's what happened.
Yeah, but no, but the point is
That's the
you
point.
can no one sec. The point is that you can control that it doesn't come. You
Yes,
as a woman can
okay.
we are talking about if it happens, but literally you and Kelly can make sure that that shit doesn't happen and nobody can tell nothing about it. So this is what the part that you are not acknowledging.
You can
Like
have sex for pleasure.
the accident can literally be like there's a Chinese saying that says let big problems become small problems and let small problems become no problems. And what you guys do is you have the power to get big problems to become no problem at all because you have the power, but the men don't.
Simple as that.
I know there's no way for us to actually quantify it. I think at some point this is going to have to be a conversation
Podcast.
because, I mean, I don't know anybody personally that it's happened to as far as inside of marriages. But I do know, myself and other people that it's happened to in long-term relationships where there was unwanted pregnancy terminations. And the men really don't have any say so about it. But that's why I just took it off of long term and put it like in the the space of marriage, because even in that space where there's this absolute expectation from the men, there is no exact absolute
That
expectation
that
from the
that was
women as it
that was
pertains
the
That's
to
our point.
pregnancy and kids.
that was the comment of Emperor Kochek. He said he literally broke up his marriage because his ex-wife decided to do a baby deletion without consulting him. It happens all the time. Every day, all day.
It happens a lot more.
Woman literally will know that you are going to break up with them and divorce them and they'll have another kid on you just to just to make sure that you are going to be like attached to her forever. They do it all the time. They control this shit. We are just naive enough to pretend that we have actually ever say on it. You have to have a good woman to believe in them, and the reality is, women have all the right to change their minds, and nobody can do nothing about it. So it is what it is.
I've dated an OBGYN before, and it happens a lot more than you think.
Isn't that the what? Did we say YMCM?
An OBGYN is the doctor who
Man,
delivers
forget all that. AO, they
What you
want to know
talking
your
about?
body
I
count.
thought the
What's your
conversation
body
was
count,
about
AO? They want to
getting.
know the number.
I thought the conversation was about getting pregnant and actually keeping the baby because it wasn't planned.
No, that's not the
Y'all are talking about the
conversation.
planning of getting it.
There's not the planning. Sometimes there's three. Like I said, it's three steps: having sex, getting pregnant, and then carry the
And
pregnancy
that's the
afterwards.
funny part.
That's three
It's a
steps.
step before that, fatty. It's a step of planning before that, and that's why y'all are having this
What
conversation.
is this? What is the step before? What is the step before?
I don't know. I don't believe in this
All
stuff.
right, let me read this.
Wait,
Give y'all
hey!
a second. Give yourself a second.
Oh
According to the
Lord!
argument that y'all are making, if you shot at the club, you planned it. Gender is irrelevant. You cannot have it both ways. Y'all are so inconsistent. It's hilarious. 1 second, everything is planned based upon actions, and the next is conditional based on gender. That's what I said.
No, 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 no,
I haven't
no,
said
no, no,
anything.
no, 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 no,
I
no,
stand
no.
firm on my
He said
position.
anything.
Don't
Poly and
roll me in with these
No, that's not
confused
what they
That is
old
said. That's
not
what they
what
motherfuckers.
you
I've
do.
are
been
going
That
to
following my
do.
position.
they be like.
Okay, guys.
Point, but still
Good
dead.
good evening, guys.
You brought up
Good evening,
compartmentalizing
guys.
earlier, Aaron. You brought
Good
up
evening, guys.
compartmentalizing
Can you guys
earlier.
reply
You don't
back
get
and
to
say good
pretend like
evening,
you
guys?
know now.
Wakanda forever.
You said what?
Thank you.
I
I
said
said,
you
good
brought up
evening, guys.
you brought up having the ability to compartmentalize earlier, right? So we have to be able to do that now. So yes, if a dude goes into a girl and shoots the club up, yes, he's planning on a pregnancy. But again, we've already stated that the pregnancy and the birth is two different things. Carrying full term is a whole other thing, right?
Okay.
So,
I got a quick question for you guys.
No, it's never quick with you, Ekene.
Okay. My question is this. If you dive into water, what do you expect? To get wet, am I correct? If you dive into a pool. You dive into a pool, you expect to get wet, right?
Oh no,
Guys.
the argument is you can dive into water without planning to get wet.
What if she's dry, Ekene?
Yes.
No
You
way.
don't plan. You don't
That's
plan
what
to
the
get wet,
argument is.
but the scientific and the physical theory and knowledge of it is that you're gonna get wet, right? Please, guys, stop this nonsense. If you shooting inside a woman without condom, you planning to get her pregnant.
It's not the
Even
same.
if you like it or not.
It's not the
nobody's denying
same.
that.
There's a difference between plan and risk.
Wait a minute.
Nobody's
Aaron is saying
denying
that's
that.
not the same.
It is the same.
It is definitely the
It's
same.
not. It's not the same.
No. If you're talking about the analogy
the
that he's using with the diving in the water, that is not the same.
Oh, my
right?
bad.
Same.
Yeah, it's not the same.
Okay, let me give you an example, right?
Yeah, because getting in water, you're guaranteed to get wet.
You're guaranteed to get wet. It's not the same.
Requires a goal.
Exactly.
And intention.
Hey,
If there's
Ekene.
no goal, then
Ali,
it's
get
not
off of the
Let me ask a question. Let me ask a question real quick.
not the
I was going to ask if Ekene airline was planned or it was just a mistake.
Ooh, la, la. So the point that overall I was making, Sway wants to win the argument, which is fine. My thing is what podcast said makes sense. If you decide to smoke weed and the outcome of smoking it is you get
You're
high,
bullshitting, bro.
Go ahead.
You're bullshitting.
Why don't y'all never let Aaron finish? Aaron, why do you even
Let
have
him go.
panel?
Let
Why
him
do
go.
you even have
Why?
Because
Why?
I remember my point. A lot of people won't, so I don't really have a problem with them doing it because they're not doing it with malice. Go ahead, Sway.
Go ahead, Aaron.
So
go keep on. Sway.
Oh
Lord.
Oh Lord.
I love black people. So the point was, and if you get high, does that mean you planned on getting high? Was that your intentions, etc.? No, it's just so happened you got high as an outcome, right? If the decision
That's like you buying bad weed, my bad.
No, that's fine.
Right.
If the decision to do said action leads to outcome, right? Like for example,
Then
if
what happens?
you,
Yeah, okay.
if I tell you right now, look, I don't want you to plan to walk left, right, back, or forward. I just want you to randomly do so. Would you be able to do so?
Bro.
No, you would no.
You would not.
Yo, this whole
Problem
conversation
with
is
the weed, I hate this weed
And,
analogy. It doesn't.
That's why I said if that is to
The
be
weed
taken,
analogy is
this
not
was.
equivalent in this conversation. And that's why it's like when you said stay
That's
to
my
the whole
point.
pregnancy thing, and that's why I say that podcast analogy is wrong because one, if you,
a
if we,
good analogy.
all right, there we go. I can say one, and to get to say why is wrong, you say but. So what am I going to say? What are you going to but?
Oh,
Who's butter? I
What are you going to but?
I was trying to help you out. I was saying a better analogy.
Two people said but. You said but, Brittany, and I guess Aaron.
I said I like big butts, and I cannot lie.
Yeah,
I was trying to enhance your argument.
He know he on mute. He wrote
Hey,
it.
hey, Sway, who hurt you?
I know.
Y'all hurt me.
Analogy-
You old niggas let me down.
I thought the analogy
You
for the
old
weed
niggas let me
was
down every day.
I'm guaranteed to get high. That's what weed does. Wouldn't that be a better
weed
analogy?
analogy would be if you buy CBD, are you planning to get high for real? And if you do get high, it would be a mistake because you ain't supposed to get high like that off of CBD.
The problem is the analogy would be, in my opinion, is opposite. It's that if you decide to smoke weed and you plan to get high, you don't plan not to get high.
Okay, that's a good one. That's why
You
I was
don't
saying
plan not to get high.
I
That's why I say he's conflating the point because you'll try to say, oh, I smoke weed and I wasn't planning to get high. Why did you smoke
weird,
weed?
'cause then why
But
did you
in
smoke-
sex, in sex, most people don't have sex and planning to get pregnant.
And that's
like
the
you can have
problem
sex
here.
and not get pregnant. You
But that's
can't
the
necessarily
problem.
smoke weed and not get high.
And that's
That's
the
the part,
problem.
Aaron.
A lot
That's
of
the part
people
you.
That's
have
why I
You got to
say the
point
weed
out.
analogy was
Hear you
terrible.
niggas say if you fail to plan, you plan
That's
to
why I
fail.
said,
That's
Aaron.
why,
How about
yeah,
you're not even discussing the STD? If it's no protection, we don't talk about the fact that she's okay. I might be able to get a disease, but I'm fine with it. Like you know that if you have unprotected
but
sex,
then that's
we don't talk
everybody
about the
then,
baby.
Ali.
I know, Brittany, please don't do that. I know,
Don't do
baby.
what? Oh, I'm a woman. You can say that now. What's up?
I know you about it. No, you
I
know,
know,
wait,
yeah,
wait,
I
what?
know, man. I know, man. I know.
You ain't even have to say.
I
That is
know,
everybody,
I
though. We know
know.
that, right? But
I
the point is,
know,
if anybody
man.
who has
I
unprotected
know,
sex
man.
knows there's
I
a
know.
risk of a baby and a disease. That's planned. You know that can occur. The risk of it is planned. If I'm going to run
That's a
regular,
risk.
I know I can get in an accident. It's
It's not a
planned.
plan. That's a risk.
Man, this
Listen,
conversation is
but
so.
Ali,
Y'all want to
I'm not sure.
mad.
The only
Y'all
way
want to
you
come
can
in
plan
this
not to
such
have a
bad
baby
faith.
after that is
Hey,
just
look,
don't have
The
sex.
bad faith argument
I'm
is
not
off the
sure.
cut.
Hey, Ali,
You ain't
And I'm
got
gonna
the
head out,
answer,
man.
Sway.
The bad faith argument between all y'all, man, is too much for me tonight, man. I
How,
just
Sway? You
can't
ain't
with
got
y'all.
the answer,
Here's the
all right,
Sway.
plan.
bro,
You want to
appreciate
have
it.
Well, you
sex
gotta
without
stop
having
being
Here's the
baby.
emotional,
plan.
man.
I'm
Wait.
rage quitting.
Here's the plan. I plan on
Bye.
eating pizza today. I get to the pizza restaurant and I say, "Oh, I want to get a hamburger instead."
I'm rage
But I
quitting.
planned on
I'm
getting
rage
pizza.
quitting.
Aaron, fake Aaron, that was a terrible analogy. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
That is a
and
terrible
look,
analogy.
just for the sake of
Not a
argument,
terrible
this
analogy.
is what
A
I'll
plan
do.
has a goal. A plan has a goal.
Okay, you're right. So listen,
And
this is what
and
I'll
the goal
do.
as a plan.
Just for the sake of the argument, right? I'll concede to the weed analogy, not actually being fit for the conversation, right? We can
Right.
switch it to alcohol, and the reason why alcohol is a better analogy is because not you don't think you're gonna get drunk every time, right?
No,
A
that's
lot of
not what's
people.
true. Again, podcast. I'm sorry, I don't mean to jump in. The problem is with your analogies, the premise is that you've done it so many times without an outcome happening. There's no way you don't know if you're going to get drunk when you drink alcohol. It's
Yep.
for you to get drunk. That's the point. When
That's
you do
not
these things,
true. That's
all
not
right.
true.
That's
It's not true at
actually
all.
not
That's
true. Yeah,
Okay,
because
instead of
that's
drunk, we'll
actually
use
That
the
not
means
word
y'all
true.
don't drink good liquor
intoxicated.
then. All right, then, man.
Let podcast
Instead,
finish his point before y'all break it in half
Yeah.
because
My bad.
it's,
Go ahead.
No,
it's
no.
still a bad analogy,
So
though.
It
No,
is.
the
it's
reason
all the
why I
same.
switched
All of
it
these
though,
premises
It's all the
is
same.
I'm gonna engage in some stuff that has outcomes, but I don't expect the outcomes to happen to me. That's what
right?
Podcast.
that's the
I agree.
argument.
You and I agree on
No,
that.
but the
The
whole
reason
thing is
you and
one to
I
hide
agree on
behind
that. The
You
ignorance.
know
reason
No,
the
you
why I'm
don't.
premise is
switching it
plan.
though is
You have to
because
fight.
that Sway had an issue with the weed analogy, and
okay.
then I could see how the weed analogy is very comparable to Echinacea diving
What?
into
All right.
water
Who?
analogy.
Who?
echinacea.
Who?
Echinacea.
So I
Hey,
thought his name
Brittany,
was Echinacea.
the
I don't
whole
know.
thing is
So
based
that's why I'm
on
choosing to
blissful
switch the
ignorance.
analogy respectfully, if I
I'm gonna do
could.
this, even though I know
Um,
this can happen, but I'm gonna act like it's not
very,
gonna happen.
very, very respectfully, if I could, Thanos. That's the reason why I'm switching the
That was
analogy,
nice.
Y'all supposed to
right,
be
to
grown.
from the weed to alcohol, because
Facts, Thanos.
I can go into the bar right now and you can give me 5 shots of Hennessy and I'm gonna be all right. And you can take somebody else into the bar and get them 2 shots of Hennessy and they'll be stumbling around,
Big
right?
fact.
So it's not the same outcome for everybody. You see what I'm saying? So just because you have Long Island, usually what I do when I go to the clubs, I get one Long Island and I sip on it for a while because I
Pause.
know if I down it, I'm gonna be straight. I'm gonna be all right, right? So that's why I want to switch it to the alcohol analogy, but the point still remains the same. That if I go and I start drinking, right? Because this is exactly what we tell men. We tell me if you say, man, I wasn't trying to get that girl pregnant. Well, the accountability for the pregnancy, right, is still there. You
But
don't, and what people are going to say is, bro, you knew exactly what was possible, but you haven't sex.
Exactly.
but
You
but
should
but
have
but
wore a
the,
So
condom.
I already conceded to the point that JB made and the fact that Aaron O brought up the definition. I'll concede, but I'm saying our understanding of the word plan, right? And the fact that I know Aaron O, myself, maybe even Sway, and definitely JB have used the term before. He who fails to plan plans to fail. Let's not act like
but
we don't understand that now just for the sake of argument.
podcast, but this is a bad analogy again
It is.
because because you if you get drunk is your responsibility 100%. If you get high, it's 100% your responsibility. You don't control if Kelly Bev
True.
gets pregnant or not. She's the one that is in control of that. So even if you
You
are,
do get
even
wait, you're
one
saying it
second,
wrong,
one
Fatty.
second,
You're saying it wrong.
Hey,
You're saying it wrong.
pregnant?
even,
You do
Are you
control.
sure you
Let,
want to
let
be
him
one,
finish.
pregnant?
no,
Let him
no,
finish.
Whoa,
Let
whoa,
him
whoa,
finish.
even,
wait.
I
No,
know.
no,
I know Vinny. Let him
no.
finish. Let him
Okay,
finish.
all right, Aaron, all right.
No,
Are you sure
I'm
you need
saying that
pregnant,
even
Fatty?
even if you are the one, the originator of the situation, Kelly has like 7 ways to get out of the outcome if she decided so, and you have nothing to do to say about it.
All
So
right.
it's different analogies. That is the
Are
one
you
one
sure
is.
you mean pregnancy, Fatty?
Yeah, Fatty, you messed that up in the beginning when you
How
said
did I mess it
because
up?
you
Because you
said
said pregnancy.
you
I don't
said
think that's
get
correct.
pregnant. You are the only thing that can get her
No,
pregnant.
no, no. You mean
Sperm
you
is
miss
the
it.
only thing that
Okay, okay,
can get
okay.
That's
I
why
I
she
her
put
tried to cut you
okay,
pregnant.
off.
okay, okay. I used the wrong words. It's not about getting pregnant. It's about carrying the pregnancy. I apologize.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes, and we're talking. And the whole point of Sway's argument is the pregnancy
Is it
aspect,
getting it? Is getting
not getting her pregnant. So
Yeah, but
this
what does Sway know? See, he says it's a child. Shut up, Sway.
no. I thought Sway's
You
point was
stupid.
So,
Oh, unless she's Cynthia G, she can get pregnant by herself, according to her. And
oh yeah, yeah. Actually,
She's
oh
crazy.
Asexual.
yeah,
man.
my bad. I forgot about her. That group
Yeah,
over there, they can get pregnant by themselves.
It was
yeah.
my understanding that Sway was talking about getting pregnant, not actually having the baby.
correct. Correct.
Yes.
That is what Sway's statement
Okay.
was, and I was agreeing with him. And then podcast made a point, and I'm like, well, they both can't exist. They both can't exist. One because how work. I don't even want to go down this road again. I'm so beat.
Yeah.
Hey, don't you got Fight Club in a couple hours, man? Maybe you should take a nap.
No, yes, 4 hours.
I mean, real
Don't be a
talk though.
loser, quitter.
Brittany's point was valid though. Unless you can get pregnant, unless you can get pregnant every single time you have sex, you only have out of the 30 days, it's only 5 times. Well,
Not even 5
5
times,
day,
probably
yeah,
bad.
a
The
5 day
24
window
hours.
span, right? You got a 5 day window span where it's a possibility that you can
That
get
does
pregnant.
possibility does changes the whole argument, right? What's
Yeah.
possible and what you can make happen and what you can't make happen, all different things. So, for example, if you say I was planning to get her pregnant, right? The argument is you can make a plan and fail on the plan. That's the argument. You can make a plan and fail on the plan, right?
But even if you make that plan, Aaron, that means there's conversations, like Ali said, that come before that. So even within the plan, there's still strategic
That's why I
moves that
said
can be
this
made.
is way too
That
complicated.
let's just say people
Yeah,
are
that's why it's
restless
a
and they
plan.
That's
didn't
why I
plan
said
for
it's
stuff
way
to
too
happen.
complicated because it goes to your
That's why it's a plan.
intentional actions of sleeping with them, right? Because one cannot exist without the other. There's no possible way she can get pregnant if you don't sleep with her. But
Big
if you make the intentions to sleep with her, it is a possibility. And you might, well, I don't plan on it just because it's a
Not,
possibility.
not,
So
not
then you
me.
can
Not
say
me.
Yeah,
you
not you.
can't then say you can plan on her getting pregnant too. Like
I won.
because all I don't even care.
I won.
All right,
I
for
was
example,
definitely trying to get my
Aaron,
baby mama pregnant.
here's an example
Uh,
directly along the lines of that, right? Let's say you say, yo, I don't want to get her pregnant.
Boo.
We don't want to have sex. I don't want to get her pregnant. I'm gonna put a condom on. Put a condom on. That shit breaks. She
Why
get
y'all
pregnant.
keep messing with people with all this dry ass pussy and their condoms keep drinking? What's going on?
Whatever. The condom breaks. You got her
That
pregnant.
is like the
Let's say
number
that you
one
got
thing.
pregnant.
I don't know nothing.
Is
God,
that the
I told
reason
you
why
condom
condoms
breaking
break?
this motherfuckers out
Well,
of
you do
learning
gotta
my
put them
life.
on right.
I just learned something new today. I did
I,
not know that was the
I
reason why
can't
condoms
believe you
break.
guys are not
I
letting
didn't
the
know.
fake
I didn't know
Karen.
that either.
Hey guys, let the fake
No,
Karens
condom breaks.
let the fake Karen
Unless y'all
finish,
have
please.
a conversation around here, who we
Let
over
the
here
fake
running?
Karen finish, please. He's not going to get her
Hey, I'm
pregnant
not
if he
ready.
doesn't
Hold on,
finish.
hold on. Hey,
Go ahead.
Hey, that's a good one, Fatty.
Go ahead, Darren.
Hey, Brittany, it's Mr. Dimples to you.
Wait, was that an invite?
Whoa.
Anyway,
Brittany doesn't have sex. No.
Yes, you're right, Ali. Brittany doesn't have sex. I like that.
Fake
I like
Karen
that
said
thinking.
raw,
but
no
anyway,
condom.
That's a
you
Hey,
fact.
can
You know
when
none
you
of us
let people
believe that.
talk, hey, when you let people talk, you get to see what they think
Oh
about you.
Lord.
anyway.
So y'all
Um,
We're positive you had sex this year. I'll go back on Mike.
You positive? Okay.
That is a
I like that.
Hey, that's a
I
trick
like
bag
that.
of
I'm
gold right
positive.
there.
We are positive you had sex this year.
Brittany, that's a trick
That
bag
is
of
a
gold
fact.
right there.
What
Don't
you
look.
say, Thanos?
That's a
All
trick
the
bag
all
of
the
gold.
women who disappeared, all the
Don't
women
don't
who disappeared in
don't
this
go in
space
it.
went and got sex, and then they came back if it didn't work
Yeah,
out.
yeah, all the all
That's
yeah,
what
they are
happened.
actually there's a fact. All the women that disappear got a boyfriend, and this is
Hey,
fact.
That
that-
is a
but but
motherfucking
guess what?
fact.
That wasn't planned.
Shout shout out to the Sphere, Janae, Brittany B.
Shout out for the non-planners.
Okay. Chiki's the anomaly. He went away, but he didn't get none. It's fine.
Yeah, that's
It's
mad
fine.
disrespectful.
Can I
Don't
ask
ever
y'all
fucking
something?
put no abortion on my head again like that.
What is a plan at this point?
Some shit you
Because
thought about.
argumentatively,
and
right?
attempt
If
and
I
goal.
just
Most people
if
don't
I
do
just tell you, right, I had a plan in my head, right? I had a plan in my head, but it didn't work out, right? Do you accept that as that actually being a plan or a thought?
No, it depends. It depends on how detailed you went. If you said, yo,
No, it's still a
Wait,
my
plan.
a
goal.
plan requires
It is.
details? Like,
Yes.
okay, how detailed? Like,
No.
what's the limit of it?
So, for example, if you say, yo, I want to go to Chicago, right?
No, what if I
Plan
think
it.
it? No, not
No,
if
no,
I
no.
tell you. What if I think it?
Yes. And you say, look, in order to get to Chicago, I need to buy an airplane ticket. I need to buy a rental car, right? You need to do all. And you need to have a hotel, right? You just know that's the plan, right? You may not do it, but you know you outlined a plan in order to get to Chicago. That's still a plan. You didn't
I
execute
don't
on it.
I
What
don't
are
know
we
about
talking about, Aaron?
I don't know about that.
We
It's
disagree.
Aaron, what are
We
we
disagree.
talking about?
simply what Aaron is saying is still a plan, but implementation is totally different. That's
I
the
don't
Yes,
know
difference.
about
yes, correct.
that, Fake Karen. I don't know about that.
I'm pretty sure that's how plans work.
Maybe,
There's a difference between a plan and
No, you have to
implementation.
plan first because what are you building? That's like saying I'm going to build a skyscraper with no plan.
So
Let me know how that
the
worked out.
argument is then this is arguably favorably so. We could argue everybody planned to have a child if they said in their head and they never written it down out loud. I do not plan on having children. If they've never written it down, right, and they just told you I never planned on it, I'm like, okay, show me proof. Well, it's just in their head, right? So the argument is anything can go on in somebody's head. You probably planned on it, you probably didn't. We can't prove it. So is it actually a plan if we can't prove it's a plan?
No,
Yes.
it's an automatic plan
Oh,
because we
man.
all know how women get
Damn,
pregnant.
man.
We already know how. This whole
Yes.
conversation stems once again on being blissfully ignorant.
Yeah.
Like we
Wait,
know how this works.
Aaron,
We
go back.
know
Wait,
how
go
We
back to
think
your
about
plan.
all of us think about sex. All of us think about
Aaron.
this
sex.
is
And
past, you just want to
Wait,
pass
go back to Aaron.
accountability.
Go back
I
to the
don't know,
definition of
man.
plan.
You just
What
want
is
to
a
Yo,
plan?
pass
hey, yo,
bullshit.
at the end of
That's
the
it.
day, yeah, the plan is still a plan. But when it comes to this thing about pregnancy and shit like that, at the end of the day, once you have sex unprotected, don't matter if you was thinking about it, all that unplanned shit don't make sense. It's just that you just didn't want it. That was it. That's it.
But
I
What
think
if,
what
hold up.
podcast
Yeah,
said
but
earlier,
How many
what
people
podcast said the thing
they
about
plan on
getting
having a
high.
baby, have sex raw, and a baby happens, and they say, oh, I want it, but it's
yeah,
still unplanned.
but the question is the man with the plan the same as the man without a plan when they can or they fly hand to hand? Yeah,
Yeah, it's the
right.
same thing. It's not different.
Nah,
Only
are
thing
you
that
rapping,
changes
Fatty?
is that I'm gonna pretend if
The
she get
reason
pregnant,
why
I'm
the
gonna be
reason
shocked.
why I think what you asking is complicated, Aaron, is because plans change, right? And
no,
a lot
man.
of
The nigga
times,
Aaron said,
and a
"Is
lot
it
of
a
times
plan?
plans can
If it's
change.
still a plan, if it don't fall through,
If you
something
go in
simple.
there
No,
Yes,
that's
and
not what I
certain.
asked.
I'm
Let me
sorry.
Okay,
What you asked, Aaron? My
let me
fault.
but Aaron,
clarify,
no,
right?
Yeah.
plans
I
change.
never write out an actual plan, right? And that you can actually see. And I only tell you I ain't planned for her to get pregnant. I never wrote it down. I don't have no proof that I never not planned for it. It was in my head. Does that count as a plan?
yes.
Let me ask you a question, Aaron.
Nigga, if
That's
you
the definition.
if you
Well,
had
Aaron,
sex,
that's the definition of plan. Does this say anything about communication?
No. So that's why I'm asking the question, right? Because the argument could be we can't prove whether somebody planned something or not ever unless it's written down.
Yeah, but
mm,
The thing is it's not our plan.
Remember,
It's a plan that's already created. That's for every man and woman before they even
Yeah,
have sex.
it's scientific.
Doing,
It ain't even a plan. It's just scientific. It's like when you put a rose seed in the dirt.
Man, hold
It's not a
on, man, because
plan.
you about to go
My
somewhere
fault.
left field. Yo,
No,
Aaron,
I'm sticking
Calm
with
down,
you.
Flora.
the plan is already created. It's one plan for everybody.
Can
When
you
you
stop
go to
talking?
have sex, you're going into implementation. So whether she get pregnant that time or not get pregnant or pregnant another time, you still implemented a plan. It's only one way you're gonna have a kid besides going to the doctor
but
and getting artificially
no,
inseminated.
I understand that part, right? But because I'm with you in your overall point. Mind you, this is just this is just for the thought process, right? Because when you talk about implementation, right, you use the same actions typically to get someone pregnant or to not get them pregnant, according to planned or not planned. So let's just say I want to get a girl pregnant, right? And I'm going to use the same implementation as if I don't want to get her pregnant, right?
Right.
No.
That's where the confliction happens.
Yeah, but you can never bet plan. Like
it's just ignorant. You want to pass the accountability. Most people will say, "Oh, I didn't plan for this to happen," because they're talking to someone else.
You know what's funny? Like
That's why
actually,
this where it gets complicated.
actually, there's a good, an interesting comment from DB Delicious or whatever the name is. I'm sorry, you have a strange name. He says that white people, and not white people, people in general used to have 7 or 8 kids, right? So the fact that we are now only have 1 or 2 doesn't that actually prove that we are planning to have kids instead of having it just because? I think that people, for example,
Hey Aaron, can you plan? Can you plan on not having a plan?
What the fuck is that?
So the short answer to that question, I've been told
Molly read someone write that in
yes,
the chat.
you apparently can plan on not having a plan. From what I've been told today.
That's the plan,
man,
Aaron.
that's
I think
why
I
I
got
told
you,
you.
Aaron.
That's plagiarism.
Aaron, I think I got you. You can plan on not having a plan.
I think Corey won this one. I actually think.
Well, wait,
Hey, you can calm down for a little bit. Think about it.
It says Jay-Z doesn't write down any of his songs. Is he a songwriter?
Yeah, he won this
Who
one.
said he doesn't write down any
Shut up,
songs?
Flora.
All right, calm down.
On his technically, legally, he would be a songwriter, but I know exactly what Corey's talking
Fake Aaron, mute your mic, bro. Thank you very much. Yeah, he's the sports guru. That's
no. So
I correctly predicted him.
Y'all just deflect from any point that's made. That makes you lose your argument.
Yes, they do, Mr. Podcast.
We are here to win. We are not here for getting understanding. That's what we do here.
Wow, you finally admitted it.
Shut up, Flora.
Well, we would be on podcast channel. But
And your shiny forehead.
That's all right. At least I put lotion on.
The shiny forehead.
You've been sitting in that same thong all day.
I just wanted to say this, like when it comes to that debate y'all just had, it was fun, but it was ignorant because at the end of the day, if you're gonna make plans, it's on your social standards and shit like that. But as far as the pregnancy thing, it's just the process. That's it. You plan this shit, you don't
Ali
plan
is
it.
winning the whole battle. Can you plan to not have a plan? If that is the case, Ali just
I walked into that.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Think about what he just said.
Plan.
If you planning to not plan is a plan.
Hey, Aaron, hey, well, guys, one second, guys. Like we have to stop this. Hey, Aaron, Jay Prince is on Tammy's show. Can you stream it real quick?
No.
Yeah, he jumped on Tammy's show.
If you wake up in the morning and you plan on doing nothing, that's a plan. That's still a plan. I ain't doing nothing.
Aaron, be responsible because he's going to say that you're stealing. He's going to say that you're stealing his content. So be careful. Oh shit!
With his wife to keep her safe and to keep her eligible to be able to parent. And not only that, we list our freedoms.
It's the slow freeze.
And protect, not a bandit, not a
Are you allowed
dusty, what she call it? But a man, the ideal of a
They look
man
like twins.
is his job is to be more his job and his role.
So
Shut
He's
up.
like
Thank
a
you.
younger brother
It
of
Hey
sounds like
guys,
you
mine.
watched
guys,
the
hey
debate,
guys,
so
come on,
I
guys.
actually
Just move
appreciate you watching my content.
Right.
Thank you. But to the question directly, if you don't believe men are to be blamed for creating single mothers, I don't because in full disclosure, I think men are to be blamed, right? If you're a man and you decide not to be the father to your child, you are to be blamed. So I disagree with Sinji about abort not male babies because the responsibility lies with the man who left. If you are saying it is the
huh?
woman's fault, I'm not sure how
He's
you can
effeminate,
then
though.
oppose
Be-
her position.
because and shout out to you, Themis. The reason why I say there is not black men's fault, but yet they want to hold us accountable for the black community. The reason why, when black men was trying to be in their kids' lives, the black woman in the state fought tooth and nail to get rid of the black man.
Oh,
I
wait, how?
grew up in that system.
Wait. So
Oh, come on, Aaron,
you are
please.
saying
How much I gotta
the
pay you?
Hey man,
How much I
you
gotta pay
can't
you to stop
you
this?
can't talk about having kids
That's
and nobody
about to
want to have
go bad. That's
Yeah,
about to go bad.
I'll leave that alone.
you can't talk
Somebody can
about
review
kids
it.
if nobody want to have kids with you.
No.
But Aaron, no, I will
Yes,
ask you this question.
Yes, sir.
Since you played that, I will ask you this. It don't have anything to do with Jay Prince or not.
It doesn't matter.
What do you think Themis or anybody else that thinks the way that he thinks would say that a man who, let's say a man who once had or more multiple times had women pregnant and those women deleted those babies, that they're the reason why he's a childless man, right?
So
You see what I'm saying?
let's break it down. So first thing I want to say is one, I understand the intellectual battle of it, right? But when it comes to responsibility, right? This is when people say I'm a parent. When they say it, if they say it to me, I'm a parent, so you wouldn't understand. A lot of time I concede it. If it's not necessarily a fact-based thing and it's something that requires experience or something, you have to kind of concede it, right? The one thing we do know is this: from what people say, Themis is not going to take on the responsibility of creating children conventionally the way that men do, right? We can all agree to that, right? The way we conventionally do it, he's not taking that position. So
Allegedly.
Well,
okay. What does that say? Hold on. Brittany
I
B
just
said
don't
something.
understand.
Don't ever disrespect my husband's name or legacy ever again. My children are protected always. Get the F off the panel. I bet you didn't plan on that, Fatty and Ali. You can joke about a lot of stuff, but not that.
What?
So
Wait, what?
What are we
What?
talking? What?
Your husband? What?
It says Fatty. It says Fatty and Ali. So I don't. Oh,
I'm a made
it's
man.
a
I'm a
40
made
ball.
man. No, I'm a made man.
He's stupid.
That man was trying to go out like a villain.
He said
No.
no.
I'm very badly.
No, but
I had to read that twice. It was not registered because I'm thinking about so much other stuff right now. Sorry.
I
Go
don't
ahead.
understand. Like, are we putting these type of like? Can you be an intellectual if you don't recognize something so simple as childbirth and pregnancy are two totally different things? This will be the same man who will say he's pro-life. So if you say I'm pro-life, then that means you're automatically acknowledging the 9-month period that a woman gets to make a choice. That's even more than 9 months, actually, right? Because when you add in after birth, they get to make a choice of whether or not they want to give the baby up for adoption. So I don't understand this.
Point.
Go ahead, Callie. Wait, go ahead, Callie.
No, I'm saying she can't unless the dad is like, okay, so are you talking about she can freely give up the baby for adoption if the man is or is not in the picture?
I'm just saying that she has a choice.
Well,
That's all that
no.
matters.
I'm saying, well, it depends on the father's involvement or his
Okay,
status in
but
the child's life, right? She doesn't
does
have a
adoptions
choice.
happen?
Huh?
Do adoptions happen?
Yeah.
Do kids go into the what is it called? The foster care system every year? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Who's the parent putting them in those places? It's
I'm
okay to
saying.
just say it.
And it's so
Yeah.
hard.
That's why I
The
said.
mothers. Okay,
Yeah,
so
that's
all
why
I'm
I said it depends on what's going on in the child's life because the kid can go to foster care if she's neglectful or whatever like that, but you can't just go ahead and just adopt no child and the father has and the father's around or whatever like that. You can't just do that.
Huh?
okay, but that's what I'm saying. Like, what percentage of the time is that happening? We're not. I'm sorry, Kelly. It's a moot point, right? The fact of the matter is that women have the option. That's all I'm saying. They have the options for after pregnancy, right? They have options.
Right.
Right?
A
I don't
podcast.
want to be a
Podcast.
mother anymore. I
Podcast.
can delete the baby. I don't want to be a parent anymore. I can give the baby up to the foster care system, to adoption agency, to the fire department, all of these different options. And nobody is saying you horrible, terrible skank of a person, right? So all I'm saying is that for somebody specifically like a Themis, which I haven't had the opportunity to talk to him, and I probably won't, but it's like if you look at it and say that men are the creators of single mothers, how can you be
Hey, Aaron, can you drop us this real quick?
I don't get.
Thank you very much. How much money is to take the range of Britney? How much?
Yeah. How much is that?
Because I have.
Actually, how much?
You're,
How much
you're,
is it to get rid?
you're,
Hold on, fatty. How much is it to get rid of somebody forever?
That's a rich.
You can
She
never
doesn't
get
have.
rid of me.
Britney doesn't have a range.
How much is it to get rid of somebody forever?
You can.
How much is
You
it to get
can
rid of
drop.
somebody
You can
forever?
drop Britney, please. Drop Britney. Thank you
You
very much.
can't drop me.
Drop
No,
her.
hold
Thank you
on,
very much.
Aaron. How much is it to get rid of somebody forever? She not is or she's still a part of the squad. Like we can get rid of people forever, right?
I'm always a part of the squad.
Wait.
Come on, Aaron.
Wait. I have credit.
Go ahead. I'm listening, fatty. Go ahead.
I have credit. Just leave it on the back. I just want to make sure that my brother Ali is listening. How much money is to ban somebody forever? It's a good question.
That's what I want to know.
Still those 500?
That's a good question.
Is 500 forever, or I thought 500 was a week?
Hey,
It's supposed to be forever. For
hey,
life.
Different shit.
Okay. Don Lu. What's up, brother?
But the short answer to your question, Ali.
What's up, buddy?
I still have $20 credit, right?
I'll put it in the back chat.
Hey, forever. Hey, forever.
I'm
Forever means
forgetting.
forever, though, right?
Forever, ever.
Ain't no new names. Ain't no back nothing. Once you know that's them, they gone forever, right? That's what that means, right?
Hey, Thanos, at what time is going to your show is going to start? Thanos.
Thanos, go ahead, Thanos. I'm like, what did he just say?
Yeah, at what time is your show is going to start? At what time? Yeah, he's not there.
Thanos.
Yeah, he's not there. It's fine.
He's not there.
Oh, I'm here.
At what time your show is going to start?
At 9 p.m.
Okay, you can drop him. Go prepare your show.
What time is it?
It's time for you to leave.
God, man.
It's time for him to leave.
Brittany, make sure you talk to us nice.
I don't have any credits anymore. It's fine. Hey, shout out to Corey Love for savers. I appreciate you, brother. Clay Thompson of AliExpress. Thank you very much. What that comment about Brittany, are you okay? What the hell was that comment?
You have to speak to her in the chat. I don't know what that. She probably was joking too. You know.
Do you have did she came back like a whale spirit as husband and kids that we don't know? What the hell was that? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, was she trolling? That's for real, Aaron.
Nah, maybe she's telling us something. Maybe she's.
What?
No, yeah, maybe she had a kid or something like that. I don't know.
Well, I apologize first. If something serious
Hey,
happened in
Brittany,
your life,
congratulations
we would
on your.
never talk about nothing
Congratulations
like
on your baby. That's why. Maybe that's why Britney doesn't have a wrench because she already have a wrench. If you see what if you know what I'm saying. Oh.
Man,
No,
you
but I
are
want to make
you are
hey,
in trouble.
I want to make that clear. If
The,
she
the,
does, if there's a situation I don't know about, hey, and if
Oh
we can't take it
shit.
serious, we would never disrespect her
No,
family.
Fatty, she has way more self control than you think. You're not going to be able to trigger.
no. I'm not trying to triggering. I'm
Fuck yeah,
saying
man.
that
Why
maybe
y'all
she
playing
had
on
the
Brittany
she
like that, dog?
like we don't know if she had the baby. Like she been away. We don't know.
Is she
Okay.
trolling?
Congratulations, Britney.
You
Congratulations,
trying.
if you for real.
You trying to get her, but she's not going to fall
I'm
for it.
not
But
trying
she
to get
said
it up.
she wanted to
I'm
have a
Man,
actually.
chance.
fuck y'all niggas, man. Team
She
Brittany
told her she wanted
forever.
to have a.
She
She said
she
she
Brittany
was
wanted.
the
be
one.
forever. Team Brittany
It's
be
crazy.
She
forever.
was the one.
Fuck
Yeah,
you two bum ass
We don't know
niggas.
what to believe,
and
man.
Bum
We don't know what
ass
to believe.
niggas.
This how women do. This how
yeah.
Fuck
women
on
do.
at a girl.
It's funny because Sherelle
A
brags about
girl. Bum
Sherelle brags
ass
about
niggas.
Sherelle brags about wrenches, but Britney got the wrench that matters.
Yeah.
Oh.
One minute you don't do this on the first night. Next day you pregnant.
Oh.
Y'all ain't.
Congratulations, Britney B means Britney baby now. Britney
Watch your
baby.
fucking mouth, fatty. Watch your
Hello,
fucking
Britney
mouth.
baby.
You got to let him troll.
Baby.
Let him get his troll on. He has to do
No,
his
I'm
thing.
not trolling. Literally, she offered that information. We
He
can
knows
take
what
it
you're trying to do.
as joking, or we can take it as
He
actually.
knows what you're trying to
I know.
do. It
Hey,
ain't going to
Gator.
work.
Hey,
Come on,
Team
man. Let
Fatty.
me. Hey, one
Team
second. Let me
Fatty.
read. Let me read
Team
the super chat
Fatty.
real quick. Let me read this shit.
Which one?
Get fuck off the panel. I bet you didn't plan on that, Ferry and Ali. You can joke about a lot of stuff, but not that. Don't ever disrespect my husband's name or my legacy ever again. So she's snitching on herself.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Brittany. You have a husband and you have a baby. We didn't know about it, but we are happy.
But you don't have
Brittany
sex.
baby.
I don't know
Yeah.
what y'all talking about. But go
Congratulations,
ahead and
Brittany
explain
baby.
Look at Eric.
what y'all do.
Like why
I
what Hey
Listen,
Brittany,
man.
why would you snitch on yourself
Oh,
like
man.
that? Seems like you actually
after
wanted to
fatty,
it seems
fatty.
uh,
It's just like what Mr. Letgo did. He said it's none of your business. She told
yeah.
us it's none of my business when I asked her. Then she told her whole business.
It seems like you wanted to tell us that you just
Like women do
wanted to
this.
have
This is
an
what women do. Like this is
it's
what
like
women
you
do,
it's
man.
like you just wanted to have an excuse to tell us and now you
This what
told
I
us.
don't want a baby. Then you
So
have a
hey,
baby. Then you have a baby.
been shared that she has children
Y'all is
like
freaking
in that no.
hilarious. And I don't
Nah.
appreciate.
Aaron,
Oh
you need to make do a show about this. The women, they'll say one thing and do another. You got to do a show on
and
that. Do women say one thing
I
and
got
do
all
another?
kind of shows on one thing.
I have actually I want to file a complaint. Hey, Aaron, why am I the only one that have to pay $5 every time I steal content, but J Prince and all the other bandits don't have to pay nothing?
Do they still buy content?
They do it. Hey, J Prince today. J Prince, just wait
Well,
until
I,
just wait until he knows that you was streaming. You say, why are you stealing that content?
Well, fatty, you keep selling Jay Prince content, so you can't talk like that.
Yeah.
the reason is Fatty has professional decorum, right? That's the difference. He likes to separate himself from them. I want to know about this newfound power you're gonna be getting and putting and making people fear you. That's what they were telling me
Oh,
earlier.
there's an
What's that
evil
for?
plan. I had to put the. I don't have the evil after. Oh, I have to play that until. No, actually, I kind of understand like how I'm finally getting a feel of how people move. The thing is, unfortunately, like people abuse your kindness. And that's the honest to God reality. Like you try to be helpful, you try to be available, try to push other people's shit, and for some reason, some people don't respect that shit.
Hey,
Like as soon as you apologize, as soon as you say, "Oh no, don't worry, I give you 7 hours if you need to," as long as you, "Oh no, don't worry, just send me a message and I make it happen." Like when you actually are too nice, some people unfortunately they abuse it. So if you only
man,
respect fear, if you only respect power, that's what you have to do.
that sound
Is
like the
acquire
modern
power.
woman. That sound like the modern woman, fatty.
Hey, bro, acquire power. Then you control all the variables. You be nice with people that deserve you to be nice, and go ahead and
Don't you think
uh,
you do that now?
absolutely not. Like,
No.
cause this no, you know why, Aaron? But because people kind of understand that all this messy shit is kind of performative.
Oh, okay.
They understand at the end of the day, if it, like send me a message, like Venus knows. Like if she needs something, send me a message. She knows I'm available. She not gonna say, nah, she's still fat as fuck, but it's fine.
I see what you mean. I see what you're saying. You're going beyond just the streams and just access and how
Oh
people.
yeah.
Okay.
Because when people say, "Oh, he took 3 days off, he's probably resting," I'm literally having consultations, making shit. Like I'm actually working more actually than if I was on stream. But that's the thing is the we get some people that actually are rooting for us, are nice with us, they don't want nothing in return, and then you have a lot of people that they are just jockeying for position while they're kind of not on the team. So not going to ban them, not going to chastise them, not going to actually shame them into compliance, but I'm just going to tell her that I see what is going on. I actually see what's going on. And you know, it's funny, the J Prince situation actually was very helpful because we saw the roaches. We saw when the house was popping, everybody joining there. And as soon as the light went out, like we saw the roaches leave. So
It was a
actually
lot
was
of
a
roaches. It was a lot of roaches.
yeah, and there was a lot of roaches.
It's
So
still a lot. It's still a lot of roaches.
yeah. Yeah, but by the way, but Brittany, once again, congratulations. We are happy for you. Like we are not clowning you. We just didn't know. But that's the thing.
Because you said it wasn't our business.
Yeah, as long as she has a range, it is what it is.
Man, Patty is good at trolling. So let me ask you: are you going to review that Demons and Thoughts?
Absolutely yes.
Wait, that's my. I'm the one that brought him over here. You weren't worried
Like,
about Demons?
like J Prince handlers actually need to be a little bit like I don't know what's going on his head. On the other day, I was reviewing Dr. Omar Johnson, and that motherfucker did a community post saying, "Why are you stealing my content? Can I block this man from stealing my content?" Like the fact that he thinks that people reviewing the same thing that he does are going on other people's like he's scary to say the least, because I know for a fact if something happens to his channel, I know exactly who he's going to blame. But hey,
Y'all talking about that skinny dude that looked like he was wearing his hair? That guy?
Sure. Yes.
yes.
So the person's debate that I was reviewing today, Jay Prince is on his channel now because he's reviewing Sin G's interview with Jay
Wonder
Prince.
what your title gonna be.
Hey, Aaron, and now when you see J Prince today on Fight Club asking, "Hey, bro, why are you stealing my content?" Because you never went there before, and now that I'm reviewing that guy, now you all of a sudden appear there. Why are you stealing my content?
Hey,
And ask him.
That's quite random, right? Like, you know what I mean? But hey,
It's a large coincidence, right? Since you been there a lot of times, nothing happened.
You know what
okay?
I need, Fatty? You know what I need? I need to open some memberships up so that way I can see who's really watching my show. Like
Yeah.
I'll be exposing.
Yeah,
I be knowing that some people be watching, they be ghost watching.
Yeah, that's crazy, bro. Like that's when I say it's crazy, like it's crazy. Somebody say, "Yeah, that show is shitty. I don't go there." And then Rebby Knight offers memberships, and they are all on the chat. Like it's just crazy, man.
No, man, I must admit when I saw that, I was like, "What? Oh man, Ray! I didn't even know Ray was doing that on accident or on purpose." But then I started like, it's starting to work now
But the thing is, it's just a numbers game because there's so many people with memberships that actually now is very likely that you catch somebody that shouldn't be there.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Raw D back. B. I said B. Sorry.
Fatty, I know you want to give me that raw D. I'm virgin.
Hey, you still gonna be my property, Robbie?
You gonna be my husband?
Who is giving you raw D, Fatty?
So you get that raw D and have planned babies.
That's right. Let's have some more planned babies. Hey y'all.
Wait. How do you plan for a baby?
Oh, you know,
by giving somebody some raw D.
Is that how it works?
That's simple.
That's not how it works.
Permission.
You have to know your ovulation cycle. You have to take a look at your finances. Can you afford a baby?
No, you said it wrong. You have to look at your finances first.
Right there. I'm just gonna fail.
And then your ovulation.
What I found out today, thanks to Ali, he's the ultimate guy. If you can plan to not plan, it's over with now. Like for you to be able to plan to not plan, everything you do is a plan because you did not plan, which is a plan.
No, you're right. It is
Can
a
you
plan.
collect
It's a
your
plan
friend
to fail.
and scram? You guys are annoying.
What you
Yeah.
say? Who's nasty mouth to say
Wait,
that?
Flora, can you start a stream so we can start like watch you run a show, put the show concept
I'm sorry,
together?
Aaron. Sorry.
Yeah.
I just want to see because you love to try to trigger people, and you'll say like two things while they talking, and you had no intention.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Aaron. I will let you run your show. Properly.
Yeah, but
I'm
she's
not
a
asking about running this show. Y'all done already destroyed this show. We already got past the first.
Not me. I was kicked off for an hour. So these.
That was in good faith. They was hoping that it would go better, in which nobody. Well, the interruption got.
Flora is a bad troll because she gets annoyed by
I don't
trolling
get
back.
annoyed. I pretend to get annoyed for clout.
Yeah, you do.
What do you do with your clout?
Acting.
What do you do with your clout?
I hold on to it.
Y'all not getting no clout. Y'all high off of something.
No, actually, she gets. No, actually, she gets cloud because, like with Flora, when her forehead becomes shiny, that's when it's.
You're a damn hater.
It's where her clout is over 7,000. So, like, she's doing pretty well today. Congratulations,
I
Flora.
will agree that you do get a lot of people do get to figure out who you are. You somewhat become like a regular, like you gain some value because people kind of know who you are. But to transfer that to clout is a little delusion.
You know what, Aaron? I don't want to hear any more of this. We're not analyzing my impact on YouTube. Okay. What we're doing.
I'll make a special 75-cent band for you.
$1 ban. Okay. $1.
Come on, don't be bad sport. I apologize to you, Aaron.
That's true. I accept your apology. You're right. There will be no specialized band for you.
No, I already sent the super chat.
No, we don't want your euros.
No, the euros is more than the dollar.
Hey, newbies being banned forever. It's half price, right?
Yep.
Not half price.
Hey,
I'm
half price.
say something mean, but I'm gonna let up.
I told you, Flora, you got to fight back. You got to fight back. You got to come swinging.
That doesn't count. That's $2.
No, he does. There's $2.
No, Aaron, you didn't say anything.
Oh, wow.
Drop her.
Shut up.
Do it. That's $3.
Cam up one time and I'll drop.
Flora, you need to put your glasses back on.
I am naked.
Yeah, exactly. We all know that.
Listen.
I
did not want Patty to turn on his
off the
camera.
wall.
Listen, I don't know what happened one morning, right? I don't know what was going on. I saw Fatty on Jay Prince stream, no shirt on, laying down in the bed, like, "Hey, Jay Prince."
He was wearing a thong that day too.
And
He had a
you,
thong that day
I normally
too.
don't have like the times when Jay Prince is live in that morning time. I'm usually I don't know why. I just like, let me see what's going on. I had a few moments, whatever the case was, and I see Fatty and be like, "You gotta be kidding me." So please do not turn the camera on. I had no desire.
No.
You traumatized Aaron.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty. Even my voice gets deeper when I'm streaming from my bed, so I need to do that more. Right?
No, Fatty.
Please don't.
Yeah, but
I have no desire of that.
We're begging you. Please don't.
Don't do it.
yeah, that's the reverse psychology. I know what you guys are doing.
Maybe for me, I don't know the rest of them.
What happened, podcast?
He looks
Aaron,
great
I
in
need to
his
do this,
song.
so
I
fuck
told
you,
him
Fatty,
to
you
do
dropped
it
me, man. Fuck you, bro. Aaron,
Right,
look at
Robbie?
something.
You were there that day, right, Robbie?
I can't hear
You
you.
had
I
a
can't hear
thong
you, bro.
on?
Back
No,
chat.
it's
Back
great.
chat.
All right, bet.
Oh.
I didn't see it. I didn't go.
Yeah,
back
you
to
did.
look for it.
Now you're playing dumb because you're friends with Fatty, but we saw him. He deleted the stream because he cammed up with his thong on. Remember?
Don't do it, Robbie. This all she
Yeah,
got. Don't do it.
yeah.
This all she got. Don't do it.
And by
supposed to be a safe space.
by the way,
What the fuck is going on?
and by the way, guys, if somebody does a stream about me being gay or trans, don't go there and defend me. Just laugh about it. It's fine. Like I'm not. It's totally fine. I
Yeah.
know.
Me too.
He's done
Especially if they
fighting,
five.
guys. Just
Especially if they
Yeah,
5'2".
just leave it
Don't
alone.
respond to it. Especially if they 5'2". Don't
Yeah,
respond to
just
it.
leave it alone. It's fine. It's fine.
Oh,
Don Lou, do you have to drink
5'2"
on
with
camera,
glasses.
Don Lou? That was
Why
disturbing.
y'all cutting up?
Shit is free content. Fuck it.
Congratulations, Brittany B. I knew she was pregnant. Congratulations.
Where's the email?
You're
Where is
such a
the
gossipy
email?
whore, Patty.
Congratulations.
She said that, Florida.
No, no,
She
no,
said
no,
that.
no. She said that, and Jonathan Barronville confirmed it. He has loose lips too. He has a loose vagina. He said, "Oh,
Hey,
everybody knew she had a kid."
Fatty, you can't ban JB for like calm down.
Tell him to stop
Oh
gossiping.
We
no,
can't ban him for life.
no. I
You
know.
don't want to try?
No,
Who can?
Stop
Who don't want
uh,
to
gossiping,
try?
Patty.
You don't want to try with him. I'm
I
putting
was.
you on fair warning.
Aaron, I'll just say this, Aaron. I think I can do it, but I wouldn't bet that I wouldn't count Ali out. And again, and if Ali loses, I'll call Toxic Inc. to make sure that the funds are available.
Listen.
We have two white value men on our
No, we're
side.
not doing
Aaron,
that.
be
I don't want
careful.
no. Y'all don't
I'm
want
telling you.
High
no, we're not
value.
doing it.
I'm
Y'all don't
telling
want that
you.
smoke with JB. I didn't have
High value. Can we confirm that?
Y'all don't want those.
Yeah, if you ask women about us, they say good things about us. If you ask men about you, what you think they're gonna say about you?
Lindsay
I'm telling you.
always in the chats working with some
Your
niggers. I
reputation
don't like
I'm
that at
telling
all.
you.
That's why
I'm
when
go-
Sugar Bum was dragging her empty home, I was laughing.
Oh, don't do that. Don't do that.
Sorry, she
Fl-
pisses
fl-
me off because she be
Fl-
talking
don't
cash
do
shit.
the Flora. Don't do that.
Just want to
Don't
cry.
do that.
Glad they
Flora, don't do
discarded.
that.
How much does it cost to remove Daryl Long forever?
Yo, he
Seven-
on his head. What did he even do to you?
$7.
No, that's
I
not fair.
think Daryl
Well,
brings.
no. Let me ask a question. Let me ask a question. Is Daryl Long being a parrot and repeating the same shit he said? Oh my God, Brittany, what did we do? Brittany, what did we do? Go ahead.
Nothing,
Go
my
ahead.
time is up. But I wanted to ask you guys a question.
Congratulations.
When you finish, well, hold on. When you finish, I will jump in,
Congratulations.
and I want to say a couple of things. And without being interrupted, I'm going to ask a couple of questions, and I want you guys to follow me. That's all I want. Go
No,
ahead.
you can go ahead. It's fine. I was
It's
just
the
drag.
emails.
I
The
was just
emails.
I was just going to drag the little Daryl, but it's fine. Go ahead.
We can wait for that. So, Ali, you have said on the panel a couple of times a woman is a wife, by the way she carries herself and, her name in the street and all this other stuff, correct?
Oh.
Yes, of course.
Okay. And do you also believe that a woman's past determines her future? How she carries herself, the name that she puts out there, it will be a reflection of her children, her husband, and her family, correct?
Typically, yes.
Okay. So when you guys made the comment about me, leaving and probably having a deletion, which I get it, it's a joke, but to me it's not, because that's a reflection of me as a woman and what I would do to my family and my children. Now, when you make that comment, my response was, do not disrespect my husband and my legacy. My husband, because I'm going to be chosen by a man soon. So that is a direct reflection of my husband who chooses me. My children, because I'm a mother, a nurturer, and a protector. So that behavior would not be one that I would do. Therefore, do not disrespect my husband by speaking on me, because I'm a reflection of him when he chooses me. Do not be
Wait. No, no.
Wait, what? What's wrong? What's the problem?
You have to no, Brittany.
Wait. I asked that you let me finish.
What the hell is
going on, as a woman that is carrying eggs that I have had since I was. Wait, Flora. Do not disrespect me as a woman that has been carrying children since I was in my mother's womb. Therefore, my behavior is a reflection of them and how I will treat them.
No, wait, what?
Saying I will get a deletion is a reflection of me and how I will be
Brittany,
as a mother. And I do not agree with that. Therefore, do not disrespect my legacy.
What are you doing right now?
I am letting you know how when you tell the truth. Hold on, I'm just saying.
I thought you was playing. You serious?
No, I'm saying that I was trolling,
you
but I was
hurt her.
trolling with the truth. See, I'm not married. I don't have children. But when you speak on me badly, you speak on my husband and you speak on my legacy.
Hey, Brittany.
Okay, she's playing. Let it go. Let it go. Let it go. Let it breathe.
Hey, Brittany. I don't talk in parables. Either you have a husband or a kid, or you don't. If you have, congratulations. We're happy for you.
That's what red
If you
pill
don't,
is. Wait.
if you don't, don't do that. Don't do that. Just leave it alone. It's fine.
No. Wait, Fatty. I have to do that because this is what you guys say for women to do is to think 10 steps
What are
ahead.
you doing?
That is
But
not
Brittany,
women.
Brittany,
Brittany
Brittany,
in my name. See, when you tell
Brittany,
women they
leave it
should be thinking
alone,
10
Brittany.
steps
Jesus
ahead, that's
Christ.
what
Brittany,
I did, and
everything
now you're
isn't
mad that I
about
did
you.
it.
Brittany,
Jesus,
everything is about you.
Jesus
What?
Christ! Like
Oh my
Brittany,
goodness.
Brittany.
What?
Imagine,
Oh my
Brittany.
goodness.
Imagine, don't
Imagine
Brittany. We're
that
not going
I
to
am doing what
Brittany.
the red pill space tells me to do. Is
Hey,
that what that imagine do?
hey,
Because
Brittany.
I'm
Don't.
thinking before I speak. I'm
Hey,
speaking in the future and making
I
sure that
bet
my
you
moves
that no,
think
engage
it's
the
so
it's
expression of
is
it's
my
about
future.
fine.
you.
What's
No,
wrong with that? I
it's
don't
fine.
get
Hey,
it. That's what
Brittany,
I tell women to do all the time.
Brittany, relax, relax.
I'm
Hey, I didn't
relaxed.
see
The
that.
So,
I
problem
didn't
hey,
see
is
that in the back
that I
chat yet,
switch my
Why are
Aaron.
you
words to
yelling at
you.
her,
What's the
Fatty?
hey,
problem?
Aaron, you ain't put that. Hey, Aaron, you ain't
Calm
put that in
down.
the back chat yet.
She
Don't
dropped
panic.
She's
40
out of
for
It don't
control.
matter. I
imaginary
don't get it.
kids. They gonna be well
I don't
off.
get it. What
hey,
happened? What was wrong
hey,
with
hey,
me?
Brittany,
hey,
Brittany,
What
hey,
what's
happened?
wrong with you? This
hey,
isn't about you.
no,
Brittany, everything isn't
no,
about Brittany.
Ali, 1 second.
Happened?
So,
No, I'm leaving, but I'm just
hey,
saying, you guys were saying all that stuff. I let you talk because
Brittany.
when you
Okay,
let people
let us
talk,
talk.
it lets you show what they think
Okay,
they're doing.
let me talk then,
But go ahead,
Brittany. Like Brittany, all love, right?
Brittany.
You usually
All love. You saying all love, right? Or Ali?
you usually come on
I'm
this.
stepping into
Hey,
this.
one second,
Usually, yeah,
Little King,
yeah,
please.
but
So
you know,
Brittany, you
all
usually
I'm
come.
saying is don't disrespect
Brittany,
my
okay,
ladies. That's
that's
all I'm
fine.
saying.
Brittany, you
I'm
usually
just
come on
saying
these
that, but I
panels
have
and
fun. I have
you
fun all the time.
let me
Yeah,
finish
I
my
have
point.
fun all
Let
the
me
time.
finish my point,
I have
please.
fun all
I
the
gave you
time.
respect. So
I have fun.
you usually come on these panels to say to women to stop because they're embarrassing themselves.
No, no, I don't. I don't say that.
I'm
I
going
don't
to
say that.
give you a, I'm going to
I don't
give you
say
a
that.
solid. I'm
I
going
don't
to
say
give
that.
Look at you
No,
trying
Brittany,
to turn you against the sisterhood. You
Brittany,
see how men
Brittany,
weaponize the
no,
sisterhood?
Brittany. I'm going to
Patty,
give.
I'm not letting. I don't care what you say.
Okay,
I'm not,
so get
you can't
so.
give me the silence.
Okay.
If
Who are you?
if
I
you
don't know
put
who
your
you are.
future man in positions like this where he might have to come
Yeah,
defend you, are you
yeah,
respecting
No,
him,
my
it's
or
future
are you
position
respecting
is
him?
don't fuck
you
No, no,
me.
I'm asking you. No,
you
no,
That's
we
are.
hush for
what my
you.
future
Hold on,
position
we
is.
were quiet for you, Brittany. We were quiet for you. Can you be
Jesus
quiet for a little
Christ,
bit?
bro.
We was
You
quiet for
are.
you. If you continuously put yourself in a position where a man
What
might have to come
position? There's
protect,
no position. All
I
I
didn't
said
cut you
was
off when you
don't
said I
disrespect my
didn't cut you off.
legacy.
I
That's
didn't
all I
cut you
said.
off when you
I
asked us
said
to
don't
hush.
disrespect my legacy.
I didn't cut you off when you
I
asked us to hush.
know, but I got sense of that.
When you come up here and keep challenging men
I didn't
over and
challenge
over,
y'all at all.
I didn't
Have
cut
I
you off.
challenged y'all?
Can you be a
I'm not
lady? Can you be a lady?
challenging y'all.
Can you
I
be a
actually
lady?
agree with you today, Ali.
Flora, are
Isn't
you
that
serious?
weird?
Flora, are
I
you
haven't
serious?
come up here constantly.
She asked
Y'all
me to stop
really said
talking,
I was
Flora.
in
I
the
stopped
Oasis
talking.
sphere. Now I'm
Brittany,
coming up here challenging y'all. That's
dang, Brittany.
impossible. That's
Brittany, can I
impossible.
talk?
There's no way I could
Can
challenge
I
y'all
talk?
if I'm agreeing with y'all.
This how
I
you
have
gonna do your
agreed
future?
with y'all
You
for
know what
2
we do
years,
know?
and now
What we
all of
do
a sudden
know?
I'm challenging y'all. And
This
when
is how
now
you
I
would
make
treat your
this
future
more
husband. This is
than
exactly
you
how you would
do,
treat
it's a
your future
problem.
husband.
This
Your
is
future husband cannot
crazy.
get
My
a word
future
Hey,
husband,
in.
yes,
hey,
Your
it
future
doesn't
husband cannot
matter.
get a word
It
in.
doesn't
So
matter. It
Ali,
doesn't
Ali,
matter.
Ali,
that
Y'all
don't
just
mean you
guys
That's
don't.
what
got
a
this
married
yeah,
life
right.
is
hey,
supposed to
This
hey,
is
be.
everybody,
crazy.
everybody
Y'all
be
don't
quiet.
y'all
Everybody be
don't
quiet and
believe in my
just let her talk.
legacy.
Everybody let her talk. Go ahead, Brittany. Embarrass yourself. Go ahead. Go ahead. Embarrass yourself. Keep talking.
You knew
Nobody
she was gonna
cares.
stop.
Patty,
This what
cam
No,
up,
no,
embarrass
no,
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 yourself.
no, no,
Cam
no.
up,
It's fine.
cam up
Everybody,
on your
no, it's
thumb.
fine. It's
Cam
fine.
on, get on
everybody,
your
It's fine.
thumb.
It's fine.
everybody
Get
Everybody,
your
quiet.
everybody,
thumb.
everybody.
Go ahead, Brittany B.
Go ahead,
Embarrass yourself.
Fatty. Go ahead, Fatty.
yes.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Do you have,
Nice job,
do you
nice
have,
Go ahead.
do you
job,
have, do you
Go
Brittany.
have
ahead.
any more? Do
Go
you have
ahead.
anything
Because
more
you
to
think you
say?
have so
She
much
want to cut
influence
off.
around here
She
that
waited
your
till you get
No,
here
narrative
no,
to
don't
I
Everybody
know.
matter.
separate when they
I've
get
been
I
here
here.
when
actually,
I've been here
I,
before you, and I brought you here. Sorry,
I,
your narrative if it's not going to work, buddy.
No, I actually don't have no
So
influence.
you
I thought
said exactly what I needed you to say when I sent
Hmm.
you super chat. Thank you very much, Fatty.
Yeah, so you got pregnant by Wrench Turner. Is that what you're saying?
No, I didn't say that at
So
all. But you
is
said
that
that.
what you're saying?
But you just said that.
Hey, shout
But
out to
you
Wrench
said I
Turner.
haven't said anything.
Shout out to Wrench
You're
Turner
being
for
mad disrespectful,
no, I'm
Fatty.
not.
You're
No,
being
I'm
mad
not.
disrespectful.
Disrespect will be
But
met with
go ahead
disrespect.
and
Shout
it
out to
will.
Wrench Turner for pumping and dumping you. Get the fuck out of the panel.
I
Get the
put
fuck
that
out of
up
the way.
Whoa, chill,
you
dude.
Get the
started
fuck out of
Chill.
here.
it.
Chill.
Shout
Just
out to
make a
Wrench Turner
joke.
for coming in your mouth instead
Just
of
make a
inside of you.
joke. Why can't you guys make jokes? Y'all always gotta get
I know
mean.
it always
Why
got
would you say
You
that?
wanted a
Always gotta
kid.
get mean.
You wanted a kid. You only got a nut.
Yeah.
Why would you say that?
You
I
wanted
don't
a
know why you
kid.
would say that.
That
That's
is such a
You
that's
wanted
respectful
saying, G,
you
when
wanted a
let
kid. You
people
only got a
talk,
nut.
when
You're
you
mad.
let people talk,
You're mad
they
because
tell
Wrench
you
Turner
what
didn't get you
they
a kid.
think.
That's what you're mad
Fatty,
about.
that is a mad, disrespectful, and dangerous thing you're
Well,
saying.
I don't know if it's
That is
dangerous or
an
not. Get the fuck.
assumption.
Hey, stop
That is an
protecting your future
assumption.
shit. Get the
That
fuck out
is
of the panel.
assumption, but I get it.
What the
I
fuck are you
get it.
talking about? Like, we give you grace, we treat you with
You don't
respect.
give me shit, dog.
Oh, why
You
are you
don't give me
screaming?
nothing, fam. Bro, who are you? You don't give me.
Did I struck a nerve?
No, because
Did
you
I
don't
struck
give
a
me
nerve?
You're
anything.
just
You
being
don't give me.
mean.
Oh,
Put someone your own size.
oh, she's going to cry on the
Shout
car.
out
Don't
to
dump
you.
coochies with
Shout out
JP.
to
Stop
you.
being
Shout
mean.
out to Wrench Turner. Pump and dump. That's what we do to these hoes.
Fatty's rude. How do you let this happen, Aaron? This is a fight club.
Aaron,
Wow, you
are
just
you
let
gonna
this
do that,
little bitch
motherfucker?
work on your channel? That's mean.
How do I know this? Brittany B was streaming from his kitchen one day, and I noticed because I usually
That's a
watch his
lie.
show.
Unless you can provide a receipt, that's hearsay.
Aaron, no.
Fatty files are
Did you
undefeated.
look at it?
I haven't had time to read what you put back there, but I see some of it.
Yeah, it's just the one
I
paragraph.
agree. I think Fatty needs medication.
I don't need medication. I need
Yeah,
people
the
that I
fuck
give.
you do. You
I
need
need.
medication when
I
you
I
need.
need
just
to
want to make sure that I'm reading it correctly.
Oh shit! Here we go again.
Because 1 minute,
I will ask Rob B
Don't
to
let
spin
that
on this
don't
one.
let the
wait.
negativity
1 minute is this
very good
person,
at
and
you.
1 minute it's another person.
Emotional damage.
Obviously, I could pull 6-figure piece
Emotional
after the wall.
damage.
I love it, Fatty.
Fatty's
So
the type
keep
to give you a wet
running your
willy and then
mouth,
twist your
and it's
nipple.
Hey, Brittany.
obviously. Who else is
Brittany.
it?
I
Who else?
already
Who
told
else
you.
is it? Who else is
Just
it, Fatty?
hey,
Who else? Who
get
else? Who
Brittany.
else?
Get out of the road where you are at, bro.
You've already said what you think,
Just
and
calm
that's
down, bro.
fine. And it's an
Fatty
assumption,
had
and I
2
will let
bottles of
you
rose.
have it.
Yeah.
Just like you assumed one
No.
thing, or you
Hey,
assumed another thing. They're all
Brittany.
assumptions,
Hey,
but they're
Brittany.
dangerous ones.
Hey,
That's
Brittany.
mine.
Brittany.
So go ahead.
Didn't you say that you were here to protect the legacy of your future husband?
Of my
Does he?
children, yeah.
So does he know that
Fatty, what's her Earthsbin?
that does he know that he's getting Wrench Turner sloppy
Fatty,
seconds?
what's her Earthsbin?
It's kind of scary that you treat people with the utmost respect and you try to protect them, and instead of them playing along about down, they try to be disgusting to you. We're not playing this game anymore, Brittany. Try to be nice for a couple of months.
He's being a
So
bully. You shouldn't let men and women go at each other like that, Aaron.
You think they
Protect black women, Aaron.
your mother should have swallowed floor.
They're doing what they want to do. They're making their independent decision based upon how they want this situation.
Aaron, don't you disrespect my future baby and my future job.
Your babies are scumbags.
Don't you disrespect my future wife that I don't have, please. I'm not crazy. You are crazy.
But Fatty, you are a man, and men are not judged by their body count or whatever it is they do, because women
They
are so
are judged
desperate
on it,
that
though.
they'll take you.
Oh no! Wait! Aaron, do you remember Aaron, do you remember Rob? Aaron, do you remember Rob B 3 hours ago saying that she was actually will judge men on their body count if he was too high? Do you remember that?
A lot of
Yes,
women,
but I'm a
lot of women
unicorn.
claim that.
Oh damn!
I'm a unicorn.
Oh damn! Robbie changed her mind again. What a surprise!
First of all, I didn't change my mind on anything. I set off of the talking point that you give. Y'all give that women, we want you with a whole bunch of bodies. Y'all give that it doesn't matter. You can have a baby until you're 1,000. I don't know. Fatty, that wasn't nice. That wasn't nice.
That absolutely wasn't nice. Yes.
Fatty, allow me.
Yes.
Can I interrupt for 1 second since Rob B came back? Rob
Podcast.
B, it's something. It's a paragraph on my screen right now. The link is in the back if you want to look at it. I'm just trying to confirm something before I go off on a tangent on another podcast. It's saying between 2018 and 2019, Black women made up 68% of associate degrees, 66% of bachelor's degrees, 71% of master's degrees, and 65% of doctoral, medical, and dental degrees. I want to make sure I'm reading this correct because this is a News One article, and I follow News One on Instagram, but this sounds like it cannot be correct. Is this saying that 7 out of 10 people who received master's degrees in America were Black women?
Let me verify that for
She's
you
going
really
to review it
quickly.
and proof it for you. I'm going to say this. That sounds a little crazy because
Right.
that would indicate a whole bunch of other groups kind of set it out in a way. But
exactly.
I wouldn't be mad if it was correct though. I wouldn't mind.
No, that's not what that article is saying. That's saying the percentage of Black
Maybe
women
race.
that are enrolled by race. 65% of those Black women are in doctoral, medical, and dental degrees. 71% of those women are in master's degrees. Because this article is actually based off of a educational study from IES, the National Center for Educational Statistics, and I will share that screen.
Man, you guys are mad.
Boo!
Go ahead,
Boo this,
Aaron.
boo this man.
Well, I burnt out from the sway conversation with Pac and saying those two can't exist to everything going up. But I'm just
It was a bad day today, Aaron.
No, not necessarily. It started off phenomenal. I get to do my breakdowns. I get to interpret all that fun stuff. And then, of course, people do what they want to do. It's what it is. You take the good with the bad, right? Fatty knows. He knows how this goes. So
I don't know nothing. I'm just
you are a troublemaker.
Man,
You like chaos.
like I told Aaron, like I told you, people are going to learn to fear me. I warn people. I'm trying to be nice, trying to let people be crazy, but enough is enough.
Yes, I am either, man. Fatty, I'm on my business. Strip up.
Yeah, you better.
Okay. Wow, better. Wow, better. Oh my gosh.
Again. I like everybody, but just leave me alone. Just let me be.
Fatty just be waiting for an opportunity.
Yeah, actually, that's the reality. I'm waiting for an excuse. Actually honest to God.
No, I believe it.
I'm daring people to go there. Go there so I can be the defender instead of the aggressor. It's fine.
That is
The problem is, and this may not be a problem for you ultimately, is that your defense becomes an overwhelming offensive attack.
Yes, he's a nuclear. He is a nuclear option. Yeah, absolutely. But that's the thing with Britney. I gave her 1 month. She
Y'all
sabotaged.
seen Brittany be pussy in his YouTube street. Ain't nobody saying that.
She
I'm
sab.
not saying that, and I
She
don't know. I
she
don't know
jumped.
nothing that he's talking about. So if
She
that's
jumped
what
on
he
my
said,
panel. She jumped on my show to sabotage my shit multiple times. She been heckling me on the chat. She's trying to be trolling and shit. She's trying to heckle me. Today was her day. And again, I have a lot of restraint. Actually, I have a lot of impulse control. It took me 1 month and a half to actually throw the sink with the water to her face. So hey, congratulations, you played yourself. And there's more, by the way, Brittany. So keep coming. I still
Fatty,
have a I still have a little bit more for you. Keep coming. Keep trying me.
Fatty,
Yes,
I want to say something to you really quickly.
yes, podcast.
uh, I got a lot of respect for you, just off the fact that we had history and the fact that when I needed assistance with my son, you didn't hesitate to help.
But here we go.
This new version of you, man. I don't know, man. It just don't sit well with me.
I'm on a very good space podcast. I just don't like people abusing my sympathy. Britney been abusing my sympathy for a couple of months. Since she got back from the whale she actually been targeting me. And everybody kind of like she been going at people left and right. But after I told her, I warned her twice. I talked with her on the back. You guys want to
you
keep
haven't.
pushing? Keep
No, you
pushing.
haven't. No,
Oh,
you haven't.
or the
You
really
never
not?
talked to me. And what's good? Because I don't do threats.
Uh-oh.
So what's up?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I don't do that.
Do you want to keep protecting the future of your
No, I
husband
want
and
you to
whatever?
say what you gotta say so you can get done with it because we don't do threats over here. We don't
Yeah, what about you sucking my dick and leave me the fuck alone?
What about
Yeah,
that?
see, that's why your internet fucking sucks. Go ahead.
See you later.
See,
See you later.
I'm not 100% sure about this, but I believe that I could go back to some earlier videos, and I believe you were specifically not the bad guy.
I did a show
Right?
about it. I did literally a show about what she was doing, and she continued to do it.
Yeah, but you trying to say I'm targeting you? You ain't nobody, fam. I'm not targeting you. We having fun, ain't we? But you want to get serious and threaten me?
Yes,
Come on, man. What's good?
we are both the same. I am nobody. You were somebody, but now you
No,
are
I wasn't
nothing.
ever nobody. I'm sitting right next
Nothing.
to the guy that I was
Okay.
partnered with. If you
That
put me on a pedestal,
that's
you, man.
fine. You can put your hand
Yeah,
on
I know. So what's up, Fatty?
you
What's
you
good?
you can
Come on
put
now.
your
We don't
hand
do threats. I
you
don't
you
do threats, man.
you
Come on.
you can put
Come
your hand
on.
on Wrench Turner dick and
Here
wave
we
it.
go.
It's fine. Just leave me
Okay.
alone.
And then what's next? You say you got more. Come on, I want to hear it. Come
Go
on.
ahead and do more
Come on,
babies.
because you did the same thing with Thanos and what come on. So what's
Wait,
up?
wait,
Everybody
wait,
gonna
wait,
play
wait,
into it?
wait, wait.
Come on.
Thanos? You
Yeah,
didn't say Thanos?
so again, what
What's going
anybody I'm
on
friends
here?
with, you are assuming something. I want to hear it.
You
Let's
said
go.
Thanos? What does
Yeah,
that
you
Thanos
did
have to
that.
do
I
with
didn't.
this?
So what's up?
What does that Thanos
Come
have to
on,
do with it? I don't know
Daddy.
what you're talking
I
about.
know. I love the narrative push that
What
you
are
try to
you
do. Come
talking
on, man.
about, lady?
I know.
Oh,
What am I talking about? Oh my God.
speaking of Thanos, this show is starting now. Let me go there. Bye.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, friends. What is going on today?
I don't know.
Man, I specifically feel like I remember Fatty saying like he's not the bad guy. He don't want to be the bad guy. It's almost like
Was lying.
like the Harley Quinn story or something, right? You know, like you know what I'm saying? He came in kind of innocent, and then it's like now it's this new persona where it's like intentionally the antagonist of everybody. But he says he's in a good space, so I guess
Okay,
I
so
can
it's
trust
not
him.
new, bro. It's not new. This is Fatty for real. Y'all just seeing it now.
Well, there you go.
That's actually pretty accurate. He's been concealing a lot of things because he has a level of control, but those that can see can see. So a short example, right? Cheeky always says, Fatty, I understand you and I see you and y'all know what it is and this, that. So it's just an understanding of who I am, you know what I can do, and I know what you do. This ain't nothing new, at least not for me. I was fully conscious and aware of how he is. So Lou's right. This ain't nothing new.
We got a black Lou now. Oh my god, here we go.
Man,
Yo, Black
Lou,
Lou,
but I
what's up?
thought you was black.
I'm mixed, so technically I'm not fully black. So now we have
Okay,
a
well.
fully
you know
black.
the fake Lou though. You know that, right?
I'm the fake Lou.
Man, I've been here before you. You just be like,
I guess.
no more than me.
Oh my
I
God,
guess
not
you're right. I
round
guess
two.
you're right.
No, can we be friends? Can we be friends?
You the fake
Can
Lou,
we
man.
can we do a
No,
kid
no,
and
we
play?
are, we're friends. We're friends.
Oh yeah, we cool.
Crisscross, make you jump. Like, come on now. Be nice.
Let's see. What's up, Lou?
Yeah. He picked Majin Buu for a reason. Maybe he did. All right, he always liked that character.
Hey, go get some juice, man.
Yeah, Fatty is phenomenal at marketing. If you guys haven't noticed his ability to market, you guys just don't know how to pay attention. He got some skills, man. He got some real skills.
See, the thing for me is that with y'all, the way y'all describe things now, I have to remember like I'm pretty much a relic at this point. You know, the computer age and things just passed me by. It's like I see stuff that do numbers, and I'll just be like, why are people watching this shit? You know what I'm saying? Like it really, really trips me out that,
So let me give you an example, right? So Themis and Thought, right? Or Thoth, however you say it, right? The one I kind of review, right? They got like 900, 1100, 14 people in their chat right now, right?
That's a fact.
They don't argue, they ain't yelling and screaming. That's a normal thing for them to have a good 700, 800, whatever on a regular day, what upwards, right? The thing
Yes.
is this, right? The simple analogy, a bottle of water, wherever you place it in an environment can determine its value. So if it's not necessarily that certain things can't do numbers, you have to be in a place where it would do numbers at. So uh
That is an
that's
intellectual space, just so y'all know.
you
So
said what?
it's an intellectual space, right? So it's a different
Is it?
environment over there. Yeah.
It is not
I mean, I would consider
necessarily
it.
a
Is it
difference.
Roy B? Is it considered the Black women empowerment space? Would that be a
It's
better
not necessarily a
sector?
difference because
BWE sector, is that a better?
To be quite honest with you, Themis and Thoth wasn't on my radar. Like somebody told me about them before, but when I watched the video with Aaron was the first time I really got to know the content. I don't know what space that is.
I think it's BWE. I'm pretty sure.
regardless of the point, it's not necessarily an intellectual space because a person or two can be intellectual, but there are going to be spaces where somebody is proven to not be as intellectual as we thought it was. The different what people are highlighting is it's not a bunch of yelling and screaming and conflating that for intellectual. It's not the case. He may be an intellectual.
Right.
A few other people may come on the show and be intellectual. But when you say space, you could argue his voice and what he says is intellectual. But the things that people say in the chat and things like that is not the same. And a lot of people
Fair
get
enough.
judged based upon their chat. So like like they don't have to be, they can be one and the same or they can be different. So it's a little nuance there, but I have no problem with that. The thing is, I think there's intellectuals everywhere. It's how you identify what they are. And a lot of people have this one track mind of what an intellectual is. And sometimes people are so stuck on the definition of something and how it's defined, it doesn't add the how it's applied to society sometimes. And that's the separation from people that know how, that can apply themselves and can start to manipulate the world. When they say there are men that manipulate and control the world, and there are people that exist in the world. So it's little
To me, intellectual is when you're able to separate your emotions, your feelings about something, what you want it to be about something. Like you're able to separate that, even in the conversation, right? If you can see to the argument, right? Let's say you and I are having a debate, Aaron, about a specific topic, and for whatever reason, your claims are shown to be more accurate, right? I still feel the way I feel about it, but I acknowledge it, right? Just like earlier when I acknowledged the definition that you read about plan and what JB had to say about plan, I had to acknowledge that it just substantiated more than what I wanted to say. But when I think about, you know, the way I view the word plan and how it's used, and I think specifically about that statement, he who fails to plan plans to fail, right? I still feel the same way about it. To me, because when Fatty put me in the back, I was watching Jay Prince over there for a little second, and I'm listening to what the guy is saying, and it's like he can't remove his feelings, right, from the conversation. You want to say this thing like what he does, what women do a lot, right? So if there was, let's say, and we know it's not true, so let's flip it and let's say that a majority of women were killing men, right, in relationships. Then he would say, well, you know, men kill women too, right? But it's like 90 to 10%.
Like the whataboutism.
Yeah, so it's like, what's the point of, like, to me, you're, as an intellectual, you're not going to introduce whataboutisms. You're not going to do what's the other thing that we hate, Aaron?
A lot of stuff we hate.
Yeah, it's so many different things. It's one specific. Oh, the not all argument. You know what I'm saying? Like the very minute that you introduce that into the conversation, I cannot qualify you as an intellectual.
Okay, well, listen, I feel differently about that. The reason I at least refer to him as an intellectual is because his topics, and this is not the first debate he's hosted, It's just that the names attached to it is what brought you guys' attention. But he hosts them. He's been hosting them since like I've been following him for about a year. He's been doing
Mhm.
that, and it's usually like highly educated people up there who are debating things.
Mhm.
So yeah, of course I can't judge the entire chat, but I do feel like he is an intellectual. Now I
He
understand
clearly
about
he clearly
emotionally.
is an exceptional thinker, right? And I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah.
But when you say the space, there's an objection to that, right? And that's why I
Yeah,
say,
that could be
yeah,
wrong.
that's
Yeah, I don't know if it's a whole space, but yeah, maybe it is.
Somebody just sent the super chat responding to something that Jay Prince said, which made me look that up. That's why I was asking you about that article, Aaron. They
go ahead.
said they said the black woman is the most educated person, whatever. And I'm like, well, that's already been debunked. So let me look up something else,
It
right?
is debunked. What you can get down onto is talk about rates, and at speed, a group is comparative to other things. And when you start talking the rate of stuff and things like that, you can get into the nuance of it.
Mhm.
But how it's generally accepted, that is not the case. But
And that's why it's like
it's
in
something
that
I
particular moment,
You said
if you're
what?
gonna call out the super chats, right?
From
If you're
the
gonna read them, to me, I think you should be at least be able to clarify them. If you're gonna do it. To me, like that, like not on no troll stuff, but I'm saying something like what I told you when I was on old girl, what's her name, Yanni, when I was on her show, and she was up there saying that 80% of black men are unemployed. It's like, first of all, why are you saying this, right? But then second of all, you got all these people in the chat like, yeah, she's right. And then this other black dude come on the panel like, you just want to argue with her. It's like, no, I just want her to be correct. And she's saying the wrong thing.
Yeah, that sounds off like automatically.
So
80% is
the thing
crazy.
is, we
Yeah,
can't
that's insane, ain't it?
we can't expend too much energy trying to correct everyone who has the right to be wrong.
Agreed.
So
wow, that's crazy.
And that's where it gets complex, right? Shout
Yeah.
out to SB. She says, salute Aaron O. Join the stream, SB live after the Aaron O show. Okay, yeah,
I mean, isn't that what being
and
an
then
intellectual
Team
Club
Fatty
is?
says,
happening after
go
this.
to
I'm
Dano
sorry.
stream, SB stream sucks. Yeah, Team Fatty is rude today. You are one rude fella
I
today.
told you, man, this guy's choosing to be the bad guy.
He likes it. He likes it. He gets a kick. He gets a kick
Choosing,
out
he
of it.
loved that shit.
He gets a kick out of it. I can't even necessarily be mad because you guys he's just telling you like I am who I am. And some of you just couldn't
the
see
Joker.
it. The thing is, he
Ain't
wasn't
it?
sure if he revealed how he thinks, how he moves, and stuff like that, how it'll be received. But after judging what other people have done, like he said it, how you gonna say I'm going to get in trouble when all these other people have done something and nothing's happened to them? He's pretty like the one thing about it I will say is he is pretty revealing of a lot of his not all of it, but a lot of his the things that he does. He's pretty revealing about it. He's not trying to hide it. He's pretty outspoken. So whatever credit that goes to.
But to your to the statement you made earlier podcast, that link I pulled in the back is a recent research study, and it showed that black women were more educated than black men.
Yeah. So that wasn't the statement he just made.
Women in general
No,
go to school more than any
He said
man.
earlier. He said earlier
Robbie, why
that
did
they
you feel a
weren't.
need to say that when that has nothing to do with any of the things that he just brought up
No,
and
he
was
said it
speaking about?
like 4 minutes
I
ago.
stepped away for a moment.
I listened well, Venus. I listened well.
I stepped away for a moment. The last
No,
thing that he
don't play
was
with me.
talking about.
Don't play with me. Don't play with me.
He literally said it was debunked and it's that they're enrolled. He said that. He did. What do you mean? I listened well too.
No, but what did Raw B just say that had anything to do with what podcast was talking about?
Podcast was talking about that article that he asked me to proof for him, right? And in the research study, it shows that black women are more educated than black men.
That's not what
But that's not the point of that article.
You said they were just
Y'all
enrolled.
think y'all slick.
What
I
you
don't have a
mean?
problem with it, but y'all think y'all
You
slick.
here's what we know for sure, Robbie.
What?
We know 100% for sure that there is no way that 65% doctoral medical and dental degrees went to black women. Come on, man. Like,
Okay,
you
so now
know
we're
that.
gonna talk. Hold on a second. So now we're gonna talk a little bit about comprehension in reading, right? Okay, because this is speaking to the amount of women that are enrolled in school and which percentage of them were enrolled in which programs, evidenced by the link that they put in the article for the National Center for Education Statistics. Aaron, can you share the screen, please? This is why it always makes sense to take a deep dive.
Wait. What does this have to do with what we? I will share the screen because you
Freaking
wrote.
alive, and I did too.
I
Read the
understand,
study.
but what does this have to do with what I said? Will you at least acknowledge you just throwing this in there because you want to, as opposed to it has anything to do with what podcast requested and asked?
Yeah, it does have everything to do with what he requested and asked.
Oh my gosh!
No.
Listen, because he's saying that there is no possible way. The possible way is they're talking about the specific demographic.
Yeah.
He also said that he brought that up in conjunction to the fact that someone said that
That's
black
not
women
what
were
happened,
more
but I'm gonna let you run with
educated.
it. That's not what
But
happened.
Rob B, you're saying, okay, the problem with what you're saying is that I wouldn't disagree with it, but I know how to read very well. The context, right, in the surrounding paragraph around those those statistics does not suggest that, because even the wording, black women made up 68% of associate degrees, not associate degrees by women, not associate degrees by black women, not associate degrees by black men and women, of associate degrees.
Okay, so
There's
now we're
no
gonna go.
distinction.
Now we're gonna go to the article. Because
Okay.
again, this is what a lot of people do in YouTube and social media when they're making videos and they want to cherry pick talking points. So we're going to go to the top, just like you should do when you are reading scripture in your Bible. More good news is on the horizon as U.S. employers expect to hire 31.6% more Black college graduates this year, which means that there will be a wealth of opportunities for those coming out of school looking to find work in today's toughest market. But students will need to stand out and acquire a multitude of skills to stay competitive. Studies show that Black women in particular are doing just that, according to the National Center for Education Statistics, which is the chart that we just looked at. Between 2018 and 2019, Black women made up 68% of associate's degrees, 66% of bachelor's degrees, 71% of master's degrees, and 95% of doctoral and medical dental
65.
degrees,
65.
which is according to this particular study. In the study, it shows exactly who is doing what associate degrees. Out of the Black people, 13.6% are female as opposed to 10.4%. Bachelor degree programs, 11.4% as opposed to 8.8% of African Americans. Doctorate degrees, female,
That wasn't his
2.9%.
question.
But
You
this
see,
is how
No,
we are
she's
looking at.
answering
I know
him.
how
I
to
am
I
answering
know
the
how to
questions.
interpret it.
But
I know how to
apparently he
interpret
does
it.
not. Apparently he does not.
No,
Because the way in which the article
but that
is.
that
Okay.
has
Right, because
nothing
I
to
didn't
do.
look at this page at all. I'm simply asking you about what was on the News One article.
That has nothing to do with what his question was.
Are y'all serious right now? Of course, it has everything to do with what his
What was
question
his
was.
question? What was his question?
His question was the article saying that specific answer? He also said it's not possible. And it is possible because that is what the research study says. We're looking at percentages of the African American community based off of gender. How hard is that to comprehend? Apparently, it's very hard. But again, these are people that read very well.
Very difficult.
That wasn't his question, but
That was his question. He literally just said it's no way that could possibly be true.
He
That's
said
what
there's
he
no way
literally
what
just
he
said.
said there's no way what can be true.
That those numbers can be true, and they are.
Okay.
And
Not
he just
according
said
to this
himself.
chart.
Okay. You're right. You know what?
Boy.
I don't have a problem because I'm not. What you're saying is correct, but the reason why you're saying it is not the same thing. There's
So
two,
you're playing
two different things
semantics,
being
even
here.
though you know
I'm
she's
not
right.
disputing your abilities to comprehend anything. I know better than that.
Oh no, I'm talking a podcast. I'm telling him he's not reading the information right, which is why a lot of people are not qualified to give these statistical answers when it comes down to data.
Okay, so here's the problem with what you're saying,
Because data
Robbie.
research
Just
is
call
based
Wikipedia
on
like y'all do.
So you went to the other article, right? And I was
No,
just
I went to
asking
the
you to
study.
quantify what it was
I went
saying
to the
on that
study
particular
that was
page.
cited in the article, which
I
is why
understand
studies
that.
are cited in articles. Studies are cited in articles so that you could go back and have the verifiable, undeniable proof. That is why we cite our sources.
Right. So let me ask you a question. Does this chart, the chart that you brought up, does it say that Black females make up 68% of associate degrees? Is that what this
What
chart
I
says?
want you to do is
See what I mean? How nobody will ever just answer my question
because
for
you
me.
can't take the answer.
I'm not trying to do anything.
That's exactly
I'm
what it
just trying to
says.
have a
Yes,
conversation.
yes. That's what it says, and that's what the chart says.
Okay.
Now,
Now,
if you would
once
like
you
to
show
know
me
the
on the
how,
screen how you get that.
how you get that, you can
Yeah, I
read
said
very
just show me on
well.
the screen. Aaron, can you put it back on the screen?
I'm about to share it again.
Is that even possible, like mathematically? Because I mean,
We know it's impossible. That's what I'm trying to see.
yeah, I know where you're going, podcast. Yeah, exactly.
Do the
Yeah,
math
it's not
then.
possible.
You do the math. You do the math.
So you
I
have
want
to
you
show
to
me
do-
on the screen
Nuh-uh.
where this
No,
chart says that Black women make up 68% of associate degrees, because I don't see that. I see 13.6.
I mean,
Now see,
in total, we only
hold
make
on,
up 13% of the
your
population.
podcast.
Hold on, because it's speaking to only Black college associates. It's not speaking to the white associates. It's not speaking to the Hispanic associates. It's not speaking to the Asian and Pacific Islanders. It's not speaking to American Indians. It's not speaking to two or more races. It's speaking to just the Black people.
Right.
Period.
There's not multiple genders.
So
Just
when
Black.
we're looking at the percentages of numbers based off race and gender, you divide one number by the other, and then you get a fucking percentage. That's where you get that shit from. Like, stop
article is
fucking playing in my
misleading as
face.
fuck.
It's not misleading at all.
Can I ask?
I'm glad you're not a
Y'all be
teacher.
Bobby.
talking all the time. Nah, fuck that. Y'all always be talking and don't know how to fucking interpret data. Like, oh my God, today, what the fuck? Like, the article clearly states what it says, and you can do your own fucking mathematics and check what the fucking statistics are. But you would rather fucking say that the shit cannot possibly
That's
be true
3
because you don't know
F-bombs.
how to do.
3 F-bombs.
I'll send you a super chat because you motherfuckers didn't pay attention in goddamn school. You don't know how to do no motherfucking algebra, and you don't know how to interpret data, but always running around talking about how you read well. Sit your dumb ass down and fucking learn something instead of all the time telling people what the fuck something ain't. Y'all have a good fucking night.
It literally says
So,
on the chart. Wait,
podcast.
It literally says on the chart: associates, bachelors, masters, and doctor degrees conferred by.
What is the argument, though? Is the argument that are you trying to?
When you hear somebody talking, why not just wait till they stop
I
talking?
mean, but
it's really easy to do. I'm gonna show you as soon as I get.
Hey, Aaron.
It literally says on the top.
Hey, Aaron. Y'all missed a great debate.
It literally
No,
says
we
on
didn't.
the
Shut
top
up,
of the
JP.
chart,
Such a
right?
pointless
I was just on theme.
Associates,
I was just on theme is
bachelors,
debating the
Put
city
yourself
of
down.
UK.
and doctor's degrees conferred by post-secondary institutions by
I was just trying to
race
figure out what he was
and
trying to say.
ethnicity and sex of student for 2018 and 19. The chart, if you look at the top, it says level of degree in sex on the left panel, right? And then it says the total,
I'm a
and then it
man. I'm a
says
man.
by white, black, Hispanic.
That's what I was trying to say. American Negro. I was trying to.
Islander, American
Shut
Indian,
up,
Alaskan
bro.
Native,
Shut up,
and two
please.
or more races, right?
Crazy
Shut up,
on
Gibby.
my-
So in the associate degree box, right, where it says male and
Still
female,
trying to make this
for
point.
female, it says
Amen,
percentage
podcast.
distribution of degrees conferred to U.S. citizens and permanent residents. Black female, 13.6%. I know how to go from top down and left to right, right? And that box says 13.6. It's
Are you
literally
done?
a number there. So I don't understand what it is that what she's saying. I don't understand what's the point of getting upset.
Now you're
could I just say, for the sake of this
You're
pointless
unemployed.
argument, that at the end of the day, it don't matter if they are more educated. This comment right here says it all. This was what I was trying to say to you. I was trying to say, like, why even argue her? Most of the people that make money are entrepreneurs. Most of the people that make money, it says raw B. The statistics sound great, but remember, the smartest and richest men are entrepreneurs and skilled tradesmen, not people that owe student loans. And that's why I was trying to get to podcasts like, yo, bro, it's no point. Let her have that. That ain't even what we mad at. You feel
But
me?
Lee,
Like,
you
cause
gotta
wait,
know.
That's the thing, Lee. Hold on, no, Lee. I get your point. I get your
you
point.
get
But
my
wait a
point.
minute.
That's it. All
You
right.
gotta
That's
understand.
all I
You
want
gotta
to say.
understand the point of the conversation, right? You're saying it's not a point, and let her have it. The point of the conversation is not to try to undermine the work that Black women are doing. We are against delusion in any form. It's no good for the community. It's just not. So we cannot have people citing things that aren't true. Imagine if Black men in mass were just running around saying Black men was the richest men in the country.
Then it would be up to the people
Everybody
that are
would have a
smart enough.
problem with
Then it
that.
would be up to the look people. Look.
Everybody
That's
would
like
have a
saying,
problem with that.
but yo, podcast. Come on, bro. That's like saying the news can't news. The news stay lying. Nobody about to stop them. So if we can't stop them, let's not try to stop any. But let people say what the hell they want to say. They can spit whatever lies they want to say.
So
But
Lee,
it's
you
up.
want to lie because other people are lying? Then you little pussy.
But Lee, we don't care about the news. We care
You
about
like
each
saying
other,
that
right?
word a lot. You
We care
you
about
out
each
here.
other. That's what I'm saying. We have people,
So
we have
wild.
people that be in these chats and sit on these panels with us, bro, that say things that just like I said,
Lee,
we had a woman sitting
podcast,
on
get
her
a
panel with
job.
Prince
almost
looking tender-headed
2,000
right
people
now.
Who
watching.
was braiding his hair?
Lee, we had a woman
She's
sitting on her
starstruck.
panel.
She's starstruck. She
That
got
lie.
Aaron on one side. She got Lee on the other. She's starstruck.
Wait, Lee,
Go ahead.
listen.
Who?
I told you we had a woman
You.
sitting on her panel with almost 2,000 people watching, telling all of them and the 100,000 people who watched the video afterwards that 80% of Black men were unemployed. And there was a lot of people in the chat saying, "Yeah, girl, you right."
Okay,
Like
but
That
wait,
number
wait,
is
wait, wait.
But
crazy.
yo,
But
that's
you might not
80% is
see, you
right.
might
crazy.
But
see
we
that on
all
your
know that.
picture,
Who
bro.
cares about what? Yo, that. Yo, all right.
It
If you gonna
matters,
sit there
bro.
and you gonna try to defend all those points, bro, you ain't gonna never be able to really strategize, bro, because people gonna always come at you from all angles and sides saying lies.
Guys,
No,
It's
we're having
pointless.
a
Yeah.
conversation. Let's
guys,
work on it.
relax. Let me read the super chat.
Relax.
Review the MTR video, and he has his masters. So he said master versus masters, right? That's his play right there. JB says, what's hilarious about this is that women across all races are more educated, aka enrolled, than their male counterparts.
Exactly.
That's a fact.
Exactly. It does like, but men putting
I
in
didn't
that.
know that, but I take JB as a trusted source.
It is the case, especially if you take the sample size in which the time frame in which they're using the study. However,
Yeah,
does not mean how Raw B read it is wrong. I understand average
He's
statistics
right.
is difficult for some, but stop telling people that you ask if things are correct and that they are wrong. Math is your friend. So
Raw B was 100% right. It's just that it doesn't mean that makes them like that gives them any, because men are the ones that are going to pick up trades, and like even women, they're becoming entrepreneurs. They're figuring out ways to sell something for five
B, we're
dollars
not against
ten
them
thousand
doing that.
times a
We're
year.
against
So
misleading information,
this is
misleading
some
marketing,
bull,
like
bro.
misleading.
but people,
listen,
I
I
This is
don't want
some
to.
bullshit.
There are laws against misleading, like marketing. Literally, there's a law against all of these things. So we cannot allow the shit. They're lying.
okay,
Sorry,
look,
go ahead.
if y'all feel like y'all need to call it out, I understand. I'm just saying, like, it could have been an easy way of just being like, yo, y'all can have those shit. Like, yo, most men, once they get a bunch of money, they'll tell their girl, yo, go get an education. Here, I'll pay for your education.
We are
You want
not
to go do
against
that?
women being in
So,
school,
like,
bro. We
of
know they
course they're
are in
gonna be.
school
No, I know
already,
y'all
bro.
not. I
We
never
know.
said that y'all was against
And they
that. I
create
never.
money for the
No,
economy by taking out all these loans. Now
I
that's
ain't
a
never
good thing
say
for
little
some people and a
podcast
bad
was
thing for
against
other
it.
people, but
All
they're
right,
still
we
doing it.
moving on. My
All right, let's
energy
move.
level is at the lowest form. Men in
You ain't got no
general,
popcorn?
I don't. I need to find some men in general tend to opt out of traditional education more than women. So what does that say? Sociologically, it is very normal. For it's a very normal phenomenon that's been studied
Jesus
forever.
Christ.
The
fuck?
Hey, I didn't go to college, so
You're stupid.
I ain't go to college. All these educated women out doing
Like, get it out.
men, so I can't read. It is what it is.
Aaron, no, because I'm so tired of people in this space trying to pretend like podcasts is slow. Please share the screen one last time, just so I can highlight something.
But are you trying to say Raw B is wrong? Is that your argument?
Yes.
So you are saying Raw B is wrong.
That's a fact, and I'm finna prove it. So
No, I don't think she's wrong.
Hold
go
on,
ahead.
Lee. We got you. You don't think she's wrong. So if you look at the screen right here, right? If you look on the left, it says level of degree and sex, right? So let's skip down to where it says female, right? Level of degree and sex is the third box, right? From the top on the left, it says female, right? When you go across, the first box is the total number of females, right? Which is 615,948. The first box, which is 51.0, is white females. The second box, which is 13.6, is black females. The third box, which is 25.0, is Hispanic females, and so forth and so on. And do you know what happens? Do you know what you get when you add 51 plus 13.6 plus 25.0 plus 5.8 plus 1.0 plus 3.6? You get 100. So this is what I'm trying to explain to you. This chart is not saying the same thing that was on that other article, because it's not saying that 68%.
Am I going to have a headache now?
Go back and forth. Shout out to the podcast. He's right.
It's not saying that 68%.
I don't understand why y'all can't just let the women have the education part. Men will go out and create their own fucking men can.
Hold on, because you want to say that I'm wrong. So we're gonna do the math on the doctorate degrees alone, right? Everybody, right now, pull out your calculator. Would you do me that favor? I want us to learn as a class. I want you to type into your calculator 7.1. I want you to hit the divide button. And what was that bottom number for the doctorate degree for the females? I want to make sure I have it right. Divide that by 10.9. And what do you get? 0.651376615, which equals down to what? 65%. This is how we average statistics. This is how we get the percentages listed in the articles. But you're right. Again, now you've learned the basic formula. What I need you to do. What I need you to do. See.
Why aren't you addressing what was on the screen instead of screaming at me? I'm not trying to argue with you.
Let me just take it. Let me take it down 2 ticks, because you really aggravated me, because you swear to God you're right. So I'm gonna say this to you because you asked me if it was correct. I didn't ask you a goddamn thing. You know why? Because I know how to do my own motherfucking research. That's number one. Number two. Nah, you said you wanted to talk, so we talking now. Number two, the article in and of itself as a whole is speaking to Black women being said to be higher educated. The statistics shows in that chart individually by percentage of the total group of Americans that Black women are more educated across all levels.
What?
Jesus is.
Shout out to the Asian women. Shout out to the Asians.
Oh,
calm down for 1 second, y'all.
Oh my God, the fact that y'all just trying to spill out misinformation.
Okay, but Rob B, wait.
No. This is what I'm saying. I was still making a fucking point. If you want to talk, then we're going to talk.
Wait, you said I'm the one who asked you the question.
I'm going to make my point, and then you can ask me a follow-up question. Because enough is a fucking enough. Again, the article is speaking to Black college educated workers and students specifically.
Gotcha.
So it's looking at Black men and Black women, because the Black community is always saying that Black women are educated more. So we're not looking at the other columns in that chart. We're primarily focused on the race of Black and degrees by gender, male or female.
Mm-hmm.
In the column listed Black, there are 2 numbers.
Isn't it the summertime?
Nope. This is let them live, Lee. The percentage for the men and the percentage for the women. You divide the lower number by the higher number because both those numbers are 100% of African Americans in that classification. When you divide those two numbers together, you get a total number. The total number is the percentage of said classification in said group, which is how the article clearly shows the percentages per degree grouping. So the article, in fact, is right. They just didn't take the time to break down each little minute step because they know that most people have a lower reading comprehension and don't have the wherewithal to fully deep dive into research studies, which is why they cited the research study. So you can go to the research study and get the information yourself. But I'm going to let you have it. You got it, and you're right. And everybody else in the chat that feels like you're right, I just want to see your transcripts from high school. I want to see your transcripts from college. I want to see your transcripts at all because that is basic mathematics. And again, we're going to do the math again just so we all can see as a fucking class. What was it, ladies and gentlemen? 7.1. Do we all see 7.1? We are going to now hit the divide key. 10.9 divided. And that is where we get a statistic. So y'all have a good night. Bye, dummy.
So the article is misleading as fuck. We got it.
Oh my god, that's fucking crazy, bro.
I'm not even.
Y'all about to go in for an hour talking about which people are more in like which is it black women or black men that are more in college? Who cares, bro? Let them have that shit.
This is the only time. This is one of the
Men are building buildings.
One
Like
or two times in my life that I regret not being rich is when I'm on YouTube.
men are driving trucks. You don't need to go to college to have a whole truck business.
Lives, right?
You don't
It's
have to
like,
go to college.
Understanding what Robbie is saying. What I'm saying she's wrong about, and this is the part, right? These motherfuckers don't ever want to listen. They're too busy in their ego phase. What I'm saying what she's wrong about is what the article is presenting. Somebody else keeps saying it, and she's just refusing to accept it because of what she already knows how to do. The article is misleading.
Right.
The article itself
The wording is very misleading. Correct.
Right. So what are y'all saying? Are y'all saying that there are more men in college? Is that the argument?
No. That's not the point at all. Lee, you gotta listen to the podcast real quick, bro.
You don't agree
Just
with
listen.
Cool. We got you, bro. Fuck us and what we talking about. If you think we shouldn't have nothing to say about it, you shouldn't have nothing to say about us having something to say about it. Okay? So take your own fucking advice. What I'm saying is
I never said don't have nothing to say about it. I don't know what you just went.
Let us have a conversation real quick.
I just asked you a question, bro.
Okay,
You
bro,
be freaking out.
I'm sorry, bro. You win. I'm sorry. You win. I'm sorry. God fucking damn, man.
Bro, you need to take some anxiety pills and calm down.
Can we
No
just
one's
have a damn
arguing
conversation,
with
bro?
you,
For
bro.
5
You're
seconds,
bugging,
please, bro. Please leave. Please leave.
Bro.
So what I'm saying is this. Bro is
Dysfunction.
right about the shit being completely misleading. There is no real differential being made in the article about men and women, right? It does not specifically say between 2018 and 2019, black women made up 68% of associate degrees among black people. That was what I said earlier. It does not distinguish that. It just says it, right? So the article is very fucking misleading. It just is. And that was the point I was trying to make. So when she says they make up 68% of bachelor's degrees, okay, yes, they make up 66% of bachelor's degrees. Yes, they make up 66% of bachelor's degrees amongst black people. It should say that. That's the whole point. The whole reason why I even asked her, like, is this saying what I think it says? Is because of the fact that it reads like it's saying, in general, black women made up 68% of associate degrees. There is no distinguishing factors in the surrounding context of the paragraph. So instead of trying to say, I'm stupid, why not just acknowledge that? I fucking hate this space. I hate that this is the only space that I got to jump on panels and have conversations with people, bro. Like, because it's all it is. Sign language, disrespect, paying to kick people off, no context, mischaracterization of what's being said. Can't talk about nothing realistically, or you a victim Olympian. Shit is fucking sad, but I'm the fucked up one. Cause I'm on Section 8. For 7 fucking months, by the way. That's all Flora ever has to say. She come right on the panel. Ain't you on Section 8? For 7 months, bitch. Kill your fucking self.
Okay, so now,
God damn.
man, I don't. Never mind. I don't,
Damn, man, this shit is fucking toxic.
life is
Podcast. If it
just
makes you
too
feel any
magical
better,
right
I owe
now
like
for me.
$8,000 in credit card. When you said that, Aaron, like that people owe $7,000 in credit card and shit, I looked at my statement. I'm like, fucking Aaron's right.
I mean, the truth is that there's enough humans to go around, so nobody should really give a shit about nobody else but themselves, unless you choose to. So if
Bro,
someone want to talk about you, who really cares? Like who really cares? Like I don't even
the
understand how people
context
could
of the,
care.
it's not the context of the argument. It's
I
bro,
can't
like
even like slightly care.
Lee, in real life, bro. Some people, we on one hand, we make the argument, right, that you have to be accepting of people. And then in the very next breath, people refuse to be accepting of people. Bro, not everybody who comes on these panels comes to troll. You see what I'm saying? Like, not some people really come because the conversations are stimulating, bro. Right? So no, we can't control motherfuckers, but at the same time, you can't control us either. Right? We've had some super dope conversations in these spaces, bro. We really fucking have. And so it's just messed up when people gotta take it all the way there. It's like, come on. Even Fatty said earlier that his comment to who he said Granville and the Real Pookie, he seen them, I believe it was on Daryl Long channel, and they was having this great conversation, and his question to them was, bro, why do y'all go over there and have a great conversation, but then when you come over here, it's all trolling and chaos?
Because the same guy have real conversations, like the one we had that day about that man saying that
What
transgender
is the
women look better
temperature in
than real
Detroit?
women.
Where are you? Where is it night? It's still daytime? Yo, where you at? You in Cali?
Yeah, but the sunlight come out, but the sun
Who,
come up
me?
later, right? When
Yeah.
the sun
I'm
go
in
down
Michigan.
later, it come up later, right?
Oh shit, the sun's still up?
No, it's the light right here in front of us. Dark as hell.
Oh
Bro
shit.
thought it was sunny out here and shit.
Yo, bro, it looks sunny out there.
It definitely do.
But Aaron, you don't got no other videos?
Definitely looks sunny. What the
I
fuck?
got tons of videos always on deck. You know that, but that's
All
not
right, yeah,
because
drop.
Yeah, me too.
I'm always prepared. Unfortunately, I don't always have the capacity. PH Diva, is there something that you wanted to say? I know
PH Diva.
Yes, PH Diva. She comes from me, so I want to make sure I acknowledge that if she wants to say something, I want to make sure I hear it at least.
Hello, Aaron. Thank you for being accommodating. Actually, I was just kind of listening. I figured you were gonna show some videos or something, and we would discuss.
I got tons of
But I
that
see
stuff.
y'all been on here for like 8 hours now.
Don't let them drag you into no bullshit, PhD.
The stream was supposed to end an hour ago.
Oh, okay. Well, I did want to tell you. I do want to tell you, you look cute with your haircut or whatever.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
This a bitch. Aaron, no, drop the low, nigga. I'm on my way.
I do now.
More misleading statements.
Anybody that PH Diva compliment, I'm at the head, nigga. Drop the low.
I love PH Diva, but somebody said she gotta go.
Ain't that a bitch?
That was a smart move.
I don't know why.
She was sneaking up the panel.
You ain't no better than dudes from Africa.
No, she wasn't. It was supposed to end an hour ago. I've been so burnt out within an hour plus ago when the whole sway and his there and it and everybody think I'm conflating to which I'm not, but I ain't got time to break it all down because I have a small brain. I'm not that smart. And so when y'all pick on me the way y'all picking on me, my stress levels lead to anxiety. So if I was a parent, I would be a bad parent because of the anxiety I'm pushing onto my children. But luckily, at this point, it's predominantly just
Aaron, you
stress.
smart as fuck. Don't you work in the bank and you be talking about arbitrary deals and shit? Most niggas don't know what arbitrary means.
Aaron work at Chime. Get the fuck out of here. Hey,
I'm downgrading mine.
As a CFO of Chime and shit.
I can't stand y'all.
so Aaron, look, let me ask you one last question, and I hope that this don't offend nobody. But kid, do you think a person, and I know you're not gonna want to answer it, but do you think that it's plausible, right? That the guy who channel on the theme is channel, right?
Mhm.
That the reason why that channel gets so much support is because he's in the alphabet community?
No, I don't. I can't say that doesn't play a role, but I do not know his core audience. Right? I would say this: it's definitely women. That I know
That's
for
a fact.
that I know that I already know because when I seen all the members when I was there for just a small moment, 800,000
You
people.
talking about Themis and Thoth?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a membership over there too. And Cynthia G.
Yeah.
Yo, you know what was crazy is that you saw something crazy happen. Is that Cynthia G was smiling and laughing when Duke was talking to whoever he was, and I'm telling you, black women they like gay black dudes. Yo, they feel more comfortable around them than like heterosexual black dudes. Like it's a whole thing. I'm telling you.
Yeah, but tell us
Like,
why, Lee. You know
honestly,
why.
you know what it is? You know what I really truly think it is? The violence that's committed that be getting committed in our neighborhoods, like the murders, I think that has given us all put a smear on all of our black faces. I really do. Like I get it. A bunch of things happen, but murder, like we the MVPs of that. And like if you want to put us all in one bunch, right? We all black, then we got to take responsibility for all the murders that's happening too, and that put a smear on all of us, yo, and that makes us all look bad. So when they see a soft black dude, because they want to be next to us, all women kind of do, I feel like, but they feel like there's like this toughness, this mystique of wanting to be hard that kind of deters them away from us. So when they see a soft dude like that, they be welcoming to him because they know we got the vibe, they know we gonna be cool, and them gay dudes be just like that to them, like they ain't trying to smash them, so it's even a better energy. They get all the benefit, and
Hey,
then
and that nigga Themis, he stay calling out bandits.
it's no weird shit. It's just really like
I think that might be a stretch. But what do you mean by bandits, Daryl?
Nah, that's not a stretch by no means.
So,
I'm
for
gonna tell you in a
example,
second. Hold on.
shout out to my brother House of Hypocrites. When he came out saying he had the 7 baby mamas, 7 babies and shit, he didn't want to take care of none of them. They was on his head for like 3 weeks. You feel me? Like
Also,
they are
bandits
very
are
pro
dudes.
women over there. Very pro women over there.
Okay, so bandit, yeah, that's it, right? So bandits are dudes. So that's the thing, Lee. That's really the reason why I think that they have such a connection is because they get the one thing from gay men that is very difficult for them to get from straight men, which is validation on whatever they bullshit is.
Yeah. Yo,
Straight up and down. That's why you had a
man.
guy over there trying to argue that men make single mothers, and it's just like that. If you're an intellectual, there's no way you can make that argument.
Fight back! Fight back! Fight back!
The conclusion of the Aaron O show has come upon us. I gotta go. I'm done. I'm beat. I've done my job. I've came here. I gave y'all the show. I've tried to instruct some thought process in this conversation. And that's all you getting from me. I'm getting out of here. Security Boss is live. Make sure, let me drop her link in the chat one more time so you guys have access to Security Boss's channel. It's in the chat. Make sure you guys go over there and then talk about just how all this toxic stuff just happened on my show. Okay. Make sure you say hi. I am beat. I was supposed to be done an hour plus ago. Okay. I've done the best that I can do. I truly, truly have. Fatty will be out of retirement really soon. He ain't gonna leave me to do no more shows. He's taking all the shows. That's it. I don't know if Thanos is live. I looked for his live, but I did not find it. But it could be my computer right now, but I did not see it. But Fatty said Thanos was live, and I was looking for it, and I did not find it. So me and Fatty might have to. I don't know if it's true or if he was just trolling. But they're supposed to be live. So it is what it is. Make sure you guys hit up SB, Thanos, and everybody else live. But the Aaron O show has concluded. I cannot believe we just did 8 hours. Thank y'all for tuning in. Make sure you like, and you can subscribe if you want. I don't care. But make sure you comment. The comment at the end of the videos is what's the best, okay? So comment after the show. Maybe hit a like or dislike. I once don't care. We will see you on the next show.